On my wedding day, everyone envied me, a poor boy, for finally marrying the only heir of the Xie family. But what they didn't know was that I had been pursuing Xie Jinluan for 5 whole years, and it was never because of love. I want her company, her assets, and everyone who ever humiliated me to kneel before me and beg for my life. According to the prenuptial agreement I tampered with, everything she owned would belong to me if she died in an accident. But just a second before we were to exchange rings, she suddenly pressed my hand down and snapped her fingers lightly. The sweet video on the wedding screen vanished instantly, replaced by a surveillance video that could land me in jail. Everyone thought she would cancel the wedding, but she put the ring on my finger herself, whispered in my ear, and said gently, "Chen Mo, from today onwards, everything you have belongs to me." At that time, I didn't know that she had no intention of putting me in jail. She wanted to keep me locked up by her side, for a day, for 10 years, or even for a lifetime. And it all started the night before the wedding. That night, I stood under the neon lights of a bar, receiving compliments from everyone. A few people in the corner deliberately raised their voices, saying that I had been pestering Xie Jinluan for 5 years and finally climbed into the Xie family by relying on a woman, which made me lose all face as a man. I heard it all clearly, but I just smiled and raised my glass. Because after tomorrow, the fate of these people might depend solely on whether I'm willing to lift a finger. Thinking of this, I gripped my glass tightly, and the coldness in my eyes silenced them instantly. Back at the manor, I didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, I looked in the rearview mirror and adjusted my expression. The anger vanished, replaced by Xie Jinluan's favorite gentle smile. I pushed open the door and walked into the living room. She was sitting on the sofa waiting for me. She coldly asked me why I was back so late. I immediately went over and put my arm around her waist, explaining that my colleague insisted on celebrating for me early. Just like I always did to coax her, I leaned down and kissed her. "Don't be angry, baby." Xie Jinluan stared at me for a few seconds, then gently patted my face. "Get some rest. The wedding is tomorrow." I smiled and nodded, then turned and went upstairs. But I didn't see that after I left, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. That night, she returned to her bedroom alone and took out several photos from deep inside the closet. In the photos, besides me, there was another woman covered in wounds. She stared at the photo for a long time and finally chuckled softly. At that time, I thought she knew nothing. The next morning, the entire manor was bustling with preparations for the wedding. When Xie Jinluan, dressed in a white wedding gown studded with diamonds, slowly descended the stairs, even I was stunned. She was so beautiful she seemed unreal, like a precious trophy delivered right to my doorstep. For a fleeting moment, I even had a ridiculous thought. If she were willing to obediently hand over the company to me, perhaps I could keep her, let her continue being the eldest daughter of the Xie family, and continue being my wife. But that thought only lasted a second. Because I've spent 5 years getting to where I am today, I can't afford to soften my heart at the last step. The wedding venue was covered in roses, and guests filled both sides of the red carpet. I linked arms with Xie Jinluan and walked to the front of the stage, basking in the envious and jealous glances. After today, I would no longer be that poor boy who was ridiculed. I am the son-in-law of the Xie family, the future owner of the Xie group. The MC asked me why I love her. I lowered my head and said in the most affectionate voice, "She makes me believe that even someone like me, who crawled out of the mud, can find the light." The guests were moved to tears. Xie Jinluan raised his hand, as if to wipe away my tears, but quickly realized that there was nothing in the corners of my eyes at all. She slowly withdrew her hand. A smile remained on her face, but her eyes seemed frozen. I didn't care, because the process had finally reached its most crucial step. Once the rings were exchanged, I would officially become a member of the Xie family. Just as I was about to reach out, Xie Jinluan suddenly stopped me. She smiled and told everyone that she had prepared a special gift before exchanging rings. As she snapped her fingers, the wedding video on the big screen vanished instantly. The next second, my image appeared in the center of the screen. In the picture, I was sitting in front of the computer revising the prenuptial agreement. I changed one of the clauses to, if a spouse dies unexpectedly, all property under their name will automatically be inherited by the other spouse. Then, the scene changed. While she was away, I sneaked into her room and replaced the files. In the last video, I opened her daily pill bottle and replaced all the pills inside. The entire room fell silent instantly. Someone smashed a wine glass on the floor, the crimson liquid splashing onto Xie Jinluan's pristine white wedding dress like a pool of glaring blood. My mind raced. I couldn't accept it. As long as I convinced her it was a misunderstanding, she wouldn't be willing to destroy me. After all, she had loved me for 5 years. I had just called her wife and was about to explain when Xie Jinluan reached out and gently pressed her finger to my lips. She whispered in my ear, her voice as tender as if she were whispering sweet nothings. I've already renotarized the agreement. If you die, the money is mine. If you live, your life is mine. When I regained consciousness, the wedding was over. I was led into a dimly lit room. My hands were not tied, and the door was not locked, but there were several bodyguards standing outside. Xie Jinluan stood in the doorway, looking at me like a judge. She grabbed my chin and said coldly that I had disappointed her. I immediately denied it, claiming that the video was faked. I told her that someone wanted to take advantage of her parents' death to sow discord between us, and then seize the Xie family business. She didn't expose me. Instead, she took out the ring she hadn't finished wearing at the wedding and personally put it on my ring finger. There was a line of small words engraved on the inside of the ring. Ownership, Xie Jinluan. She said this villa, worth 30 million, was a gift to me. From now on, I don't need to work or see anyone. I just need to stay here obediently and wait for her to come back. I suppressed my anger and decided to play along for now. But her next words sent chills down my spine. She said her aunt had already called the police, and they would be coming tomorrow. The prenuptial agreement, the medication records, and the surveillance footage, any one of these is enough to send me to jail. I immediately put on a touched expression and said that she was still willing to give me a chance, and I wanted to cook her a bowl of ginseng soup myself. After she returned to her room, I immediately went into the pharmacy. Xie Jinluan suffered from chronic insomnia, so fast-acting sleeping pills were easy to find. I crushed the pills into powder and poured them all into the ginseng soup. As soon as she fell asleep, I would take the cash, documents, and transferable assets and leave this place forever. Just as the soup was ready, Xie Jinluan suddenly appeared at the kitchen doorway. Leaning against the doorframe, she smiled and said she was too bored by herself and wanted to watch me cook. I could only force myself to remain calm, bring the ginseng soup to her, blow on it to cool it down, and then feed it to her spoonful by spoonful. Her gaze swept over my fingers, which were covered in white powder, but she seemed not to notice anything. After finishing the bowl of soup, she quickly rubbed her temples and said she was sleepy. I helped her back to the bedroom and stayed by her bedside for another 20 minutes. Once I confirmed she wasn't responding, I rushed back to my room, grabbed the cash and identification I'd prepared beforehand. I didn't have a car. All the vehicles on the estate were GPS tracked, so I had to leave on foot. As I rushed out of the villa, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky. A blurry, dark figure stood by the second-floor window, silently watching me escape. I didn't look back. I could only run forward with all my might. It's too far from the city center. The cold wind cuts like knives on my face, and there isn't a single car around. I scrolled through my contacts and realized that almost all my so-called friends were connected to the Xie family. In the end, only one person remained, Bai Wei. She pursued me in college, but she didn't seem to have much contact with Xie Jinluan on the surface. I lied and said my car had broken down in the suburbs, hoping she would come pick me up. She didn't ask any questions, just asked me to send my location. The downpour started quickly. I took shelter on the platform, staring at the dark highway, waiting for the life-saving vehicle. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. There were no lights at the intersection. Then a black Porsche suddenly burst through the rain and screeched to a stop in front of me. The bodyguard opened a black umbrella and pulled open the back door. First to land were a pair of red-soled high heels. The moment I saw those shoes, my heart sank completely. The black umbrella slowly rose. Standing in the rain wasn't Bai Wei at all. It was Xie Jinluan. I turned and ran, but another black car drove up from behind, blocking my only way out. Several bodyguards quickly surrounded me. It was only then that I realized Bai Wei had been on her side from beginning to end. Xie Jinluan walked up to me and reached out to pinch my chin. "Husband, why are you running so fast? Where are you going?" I stared at her intently, gritting my teeth as I asked her why she hadn't fainted. She smiled and admitted that she had indeed drunk the ginseng soup. However, she had already switched the medicine at the pharmacy. She knew I would drug it. She also knew I would escape. Even the fact that there were no guards outside the villa was a deliberate attempt to give me hope. On the way back, I grabbed her hand and continued to explain that I was just afraid of the police and wanted to leave temporarily to calm down. Xie Jinluan calmly told me, "My aunt didn't call the police at all." These words were like a slap in the face, landing hard on my cheek. The so-called police, the escape opportunity, and by way were all part of a test she had orchestrated. She deliberately gave me freedom, only to watch me walk right into the trap. The car eventually stopped in front of an unfamiliar villa. High walls, iron gates, thorns, and a dense network of surveillance cameras turned the entire area into a cage. I asked her what she really wanted to do. Xie Jinluan looked at me, her pupils reflecting a cold light. How can a person live too comfortably? Only through pain can one remember who they belong to. When I woke up again, it was already pitch black outside the window. I was about to get out of bed when something suddenly grabbed my ankle. A metallic clanging sound filled the room. I looked down and froze instantly. A golden chain was fastened around my ankle. The chains were long enough for me to move freely within the villa, but I could never leave the gate. A prisoner, a pet, or a collectible for her to admire at any time. Rage nearly shattered my reason, but I quickly forced myself to calm down. I've already lost once. Continuing to act crazy will only make Xie Jinluan laugh at me. She thought these chains would make me accept my fate, but she forgot that for the past 5 years, my greatest skill has been disguise. Since she couldn't bear to kill me, that twisted love is the sharpest key for my escape. I drew back the curtains. The high wall outside was covered in thorns, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. Climbing over the wall was virtually impossible. There was a cell phone on the bedside table, but it had no signal. The door wasn't locked, but as soon as I stepped into the hallway, the sound of chains dragging on the floor echoed throughout the entire villa. This wasn't Xie Jinluan's usual manner. I had no idea where I was, nor how many eyes were watching me from the shadows. The only possible breakthrough I could think of was her study. The computer, the files, the spare key. If I could find any one of those things, I would still have a chance to turn the tables. I didn't turn on the lights, but instead searched room by room using the faint light from the window. Just as dawn was breaking, I found a small cabinet with an electronic lock deep inside a wardrobe in one of the bedrooms. I first entered Xie Jinluan's birthday. Error. Then I entered my own birthday. Still error. Just as I was about to force it open, a question she had asked me yesterday suddenly echoed in my mind. "Chinemo, why can't you love me?" I stared at the combination lock and almost unconsciously entered the date of our first meeting. Click. The cabinet door opened. There was no key inside, nor any escape tools. Only a stack of photos and dozens of yellowed love letters. The photos document the 5 years after we met. Those love letters were all ones I wrote to her back then, one by one, to gain her trust. As I flipped to the bottom, an unfamiliar photograph suddenly slipped out from the interlayer. The boy in the photo, wearing a white shirt, stood alone at the school gate. That person was clearly me, but the date on the photo was before I met Xie Jinluan. Staring at that date, a chill crept up my spine. That photo made me realize for the first time that Xie Jinluan might have known me long before university. But 5 years ago, I was completely unaware of this. At the time, I thought I had chosen her from the crowd first, and that I had personally led her into the trap. In my memory, our story began with a lecture at S University. That year, I got into S University through hard work. After my family went bankrupt, I realized a fundamental truth. For ordinary people to turn their lives around, hard work alone is simply not enough. I wanted to enter the true upper echelons of society. The fastest way wasn't to start a business, nor to wait for some influential person to recognize my talent, but to marry a woman with status and wealth. Love isn't important. What matters is the leverage to change one's destiny. Baiwei once approached me, but she couldn't give me everything I wanted. It wasn't until that lecture that I first heard Xie Jinluan's name from my roommate Hanji. She stood on the stage operating the computer for the professor, so beautiful that the entire auditorium fell silent for a few seconds. But what truly captivated me was never her face. Hanji told me that Xie Jinluan was the sole heir of the Xie family. She was an orphan, raised by her aunt, and had a withdrawn personality, with almost no one she truly trusted. Hearing this, only 4 words remained in my mind: rich, but lacking love. I stared at Xie Jinluan on the stage, immediately seeing her as my chance to turn my life around. Little did I know, every message Han Ji sent me was bait prepared in advance. That night, he went to see Bai Wei. Bai Wei agreed to help the Han family secure the cooperation, on the sole condition that he delivers Xie Jinluan's information to me. Han Ji thought he was just creating opportunities for the two of them. But from the moment I became interested in Xie Jinluan, I had already walked into their trap, following the route they had laid out. Back in my dorm, I searched through all the information about the Xie family. There was very little information about Xie Jinluan online, which only made me more certain that she was more complex than I had imagined. I started researching her habits and learned that she often went to the library and that she didn't like strangers approaching her. So I deliberately sat near her usual spot and even left a cup of milk tea there, preparing to create a seemingly natural chance encounter. But she hadn't touched the milk tea at all. When she went to get water, she slipped, and the whole cup of hot water spilled all over me. Her face stiffened, and she said she'd pay for my clothes. I could tell she wasn't arrogant, just not good at caring for others. I smiled and said I didn't need to pay for it. I just asked her to wipe the water stains off for me. She actually picked up a tissue and clumsily wiped them off a few times. For a moment, I thought I had won the first card. But as soon as I left, Bai Wei emerged from the corner. Bai Wei laughed at me for not taking the opportunity to ask for my contact information. Xie Jinluan, however, remained calm and only said one sentence. He doesn't know who the real player is, which is why he's being cautious. They saw through my scheme long ago, yet they patiently cooperated. But back then, I thought I had everything under control. The next day, I deliberately didn't go to the library. I knew that things easily obtained are rarely cherished. Xie Jinluan waited until evening, finally becoming restless. She didn't want the fish that had just taken the bait to get away, while I had been waiting by the roadside for a while. I deliberately bumped into her, pretending not to recognize her at first, then feigning just the right amount of surprise. I offered to treat her to dinner as an apology, and while she initially wanted to refuse, I insisted that I was just passing by. In the end, she agreed. I chose a clean but inexpensive restaurant, deliberately trying to appear sincere and tactful. During the meal, she told me not to call her classmate, but to call her Xie Jinluan or Nuanyuan. I deliberately blushed and carefully called out her nickname. She lowered her head and smiled, which I assumed was a sign of attraction. She ordered very inexpensive food, clearly considering my budget. But I still gritted my teeth and added a signature dish to my order. To win Xie Jinluan's heart, words alone weren't enough. I had to make her feel that I was willing to sacrifice for her. I researched her favorite books and interests beforehand. We talked about books and life, and she gradually lowered her guard. At least in my eyes, she had. I went along with every word she said, shaping myself into the man she needed most. Gentle, understanding, and restrained, without putting any pressure on her. After dinner, I walked with her in the park until 9 o'clock in the evening. When she agreed to let me take her back to her dormitory, I thought I had already succeeded halfway. But after entering the building, she turned around and got into her luxury car through the back door. Bai Wei was already waiting for her in the car. Bai Wei asked her when she planned to accept her offer. Xie Jinluan leaned back in her seat and said calmly, "Wait for me to confess, or wait for her to confess." Bai Wei found relationships troublesome and asked when it would be her turn to play the field. Xie Jinluan simply smiled and said, "When the fish is fully hooked, and that fish is me." Back in the dorm, the first thing I did was check the watch on her wrist. The moment the price popped up, I stared at the screen for a long time without moving. That wasn't just any ordinary luxury item. It was something I might not be able to afford even after working hard for years. Only then did I truly realize that Xie Jinluan's wealth was far greater than I had imagined. If I could win her over, my life would be completely transformed. But when I tried to message her, I realized I hadn't even asked for her contact information. I was so angry I almost smashed my phone. No number, no social media accounts, and I couldn't even try to create a chance encounter the next day. But I didn't know that Xie Jinluan was also waiting for me. To keep me waiting, She had been appearing at the library for 3 consecutive days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, she finally couldn't wait for me any longer and decided to go home. But just as she reached the back door, I called out to her with 2 cups of milk tea. Nuanyuan. She turned to look at me and said calmly, "It's quite a coincidence that we've met 3 days in a row." I handed her the milk tea and said with a smile, "Man proposes, God disposes." She looked up at me and asked if today was fate or my arrangement. I looked at her and said, word by word, "It depends on you." The moment she took the milk tea, I knew immediately. She was definitely not indifferent to me. I took the opportunity to ask if I could have a chance to truly get to know her. Xie Jinluan didn't hesitate. She immediately took out her phone and handed me her contact information. I thought I had finally broken through her defenses. But that night, I only fell into the second trap she had prepared for me. I spent the entire night scrolling through her WeChat moments. Travel, food, art exhibitions, emotional essays. It all seemed like the life of a rich girl who didn't understand the wickedness of people. I wrote down every detail, afraid of missing any opportunity to get closer to her. But those social media profiles were all created specifically for me. She packaged herself as innocent, needy, and easily fooled, then deliberately released a lot of information. She wanted me to think I was in control of her. In reality, every step I took was part of her plan. On Friday evening, she returned to Yinshan Manor. Xie Junlin asked her why she hadn't been to the company for several days, and she only said that she had things to do at school. After the meal, Xie Junlin handed her a document outlining her mother's assets. She signed it, then went back to her room alone and looked at her mother's photograph. She whispered that she had avenged her mother, but it wasn't enough. Those who had wronged them would have to pay back the pain of those years, bit by bit. And I, unaware that I had become the most important pawn in her revenge scheme. The next day, she deliberately mentioned that she was going to an art exhibition she had been invited to. I spent money and pulled strings to get an invitation and waited at the door beforehand. When she saw me, she smiled deliberately. What a coincidence today. I could only feign embarrassment and tell her not to laugh at me. Actually, I was quite pleased with myself, because I thought I had won the bet again. Once inside the art exhibition, I brought out all the information I had memorized the night before. The artist's background, the context of the works, and the opinions of critics. I didn't miss a single word. Xie Jinluan looked at me, her eyes gradually revealing admiration. I thought I had finally won her over. But I didn't know that she already knew I would investigate those documents. What she admired wasn't my sincerity, but my earnest performance. After the art exhibition ended, she offered to treat me to dinner. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but pretended to be polite. What kind of girl treats a boy to dinner? I'll pay, she said. She immediately nodded, adding that there was a restaurant nearby, but she was worried about making me spend too much. I gritted my teeth and said I could afford it. But once we entered the private room, I realized I'd been pushed onto the gambling table again. The restaurant was blindingly luxurious, and the menu made my fingers tremble. Any dish cost 4 figures, and signature dishes even started at 5 figures. I calculated my remaining balance. I was almost ready to throw all my last savings into it. But I couldn't back out. As long as Xie Jinluan took the bait, this money would eventually double in value. I ordered the cheapest dishes, but only one thought remained in my mind. Once I'm truly in the Xie family, everything she is now will be mine. Xie Jinluan, holding the teacup, noticed my embarrassment out of the corner of her eye. I tried to remain calm and asked her if she often came here. She countered with her own opinion. I immediately replied, "Then can I always be your exception?" She squinted at me. Many people say things like that. I stared at her, my tone steady. But I will be the last and the most special one. She laughed at my overconfidence, but said whether I could actually do it depended on my future performance. After the dishes were served, she didn't touch the lobster. I immediately peeled it for her, put it in her bowl, and then asked her what kind of man she liked. She thought for a moment and only said that she liked people who were good to her. This answer touched my heart. Someone like her, who lacks love, will eventually let down her guard if I show her enough care and concern. I asked her what she thought of me. She slowly said, "You're my type, but you're not serious enough." I breathed a sigh of relief and immediately promised to show her how serious I was. Xie Jinluan smiled and nodded, saying she would wait and see. At that time, I thought I was getting closer and closer to the Xie family. But I didn't know that what she was waiting for was never my true feelings. What she was waiting for was for me to fall completely in love. I casually asked her to go to the movies that evening. She looked at me for a few seconds, resting her chin on her hand, and surprisingly agreed immediately. At that moment, I felt that my money hadn't been wasted. As long as she kept giving me opportunities, I could gradually pull her into my rhythm. When I went to pay the bill, I froze. The bill was over 45,000 yuan. Just one dish cost me half a month's living expenses. I gritted my teeth, swiped my card, and had to maintain a smile. When I returned to the private room, all I could say was that I had gone to the restroom. But Xie Jinluan looked at me with a calm expression, as if he already knew everything. After getting in the car, I asked the driver to go to the amusement park. The driver subconsciously looked at Xie Jinluan, as if waiting for her command. She simply said, "Listen to him." I deliberately asked if this was her driver. She paused, then only said it was a rented car for today. I didn't think much of it, because at that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. After tonight, my relationship with Xie Jinluan would definitely take another step forward. But I later found out that the car wasn't rented, and the driver wasn't a regular driver either. Lunch had already made me cringe, but the amusement park was at least cheaper, and it would also create a sense of intimacy. I'd looked it up, and Xie Jinluan rarely came to places like this. Bringing her here once would definitely make her feel like I'd put in a lot of effort. She paused for a moment when she saw the amusement park. I pretended to be apologetic and said I heard she hadn't been there much and wanted to accompany her. She clearly found it funny, but still feigned being touched and whispered a thank you to me. I took her to ride the spinning rides, bumper cars, and thrill rides. Later, she became more and more engrossed, even chasing after me in a bumper car, laughing as if she had completely let her guard down. I thought I had finally won her heart. After she'd had her fill of fun, I deliberately asked her if she was afraid of haunted houses. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she urged me to go in quickly. I'd originally planned to use the haunted house to create some romance, but I never expected that I'd be the one scared out of my wits first. Beneath the transparent floor were bloodstains and skulls, and monsters kept popping out of the walls. My face turned pale, but I could only brace myself. Seeing that I wouldn't take her hand, Xie Jinluan simply took mine, and I immediately put on a reliable act. Then the female ghost suddenly rushed out, and Xie Jinluan immediately burrowed into my arms. Even though my legs were weak, I still held her tightly. By the time we rushed out of the haunted house, my back was soaked with sweat, but I felt that the trip was worthwhile. While I was in the restroom, Xie Jinluan received a message from Bai Wei. It turned out that the live-action NPCs in the haunted house were all arranged by Bai Wei on the spot. They deliberately made me think I had encountered something that shouldn't exist, just waiting for me to become paranoid and scared. After returning to my seat, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I had checked the travel guide beforehand, and this haunted house didn't have any live actors at all. But Xie Jinluan looked puzzled, saying that she only heard screams and didn't see anyone. I could only force myself to change my story, saying I was just joking. She even playfully scolded me for scaring her right after leaving the haunted house. After that night, I never dared to think about those suddenly appearing shadows again. Later we went to see a movie. The story was about a rich heiress falling in love with a poor student. The male lead overcame all obstacles, succeeded in starting a business, and was finally accepted. Xie Jinluan's eyes reddened while watching, and I took it as a preview of our future. From that day on, we grew closer and closer. I remembered every casual remark she made, gave her gifts, created surprises, and accompanied her to places she wanted to go. She became more and more dependent on me, and I became more and more convinced that I had completely won her over. A year later, I formally confessed my feelings to her. Xie Jinluan seemed to have been waiting for this moment, and smiled as she accepted. But Bai Wei, who had been watching from the shadows, asked her if she had actually fallen for her while acting. Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Looks like I acted well. Even you believed me." Bai Wei reminded her not to forget the humiliation she had suffered. The smile in Xie Jinluan's eyes slowly turned cold. "Of course, I will never forget." A gust of wind blew into the room, the cabinet door slammed shut, and I was pulled back to reality. I expressionlessly put the photos and love letters back. Those things were sweet memories in Xie Jinluan's eyes. But to me, they were nothing more than humiliation earned through groveling. But then I quickly realized that Xie Jinluan had hidden these things so well, which meant she might not have truly let go of me. She hadn't mentioned divorce, and we'd already gotten the marriage certificate. If I could find her weakness, I might be able to turn things around. The most important thing now is not to escape, but to find leverage over her and infiltrate the Xie family. As long as I have enough leverage, no matter how much she tries to guard against me, she can't keep me trapped here forever. I cleaned up the traces and quietly left the room. Xie Jinluan doesn't get off work until 11 p.m. and starts work again at 2 p.m., so he won't have time to come back in between. I still have plenty of time to search this villa thoroughly. Finding nothing amiss on the second floor, I went straight to the third. The art supply room, the storage room, the empty rooms, nothing provided any clues. Finally, at the end of the corridor, I saw a peeling old door. Behind it was so dark it looked like no one had been there for a long time. Ever since that haunted house incident, I've had an inexplicable unease about the dark. Just as I was about to approach, I heard a creak behind me. Turning around, I saw the door I'd just closed had opened by itself. The hallway was empty, save for the curtains swaying gently in the breeze. I leaned closer to check, only to realize it was just the wind. But just as I breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from downstairs. There was a black car parked outside, but it wasn't the one Xie Jinluan had driven that morning. I couldn't go back to my room and pretend to be asleep, so I immediately rushed into the art supply room, found my easel and paper, and pretended to have been quietly painting all along. Not long after, a strange woman called out from downstairs, "Mr. Chun, lunch has been delivered. Please come down and eat in time, or the host will be angry." She left as soon as she finished speaking, without giving me any chance to test her. I stood by the window, watching the black car drive away. But just as I was about to go downstairs, a chill suddenly ran down my spine, as if someone was watching me from the shadows. I turned around abruptly, but the room was still empty. On the other end of the monitor, Xie Jinluan was looking at the screen and chuckled softly. Huh. Did he find out? She thought I was going to dismantle the monitor, but she didn't expect that I was just tearing off a white cloth covering the wall. Dust settled, and I coughed a few times. When the dust cleared, I looked up and froze. There was a painting on the wall, and the man in it, wearing a white shirt, was clearly me. I recognized Xie Jinluan's painting style. This painting must be hers. But the person in the painting seemed somewhat unfamiliar. It wasn't until I saw the mirror while washing my hands that I suddenly realized I didn't have a beauty mark in the painting. But that mole was tattooed on me specifically to cater to her preferences. I had done my research beforehand. She was most concerned about people with beauty marks under their eyes. She couldn't possibly forget it, much less misdraw me. I immediately rushed back to the third floor and stared at the painting again. The white shirt in the painting was a gift from my mother when I had just turned 18. I hadn't worn it since my mother went missing, and at that time I didn't even know Xie Jinluan. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into my head. Xie Jinluan, did he know me before university? I ripped all the white sheets off the walls, and dust swirled around the room. When the paintings were fully revealed, a chill ran down my spine. An entire wall was covered with pictures of me. The first picture looks like me in high school, before I had my beauty mark under my eye. Starting with the second picture, the beauty mark has already appeared at the corner of my eye. Each subsequent picture shows me at a different stage in my life, and the last one is even me kneeling down to propose. She didn't just meet me in college. But if she already knew I existed, why did she act like a stranger when we first met? When did she start watching me, and what exactly does she want from me? I searched the entire room, but found no further clues. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered that the old door at the end of the corridor was still closed. I crouched down to check the doorknob, and my pupils contracted sharply. The door was covered in dust. Only the handle was clean. This door had been used all along. I suppressed my racing heart and gently turned the doorknob. The moment the door opened, a chilling aura rushed out. It was eerily dark inside. Even though it was daytime, it felt as if the light had been completely shut off. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and went inside. Thick curtains blocked out all the sunlight, and the glass seemed sealed shut. This didn't feel like an ordinary room. It felt more like a secret Xie Jinluan had deliberately hidden away. There were files on the red desk, which I flipped through page by page. They were all ordinary company documents. There were no valuable clues in the cabinet either, until a folder stuck on top of the cabinet suddenly fell down. The document contained only one name, Bai Wei. The information revealed that Bai Wei was actually a competitor of Xie Jianwan's company. A thought struck me. They appeared close on the surface, but secretly they might already be wary of each other. But when I looked further down, there was nothing. This only made me more wary. Xie Jianwan wouldn't leave the real secret lying around unless there was an even deeper layer to it. The rightmost bookshelf was covered in a thick layer of dust. Xie Jianwan was a clean freak and couldn't tolerate such mess. I checked it bit by bit and finally found a space in the middle that was unusually clean. I tried to move the books. The first few moved, but the third seemed nailed to the ground. I held my breath and slowly turned it. Creak. The bookshelf slowly slid aside, revealing a narrow, iron door behind it. Behind the door, it was pitch black, seemingly endless. Just as I was about to approach, the chains around my ankles suddenly tightened, pulling me back abruptly. The chain was just long enough for me to spot the iron gate, but not long enough for me to walk in. Xie Jianwan had planned this all along. She deliberately let me see the secret, and then made me realize that I had no right to encounter the truth. I stared intently at the iron gate, a fire burning in my chest. The key was nowhere to be found. The chains wouldn't budge, and all clues seemed lost. But I couldn't give up. There had to be another way. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a car outside the window. I immediately pushed the bookcase back, wiped away the traces, and hurried back to the art supply room. The door had just closed when the sound of high heels stopped outside. Xie Jianwan said coldly, "Come downstairs for dinner." I pretended to have just noticed her return and immediately leaned over. "Wan, you're back? Why are you so late today?" She only glanced at me, turned around, and went downstairs, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. The table was laden with dishes, but only two were truly to my liking. I was secretly pleased, however. She remembered what I liked to eat, which meant she hadn't completely let go of me. I offered her some food and whispered, "Don't be angry because of me." She didn't flinch. She even ate the food. I immediately brought up our first date, trying to use memories to bring her back to the past. But she coldly interrupted, "But haven't you destroyed all of these with your own hands?" My heart sank, and the next second I knelt down and slapped myself. I cried and said that I was bewitched, that I was instigated, and that I never really wanted to hurt her. I explained the changes in medication and the revised agreement by saying it was all because I loved her too much and was afraid she would leave me. Xie Jianwan sneered and asked who taught me that. I suppressed my elation and whispered two words, "Bai Wei." Her face instantly turned cold, and she gritted her teeth, saying she should have known it was Bai Wei. She had targeted her in college, and after graduation, our families became rivals. It really did sound like something Bai Wei would do. I took the opportunity to comfort her, telling her not to let Bai Wei upset her. Xie Jianwan glanced at me. "However, did I say I forgave you?" My smile froze, and I could only lower my head and ask her what it would take for her to forgive me. She looked down at me and said, "I'll forgive you when you satisfy me." My anger surged, but I continued to flatter her, saying, "Okay, whatever you say, Nguyen." She smiled and said that her legs were sore from wearing high heels all day. I immediately brought her hot water, carried her to the sofa, and took off her shoes to soak her feet and massage her legs. Watching me busy myself, her expression finally softened a little. Half an hour later, she said she wanted to take a shower and rest, but I kept an eye on the spare key she had on her. She wouldn't let anyone near her while she was showering, but her clothes that she had just changed out of were likely still in the room. I deliberately finished clearing the table before going upstairs. I checked the laundry basket, but there were no keys. Suddenly, I heard her voice from the bathroom. "Chunamo." I froze, immediately rattling the chains, pretending I'd just arrived. She'd simply forgotten her bathrobe and asked me to bring it to the outer room. I put down my bathrobe, deliberately dragging the chain as I left, then quietly returned. The clothes weren't there, the table wasn't there either. Just as I was about to give up, my gaze suddenly fell on her handbag. The sound of running water in the bathroom told me she was about to come out, but I still steeled myself and opened the bag. Reaching a hidden compartment, I finally found a small, cold key. I had just taken out my keys when the bathroom doorknob clicked. I almost lost control, but thankfully she seemed to have forgotten something and went back inside. I quickly put my bag back in its place, grabbed the keys, and left, barely daring to breathe. After going downstairs, I deliberately cooked a bowl of ginseng soup and sat on the sofa waiting for her. When Xie Jinluan came out, I immediately took it to her, saying I was worried she wouldn't sleep well. She coldly asked me, wasn't drugging her last time enough? I explained in a low voice that the soup was being cooked fresh in the kitchen and that I hadn't left the villa at all. She was silent for a moment, then took the ginseng soup, drank it, and left only one sentence, "Don't disappoint me again." I nodded quickly, pretending that I had truly gained her trust. After she returned to her room, I confirmed there was no movement inside, immediately locked the door, and took out my key, aiming it at the chain. Click! The lock opened. The gold chain that had bound me for a day and a night finally came loose. I collapsed to the ground, almost laughing out loud. But I knew the key had to be returned, and the chain had to remain as it was. I disassembled the lock and altered its internal structure with a pen. It appeared locked on the surface, but pressing the protrusion on the side would automatically spring the chain open. After fixing it, I reattached the chain to my foot and, with the key, sneaked into Xie Jinluan's room. She sleeps without the lights on, so the room is pitch black. I groped my way to the desk, and just as I opened my handbag, the lipstick inside made a soft clinking sound. I stood frozen, staring intently at the figure on the bed. Xie Jinluan didn't move, seemingly fast asleep. I quickly put the key back in the hidden compartment and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in the darkness, Xie Jinluan had already opened her eyes, staring straight at the doorway, a slight smile playing on her lips. It seemed that tomorrow, she would see the surprise I had prepared for her. Back in my room, I stared at the chains, my heart pounding. I pinched myself hard, the pain making me gasp, and only then did I realize this wasn't a dream. I really did have the key. But the villa is too far from the city center. I can't possibly run away on foot. Escaping now would only mean falling back into Xie Jinluan's hands. I can only continue to feign compliance and wait until she completely lowers her guard before looking for a real chance to turn the tables. And then there's that secret room. Xie Jinluan hid it so well. There must be something inside that could destroy her. The next morning, she stood by the bed for a long time as usual. I didn't open my eyes until I heard a car coming from downstairs. I didn't unlock the chains immediately. Instead, I went to the window to make sure she was gone. Only after the car had completely driven out of the villa did I remove the chains and head straight for the study. After the bookshelf spun open, the iron door reappeared. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked. Xie Jinluan clearly hadn't expected me to actually find this place. I gently pushed the door open, and a dim, yellow light shone from inside. The dark room was larger than I had imagined. To the left were tables and chairs, to the right piled high with documents, and at the far end sat a locked old wooden crate. I first rummaged through the desk, where there was a framed photo. The photo showed me hugging Xie Jinluan after I successfully confessed my feelings to her. The fact that she kept these photos in a darkroom shows she hasn't completely given up. What's the use of being cute? Can love get me back to where I was? Can love give me everything the Xie family has? I placed the photo frame face down on the table and continued rummaging through the cabinet, quickly finding a tattered sheepskin diary. The first page was filled with red ink. I hate you all. The date was 11 years ago. The handwriting didn't resemble Xie Jinluan's current style. It was more like that of a child driven to the brink of collapse. I flipped through many pages until I finally found a different passage. How interesting, there's someone like me. The following pages described her going to class, eating meals, and going home with a boy. Until one day, she wrote, "He's gone. He was my only friend. How could he leave me?" Then, 2 more entries sent chills down my spine. Finally dead. You're all finally dead. It was followed by, I can finally leave this place. I immediately thought of Xie Jinluan's father, who had died when she was 13. Could it be that her father's and stepmother's deaths were all related to her? If I can find evidence, Xie Jinluan will no longer have the right to imprison me. But as I continued searching, I found a newer diary. This book was started in 2015. The first page reads, I saw him. He looks just like her, especially his eyes. The second page reads, "Today is his birthday. It seems only that woman, and I remember." My hands trembled violently. That date was my birthday. No one but my mother would remember. How could Xie Jinluan know? Why did she mention that woman? Did she already know my mother? I continued scrolling down, and it was full of records about me. She wrote down clearly which day someone confessed their feelings to me, which day I spent Chinese New Year with my mother, which day I had insomnia. The record stopped on the day I thought I had first met her. I finally understood that our first encounter wasn't accidental at all. She had been watching me all along. But why would she spy on an ordinary student? Was it because she had fallen in love with me? Or because she already had some connection to my family? I glanced at the time. It was almost noon. I had no choice but to put the diary back and put the chains back on. After the lunch lady left, I quietly returned to the darkroom. This time, as I picked up the photo frame, a key suddenly fell out from behind me. I immediately opened the wooden crate. The moment the lid was lifted, I froze. Inside were photos of me, from my teenage years to university, many of which I had no idea when they were taken. Below the photo are clothes I'd thrown away, small items I'd used, and gifts I'd given her. She's usually cold and aloof. But this suitcase seems to prove that her obsession with me has long since run frighteningly deep. I put the things back and pulled a document from the bookshelf. My pupils constricted as soon as I saw the contents. It was my father Chen Wei's file, detailing his bankruptcy, gambling, domestic violence, and his sudden disappearance. Tucked inside the documents was a check and a letter. The letter clearly stated that someone had paid off Chen Wei's debts and sent him back to his hometown, while I moved into the house my mother had arranged. The person who provided the money was none other than Xie Jinluan. I was completely confused. Why did she help me deal with my father? She was only 15 years old then, yet she already had access to so many people and so much money. Was she saving me, or was she trapping me in her own world beforehand? The alarm clock suddenly went off, reminding me that Xie Jinluan would be back soon. I immediately reset everything and returned to the studio to continue pretending to paint. But all that remained in my mind was the strange connection between her and my father. Not long after, the sound of a car came from inside. When Xie Jinluan entered, I greeted her with a glass of water. "Nuanyuan, you must be tired. Have some water." She looked at me for a long time, and finally took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. I took her bag and deliberately brought up today's meal. "You remember I like this food from Zhangziwei restaurant." She looked away and said indifferently, "My assistant chose it." I didn't expose her, but I can no longer tell which one is the real Xie Jinluan. The one in the diary who stared at me with such obsessive intensity, or the woman now who is cold and indifferent to everything. "Nuan, have your assistant bring over some ingredients. I'll cook tonight." I followed behind Xie Jinluan, deliberately hiding my probing expression, and spoke in a gentle tone as if nothing had happened. She ignored me and sat down on the sofa. I took her hand and said that I remembered she loved my shrimp soup the most. We've both been busy lately, and I finally had some free time, so I wanted to make it for her myself. Xie Jinluan withdrew her hand, lowered her head to reply to messages, and didn't answer my questions. My heart tightened, but I still asked her, "Can we really not go back to the way things were? 5 years of relationship. Are we really going to be destroyed because of those misunderstandings?" She looked up at me, a hint of mockery in her eyes, which she quickly suppressed. She said she was very confused and needed time to reconsider our relationship. Until she figured things out, I shouldn't even think about leaving this villa. I immediately showed surprise and readily agreed. I told her I would prove my love for her and make her trust me again. She nodded, said she had already sent her assistant over with the groceries, and then turned and went upstairs to attend to her work. As I watched her go up to the 3rd floor, my heart sank. She usually worked in the study. If she went into the dark room and found that the things inside had been tampered with, all my previous efforts would be in vain. After Xie Jinluan entered the study, she pressed a hidden switch next to the bookshelf. The dark room instantly lit up. She did have work to do, but not ordinary documents. She was dealing with information about which companies I should be in contact with next. I didn't have much real power in the company to begin with. Xie Jinluan had always used "it's inconvenient for the time being" as an excuse, but now she was clearly preparing to move to the next step and give me access to more information. She stared at the bookshelf, as if reassessing how much I could handle. Downstairs, I started figuring out how to get information out of the people around her. A short while later, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was Li Shui, Xie Jinluan's personal assistant, carrying 2 large bags of groceries. I invited her into the kitchen, deliberately saying that it was getting late and Xie Jinluan had a sensitive stomach, so I was worried we wouldn't have enough time to cook, and asked her to stay and help. Li Shui initially wanted to refuse, but since she was in charge of taking care of Xie Jinluan, she could only nod in the end. While chopping vegetables, I casually asked her how long she had been with Xie Jinluan. Li Shui said 5 years. Xie Junlin had placed her by his side when Xie Jinluan first joined the company. I casually remarked that 5 years wasn't a short time, and Xie Jinluan would listen to her to some extent. Li Shui immediately cut her off, saying that she was just a subordinate and only responsible for carrying out orders. I didn't press her further, but pretended to care about Xie Jinluan, saying that she was working too hard and hoped that Li Shui would remind her to rest more often. I paused for a moment before asking if the company's shareholders were putting pressure on her again, and whether Xie Junlin also had a problem with me. Li Shui seemed to have been prepared, saying that the shareholders were being pressured by Chairman Xie, and that Chairman Xie had indeed been showing concern for Xie Jinluan recently, so his opinion of me should have changed somewhat. The answer was too smooth, so smooth that it made me suspicious. But Li Shui quickly said the ingredients were washed, refused to stay for dinner, and turned to leave. As soon as she got into her car, she sent the questions I had asked to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan only replied, "Come again tomorrow and let him know what he needs to know." I thought I had gotten some information out of him, but little did I know that even Li Shui's answer was prepared in advance. After I finished cooking dinner, I carried the dishes up to the 3rd floor to call her. Light shone through the crack in the door, and a thought struck me. There really was a hidden switch in that dark room. But I didn't dare ask any questions, and just gently knocked on the door. "Nuan, dinner's ready." She told me to go downstairs and wait. I was back in the restaurant when she came down too. I immediately took her hand, and she didn't refuse, but slowly pulled it away after we sat down. This small gesture rekindled my hope. She took a sip of the shrimp soup and simply said it was about the same as before. I wasn't disappointed. Instead, I brought up the past. That time we went to make ceramics. She couldn't get it right no matter what she did, and she was so anxious she almost cried. I stayed with her and helped her finish it little by little. I told her I still had the ceramic piece, but I hadn't brought it with me. Xie Jinluan's expression shifted slightly, and she said coldly, "Just leave it where it is. It's not like you can't see it." My heart leaped with joy. Did this mean she would let me out sooner or later? I went on to talk about our 4th anniversary. I was busy graduating and looking for a job, while she was busy with her company and school. We had our first big fight. She said she wanted to break up, and I ran to her apartment in the pouring rain, getting completely soaked. That night, she mentioned her mother for the first time, saying she didn't know how to love. I held her hand and said that no one loved her, so I would love her. Now, looking at her again, I whispered, "Nuan, you are the only person I have ever loved in my life." She remained silent for a long time, only saying that she needed time. I smiled and agreed, promising to show her my resolve. Then, as if casually asking about her father, I wanted to see if she would reveal any flaws in her story. Xie Jinluan's face instantly darkened. She said her father died when she was 13. I deliberately pressed her, asking how a man in the prime of his life could suddenly die. She sneered, saying that after doing so many bad things, it wasn't surprising he died in a car accident. Her reaction didn't seem like that of a father's killer, but rather like someone who genuinely hated that man. She quickly realized she had said too much and stood up with a cold face. "I'm full." I knew I had asked too hastily, so I could only watch her go upstairs. After clearing away the dishes, I cooked a bowl of shrimp soup and brought it to her door. She let me in, and I told her she hadn't eaten much for dinner and was worried she might be hungry. She took the soup, sipped it slowly, and her expression had returned to calm. I sat down next to her, feigning disappointment. "Nuan, I shouldn't have brought up the past. I just suddenly realized that I've never really understood you." She replied that people should look forward, and that it was enough for me to be a part of her future. I told her that the wound wouldn't heal if left untreated. It would only grow deeper. She finally interrupted me coldly. "Enough. I've said it before, You don't need to be involved in my past. Let it fester, so what? She told me to leave, saying she was tired. I left with the unfinished soup, outwardly complying. But inwardly, I became increasingly certain that she must be hiding a secret. She would visit her mother's grave every year, but never her father's. Her diary, written when she was 7, was already filled with hatred for her father and stepmother. Her father died in a car accident when she was 13, and her stepmother disappeared after that. Xie Junlin happened to be back in China around that time. These things couldn't all be coincidences. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Xie Junlin probably knew the truth. Even the deaths of my father and stepmother might be related to her. Xie Junluan was too young to do it herself, but Xie Junlin had money, resources, and enough reason to avenge her sister and niece. But there's another possibility. The stepmother isn't dead at all. No one has ever truly confirmed the woman's whereabouts. Maybe she escaped back then. Maybe she's been hiding somewhere all this time. If I find her, the Xie family's secret will fall into my hands. By then, no matter how cold Xie Jinluan was, she would have no choice but to obey me. Early the next morning, after Xie Jinluan left, I immediately slipped into the secret room. I barely slept last night. The thought that her stepmother might still be alive filled me with uncontrollable excitement. As long as I found that woman first, the Xie family's lifeline would be in my hands. The documents on the bookshelf weren't labeled, so I had to flip through them one by one. But the more I looked, the more alarmed I became. They were full of scandals and evidence involving wealthy families. The Xie family's ability to maintain their dominance in S-City all these years wasn't just due to money, but also because of these trump cards that could expose others at any moment. I took out my phone and took pictures of all the dirt on the people who had offended me. Once I take control of the Xie family, they'll all be begging me on their knees. But when I flipped to the next document, my hand suddenly froze, because most of the file had been burned. The tattered page bore 2 words, Lu Yun. That was my mother's name. The information stated that she was from a small county town, met Qin Wei after being admitted to university in S-City, and later married into the Qin family. After the Qin family went bankrupt, Qin Wei became addicted to gambling and domestic violence. She left me behind and climbed the social ladder alone. The rest of the content was gone. I stared at the tattered pages, my mind a complete mess. My mother did indeed marry a wealthy man later and gave Qin Wei some money, so he wouldn't dare hit me so easily anymore. But she visited me less and less afterward, until she completely disappeared after I graduated from high school. Why was this document burned? Who didn't want me to know who my mother married later? I suddenly thought of Xie Jinluan's father. But Xie Jinluan wrote in his diary that those 2 people had died long ago, and this connection seemed to have been deliberately severed. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became, but suddenly a line of logic appeared in my mind. Xie Jinluan started monitoring me right after her father's death and Xie Junlin's return to China. If they found out about my stepmother, they could naturally have followed that lead to me. So Xie Junlin looked down on me not just because I was poor. She probably already knew that I was Xie Jinluan's stepmother's son. Yet Xie Jinluan fell in love with me while monitoring me, and even turned against his aunt in order to marry me. That made a lot of things make sense. But I still wanted to be sure if my mother was still alive. Just as I was about to continue looking through the documents, Li Shui's voice suddenly came from outside. Mr. Chun. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately shoved the document back into its place. Li Shui knew Xie Jinluan didn't allow anyone into the study. If she saw me here, I was finished. Her voice grew closer, and I didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Li Shui muttered to herself, saying she hadn't seen any chains along the way. Was I still sleeping in my room? I listened close to the wall until the footsteps faded into the direction of the kitchen before quietly leaving the study and using the railing as cover to return to my room. I fastened the chains again, but my mind was filled with thoughts of my mother. She used to sing to me to sleep when I was little, and she would shield me when Chun Wei got drunk and became violent. Why would Xie Jinluan hate a woman like that to such an extent? A knock came at the door shortly after. Li Shui reminded me that Xie Jinluan would be getting off work soon and asked if I should prepare dinner. I deliberately ruffled my hair, pretending to have just woken up, and said apologetically that I had overslept. Li Shui said she would stay and help out for another hour and a half. When I entered the kitchen, all the ingredients were already washed. I took the opportunity to ask her to call me Brother Chun, and then started chatting casually, trying to find out about her and Xie Jinluan's situation at the company. Li Shui said that although Xie Jinluan was strict, she never mistreated her employees. Overtime was paid double, and holidays triple, and ordinary employees rarely complained. I smiled and praised her for being popular, but in my heart I was thinking, how could someone with that kind of personality not have enemies? I deliberately said that she was too stubborn and probably had made a lot of enemies. Li Shui paused slightly while chopping vegetables, then calmly said, "They're all a rabble. Once President Xie has a more stable position, their dissatisfaction won't matter." I smiled and agreed, but deep down I knew even better that a mob could cause trouble. With enough numbers, even the most stable building will be cracked. Once I'm inside the Xie family, I'll find all her enemies. As evening fell, I heard the sound of a car. I immediately ran to the door to greet her. Xie Jinluan looked terrible. I took her bag and softly asked if she wasn't feeling well. She only said she was tired. I didn't press her for details, but I knew she had probably gone to see a therapist again. During dinner, I suddenly said with certainty, "Nuan, you didn't go to the company today." She looked up at me, but didn't explain. I took her hand, pressed it to my heart, and pretended to be the most affectionate. "It's okay if you don't want to talk, but you should know that I'll always be on your side. I'm always ready to listen whenever you want to speak." I peeled a shrimp, put it in her bowl, and added softly, "Only when you're willing to talk about the past can you truly say you've stepped out of those shadows." Xie Jinluan's eyes reddened slightly as she nodded gently, but as she lowered her head to eat the shrimp, she was thinking about something else entirely. I think I've already guessed what's going on. The next step is either to continue searching for evidence myself, or to let the truth gradually leak out of her. After Xie Jinluan finished eating the shrimp, her eyes suddenly softened. She said that instead of burying the past completely, she wanted me to accompany her as she slowly moved on. I thought I had finally moved her, so I immediately hugged her and told her that I was willing to do anything as long as she believed in me. After dinner, I cleaned up the kitchen and sat on the sofa, continuing to think about my mother's whereabouts. She completely disappeared after I graduated, just when Xie Jinluan had been keeping an eye on me for a long time. Could it be that my mother discovered the Xie family had tracked her down, forcing her to cut off contact and hide somewhere else? Just then, Xie Jinluan's voice came from upstairs. "Chinemo." I rushed to the bathroom door immediately. She was silent for a long time before whispering, "Come in." I pushed open the outer door, and through the frosted glass, I could only see her blurry figure and the water flowing down her face. She called me again. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the inner door. Xie Jinluan stood in the center of the bathroom. Her bathrobe slipped down to her waist. But before I could think any further, I saw the dense scars on her back, and I froze on the spot. Noticing my silence, she immediately pulled her bathrobe tighter and looked down to ask, "It's ugly, isn't it?" I almost instinctively hugged her, my voice changing. "No, it's not ugly at all. Who hurt you like this?" Xie Jinluan seemed surprised by my reaction, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. I hugged her tightly, but my chest inexplicably ached, and tears uncontrollably streamed down my face. I didn't even understand myself why I was crying for her pain. After a long while, I finally said in a hoarse voice, "Nuan, don't be afraid. I'll protect you from now on." She didn't answer, but just buried her face in my shoulder. At that moment, she seemed to have truly let down her guard, and for the first time, I couldn't understand what she was thinking. She said she was tired, so I carried her back to her room and dried her hair. Xie Jinluan remained silent for a long time before finally telling me that she didn't want me to touch her, not because she didn't love me, but because she had too many scars on her body and didn't want me to see those ugly past experiences. She said that shortly after her mother's burial, her father brought another woman home. When she was 7 or 8 years old, that woman moved into the Xie family home permanently. When her father was not around, the woman would pinch her, whip her, and hit her with high heels, as if torturing an inanimate object. Xie Jinluan cried as she recounted how she had run to her father for help, only to be coldly told that she deserved to be disciplined because she had upset her stepmother. From that day on, she finally understood that the man had never loved her. I was stunned. Could the stepmother she was talking about really be my mother, Lu Yin? But in my memory, my mother was so gentle that she wouldn't even chase away a stray cat. How could she possibly be the madwoman Xie Jinluan was talking about? Xie Jinluan then said that her father and that woman went on a trip together and died in a car accident. She asked me if I thought that woman's death was too easy. I immediately suppressed my emotions and said, "Of course, anyone who dares to hurt her like that deserves to die 100 times over." She said that the government notified Xie Junlin to return to China because both of them were dead. I comforted her, repeatedly telling her that I would take care of things from now on. But after she fell asleep, I sat by the window, lit a cigarette, and the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. If they truly died in an accident, why didn't my mother ever come back to find me? Xie Jinluan might believe in the car accident, but Xie Junlin may not have only learned the truth later. My mother's disappearance is probably the most crucial breakthrough in the whole matter. I decided to keep Xie Jinluan in check until I regained my freedom, then try to contact people outside. Bai Wei was the most suitable pawn. She was Xie Jinluan's enemy, and possibly the first weak point in my rebuilding network. The next day was Saturday. I got up early, took all the ingredients out of the refrigerator, and made a breakfast. Xie Jinluan had just reopened old wounds last night, and now was her most vulnerable moment. I had to strike while the iron was hot and make her loosen her grip on me. When Xie Jinluan came downstairs, I was busy setting the table. I helped her to the sofa, saying that the kitchen was smoky and I didn't want her to get hurt. She looked at the breakfast spread on the table, seemingly moved, and tasted a bite of each dish, but suddenly dropped her chopsticks at my feet. As she looked down, she saw the gold chain on my ankle. I bent down to pick up the chopsticks and gave her a new pair. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked me to go upstairs and bring her handbag. A thought flashed through my mind. Was she going to give me the key? I pretended not to understand and handed her the bag. Xie Jinluan took the key out of a hidden compartment, held it in her palm, and asked me with a smile what was inside. I said it was my love for her. She finally smiled, handed me the key, but her tone was cold and gentle. "Chen Mo, here's the key. But you must never disappoint me again, or the consequences will be severe." Xie Jinluan handed me the keys, but I didn't take them. Her words, "The consequences will be severe," were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering me up. Although she said she was willing to trust me, she was clearly still wary. I stared into her eyes and whispered, "Nuan, I can't accept this. The lock on your heart hasn't been unlocked, so there's no point in me holding this key." I deliberately spoke with deep emotion, hoping she would be moved. I said, "The key to the lock on my body is in her hands, and the key to the lock on her heart is in my hands. We should unlock them together, instead of pretending to reconcile with just one key." Xie Jinluan turned her head away, as if to hide her emotions. But the next second she took the key back and said softly, "You're right. I'll give it to you after we've completely resolved our differences." I almost lost my smile. The opportunity was right in front of me, but I pushed it back myself. I could only bite the bullet and say that it would be best if it were, while pretending to be troubled. It's just that I'm so bored staying in the villa by myself. All I do is paint and sleep. I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my sense of reality. Xie Jinluan almost laughed out loud, but pretended to be serious and asked me if I wanted her to clear out a gym. I looked at her resentfully. "Nuan, you know that's not what I meant." She was silent for a moment, then told me to open my phone and take a look. I took out my phone and was almost overjoyed to see the network restored. I hadn't gotten the keys, but the internet was back. Xie Jinluan took my hand and said she was willing to give me another chance, only hoping I wouldn't betray her again. I immediately hugged her and thanked her repeatedly. For the rest of the weekend, I barely touched my phone and focused on staying by her side. I gave her water when she was thirsty, cooked for her when she was hungry, and even took care of her meals myself, pretending to be more affectionate than anyone else. Xie Jinluan seemed to be enjoying herself, but I didn't know what she was waiting for. After the weekend, she went to work. I didn't rush into the dark room. Instead, I tried to open the villa's front door first, but it wouldn't budge, even after I kicked it twice. I then realized that restored internet access didn't mean freedom. Xie Jinluan was willing to give me a chance to contact the outside world, but still wouldn't let me go out. Since that was the case, I could only try to keep Bai Wei calm online for now, and then slowly persuade Xie Jinluan to lift the restrictions. But Bai Wei wasn't stupid. To get her to cooperate with me, I had to offer enough incentives. I remembered there might be Bai family information in the secret room, so I immediately went in and searched through it, finally finding a document recording the internal workings of the Bai family. Bai Wei's mother, Bai Mingzhu, is the chairperson of the Bai group. When Bai Wei was 8 years old, she killed a man who had ulterior motives towards her. From then on, Bai Mingzhu truly focused her attention on her daughter. The information also stated that Bai Wei and Xie Jinluan had similar upbringings and were often compared. Bai Wei harbored resentment towards Xie Jinluan because of this, which gave me an opportunity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as her hatred runs deep enough, she can become my weapon. Meanwhile, Bai Wei barged into Xie Jinluan's office. She brought a project document, saying it was bait specifically prepared for Chinemo. After reviewing it, Xie Jinluan decided to pave the way first, and once I could leave the villa, he would hand the project over to me. Bai Wei smiled and agreed, but deliberately reminded Xie Jinluan that Chen Imo might not be able to handle such a large amount of meat. Xie Jinluan only told her to be careful and not to kill him. They thought I was still trapped in the cage, but they didn't know that I had already begun looking for a way out. Just then, Bai Wei's phone rang. It was me. She answered, deliberately putting it on speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, I called out to her. Wei Wei, it wasn't that I deliberately didn't answer the phone that night. I genuinely had something I couldn't tell you. Bai Wei pretended to be completely unaware, saying she thought I didn't want to see her. I took the opportunity to explain that I had recently encountered some trouble, but it had been resolved. She continued to press, and I didn't mention being imprisoned. I was merely testing whether she knew Xie Jinluan's true identity. I lowered my voice and asked, Wei Wei, you know my wife is Xie Jinluan, right? Bai Wei hesitated deliberately and said she knew, but they were just friends. So, as if making a painful decision, I told her that I had evidence that could completely ruin Xie Jinluan's career. Bai Wei immediately turned cold and asked her why she trusted Xie Jinluan's husband. I breathed a sigh of relief. The more cautious she was, the more valuable she was. I gritted my teeth and said that Xie Jinluan didn't love me at all. She just wanted to use the marriage to get revenge on me. I told her that Xie Jinluan's stepmother was my mother. She hated my mother and she hated me, which was why she dragged me into this marriage. Bai Wei was silent. In the end, I only said, go find out the truth. I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Bai Wei turned to look at Xie Jinluan, her eyes filled with excitement. He actually guessed that you married him to get revenge on him? Xie Jinluan sipped her tea and listened to Bai Wei say that I had guessed the truth. She just smiled faintly and said, do you think that's possible? She had long seen through my intentions. She would not admit that I coveted the Xie family's assets. She would only make up a respectable reason to disguise my ambition as a forced counterattack. Bai Wei looked disgusted after hearing this and called me hypocritical and repulsive. Xie Jinluan hugged her and told her to contact me again in the afternoon. She said that what I revealed wasn't a secret, and as long as the Bai family investigated, they would find out quickly. Then, they could just proceed according to plan. I felt much relieved after hanging up the phone. I couldn't get involved in the Xie family's past, but the Bai family was different. Bai Wei might not be reliable, but she was backed by the Bai group. If she was willing to help, I would have a chance to find my mother and also give Xie Jinluan some support. Around 4 p.m., Bai Wei finally called. She said she had found some information and was beginning to believe my suspicions. When she mentioned the word perpetrator, my heart tightened, but I immediately asked her if my mother was still alive. Bai Wei said that Lu Yun's identity hadn't been revoked, so theoretically, she was still alive. I lowered my voice and told her that my mother had suddenly disappeared 5 years ago, and I couldn't find her no matter how hard I looked. Bai Wei immediately asked me if I suspected Xie Jinluan had hidden her. I didn't rule out any possibility of a definitive answer, only telling her that there might be more to the story behind Xie Jinluan's father and stepmother's deaths. I have Xie Jinluan's past records, enough to prove that the Xie family is definitely not clean. As long as we find Lu Yun, all the hidden truths will come to light. Bai Wei remained silent for a long time before finally agreeing to join forces. She clearly saw an opportunity as well. The Bai family had been suppressed by the Xie family for many years, and they couldn't possibly not want to turn things around. I needed her resources, and she needed the clues I had. This cooperation seemed like a win-win situation. After hanging up the phone, I stayed in the studio, painting a portrait of Xie Jinluan during their passionate romance. Li Shui brought in the groceries and was stunned when she saw the painting. I pretended to be embarrassed and said that our 4th anniversary would be in a few days, and I wanted to give her a gift in person. Li Shui was moved by my deep affection and said that Xie Jinluan would definitely like it, even praising us as a match made in heaven. I smiled and nodded, but I knew very well that only when everyone believed that I still loved her would Xie Jinluan truly lower her guard. In the evening, Xie Jinluan returned to the villa and collapsed wearily onto the sofa. I brought her some water and then led her to the dining room. On the table was Buddha jumps over the wall, a dish I had specially prepared. She leaned against me and whispered that it felt so good to be able to have dinner with her husband at home. At that moment, I almost thought she had truly softened. If only a few more days passed, and she saw the painting, I could regain my freedom and rejoin the Xie family. As for Bai Wei, I wasn't in a hurry. Once I had the evidence, the Xie family would eventually change their surname to Chun. For the next few days, I was completely obedient to Xie Jinluan. I prepared her clothes when she got up, personally took care of her meals, and even laid out her toiletries in advance. Xie Jinluan seemed touched, but her eyes always held a coldness that I couldn't understand. On Friday evening, she returned to the villa, only to find the living room lights off and me nowhere to be seen. Just as she called my name, Li Shui came out with an eye mask, saying I had prepared a surprise. Xie Jinluan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately put on the eye mask. Li Shui helped her up to the 3rd floor, and I took her hand at the entrance of the studio. As soon as she entered, I removed her blindfold. The walls were covered with her photos and pictures of us together, and flower petals carpeted the floor. The huge painting in the center was covered by a red curtain. I led her to the painting and whispered, "Nuan Nuan, let's open it together." The curtain fell, and in the painting, she stood among roses, smiling brightly and gently. Xie Jinluan covered her mouth, her eyes actually reddening. I hugged her and told her it was our 4th anniversary, and that I wanted to unlock her heart myself. Xie Jinluan was silent for a long time, then finally smiled and said, "Now, you've done it." The next second, she kissed me. When we came downstairs, red wine and dinner were already set on the table. I sat down opposite her, raised my glass, and said it was a candlelight dinner prepared for her. Xie Jinluan clinked glasses with me, smiling, and said that after getting married, she thought she would never experience this kind of romance again. I immediately declared that regardless of marriage, she would always be the person I cared about most. Xie Jinluan lowered her eyes, concealing the sarcasm in them, then refilled her glass. "Then tonight, let's drink until we drop." A bottle of red wine was quickly emptied. Xie Jinluan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were glazed, and I myself was quite drunk. After dinner, I carried her back to the room. That night, the room was filled with the warmth of spring, and our love was so intense that it felt as if the whole world had shrunk to just the 2 of us. The next morning, Xie Jinluan woke up with a heavy head. She turned her head and saw me sleeping beside her, then remembered everything that had happened the night before. She looked down at the chain on my foot and smiled softly, then put the key on the bedside table. Not long after, the phone rang. I answered it groggily, and Bai Wei's voice came through immediately. "I found a clue about your mother." I instantly snapped awake, sat up abruptly, and pressed her for details about what she had found. Bai Wei told me that tracing the money transfer account from 5 years ago revealed that Lu Yun wasn't dead. He was still in S City. My mind went blank. My mother had always been in this city. How could Xie Jinluan have been completely unaware? Bai Wei suspected that Xie Jinluan had known her mother's whereabouts for a long time and had even been hiding her. This suspicion pierced her heart like a needle. If her mother had indeed survived the car accident and fallen into Xie Jinluan's hands, then her disappearance all these years would make perfect sense. I told Bai Wei to continue the investigation. Xie Jinluan wouldn't keep my mother around for no reason. She must be afraid my mother has some evidence. After hanging up the phone, I realized I was sleeping in Xie Jinluan's room, and she was no longer there. The key on the bedside table warmed my heart. I unlocked the chains, changed my clothes, and made a point of fixing my hair. Xie Jinluan's willingness to leave the key with me meant she was finally beginning to trust me, and this was my best chance to fight for my freedom. I went downstairs to prepare breakfast and then opened the refrigerator to prepare lunch. Xie Jinluan doesn't like me going into the study, and I can't cross her line now. I need to make her feel that I've completely become the Chun Mo who loves her and can't live without her again. Little did I know, the computer in the study was connected to a surveillance camera. Xie Jinluan saw everything. My phone call, my expression, my reaction when I took the keys. She turned off the screen and only sent Lin Yu a message. You can release some information now. After preparing lunch, I went to the study to call her. Xie Jinluan, seeing how specially I had dressed up, actually smiled and complimented me on how beautiful I looked today. I deliberately asked her if she was initially attracted to my face. She said that looks were just the beginning. She loved my character. Those words sank my heart. She never loved me, but rather the persona I projected. Yet, I immediately smiled, took her hand, and said that meeting her was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to me. She looked at me, a smile in her eyes, but the smile never truly deepened. In the afternoon, I called Li Shui and told her that I wanted to cook a candlelight dinner for Xie Jinluan myself tonight, and asked her not to come. After Li Shui agreed, she immediately told Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan only replied with 2 words, I know. Before evening, I went to see Xie Jinluan again, saying that we were missing a lot of ingredients and seasonings for dinner. At first, she told me to make fewer dishes, but I deliberately looked embarrassed. When she asked, I told her that there was a supermarket 10 kilometers away where I could buy everything. Xie Jinluan looked at me, as if she had finally softened. She handed me the car keys and told me to hurry back. I had just reached the door when I awkwardly stopped. I didn't have permission to enter the villa. I couldn't get out at all. As if she had just remembered, she took out her phone and registered my face. When the door clicked open, I could barely breathe. Fresh air rushed in, and I was finally standing outside the villa again. I got into Xie Jinluan's car, and as we drove towards the supermarket, I memorized the surrounding roads. Today I was just going out to buy groceries, but as long as I could step out of that door, I would eventually be able to completely break free from her control. On that day, she would definitely regret it. On the other side, Xie Jinluan sat on the sofa watching the monitor. On the screen, I was humming a song, my joy barely concealed. She smiled softly, wondering if I would still be able to smile after I saw my mother. After shopping, I didn't linger and immediately returned to the villa. Xie Jinluan was sitting on the sofa, holding a book, but she hadn't turned the pages for a long time. I thought she was waiting for me, and I became increasingly certain that this trip was a test she had given me. I squatted down in front of her and asked in a deliberately aggrieved tone, Nuan Nuan, shouldn't I be praised for coming back so quickly? She asked me what kind of praise I wanted, and I pointed to my lips, my ears turning red. Xie Jinluan stared at me for a while, then suddenly pinched my chin and gently kissed me. The kiss was light, but it made me freeze. I hurriedly looked away, said I was going to cook, and turned to run into the kitchen. I stood before the stove, fingertips touching my lips, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossing my mind. But I quickly pinched myself. Chinemo, you can't be soft-hearted. Even if she truly loves you, she hasn't handed the Xie family business over to you. I stared at the fire in the pot, my gaze gradually turning cold. Nuanyuan, once I succeed, I'll let you stay at home. You won't have to worry about anything. As long as you still love me, I will never let you down. Early Monday morning, after confirming that Xie Jinluan had left, I immediately went to the front door to scan my face. A notification sounded, and the door opened smoothly. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't revoked my access. My phone suddenly rang. It was Bai Wei. She got straight to the point, saying she had found Lu Yun's location, but the situation was dire. My heart sank, and I immediately pressed her for details about my mother's whereabouts. Bai Wei told me in a low voice that Lu Yun was being held at the Qingmu Sanatorium. That's a place for mental patients. I froze. My mother was perfectly lucid 5 years ago. How could she suddenly be sent there? My first thought was Xie Jinluan. If Xie Junlin had made the move, he would have left no survivors. The only person capable of keeping a normal person confined in a sanatorium for 5 years without letting the outside world find out is Xie Jinluan. Bai Wei said they couldn't find out who did it yet. It seems the Xie family has stopped keeping an eye on Lu Yun in recent years, which means my mother has no value in their eyes anymore. But the more they say this, the less I dare to think about how she's been tortured. I told Bai Wei that I had to see my mother in person. Even if her testimony was unreliable, as long as she was alive, she would know the truth about what happened back then. Bai Wei agreed to make arrangements, but reminded me that there were still people watching the area near the sanatorium, and I couldn't act rashly. After hanging up the phone, I bit my tongue without even realizing it. My mother had protected me when Chun Wei was drunk, wiping my wounds and coaxing me to sleep. She wasn't perfect, but she was the only person who had ever truly cared for me. Even if Xie Jinluan really is the one who harmed her, I can't show any weakness now. I must continue to pretend to love her and keep her from being on guard. As long as I can see my mother, I can find the first knife to tear apart the Xie family. Meanwhile, Bai Wei had already told Xie Jinluan about the situation. She excitedly asked if she would completely lose control when she saw Lu Yun's current state. Xie Jinluan, however, told her to calm him down and not let him ruin the game prematurely. Bai Wei suddenly asked if the plan would remain unchanged from beginning to end. Xie Jinluan was silent for a moment, then said in a cold tone, "It won't change. My leniency towards Chun Mo is a betrayal of myself and my mother." A few days later, Bai Wei called again. She said she had made arrangements and asked me to come over the next day. The sanatorium wasn't shown on the map. It was ostensibly a branch, but in reality, it was specifically for detaining people who shouldn't be seen by outsiders. That night, I didn't sleep a wink. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts, and my mind was filled with the image of my mother locked in the dark. The next day, as soon as Xie Jinluan left, I was glued to my phone, afraid of missing a message from Bai Wei. The phone rang, and I answered it almost immediately. Bai Wei said the car would be there soon and told me to wait outside. I rushed downstairs, used facial recognition to open the door, but instead of going through the main entrance, I crawled out through the dog hole next to the villa. Not long after, a black car pulled up by the roadside. The driver introduced himself as Zhang Jian, and the passenger was his younger brother, Zhang Chong. They said they would take me into the sanatorium, and Zhang Chong would be on lookout duty. I had to come out immediately if I heard a whistle. The car drove for a long time before finally stopping in front of a dilapidated 3-story building. High walls surrounded the area, the tops of which were covered with barbed wire rings. It didn't look like a sanatorium. It looked more like a prison used to bury people. Zhang Chong led me around to the back door and knocked the code on the iron gate. An old man poked his head out to verify my identity before opening the door. He handed me the key, pointed to the innermost room, and gestured for us to go there ourselves. Hospital gowns were hanging out to dry in the courtyard, but there was hardly anyone to be seen. Patients upstairs stared at me through their windows, and as soon as I looked over, they immediately drew the curtains again. It was eerily quiet here. Even the sound of the wind seemed to be a reminder for me to leave quickly. After we reached the end of the road, Zhang Chong shoved the key into my hand, saying he would wait outside. I stood in front of the blackened wooden door, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. I dared not think whether the person behind the door was still my mother. I dared not delay. My fingers trembled as I inserted the key into the lock. The door opened, revealing a dimly lit room containing only a bed, a table, and a bathroom. The disheveled woman on the bed looked up, and my heart sank instantly. That's my mother, Lu Yun. She used to be extremely meticulous about cleanliness, even smoothing the hems of her clothes before leaving the house. But now, her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, as if she had been trapped here for many years. My throat tightened, and I managed to call out with difficulty, "Mom." Lu Yun looked at me and suddenly smiled like a child. "Did you come here to play with me?" I quickly said that I was Chun Mo, her son, but she burst into tears as if frightened, covering her head and telling me to leave quickly. I could only soften my voice and agree with her, playing with her. She immediately became happy and insisted on playing house, declaring that she was the mother and I was the son, and that I had to listen to her in everything. My heart was breaking, but I dared not upset her. She said she was going out to buy groceries and turned to run towards the door. I immediately stopped her and told her to wait a little longer, that I would definitely find a way to get her away from here. She quickly changed her mind, saying she didn't want to be a mother anymore, but a baby, and even forced me to braid her hair. But as soon as I picked up the hair tie, she suddenly shrank to the corner of the bed, covered her head, and screamed, "Go away. Don't touch me. The fire is so big." Baby's scared. Fire? I immediately grasped the word. There had never been a fire in the house. She could only be referring to the car accident years ago. But just as I was about to ask more questions, she completely lost control upon hearing my name, her hands flailing wildly, repeatedly calling out, "Baby, my baby." The next second, she knelt on the bed, kowtowing repeatedly, crying, "It's all my fault. Don't touch my child. I confess. He's still young, he's innocent." I froze. What had my mother done? And who was threatening her with me? I knelt down to comfort her and asked if someone had pressured her. Lu Yun shook her head frantically, muttering incoherently. "I didn't mean to. I want to see my child alive. You deserve to die for the sins you committed." Her words were fragmented, as if she was deliberately trying to mislead me. Just as I was about to ask more questions, a whistle suddenly came from outside. Zhang Chong was urging me to leave. I glanced back at my mother, then gritted my teeth and got up. I had just reached the door when Lu Yun suddenly shouted at me, "Baby, Mommy's here. Mommy loves you." Those words hit me like a hammer blow. I immediately realized that she might not be crazy at all. She was just putting on an act for someone else. I locked the door and followed Zhang Chong out the back. We took a side road, which added half an hour to our return journey. Back at the villa, I sat in my room, lit a cigarette, and replayed every word my mother had said in my mind. If she's faking insanity, it means there's been surveillance in the room all along. She doesn't dare tell me the truth directly, so she uses her delusions to remind me. When she says, "I'm the mother, you're the son," she's telling me she still has her sanity. She referred to the car accident as fire. Her breakdown when she mentioned me suggests someone had threatened her with me. She repeatedly pleaded guilty, saying it wasn't intentional. Did she really kill Wu Yang? A terrifying suspicion slowly took shape. Xie Jinluan used my life to force my mother to take action, and my mother thought that by doing so, she could save me. But Xie Jinluan had no intention of letting her go, and in the end, she locked her up in a sanatorium, making everyone think she had gone mad. But Xie Jinluan was just a child back then. The one who truly orchestrated this was Xie Junlin. One played the good cop, and the other hid in the shadows, trapping my mother and me in this scheme. The more I thought about it, the more I hated her. Lu Yun is our mother. How could Xie Jinluan drive her to such a state? I must ask her face to face. Even if it means tearing things apart, I must get an answer from her. Meanwhile, Xie Jinluan had already connected to the sanatorium's surveillance system. She watched Lu Yun feign madness, her eyes filled with nothing but mockery. Lu Yun thought she could fool me, but little did she know, every word she uttered was under Xie Jinluan's control. Xie Jinluan left work early and returned to the villa. The living room lights were off, with only the flickering glow of the cigarette between my fingers. She stood in the darkness watching me, as if she already knew I was waiting for her. I hadn't straightened my clothes, and I didn't even know where my tie was. Seeing her come in, I stubbed out my cigarette, walked up to her, but couldn't speak for a long time. Xie Jinluan didn't urge me, just waited calmly. Finally, my voice was hoarse. "Did you lock my mother up?" Xie Jinluan calmly replied. "Her going to the sanatorium has nothing to do with me. It was her own choice." My eyes reddened on the spot, and I angrily said that it was impossible. But she looked at me and revealed an even more cruel truth, word by word. She killed someone. Murder is punishable by death. Unless she has a mental illness diagnosis and can prove that she killed Wu Liang when she was having an episode, she simply cannot survive. I gritted my teeth and said that she was the culprit. Xie Jinluan smiled gently. I was only 12 or 13 years old at that time, still a child. You can't blame me for all the dirty things your mother did. She moved closer to me, pulled a small recorder from my pocket, and gently waved it in front of my eyes. My pupils contracted sharply. When had she found out? I reached out to grab it, but she took a step back, causing me to miss. In that moment, I knew we had completely fallen out. But I still stared at her and asked, "You've got the recorder, and you still won't tell the truth?" Xie Jinluan tilted her head, seemingly genuinely confused. "I'm just telling the truth. You want to hear the details?" "Sure, I'll tell you slowly." I stood there, feeling fear for the first time. What if the truth wasn't what I suspected? What if my mother really was the murderer? But I don't believe it. Without Xie Jinluan and Xie Junlin's coercion, my mother couldn't have become like this. Xie Jinluan must still be lying to me. "You tell me." I gritted my teeth, the voice almost forced out of my throat. Xie Jinluan, however, seemed to have been waiting for this moment, and slowly smiled. The injuries on my body were all left by your mother. Do you think I would hate her? She said that after her aunt returned, she gave her enough money and manpower. So she locked Wu Liang and Lu Yun in the basement and made them cry in the dark for a week. Only when the two of them completely broke down did she tell them that only one of them could leave S City alive. She told Wu Liang the same thing. In the end, Wu Liang wanted to kill Lu Yun first, but Lu Yun chose to cooperate with Xie Jinluan even faster. She pretended to escape from the basement with Wu Liang, then got into the car that Xie Jinluan had prepared and personally led him into a deadly trap. People who have just come out of the basement cannot withstand the bright light. Lu Yun kept harassing Wu Liang in the car, which eventually overturned off the road. Afterwards, she locked the car doors and escaped alone. Wu Liang was trapped in the burning car and eventually died in the flames. I stood there, completely drained of strength. I refused to believe that my mother, who would wipe my wounds and lull me to sleep, could lock me in a car and leave me to die. I shook my head frantically. No way. You're lying to me. Xie Jinluan gripped my chin and said coldly that Wu Liang's death had always been a cold case, and the police had long considered Lu Yun a prime suspect. It wasn't until my senior year of high school that the police had uncovered a crucial lead. She paused, then added casually, "So, your mother came to see me." With tears in my eyes, I asked her why her mother was looking for her when she was clearly the culprit. Xie Jinluan smiled and said, "Because at that time, the only person who could save her was me." She forged a mental illness record for Lu Yun, sent her to the Qingmu sanatorium, and helped her avoid imprisonment. With the diagnostic data and pressure from above, the police could only classify the case as a car accident. Hearing this, I slumped onto the sofa, my face deathly pale. My mother wasn't my bargaining chip. Rather, she was Xie Jinluan's most complete trump card. Xie Jinluan sat down next to me, reminding me as if it were a handout, "You should thank me. Without me, you would only be able to visit her in prison." I covered my face with my hands, my chest feeling like it was being crushed by a stone. It turned out that all my plans were built on delusion from the very beginning. But she didn't let me off the hook immediately. Instead, she asked who helped me see Lu Yun. I forced myself to calm down and said no one helped me. I just found the information in the dark room and got out on my own. Then I stared at her. "When exactly did you start spying on me?" Xie Jinluan chuckled and said, "Since I already know, why ask?" I gritted my teeth and pressed on. Since she already knew I was Lu Yun's son, why did she pretend it was the first time she met me? And why did she agree to marry me? A flash of disgust crossed her eyes. Lu Yun isn't really my stepmother. At most she's Wu Liang's mistress. She hadn't originally wanted to involve me, but someone had brought my information to her. She was very curious as to why a woman capable of harming others would be so gentle with her son. I was still unwilling to give up and insisted that she tell me her reasons for marrying me. But she remained silent for a long time, only coldly saying that she wouldn't be returning to the villa for the time being, that Li Shui would bring her food, that it wasn't safe outside, and that I shouldn't go out. After saying that, she turned and left without giving me any answer. The villa fell silent again. I went into the bar and started downing bottle after bottle. I thought I had evidence to fight back, but it was all a joke. I climbed so high, only to find that I had always been just a pawn in her game. When Li Shui arrived, I was so drunk I could barely stand. She tried to persuade me to eat, but I coldly replied, "Get out." She tried to continue, but I added, "Unless you take me out." Li Shui fell silent, and could only call Xie Jinluan to report. After listening, Xie Jinluan simply told her to leave. Hearing the door close, I stared at the shattered glass on the floor, and suddenly felt resentful. Why should I accept my fate? Xie Jinluan could rely on the Xie family to rise again, and I can rely on myself to stand up again. I took a shower, shaved, changed into clean clothes, and finished all the food Li Shui had left. Xie Jinluan watched me regain my composure on the monitor and seemed quite satisfied. But she didn't know that I had already begun to think of a new way out. I can't stay in S City. The Xie family has too many spies. The safest way is to leave, even go abroad. But right now I have no connections, no money, and no one I can trust. After much thought, I can only turn my attention back to Bai Wei. Bai Wei was unaware that Lu Yun had no evidence whatsoever, nor did she know that Xie Jinluan had completely cornered me. I prepared my explanation and dialed her number. She laughed and asked if I wanted to get the evidence and then go solo. I lowered my voice and said, "It's not that I didn't want to contact you. It's just that Xie Jinluan might have discovered your people. She came back yesterday and immediately questioned me." Bai Wei's voice changed instantly. "Impossible. Brother Zhang Jian never leaves a trace, unless..." "Unless what?" Bai Wei was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Unless it was Xie Jinluan who set up the whole thing from the beginning. She thought Lu Yun would hand over the evidence to you, so she deliberately leaked the information to make you and your son walk into the trap." I felt a sense of relief and immediately went along with her words, saying that my mother must still have something Xie Jinluan feared, otherwise she wouldn't have let Lu Yun live until now. Bai Wei asked me how I was doing, and I smiled bitterly and said that I had been locked up in the villa by Xie Jinluan. Bai Wei coldly scolded her, saying she hadn't changed at all, first locking up Lu Yun, and now locking me up. She said Xie Jinluan's legal team was difficult to deal with, and wouldn't be able to get me out anytime soon. I lowered my voice and told her that there were loopholes in the villa's security. I could get out, but I needed her help. I suggested going to Country A. The fact that Lu Yun has lived for so many years means Xie Jinluan wouldn't dare kill her for now. I must leave City S first, and then slowly investigate the truth. Bai Wei agreed to book tickets, arrange transportation, and even prepared my identification documents and money. I set the time for 7 p.m. Bai Wei was a little surprised, but I just said, "Just in case something goes wrong." After hanging up, I quickly packed my bags, stuffed a few clothes, my ID, and the money I had saved into a small bag, and headed downstairs. To stall Li Shui, I went to the bar and grabbed an empty wine bottle, hiding it next to the sofa. A short while later, Li Shui came in carrying food, smiling and asking what I wanted to eat that night. I acted as usual, waiting for her to set the table with her back to me. She stood unsuspecting in front of the dining table. I stared at the back of her head, my heart pounding faster and faster. But I had no way out. The next second, I grabbed the wine bottle and smashed it down. Li Shui fell to the ground, and I immediately grabbed a first aid kit to stop her bleeding. I didn't want to kill her, I just wanted to leave. After treating her wound, I used her fingerprint to unlock my phone and mimicked her tone to send a message to Xie Jinluan. "Mr. Xie, Mr. Chun is feeling much better this afternoon, and he's eaten most of the food that was brought to him." Xie Jinluan quickly replied, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." I suppressed my racing heart and replied, "Of course." After confirming she had no suspicions, I slung my bag over my shoulder, used Li Shui's fingerprint to open the villa door, put her back on the sofa, then crawled out through the dog hole and ran towards the agreed-upon path. The unlicensed taxi quickly pulled up in front of me. Zhang Jian and Zhang Chong were already waiting. Zhang Chong handed me a file folder. Inside were my plane ticket, ID, new phone, and bank card. Bai Wei had made thorough arrangements. The money was enough for me to survive in Country A for 3 months. I whispered for them to thank Bai Wei for me. The car drove all the way to the airport, and I sat in the waiting room, but I still felt like someone was watching me. But every time I looked back, there were only ordinary passengers around, and I couldn't see anyone suspicious. An announcement came over the loudspeaker, reminding passengers bound for Country A to check in. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and dragged my luggage forward. But the next second, the airport announcement came over the loudspeaker again. "Passenger Chinemo, your wife is waiting for you in the VIP lounge. Please go there as soon as possible." I was freezing cold, almost unable to stand. Xie Jinluan had caught up with me, but ticket checking had already begun. This was my only chance. I gritted my teeth and squeezed into the crowd, telling myself that once I boarded the plane, she could never take me back. I passed through the ticket check smoothly and sat in a window seat. As the plane began to taxi, I finally felt like I had won. No matter how capable Xie Jinluan was, he couldn't possibly stop the plane at the airport. But the seat next to me remained empty, and my unease grew heavier. I was so tired that I finally fell asleep. When I woke up again, I heard the flight attendant speaking softly, but there was someone else next to me. I stiffly turned my head, and when I saw that face, my heart sank completely. Xie Jinluan sat beside me, smiling gently. Long time no see, darling. My voice was hoarse as I asked her if she could let me go. I was truly exhausted. No matter how I tried to escape, I could never escape her grasp. Xie Jinluan calmly retorted, "Let you go? Then who will let me go?" I said painfully, "I've never offended her. I shouldn't have fallen in love with her, and I shouldn't have even met her." Xie Jinluan sneered, saying, "I was the one who took the initiative to enter her world, and I was the one who wanted to marry her. Isn't it too late to regret it now?" She leaned closer to me, lowering her voice. "As long as we're not divorced, you'll never escape my control." I completely lost the will to argue, and only asked her what she wanted after taking me back. To keep me locked up in the villa, feeding and taking care of me? Xie Jinluan didn't answer, only saying calmly, "Why not?" When I woke up again, I was back at the villa. There were no chains on my feet, and my phone was connected to the internet. Everything was as if nothing had happened. I was increasingly unable to figure out what she was thinking, so I could only pace back and forth in the house. The facial recognition access to the main gate had expired, and the dog hole outside the window had been patched up. She wasn't letting me go. She was just finding a more thorough way to trap me. Standing in the empty living room, I realized for the first time that in City, Xie Jinluan was an unshakable wall. Bai Wei didn't dare to confront her directly, and I had no leverage to retaliate. "Xie Jinluan, how long are you planning to keep me trapped here? I've lost count of how long I've been stuck in this villa. Day and night have passed, the food delivery person has changed to a veteran, and even Li Shui hasn't shown up again. I can't even find an opportunity to play tricks, so I can only numb myself by playing video games." My phone rang again and again. I didn't want to answer it, but the ringing made me accidentally answer it anyway. Bai Wei's voice came through the phone. "Chen Mo, it's me." I didn't bother to argue and hung up immediately. Bai Wei was clearly angry with me and called again soon after. She got straight to the point. "I have a way to get Xie Jinluan to release you." My fingers paused for a moment, but I still said calmly that it wasn't necessary. After failing too many times, I no longer dared to trust anyone. Bai Wei immediately used her mother to provoke me. She asked me, "Do you really have the heart to let Lu Yun be confined to the Qingmu sanatorium for the rest of his life? Are all his years of hard study, all his ambition and resentment, going to rot in this villa?" She gave me a cold warning at the end, saying she would block me in half an hour and we would never cooperate again. Chen Mo, Bai Wei, despise cowards the most. After hanging up the phone, I sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette. I didn't hear a single word of what my teammates in the game were cursing at me. I'm not reconciled. I haven't forgotten any of those who mocked me, those who said I climbed the social ladder by relying on women. Why should I be locked up here like a dog just because I lost a few times? I slapped myself hard across the face and finally dialed Bai Wei's number back. I called her Wei Wei, and she immediately knew I had figured things out. I told her that my mother was still in Xie Jinluan's hands, and we had to rescue her no matter what. Bai Wei didn't immediately reveal her plan, but only asked me one question. Xie Jinluan knew I wanted to harm her, so why hadn't she sent me to prison? She said Xie Jinluan had countless ways to destroy me, yet she always managed to confine me to the villa. She even went so far as to argue with Xie Junlin to marry me. All the illogical things ultimately boiled down to one absurd answer. I closed my eyes and uttered those 3 words with difficulty. "Because of love." Bai Wei laughed on the spot, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke. But she quickly composed herself and said that since Xie Jinluan loved me, she would definitely not be able to bear to part with me. As long as I could soften her heart again, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Her method for me was ruthless. She wanted me to stage an accident where I risked my life to save Xie Jinluan, coughing up blood as I held her hand, and said that I didn't expect to be forgiven. I only hoped that she would live on in my place, and then tell her, "Nuan, I love you." A chill ran down my spine. My first instinct was to ask if she could guarantee my survival. Bai Wei said Xie Jinluan had access to the best medical resources in City, and she wouldn't let my plan go to waste. But this wasn't acting. One wrong step, and I could really die. After hanging up the phone, I stood by the window watching the birds outside. Bai Wei was right. Xie Jinluan truly loved me. Otherwise she wouldn't have endured so much pressure and doubt to marry me. It's just that I've always been unwilling to admit it, because admitting it would mean I owed her something. But now, I have no other bargaining chips. As long as I survive, Xie Jinluan will definitely soften his heart, perhaps trust me more, and even let me rejoin the company. Bai Wei has no reason to kill me, and Xie Jinluan is even less likely to let me die. Finally, I called Bai Wei and agreed to participate in the plan. Bai Wei seemed to have expected this, only saying that there would be a high society wedding in S City this month, which would invite many couples celebrating their golden wedding anniversaries, and the CF family would find it difficult to refuse to appear. When I heard the word wedding, I suddenly thought of my own wedding with Xie Jinluan. I instinctively said that we had just had one, but Bai Wei countered. When did you two actually have a wedding? I froze. The so-called wedding had no Bai Wei, no Xie Junlin. The guests were mostly company employees and unfamiliar young people. The ceremony ended before the toasts even began, like a play staged just for me. For a wealthy family like the Xie family, how could Xie Jinluan's wedding be limited to just his employees? Bai Wei told me that the outside world knew we had registered our marriage because Xie Jinluan had posted a picture of their marriage certificate. When people asked about the wedding, she only said it would be held in a while. I slumped onto the bed, my mind filled with images from that day. It turned out that the wedding I thought was the closest I came to success might have been a hoax from the very beginning. Xie Jinluan, how many things are you still hiding from me? Xie Jinluan hasn't returned to the villa for 5 days in a row, and I'm getting more and more anxious. Bai Wei has also disappeared without a trace, and hasn't contacted me again. Li Shui has completely vanished, and the person delivering the food has been replaced by a retired soldier who appears on time every day, puts down the lunchbox, and leaves without saying a word. I can't even concentrate on the game. All I can do is think about Xie Jinluan. No matter how ruthless she is, she's still a woman. If I show her the price I've paid for her, she can't remain unmoved forever. But the problem is, she won't give me a chance to meet her. I suddenly remembered the time I had a high fever 2 years ago. I was running a project in the rain and became delirious with fever that night. Xie Jinluan was so worried that she personally brought me medicine and porridge, and even considered calling her private doctor. I still remember the look in her eyes then. Since she refused to come back, I decided to force her to. I left my lunch and dinner untouched, just as they were. But the veteran simply took the lunchboxes away as usual, without even glancing at me. Clearly, this method had no effect on her. I stood in the bathroom, hesitating for a long time, before finally turning on the cold water and filling the bathtub. The October night was already quite cold, and the water was bone-chillingly cold. I knew I was gambling with my life, but it was the only way to force Xie Jinluan to come out. I gritted my teeth and sat down in the cold water. The chill instantly seeped into my bones, making my teeth chatter. Half an hour passed, and my lips had turned white, but I still didn't get out. It wasn't until more than 2 hours later, when my limbs were completely numb, that I finally managed to crawl out of the bathtub. I didn't cover myself with a blanket, just wiped myself down and lay back down on the bed. My consciousness grew increasingly heavy, and I vaguely saw someone standing by the bed making a phone call, but I couldn't hear what the other person was saying. When I woke up again, the sound of high heels stopped by the bed, and I knew Xie Jinluan had finally returned. She touched my forehead, then immediately withdrew her fingertips. I had a high fever, and my skin was burning red. Xie Jinluan coldly summoned my private doctor, Ning Zhilan, verbally warning me not to burn myself silly, but her eyes never left me. Nuan. I was delirious with fever, constantly murmuring her name. Xie Jinluan thought I was acting again, but I went on to bring up the fireworks show from years ago, the meals I had cooked for her, and asked her with a wronged expression, Nuan, why are you unhappy? She froze. I grabbed her wrist, not letting her go, and cried out like a child, don't leave me. I like you. Nuan, I love you. I would never say those words when I was sober, but now I couldn't control myself at all. I asked her, Nuan, do you really love me? Xie Jinluan's face turned pale. She tried to pull her hand away, but I gripped it tighter, and with a sob in my voice, I told her she was bad and wouldn't let her leave. In the end, she could only put her hand on my chest to comfort me. When Ning Zhilan arrived at the villa's entrance, Xie Jinluan tried to open the door, but I wouldn't let go. She coaxed me softly, saying we were just going downstairs and would be back soon. I mumbled sleepily, don't lie to baby. Kisses, I want kisses. Xie Jinluan seemed to have been forced into a corner and quickly kissed me on the cheek. Only then did I let go. She immediately went downstairs, opened the door, and brought Ning Zhilan into the room. As soon as Ning Zhilan saw my flushed face, her expression instantly turned serious. After taking his temperature, Ning Zhilan frowned. His fever is too high. We can't delay any longer. You'd better take him to the hospital now. Chapter 41. Could it be amnesia? Without thinking, Xie Jinluan picked up Chun Mo, who was burning up, and ran downstairs, with Ning Zhilan following closely behind. The two got into the car. Xie Jinluan asked Ning Zhilan to look after Chun Mo in the back seat while he drove. Along the way, Xie Jinluan herself didn't know how many red lights she had run, nor did she know why she was so nervous. She only knew that she had only one thought in her mind. Chun Mo must not die yet. Ning Zhilan sat in the back seat, looking at Xie Jinluan thoughtfully. The newlyweds' relationship was indeed very good, but why did Xie Jinluan lock him in the villa? Ning Zhilan quickly scanned Chun Mo's face. He was indeed quite handsome. No wonder Nguyen Nguyen was attracted to him and wanted to keep him as a mistress. Thanks to Xie Jinluan's speeding, the journey that should have taken an hour and a half was stretched into an hour. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xie Jinluan got out of the car, picked up Chun Mo, and rushed him to the emergency room. Ning Zhilan hurried after her. Chun Mo was taken into the emergency room by the doctor to begin treatment. Xie Jinluan leaned against the wall outside the emergency room, her eyes fixed on the door. Nguyen Nguyen, you've been dating him for 4 years. Ning Zhilan leaned against her and suddenly blurted out. These words brought Xie Jinluan back to her senses. She suppressed the worry in her eyes and calmly looked at Ning Zhilan. That's right. What's wrong, Sister Lan Lan? Nothing much. It's just that I feel you and Mr. Chun have a pretty good relationship. Ning Zhilan hesitated for a long time before finally managing to utter this dry sentence. Seeing Ning Zhilan's extremely guilty appearance, Xie Jinluan suddenly had a bad feeling. She took a deep breath, put her hand on Ning Zhilan's shoulder, and frowned, saying, What's wrong? To be honest, your guilty look can't fool me at all. Ning Zhilan stammered for a long time, but still couldn't tell the truth. Xie Jinluan sighed. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Sister Lan Lan, it's about Chun Mo, right? You've already figured out his condition and guessed his specific situation. Xie Jinluan spoke with certainty, and Ning Zhilan could no longer hide it. That's right. Mr. Chin's condition may be more serious than you thought. Nguyen Nguyen, you'd better prepare for the worst. But I'm not sure about his specific situation yet. We'll have to wait for the doctor inside to check the equipment and see what he says. Xie Jinluan pursed her lips tightly. Chun Mo, that stupid thing, really would do anything for money and power. 2 full hours later, the doctor finally came out. Xie Jinluan quickly went up to him and asked, Doctor, how is my husband? The doctor frowned and said gravely, The patient has had a high fever for 10 hours, and his condition was already quite critical when he was brought in. Although we are doing our best to save him, his condition is still very unstable. Even if he wakes up, he may exhibit some abnormal behavior or memory loss due to the high fever. The family should be prepared. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinluan's breath hitched, and his heart felt as if it had been struck a heavy blow. After a long pause, she asked again, You mean, he might not wake up, or he might have problems even after he wakes up? The doctor nodded heavily, then explained in detail some follow-up precautions and treatment plans before turning to leave. Xie Jinluan's whole body felt weak. She didn't love Chun Mo, she knew that very well, but Chun Mo had been with her for so many years. Even if you raised a pet, you should have some feelings for it, let alone a living person. She closed her eyes. Her feelings were complicated. Ning Zhilan had already arranged for Chun Mo to be transferred to a VIP ward when the doctor came out. After helping Xie Jinluan to Chun Mo's ward, she came out alone and thoughtfully closed the door so that Xie Jinluan could quietly stay by Chun Mo's side. Xie Jinluan stood by Chun Mo's bedside, quietly watching him. His skin, which had been burning red with fever, had now turned deathly pale, and his breathing had become so light that Xie Jinluan thought he would never wake up again. Xie Jinluan began to ponder her true feelings for Chun Mo. Did she love him? She was absolutely certain that she didn't love him. Why was I so nervous when I knew he might be in trouble? Because he can't die now. If he dies, All the plans I've made for him over the years will be for nothing. If he dies, there will be no one to keep me company. If he dies, my last challenge will be gone. After Xie Jinluan figured out his feelings, he left the ward and asked Li Shui to arrange for several caregivers to take care of him. He also instructed them to tell her immediately if Chen Mo woke up. Xie Jinluan did not focus on Chen Mo. Although she did not want Chen Mo to die like this, everyone has their own fate, and if he could not survive, there was nothing she could do. 3 days later, Xie Jinluan was in a meeting at the company when her phone vibrated a few times. She ignored it until the meeting ended before turning it on. It was Li Shui calling, so she called back. What's wrong? Mr. Xie, Mr. Chen has woken up. Li Shui's tone was somewhat strange. President Xie, Mr. Chen's condition. Li Shui hesitated, unsure of what to say, and finally said, President Xie, you'll know once you come and see for yourself. Xie Jinluan frowned and said, I understand. I'll go take a look when I'm done with my work. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone and continued working on her tasks. Only after she finished did she drive to the hospital. As soon as Xie Jinluan entered the ward, she heard an extremely cold voice. Are you my wife? Xie Jinluan looked toward the sound and saw Chen Mo staring at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Xie Jinluan suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and her tone was not very friendly as she frowned and asked, Chen Mo, what are you up to now? Chen Mo's emotions suddenly broke down, and he shouted, Are you really my wife? I've been awake for most of the day. Why did you only come now? Do you even care about me? Xie Jinluan looked at the person spouting nonsense in front of her, and her sense of unease intensified. The Chen Mo of the past would never have dared to speak to her like this. Ning Zhilan, having watched enough from the doorway, slowly walked over to Xie Jinluan's side. What's wrong with him? Xie Jinluan asked Ning Zhilan. Ning Zhilan, always eager for a good show, said, Ask him how old he is this year. Chen Mo stared blankly at the two people in front of him. Are you two making a fool of me? Ning Zhilan looked at Chen Mo with a smile and said, Chen Mo, do you want to tell Nuan yourself, or should I explain it to Nuan? Chen Mo pursed his lips tightly. Get out. I'll talk to her myself. All right. Then you two can handle this yourselves. I'll be going now. Ning Zhilan winked at Xie Jinluan, indicating that she would wait for her outside. After Ning Zhilan left, Xie Jinluan told Chen Mo to go back to bed, then pulled up a stool and sat down next to him. Now can you tell me what happened? Xie Jinluan looked at him and found it somewhat amusing. Had this person suffered a serious illness and lost his memory from the fever? Chapter 42 is really. Chen Mo asked somewhat awkwardly. Are you really my wife? Xie Jinluan said helplessly. Do you need me to take out our marriage certificate to show you? Chen Mo immediately blushed and waved his hand. No need. In fact, when Xie Jinluan first entered the ward, he was already certain that the person in front of him was his wife, because Xie Jinluan's appearance was exactly the perfect lover in his mind. Can you tell me what happened? Xie Jinluan asked again patiently. Chen Mo pursed his lips, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I only remember that I am 18 years old this year. 18 years old? Xie Jinluan asked in surprise. Do you only remember things that happened before you were 18? No, I only remember that I'm 18 years old now, but I don't actually remember a lot of things before I was 18. Chen Mo looked at Xie Jinluan and asked again, Are we really married? How old am I now? The age gap between 18-year-old Chen Mo and 23-year-old Chen Mo was too great, so Xie Jinluan couldn't take it out on a young boy. She could only answer his questions one by one. Yes, we are really married. You are 23 years old now, and we just got married not long ago. Can I call you Nuan? Chen Mo blushed slightly when she saw Xie Jinluan looking at her, and immediately explained, I just heard that older sister call you Nuan. Go ahead and call me that. That's what you've always called me. Xie Jinluan looked at Chen Mo with complicated emotions, wondering when he would return to normal. Nuan, did we have a fight? Chen Mo asked tentatively. Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow and asked, You remember? Chen Mo shook his head repeatedly. No, I just noticed you weren't in a good mood. I've been awake for so long, and you haven't come to see me at all. Xie Jinluan looked at him with some curiosity. Was this person so observant when he was young? Xie Jinluan casually replied, That's right, We had a fight. We've only been married for less than 6 months, and you've already cheated on me. Chun Mo stared wide-eyed, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly for a long time before finally managing to say, "Then he really is a scoundrel. I will never be like him. But you are him." Xie Jinluan was overjoyed, never expecting 18-year-old Chun Mo to be so amusing, but she maintained a cold and aloof demeanor on her face. Chun Mo immediately retorted, "No, I'm not that kind of person. If I marry you, I will definitely treat you well, and I will never cheat on you. Men who cheat are all scumbags." Xie Jinluan teased him on purpose, but he will come back sooner or later, and then he will continue to cheat on you. Chun Mo lowered his head and thought for a long time before finally saying confidently, "Nuan Nuan, divorce him, and I'll give you all my assets." Xie Jinluan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chun Mo pursed his lips, somewhat at a loss. "What's wrong? Nuan Nuan, did I say something really funny?" Xie Jinluan rubbed his head. "He's currently ill, so the law won't allow the document to take effect." "What should we do then?" Chun Mo asked anxiously. "Then I'll beat him up." Xie Jinluan looked at the silly-looking child in front of her and tapped him on the head. Chun Mo immediately clutched his head and whispered, "It hurts so much." "It's good that it hurts. This body is yours now. If you hit it, aren't you hitting yourself? In the end, it's you who will feel the pain, not him." Xie Jinluan pinched his cheek. She didn't expect Chun Mo, who didn't remember anything at 18, to be so funny. Chun Mo's face immediately fell. "Then, what should we do?" "What do you mean, what to do? Just get some rest. Chun Mo might not even come back." Chun Mo's eyes lit up. If that Chun Mo didn't come back, then he would be Chun Mo. Nuan Nuan would be his legal wife. Then, he could slowly erase all the traces that Chun Mo had left in Nuan Nuan's heart. Xie Jinluan looked at his silly grin, ruffled his hair, and said, "I have some things to do right now. You rest here for a while, and I'll come see you again next time." Just as Xie Jinluan was about to leave, Chun Mo grabbed her hand and said pitifully, "Nuan Nuan, when is the next time?" Xie Jinluan frowned and thought, "The day after tomorrow, or maybe a couple of days later, you'll find out he cheated on me. I don't really want to see his face." Chun Mo's face grew paler and paler, and he almost burst into tears. "Ha ha ha." Xie Jinluan laughed. All right, I'll come earlier tomorrow." Chun Mo looked at Xie Jinluan with a resentful expression and said in a wrong tone, "Nuan Nuan, you're teasing me again. You're different from him, you're much cuter than him." Xie Jinluan's words brought a smile back to Chun Mo's face. He released Xie Jinluan's hand and said shyly, "Then Nuan Yuan, remember to come see me early tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you." Xie Jinluan nodded in agreement. After leaving the ward, Xie Jinluan went to a private room, where Ning Zhilan and Bai Wei were already waiting for her. When Bai Wei saw her, she said with a grin, "We were betting on whether you'd make it today or not. I didn't expect to win, Sister Lan Lan. A bet is a bet, right?" Ning Zhilan leaned back in her chair, pouting. "It seems 18-year-old Chun Mo isn't very attractive. Otherwise, why didn't our sieste to favor him?" Xie Jinluan sat in the main seat and laughed. "All right, you still dare to use me as a bet." Xie Jinluan looked at Ning Zhilan. "What exactly happened to Chun Mo? Does he really not remember anything?" Ning Zhilan stuffed a mouthful of food into her mouth and mumbled, "Yes, he cooked for too long and forgot a lot of things, but he won't forget forever. His memory will come back." "When will he regain his memory?" "His physical condition is quite good. Although he had a fever for a full 10 hours, his brain was not completely damaged. However, we can't say for sure about his memory. Anyway, it will probably last for half a month to a month," Ning Zhilan replied. Xie Jinluan ate her food, lost in thought. Will he remember what happened during this time? Ning Zhilan paused for a moment. Probably not. For a moment, no one spoke. Everyone was eating their meals. After finishing his meal, Xie Jinluan did not return to the villa, but instead went back to the apartment where he had always lived. Bai Wei returned and appeared in front of Xie Jinluan just as she got out of the car. "I'm already standing in front of you. Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea?" "We don't have tea, but we do have cooled boiled water. Would you like some?" Xie Jinluan walked straight towards the elevator. Bai Wei followed behind her and replied, Cool boiled water is fine, I don't mind. You're starting to complain now? Xie Jinluan said, leading her into the elevator and glancing at her. Not at all, not at all. Your water is even sweeter. Bai Wei followed her into the house and into the study. What do you want to tell me? Is there anything Ning Zhilan can't know? I'm thinking about how I should face this 18-year-old Chun Mo this past month, Xie Jinluan said, somewhat worried. Let's postpone the plan, Bai Wei said, tapping Xie Jinluan's chest. Anyway, he doesn't remember, so let's do whatever we want. Chapter 43, A Completely Different Person. The following afternoon, after getting off work, Xie Jinluan drove to the hospital. She sat in the car, staring into the air in front of her, lost in thought, and did not get out of the car for a long time. Although she didn't pay much attention to the 18-year-old Chun Mo, she still roughly knew him. But the Chun Mo in front of her who claimed to be 18 years old didn't resemble any of the other Chun Mos. If it weren't for the fact that some of his current little habits are exactly the same as before, Xie Jinluan would have suspected that he had been possessed. Otherwise, how could someone who is clearly a person have their personality change just because they have amnesia? But this change is too drastic. Ding ding ding. Xie Jinluan's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw that the caller was Xiao Chenma. Xie Jinluan answered the phone. Hello. Nuan. Xiao Chenma's voice was a little aggrieved and a little cautious. Have you forgotten something? What did I forget? I can't remember. Can you remind me? That's right, it's me. Xiao Chenma suddenly became a little anxious, but he didn't know how to say it. He felt that if he directly said that Nuan hadn't come to see him, it would seem like he was too possessive. Would Nuan not like that? Uffed. Xie Jinluan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard his hurried, yet incoherent words. Xiao Chenma naturally heard Xie Jinluan's laughter and immediately realized that Nuanyuan was making fun of him again. Nuan, you really are. Xiao Chenma felt a little resentful but also sweet inside, but the words of resentment just wouldn't come out. Okay, I'll be right there. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone, got out of the car, and walked into the ward. When Xie Jinluan entered the ward, only Xiao Chenma was there. He was looking out the window, seemingly bored, muttering something to himself. Chenmo, Xie Jinluan called out to him and sat down beside his hospital bed. Nuan. Little Chenmo was overjoyed to see Xie Jinluan coming over. He sat up straight on the bed and obediently called out to Xie Jinluan. How are you feeling? Xiao Chen patted his chest and said, I feel really good right now. I'm in great spirits and in good health. I'm so good that I can go downstairs for a run. If you feel you're recovering well, then let's pack our things and head back. Xiao Chenma looked somewhat bewildered. Go back? Go back where? Going home, Xie Jinluan replied. Xiao Chenma swallowed hard. Is this our home? Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly. If you don't want to go back to our house, where do you want to go? To your lover's house. No. Xiao Chenma was so anxious, he almost jumped out of bed. I want to go home. Okay, pack your things now, and we'll take a taxi back together later. Xie Jinluan glanced at her phone. It was getting late, and she didn't plan to go back to the villa. Anyway, the child wouldn't remember what had happened during this time. I don't have much to pack, Nuanyuan. Let's go. Xiao Chenma excitedly climbed out of bed. Once his fever subsides, he should be fine. The 4 drip he received yesterday should have been sufficient. Xie Jinluan glanced at him, said nothing, and went downstairs. She had called her driver, who was already waiting downstairs. Xiao Chenma wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time, his mind went blank and he didn't know how to start. He could only obediently follow behind Xie Jinluan. Actually, when Xie Jinluan said he would take a taxi back, he was a little surprised. After all, Nuan's temperament seemed like that of a decisive female boss, and he thought Nuan had her own car. After going downstairs, Xie Jinluan took Xiao Chenma into the car. The two sat in the back row. Xie Jinluan leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest, while Xiao Chenma racked his brains to find a topic to talk about. Nuan, can you tell me about our family situation? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun could only find a breakthrough by looking at the two of them in the past. Xie Jinluan opened her eyes, looked at Xiao Chenma, and said with a half-smile, Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. We met in college. We were both orphans and got into S University through our own efforts. You were attracted to me at first sight and pursued me for a whole year. Xiao Qima's ears turned bright red. He completely believed every word Xie Jinluan said. After all, he really had fallen in love with Nuanyuan at first sight. Xie Jinluan continued, You pursued me so earnestly, so I agreed. We are very much in love and work very hard. We found jobs in our senior year of college and even worked at the same company. At that time, everything was wonderful. We rented an apartment not far from the company. As long as we worked hard, I believed that we would soon be able to buy a house in S City, have a baby, and live happily together. Xiao Chun listened attentively, but his hands were clenched tightly in his palms. He should be happy, but for some reason, a strong sense of jealousy seemed to be surging from his chest. Xiao Qima lowered his gaze and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Xie Jinluan noticed his mood and found it amusing, so she continued to make up stories. But I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shortly after we got married, you got a promotion and a raise, and then you cheated on me. Xiao Qinma felt a mix of emotions, an indescribable feeling. He was angry that Chun Imo was a scoundrel, daring to cheat on him with such a good wife by his side. On the other hand, he was also somewhat relieved. If Chun Imo hadn't cheated on him, how could he have left a different mark on Wan's heart? Xiao Qinma reacted quickly, grabbing Xie Jinluan's hand and vowing, Nuanyuan, I definitely won't be like him. I'll be good to you. Xiao Qinma's words were brief, but solemn enough. His powerful and resonant words stirred ripples in Xie Jinluan's heart. Xie Jinluan turned her head and sneered, You are him. He made many vows of eternal love, but the ending is still like this. Xiao Qinma wanted to argue, but he knew in his heart that arguing verbally would not only be useless, but would also make Xie Jinluan dislike him. Nuan, I will prove it. Xie Jinluan did not answer him, and the car soon arrived at the apartment. Xie Jinluan picked up her handbag and got out of the car, heading upstairs. Xiao Qima quickly followed behind her. The two entered the elevator one after the other. Qima didn't dare to speak rashly, afraid of angering Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan walked straight to her front door, took out her key, and opened the door. Xiao Qima followed her into the house, carefully observing the surroundings. There were obvious signs that the apartment had been occupied by two people, which made him feel uneasy. Xie Jinluan pointed to the slippers in the shoe cabinet. Where these? Xiao Chun obediently changed into the shoes, but in his heart, he couldn't help but find the old shoes an eyesore. Xie Jinluan briefly explained the layout of the apartment to Chun Imo. When they reached the bedroom, little Chun Imo licked his lips and asked innocently, Nuan, where am I sleeping tonight? Chapter 44 How did you know? Xie Jinluan looked up at him, a smile playing on her lips. Where do you want to sleep? Xiao Chun swallowed hard, then said shyly, Since we're husband and wife, then naturally. What do you mean, naturally? Xie Jinluan's smile vanished. You cheated on me and still want to sleep in the same bed? Go sleep in the study. Xiao Qinma's lips drooped immediately, and he retorted softly, It wasn't me who cheated. What did you say? Xie Jinluan heard his complaint clearly, but deliberately said, Even if it wasn't you, it's still your body. Besides, you're only 18 years old. I don't have pedophilia. Xiao Qinma was speechless. He should have just said that he had amnesia. Xie Jinluan took a set of pajamas out of the room and threw them to Xiao Qinma, telling him to quickly wash up and go to bed. Xiao Qinma wanted to detach himself from that person, so he obediently listened to Xie Jinluan and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Xie Jinluan was no longer in the living room. Xiao Qinma was a little disappointed. He wanted to chat with Nuanyuan for a while longer. He could tell these past 2 days that Xie Jinluan had been really busy, or maybe she was trying to avoid him. If Nuan keeps avoiding him, how can he possibly develop a relationship with her? Nuan will definitely still think of him as that scumbag. Xiao Qinma lay down on the bed with some worry, and fell into a deep sleep a few seconds later. Xie Jinluan made sure Chun Imo was asleep before calling Ning Zhilan. Hey, Nuanyuan, what's up so late? Sister Lan, I want to ask you something. You say? Are you sure Chun Imo has amnesia? I feel like he's become a completely different person. Nuan, can you tell me specifically what changes you feel he's made in his behavior? Some of his little habits haven't changed, but his personality is completely different from before. He seems a little too naive now. Ning Zhilan thought for a moment. Nuan, I think this is normal. He doesn't remember anything from the past, which means he doesn't remember any suffering. A child who doesn't grow up in suffering will naturally be more innocent. So Chin Mo is that Chin Mo, right? Actually, you can't say that. It's like twins who look exactly alike, but have completely different experiences and personalities. They are not the same person. Similarly, you can treat Chin Mo as a stranger right now. Xie Jinluan pondered for a moment. I understand. Thank you, Sister Lanlan. Of course. The next morning, Xiao Qinma got up very early, washed up, and ran to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, saw the ingredients inside, selected 2 ingredients, and started cooking. By the time Xiao Qinma finished his work, it was already 8 o'clock, but Xie Jinluan still hadn't gotten up. Xiao Qinma thinks most people probably start work at 9 in the morning, and since this place is close to Nuanyuan's company, Nuanyuan probably doesn't get up until 8:40. Xiao Qinma sat at the table waiting for Xie Jinluan to get up. He kept glancing at his phone, and when the number on the screen changed to 45, he started to get anxious. He ran to Xie Jinluan's door, knocked gently, and called out, Nuan, get up, you'll be late for work. Soon, Xiao Qinma heard the faint sounds of people getting dressed coming from the room, and then he felt relieved. Xie Jinluan quickly came out of the house and was not surprised to see the rich breakfast on the table. He was indeed similar to Chen Mo, making the same few dishes for breakfast. Xie Jinluan sat at the table and dined elegantly. Xiao Qin asked curiously, Nuan, when do you start work? Aren't you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. I've already asked the company for leave, and they've given me a month off, Xie Jinluan replied slowly, swallowing her food. A month? Xiao Qinma was a little shocked. As far as he knew, Nuanyuan and he shouldn't be considered rich people, right? Chen Mo's face was now completely transparent, and Xie Jinluan could tell at a glance what he was surprised about. It's only 20,000 yuan for a month without salary, which is less than the cost of your affair, Xie Jinluan said sarcastically. Xiao Qinma was a little embarrassed, but the fault was indeed his body's fault. He lowered his head and said aggrievedly, Nuan, can you separate me from him? This is not fair to me. Xie Jinluan wanted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but she saw that Xiao Qinma's eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes, as if he could cry if she said a harsh word. Xie Jinluan swallowed back what she was saying, ate a couple of bites of food, and stiffly changed the subject. You got up pretty early today, didn't you? Chen Mo immediately put on a smile again. It's okay. I went to bed early last night, and have been sleeping a lot these past few days, so I got up a little earlier today. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Qinma felt a surge of joy. Nuan thanked him, which meant that Nuan agreed not to conflate him with that person. It's not hard work. It's all what I should do. Xiao Qinma couldn't help but smile. Nuan, you're off work this afternoon. Can you come out with me for a walk? Xiao Qinma asked tentatively. Although Nuan had agreed not to associate him with that person, the similar face inevitably reminded Nuan of unhappy things. Xie Jinluan nodded. Okay, I'll take care of some work later, and then go out in the afternoon after lunch. Xie Jinluan went back to her room to handle her work. After Xiao Qinma finished cleaning up the dishes, she thoroughly cleaned the room and threw away all the items that someone had left behind. He's a germaphobe and doesn't like sharing things with other people. It's a bit disgusting. After tidying everything up, Xiao Qinma hummed a song as he went to the kitchen to start cooking. Xiao Qinma was quick and efficient, and soon he had prepared the meal and called Xie Jinluan out to eat. Xie Jinluan noticed something was wrong as soon as she stepped out of her room. The house was very clean, but it was also a bit too clean, so clean that many things were missing. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say much, sitting at the dining table and eating the food Xiao Qinma had prepared. Xiao Qinma cautiously observed Xie Jinluan's expression. Seeing that she had noticed but said nothing, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that there was no point in keeping such a scoundrel around. It was better to throw him away so he wouldn't have to see him anymore. After the two finished their meal, Xie Jinluan sat on the sofa reading a book, while Xiao Qinma finished cleaning up the dishes and sat down next to Xie Jinluan. What are you going to use to throw all this stuff away? Xie Jinluan turned a page of the book in her hand, her tone indifferent. Aren't we going shopping later? We can buy something new then. Little Chun blinked her big eyes. Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly. Do you think our family has that much money? Yes. I saw he has a ton of money in his account. Nuanyuan, he's definitely been doing something dirty behind your back. Xiao Chenma tried his best to smear Chenma. Really? How did you know? Chapter 45, I am not him. Because he has so much money in his account. How could he possibly save so much money if he were just an employee? Xiao Chenma continued. I'm different from him. He's hiding it. If it were me, I would give it all to Nuanyuan. Xie Jinluan chuckled. How did you know his account password? He wrote all the passwords in his memo, and I checked them with facial recognition. Xiao Chenma wasn't ashamed at all. Nuan, I'll tell you his passwords now. No thanks, no thanks. Xie Jinluan waved her hand. She didn't care about Chen Mo's little bit of money. Xiao Chenma assumed that Nuanyuan looked down on that fake man's dirty money and immediately pledged his loyalty. Nuanyuan, wait for me to make money so you can spend it. Xie Jinluan looked at Xiao Chenma, but her eyes were somewhat empty. These were the same words that Chenma had said to her before, not a single word different. After all, it was the same person. Xiao Chenma didn't notice Xie Jinluan's unusual behavior and excitedly pulled Xie Jinluan along, saying, Nuanyuan, let's go out for a walk. Xie Jinluan withdrew her gaze and smiled. Let's go. There was a large shopping mall not far from the apartment. In order not to give away the secret, Xie Jinluan had no choice but to accompany Xiao Chenma into the mall. Along the way, Xiao Chenma was like a sparrow, chattering incessantly. The first place Xiao Chenma went to was a barber shop. Chenma's original hairstyle was a heart-shaped 3/7 part, which gave people a sense of nobility and a slight sense of aloofness. It looks pretentious. Xiao Chen looked at himself in the mirror and silently complained. He found this barbershop online last night. It had great reviews, and the hairstyles they did were unlikely to be a disaster. He didn't want Nuanyuan to think he was inferior to that man. Xie Jinluan probably guessed what Xiao Chenma was thinking, but she didn't point it out and found a seat. Xiao Chenma plopped down next to Xie Jinluan, took out his phone, scrolled through some hairstyles, and asked, Nuanyuan, which hairstyles do you think suit me? Xie Jinluan scrolled through the screen, amused. As expected of 18-year-old Chen Mo, the hairstyle she chose was a slightly parted, layered style that gave off a vibrant and energetic vibe. But can Chen Mo, at his age, pull off these youthful hairstyles? Choose whatever you like. They all look pretty good to me. Xie Jinluan handed the phone back to Chen Mo. She was still looking forward to seeing what kind of transformation Chen Mo wanted to make. Xiao Chenma wasn't disappointed. He chose a youthful hairstyle for Tony himself. Tony quickly got to work. Xie Jinluan looked at her phone boredly, wondering if she should get her hair done, but she didn't really trust the hairstylist here. Just as I was thinking about it, a delivery guy suddenly came in carrying milk tea. While getting her hair done, Xiao Chenma called out to Xie Jinluan, asking him to deliver the takeout. She then said to Xie Jinluan, Nuan, I thought you must be thirsty waiting here alone, so I ordered a milk tea according to your taste. How did you know my taste? Xie Jinluan took the milk tea, wondering if this person had regained their memories. Xiao Chun remained silent for a while before saying sullenly, It just popped into my head automatically. Xie Jinluan smiled and said, Thank you. I like it very much. Xiao Chenma was initially a little unhappy, but Xie Jinluan cheered him up with just one sentence. Soon, Xiao Chenma's hairstyle was finished. Xiao Chenma looked at herself in the mirror for a long time and felt quite satisfied before standing shyly in front of Xie Jinluan. Nuan, what do you think of my hairstyle? Xie Jinluan looked up and was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that Chen Mo would choose the split-part hairstyle, which Chen Mo used to love. Nuan. Little Chen Mo squeezed Xie Jinluan's wrist, a little unhappy. Xie Jinluan recovered her senses. Very beautiful, very young. Little Chen Ma's eyes sparkled. Really? Then let's go buy clothes, okay? This person has terrible taste, dressed entirely in black, like they're rushing to a funeral. Xie Jinluan had also witnessed Chen Mo's sharp tongue. It was like poison had been poisoned. Let's go. Xiao Chenma carried Xie Jinluan's bag, and the two walked to a high-end couple's clothing store. Xie Jinluan looked at him. Didn't you want to buy clothes? But I want to buy new clothes with Nuan. Doesn't Nuan want to? Xiao Chenma looked at Xie Jinluan pitifully. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xiao Qinma said with a forced smile, but the next second tears were about to well up in her eyes, and the grievance in her words was heartbreaking. I didn't say I didn't want to. Xie Jinluan was a little overwhelmed by this little brat. He was so good at acting cute, completely different from Chun Mo, who was relaxed but had a calculating look in his eyes. Sister is the best. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinma immediately pulled Xie Jinluan into the store. The shop assistant came up to introduce the clothes to the two of them. Xiao Qinma listened with great interest and picked up several pieces of clothing to compare with Xie Jinluan. Sister is so beautiful. Every piece of clothing looks even more dazzling on her than it originally was. Little Chun Imo happily held up the clothes to Xie Jinluan, praising each and every one of them. The shop assistant standing nearby felt that this person was even more dedicated than herself. Aren't you the one choosing the clothes? Why are you showing them to me all the time? Xie Jinluan's clothes are mostly custom-made and delivered to her. She rarely buys clothes outside. My sister is a beautiful flower, so naturally I should choose clothes that match her. I'm fine with anything. As long as it's a matching outfit with Nuanyuan, that's enough. Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly. You certainly know how to talk. Xiao Qin spent a long time choosing, feeling that none of these clothes were as dazzling as Xie Jinluan herself, but as long as she wore them, they gave people a sense of haute couture. Xie Jinluan noticed his hesitation. What's wrong? Xiao Qinma shook his head. It's nothing. He secretly took out his phone to check the balance, and only felt relieved after confirming that Chun Imo still had a lot of money. Miss, could you please wrap up all the clothes I just took down? Xiao Qinma pointed to the clothes she had just shown Xie Jinluan. Since she couldn't choose, she might as well buy them all. The shop assistant immediately agreed, afraid that the two would change their minds. She even asked Xie Jinluan for his size, saying that if they were sure they wanted it, she could have it delivered to their home. Chun Imo pointed to the pink dress and the pink suit and said, "Keep this one, and pack the rest up and send them over." Yes, sir. The shop assistant pulled out the matching couple outfits and handed them to the two of them. Xiao Qinma held the clothes, looking at Xie Jinluan with a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. Nuan, do you want to change? I want to change my clothes now. This black outfit doesn't look good at all. Xie Jinluan took the dress and said helplessly, "Let's go." Xiao Qinma was so excited he almost jumped up, grabbed his suit jacket, and rushed into the changing room to change. He quickly changed his clothes and obediently sat on the sofa waiting for Xie Jinluan. A short while later, Xie Jinluan came out after changing her clothes. Little Chun Imo stared at her, completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Xie Jinluan gently tapped his head and asked with a smile, "Where to next?" Chapter 46, Covering His Traces. Xiao Qinma suddenly realized what was happening and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Xie Jinluan, for fear of offending her. Xiao Qin lowered his eyes and replied, "Let's go to a home furnishing store. I want to buy some daily necessities." Xie Jinluan looked at Xiao Qinma, who dared not look her in the eye, and found him increasingly interesting. She deliberately took his hand and said naturally, "Okay, let's go then." When Xie Jinluan touched him, Xiao Qinma froze on the spot, forgetting even to breathe. "Let's go," Xie Jinluan said again. Xiao Qinma then came to his senses and repeated, "Let's go, let's go." Along the way, Xiao Qinma didn't dare to glance around, afraid that he might accidentally get a nosebleed. He had already guessed that Nuan would look beautiful in this outfit when he was showing Xie Jinluan the clothes. But he didn't expect Nuan to look so beautiful. The pink dress made her look even younger and more charming. "Nuan, why do you usually wear dark-colored clothes whenever I see you these days?" Xiao Qinma asked curiously, because Xie Jinluan looked so beautiful in pink, completely different from his usual self. Dark-colored clothes are meant to set the tone. I'm already young, and if I dress even younger, those people below, who are more selective about who they are, won't be a threat, but they'll still cause some trouble, Xie Jinluan explained. Oh, I see. Chun Imo nodded. So, Nuanyuan, do you think my outfit looks good? Xie Jinluan released his arm and looked him up and down. To be honest, Chun Imo would never dress so flamboyantly, but this outfit, combined with his hairstyle, did make him look young, energetic, and eye-catching. Yes, it looks good. Xie Jinluan's reaction wasn't very strong, but Xiao Qinma was satisfied to get what he wanted to hear. Does Nguyen think I'm prettier or him? Xiao Chenma continued to ask, her face full of anticipation. Xie Jinluan smiled helplessly. You two are the same person, with the same face. How can you compare them? Xiao Chenma was very dissatisfied with this answer. Nguyen, you promised me that you wouldn't treat me and him as the same person. I am not him. Xiao Chenma felt a little wronged. Nguyen, take a closer look. Who's prettier, me or him? Xiao Chun Mo persisted, pleading sweetly. Xie Jinluan sighed, pinched Xiao Chenma's chin and looked him over carefully. The pink makes your skin look even whiter. This outfit also flatters your figure, and this hairstyle makes you look younger. You are still better than him. Xiao Chenma hugged Xie Jinluan's waist, overjoyed. Right? I told you I'm much better looking than that old man. Xie Jinluan sighed, looking at Xiao Chenma with a wry smile. After all, he was still too young. The two chatted and soon arrived at the home furnishing store. Xiao Chenma happily led Xie Jinluan into the store. Xiao Chenma was very interested in all of this. He pushed the cart to Xie Jinluan and picked up some matching furniture from time to time to ask her if she liked them. Along the way, Xiao Chenma bought countless matching furniture items, and the colors of these items were all very festive, unlike her and Chenma's aesthetic taste. After browsing the entire home furnishing store, Xiao Chenma made many purchases and happily went out for a meal with Xie Jinluan. After returning home from dinner, Xie Jinluan was exhausted and leaned back on the sofa to rest with her eyes closed. However, Xiao Chenma was like he had taken a stimulant and took out all the things he had bought. Xie Jinluan had her eyes closed, but she could hear Xiao Chenma clattering and packing his things. He first disinfected all the items he had bought, and then placed them where Chun Mo's items had been. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Xie Jinluan vaguely felt someone holding her, changing her clothes, and carrying her to bed. She was so tired that she didn't have time to think and fell into a deep sleep again. The next day, Xie Jinluan was awakened by the smell of food. She opened her eyes and pondered for a moment before she could figure out her current situation. Xie Jinluan walked out of the room in her pajamas and saw a table full of food. She also saw Xiao Chenma carrying soup out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Xie Jinluan, he immediately said, Nguyen, get up. This is the last dish. Please sit down, and I'll bring the food over right away. Xie Jinluan nodded and sat down, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar room in front of her. Xiao Chenma threw away many things in the house and replaced them with items they had bought together yesterday. The whole house was filled with color, no longer as dull as before. Xiao Chenma brought out the food and noticed Xie Jinluan's gaze on the furniture he had changed. He pursed his lips and said, Nguyen, I'm sorry, I changed these things without your permission. That's right, he wanted to replace them. The original couple items were getting on his nerves, so he threw them all into the trash can downstairs. Xie Jinluan picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of food, saying nonchalantly, just throw it away. It's annoying to see it sitting there. Xiao Chenma, who had been a little uneasy, immediately relaxed. He put a piece of meat on Xie Jinluan's plate and said, Nguyen, try the beef I made. I heard that it's good for girls to eat more red meat. Xie Jinluan tried a piece and had to admit that Xiao Chenma's cooking skills were completely inherited from Chenma's. It was indeed delicious. Chun Mo once took a chef's certificate exam specifically to please her and cooked delicious food for her, but unfortunately, their feelings for each other were not pure from the beginning. After dinner, Xiao Chenma got busy again, giving Xie Jinluan a chance to see what kind of mess he had made of the house. Xie Jinluan was increasingly alarmed as she looked at the wall. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would probably have repainted the entire wall, not to mention the rest of the things, except for her personal belongings, which were almost all thrown away. In particular, Chun Mo threw away all of her and Chun Mo's slippers and pajamas, replacing them with the new couple items he had bought. Xie Jinluan wasn't oblivious to Chun Mo's feelings for her, but when she considered his psychological age, she couldn't feel anything at all. Xiao Chenma wanted to go out with Xie Jinluan today, but Xie Jinluan refused. Xiao Chenma wasn't disappointed. While Xie Jinluan was reading a book, he massaged her legs and back, promptly handed her a water glass, and even went to the kitchen to figure out how to make desserts. Chun Mo is so well-behaved that Xie Jinluan is reluctant to part with him. Xie Jinluan went to the balcony to call Ning Zhilan. Hey Nguyen, Sister Lan Lan, According to you, after his memory returned, he didn't remember what happened these past few days. Does that mean Xiao Chenma still exists? It's hard to say whether Chen Mo remembers what happened during this period. He might remember, but he probably won't, because the conclusion of our discussion is that little Chen Mo is actually more like Chun Mo's alternate personality. A secondary personality? That means Xiao Chenma is not him at all. Xie Jinluan already understood Ning Zhilan's meaning. Is chapter 47 about the same person? Xie Jinluan hung up the phone and returned to the living room with a normal expression. If it was a secondary personality, then she had to completely separate the two. Xiao Chenma sat down next to Xie Jinluan with the desserts she had made, and scooped a piece of cake with a spoon and held it to Xie Jinluan's mouth. Sister, I've been making this for ages, you have to try it. Xie Jinluan looked at Xiao Chenma with mixed feelings, but seeing his expectant eyes, she still opened her mouth. How was it? How was it? Xiao Chenma was a little nervous. He had never made desserts before and had followed the tutorials on his phone. Fortunately, he had most of the equipment in the kitchen, so he didn't make any major mistakes. Xie Jinluan tasted it carefully, her eyes crinkling with delight. It's delicious. Xie Jinluan has always loved sweets, but she never had the chance to eat them when she was little. After her aunt came back, she took a bite, and her sweet tooth became even stronger. Even Chun Mo was unaware of this, and it was unclear how little Chun Mo had figured it out, as the cake he made for her was several times sweeter than any dessert from outside. Xiao Chenma's eyes lit up, and he scooped up another spoonful with the spoon he used to feed Xie Jinluan and put it in his own mouth. Xiao Chenma was instantly jolted awake. This was just too sweet. He ordered milk tea for Nuanyuan yesterday, but she barely drank any of it. During dinner, Nuanyuan subconsciously ate dessert first, and although she didn't eat much, he remembered it. He only intended to make a small, full sugar cake this afternoon, but he ended up putting in too much sugar. However, Nuanyuan looked quite satisfied. Does Nuanyuan love sweets? Xiao Chenma fed Xie Jinluan cake spoonful by spoonful, and Xie Jinluan ate the whole cake, without showing any resistance. Xiao Chenma then realized that Nuanyuan hadn't said it was delicious because she was worried about hurting his feelings. She really did love sweets. Nuanyuan, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll go buy groceries later. Xie Jinluan thought for a moment and said, just make whatever you like. I'm going out for a bit and might not be back for dinner. Xiao Chenma's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she pouted, looking aggrieved. Nuanyuan, when are you coming back? Xie Jinluan glanced at the time. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. She and Ning Zhilan would likely spend a considerable amount of time discussing serious matters, and besides, at this hour, she would most likely be having dinner with Ning Zhilan outside. I'll probably be back very late, so you can eat by yourself. If you don't want to cook, just order takeout. Xie Jinluan didn't give him a specific time. Xiao Chenma pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but in the end only said, Nuanyuan, be careful on the road. Xie Jinluan nodded, went back to her room to change her clothes, and then went downstairs. Ning Zhilan had sent her a message in advance and was already waiting for her downstairs. Xie Jinluan spotted her car immediately and sat in the passenger seat. Where to? Ning Zhilan asked. The usual place, Xie Jinluan replied with his eyes closed. The old place was called Yanhua Lu, a private restaurant where the three of them often went to discuss business. It had a beautiful environment, delicious food, and most importantly, it guaranteed the privacy of its guests. Ning Zhilan didn't ask any more questions and drove towards Yanhua Lu. Halfway there, Xie Jinluan suddenly opened her eyes and asked, you said that Xiao Chenma is a secondary personality, so why does he retain Chenma's memories? Ning Zhilan's expression was somewhat strange. He has Chenma's memories? That's not scientific. If he still has memories, how could his personality be completely different from Chenma's? It's not really a memory, more like a subconscious thing. He subconsciously knows what I like to eat and what I don't like to eat. A bold idea popped into Ning Zhilan's mind. Does he have Chenma's memories? Xie Jinluan thought carefully for a moment and then confirmed, no. So, he only remembers things related to you. Ning Zhilan's expression was somewhat excited. If he only remembers your hobbies, then it's because Chun Mo's subconscious has influenced him. What's the meaning? Although Chun Mo and Little Chin Mo are now two independent personalities, Little Chin Mo is is influenced by Chun Mo's subconscious to a certain extent. Xiao Chenma is not a completely independent personality. Unlike other split personalities, he does not have his own name or job. He consciously believes that he is Chenma. Ning Zhilan was a little confused about what she was saying, but Xie Jinluan seemed to understand. In short, Xiao Chenma is like Chenma in a parallel world. His essence is Chenma, but he doesn't remember, which means he hasn't experienced what Chenma experienced, creating a completely new person, but he is still Chenma in essence. Based on her own understanding, Ning Zhilan firmly believes that Xiao Chenma is Chenma. I don't think that just because they have different experiences they are not the same person, even if their souls are split off from the same source. Xie Jinluan maintained her opinion. But Chenmo's subconscious will affect Xiao Chenmo. For example, if Xiao Chenmo falls in love with you at first sight, it may be due to the subtle influence of Chenmo's love for you. Xie Jinluan sneered inwardly, but showed no sign of it on her face. Ning Zhilan thought she had persuaded Xie Jinluan, which made her even more determined. Look, how could little Chun Mo possibly know what you like? It must be Chun Mo who influenced him. Maybe little Chun Mo is a projection of Chun Mo's inner self. Chun Mo has been through too much. His experiences have made him reluctant to express his feelings. Perhaps he himself has not even seen his own emotions clearly, which is why little Chun Mo came out. You mean, Chun Mo loves me? Xie Jinluan felt something was off. Does Chun Mo love her? How could that be? Their first meeting was orchestrated by both of them. Chun Mo's goal from beginning to end was to climb up to a rich and beautiful woman, and her goal was to ensure that Chun Mo could never recover. Ning Zhilan didn't quite understand why Xie Jinluan would show such an expression, but considering that Xie Jinluan had locked Chun Mo up, she had a rough guess in her mind. Yes, Nguyen, he definitely loves you. You know that people who have climbed up from the bottom have an extremely strong sense of pride, and he definitely won't be willing to back down to you. Xie Jinluan pondered Ning Zhilan's words for a moment before realizing that the person had misunderstood. But she didn't intend to explain further. Whether Xiao Chenma is a separate person or a projection of Chenma's inner self, in my eyes he is an independent individual. In Xie Jinluan's eyes, the two are still too different. She cannot treat them as one person. Ning Zhilan remained silent for a long time, wanting to say something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Xie Jinluan glanced at her. Say what you want to say. Nguyen, if you treat Xiao Chenma and Chenma as two different people, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to live together with Xiao Chenma? Ning Zhilan is a person with strong principles and a high sense of morality, which is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Xie Jinluan's words were a bit hard for her to accept. Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow slightly. How is it inconvenient? We're not even sleeping in the same bed. Besides, what thoughts could I possibly have about a little kid? Don't you think so, Sister Lanlan? Chapter 48. My sister is the best. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Zhilan choked on her own saliva, coughed for a while, and said awkwardly, of course. The two chatted briefly about Chun Mo's situation at Yanualu, then quickly finished their meal and went back. When Xie Jinluan got downstairs, it was already completely dark. She glanced at the time. It was past 9 o'clock. Little Chun Mo should have finished eating and was getting ready to rest by now. Xie Jinluan walked to the door, opened it, and found the room completely dark. She assumed that Xiao Chenma had already gone to bed. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw a figure sitting on the sofa. Her heart tightened, and she cautiously reached for the stun gun she carried in her bag, taking small steps toward the figure. Sister, you're finally back. Little Chun Mo turned to look at Xie Jinluan, his voice filled with grievance. Xie Jinluan breathed a sigh of relief, turned on the light switch, and frowned, saying, Why aren't the lights on? I don't know if my sister will come back today. It feels so lonely with the lights on all by myself. Xiao Chenma stood up and walked towards Xie Jinluan, carefully sniffing something at her. What are you doing? Sniffing all over me like a puppy. Xie Jinluan pressed her finger against Xiao Chenma's forehead and pushed him away. Xiao Chenma wasn't sad at all. Instead, she felt a little excited. I thought you would drink alcohol, so I specially cooked some hangover soup in advance. It turns out you didn't drink alcohol. It's okay. I also cooked some pear soup. Try it, sister. As Xiao Chenma spoke, he jogged to the kitchen. Xie Jinluan was helpless. This person didn't give her a chance to refuse and went straight to serve the soup. Xie Jinluan sat down at the dining table, and soon Xiao Chenma brought over a plate with 2 bowls of pear soup on it. One bowl was still steaming, and the other bowl had small water droplets on its rim. Nuan, I've prepared both chilled and warm pear soup. Which one would you like to drink? Chun Mo placed the 2 bowls of pear soup from the plate in front of Xie Jinluan, staring at her eagerly, as if hoping to receive her praise. Xie Jinluan pointed to the warm pear soup. This bowl, please. A hint of disappointment flashed in Xiao Chenma's eyes. Nuanyuan hadn't praised him. He was sulking inside, but he obediently picked up the warm pear soup and fed Xie Jinluan small spoonfuls of it. After finishing a bowl of pear soup, Xie Jinluan felt her chest feel better. She looked at Xiao Chenma with interest and pinched his cheek. What's wrong? You don't look good with such a long face. Xiao Chenma forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, but stubbornly insisted. It's nothing. I'm going to wash the dishes. Xie Jinluan didn't stop him, which made him even angrier. He made a racket while washing the dishes, as if afraid Xie Jinluan wouldn't notice how angry he was. 2 minutes later, Xiao Chenma finished washing the dishes and sat down next to Xie Jinluan without saying a word. Xie Jinluan sighed. After all, he was still a bit young. Your pear soup was delicious. Why did you make 2 bowls? Xiao Chenma tried his best to smile, but he managed to control himself with his firm will. The weather is hot in some ways and cool in others. I couldn't tell what temperature you wanted to drink, so I just chilled the bowl. It's not a big deal. Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly. Yes, Chen Mo is the most thoughtful. In an instant, Xiao Chenma's ears turned bright red, almost as if they were about to bleed. He feigned modesty and said, It's all right, it's just my habit. Xie Jinluan's eyes crinkled into a smile. You were sitting on the sofa waiting for me today, and you were even cooking pear soup. What would you have done if I hadn't come back? Xiao Chenma shook his head and said firmly, No, my sister said she would come back, so I will wait until she comes back. Xie Jinluan tapped his head. You're so dense. What if I have something to do and don't come back? Are you going to wait for me forever? Xiao Chenma pursed her lips. My sister will call me and tell me. Xie Jinluan simply couldn't do anything with him. She had figured him out. This little boy would call her sister when he acted pitiful, but otherwise he would call her Nuanyuan. What if I forget? Then I'll just sit on the sofa and wait until my sister remembers me. Xie Jinluan's heart skipped a beat. In the past, Chen Mo usually only did superficial things, such as cooking. Even cleaning was done by a housekeeper. But he was never this meticulous. Xie Jinluan turned her head, a strange emotion flashing in her eyes. Silly child, why don't you know to rest earlier? I'll be worried if Nuan doesn't get home safely, and besides, Nuan didn't tell me who she went out to eat with. Xiao Chenma suddenly blurted out. Xie Jinluan smiled helplessly. This person was waiting for her here. The meal I had with Ning Zhilan was with the same woman who treated you, remember? Xiao Chenma nodded. Oh, I see. If it's convenient for you, could you let me pick you up? It's not very safe for you to be on the road alone. Xie Jinluan pinched his face. You came to pick me up? How did you come to pick me up? You don't even have a car. Xiao Chenma rubbed his slightly flushed face and retorted. I can take a taxi to pick you up. Xie Jinluan looked at him with gentle eyes. Your sister Lanlan has a car, and she brought me back today. Oh, I see. Xiao Chenma was a little disappointed. By the way, what did you eat tonight? Xie Jinluan had just noticed that the vegetables in the refrigerator were still there. Xiao Chenma's eyes darted around, and she said guiltily, I just ate something casually. Oh, don't talk about me. Sister, what did you eat tonight? Xiao Chenma's attempt to change the subject was so clumsy. Xie Jinluan replied with a straight face. You think you can just brush me off like that? Xiao Chenmo was afraid that Xie Jinluan would really get angry, so he immediately said, I ate some leftovers from lunch. I thought it would be a waste to throw them away. Anyway, my sister isn't coming back for dinner, so I'll just make do with what I have. Xie Jinluan was not some pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. She often went hungry as a child. Therefore, she simply said, Don't mistreat yourself. Buy whatever you want to eat. Don't keep eating leftovers. Throw away leftovers from the previous day. Don't ruin your health. Xiao Chen nodded. What are your plans for tomorrow, sister? She's free tomorrow, but seeing Chun Mo's nervous look, she couldn't help but tease him. It seems there's some work at the company that I have to take care of, so I might not be free tomorrow. Xiao Qima's face immediately fell. Huh? Wasn't I on vacation? Why do I still have to work? Damn capitalism. Uffed. Xie Jinluan couldn't help but laugh when she saw his disappointed and somewhat broken eyes. Xiao Qima immediately realized what was happening. He pounced on Xie Jinluan, baring his teeth and claws, and said, Nuanyuan is so mean. She actually lied to me. Little Chun Mo kept tickling Xie Jinluan's soft flesh, which made her unable to resist, and she kept laughing. Okay, get down. I won't tease you next time. Xiao Qima then got off Xie Jinluan. What's wrong? What do you want me to do tomorrow? Xie Jinluan leaned back on the sofa. Xiao Qima said shyly, How about we make a ring? Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the engagement ring on Xiao Qima's hand. A ring? Sister, please? It'll be more meaningful if we make it ourselves. Please, Chun Mo pouted and acted coquettishly. Xie Jinluan couldn't take it anymore and kept waving her hands. Okay, I promise you. My sister is the best. Chapter 49 Replacing him. The following afternoon, after the two finished their meal, Xie Jinluan changed into the matching outfits they had bought the day before, after being coaxed and pleaded with by Xiao Qima. As soon as she changed her clothes, Xie Jinluan was taken by Xiao Qima to a handmade gold ring shop. Xiao Qima had already chosen the style of the ring, and as soon as he and Xie Jinluan entered the store, they started working busily. Xie Jinluan sat beside him and, following the instructions of the old craftsman, began to slowly study the ring in the picture. Little Chinemo, you're already wearing a ring. Why do you insist on getting a new one? Are you going to wear both of them then? Xiao Qin paused for a moment, then said, I'll keep the original ring safe at home. A wedding ring is such an important thing, of course it should be kept safe. Sister, don't you think so? No, that's not it. He's just annoyed by the ring on his hand. He's wanted to throw it away for a long time. It's an eyesore. There's some truth to that. Xie Jinluan agreed wholeheartedly. Little Chun Mo hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society, and his thoughts were easily discernible. Sister, which ring will you wear? Little Chin Mo's eyes were fixed on the ring on Xie Jinluan's hand. Xie Jinluan rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought. The desire in Xiao Qinma's eyes was as dark as ink, but his heart was pounding. He held tightly to the corner of his clothes with one hand, afraid that Xie Jinluan would say something he didn't want to hear. After Xie Jinluan had enjoyed Chun Mo's expression for a while, she slowly replied, Of course, I'll wear whatever you wear. With a bang, Xiao Qinma felt something explode in his mind. What did Nuanyuan say? He said he would wear whatever he wore, so he would wear the same thing. What's the meaning? Could it be that Nuan is hinting at something to him? After all, Chinemo has already cheated on her, so Nuan definitely doesn't love him anymore. But he's not that kind of slut. For example, he's young and considerate, so it's only natural that Nuan would fall in love with him. Little Chinemo? Xie Jinluan waved her hand in front of him when he didn't speak for a long time. Xiao Qinma immediately snapped out of her daze, looked at Xie Jinluan with a smile, and asked in a voice so gentle it could melt water. What's wrong, Nuanyuan? Xie Jinluan was taken aback for a moment. It's nothing. I just saw you spacing out. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Of course, you're thinking about how to replace Chinemo. He had already understood his situation from Ningzhalan. He didn't have amnesia at all. He was Chunmo's alternate personality. But if the main personality died, wouldn't he become the main personality? Besides, he hasn't felt the presence of another person inside his body these past few days, so that person probably doesn't exist anymore. I'm thinking about how to make Nuan happy every day. Xiao Qinma tilted his head and looked at Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan chuckled. You're just being cheeky. Xie Jinluan learns things quickly, and Xiao Qinma is also very serious. In a short time, the two of them finished making the ring. After receiving the ring, Xiao Qinma immediately switched the ring on her own hand. Then, holding the other ring as if it were a precious treasure, she carefully asked, Nuan, may I put this ring on you? Xie Jinluan extended her right hand and looked at him tenderly. Xiao Qinma's Adam's apple bobbed, and his hands moved swiftly, quickly taking off Xie Jinluan's original ring and replacing it with a new one. Xie Jinluan withdrew her hand and admired the ring under the light. It's really beautiful. Xiao Chenma. Warm hands look beautiful in any ring. Xie Jinluan glanced at him. You smooth talker. All right, it's already 6 o'clock. Let's go eat. Okay. Nguyen, I already chose the restaurant yesterday, and I also hailed the car in advance. The driver has arrived now, let's go. Chen Mo naturally took Xie Jinluan's hand. Xie Jinluan observed Xiao Chenma discreetly. The difference between the two was too great, and she couldn't possibly consider them the same person. Xiao Chenma made the arrangements meticulously. Although the restaurant he chose wasn't particularly high-end, the ambience and food were quite good, and it was clear he had done his research. Xiao Chenma ordered a lot of desserts, and Xie Jinluan obliged and ate most of them. Nguyen, have you ever been to an amusement park? Xiao Chenma suddenly asked. Xie Jinluan paused for a moment. I went there with him. A sinister glint flashed in Xiao Chenma's eyes, but then a smile returned to his face. Sister, but I've never been before. I want to go. Will you come with me? He must cover up any trace that bitch left in Nguyen's heart. Xie Jinluan frowned. She wasn't really interested in these things and couldn't understand why they insisted on going to a place for children. Sister, little Chen Mo stared at Xie Jinluan with teary eyes, as if he would burst into tears immediately if Xie Jinluan said no. Xie Jinluan forked another piece of dessert and put it in her mouth, then sighed. Fine, but I don't like playing those overly exciting activities. Understood. Little Chen Mo's eyes immediately lit up. I will definitely give my sister a wonderful night. After the two finished dinner, Xie Jinluan was taken to the amusement park by Chen Mo. It was a weekday, so there weren't many people. After buying their tickets, Xiao Chenma pulled Xie Jinluan straight to their destination. The two stopped below the Ferris wheel. Xie Jinluan looked at him with a puzzled expression, and Xiao Chenma immediately replied, I heard that when the Ferris wheel here reaches its highest point, it can take in the entire scenery of S City, which is quite spectacular. Xiao Chenma took Xie Jinluan's hand and asked, Nguyen, is it okay? Xie Jinluan walked forward. Since we're already here, it would be a real shame not to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Xiao Chenma couldn't contain his joy. He carefully held Xie Jinluan's hand, afraid that she might fall. He only felt relieved when Xie Jinluan was safely seated in the cabin. Xie Jinluan looked out the window as the Ferris wheel slowly rose. The night view of S City was so beautiful that even she was mesmerized. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Xiao Chenma pulled out a bunch of pink roses from somewhere, her voice trembling slightly. Nguyen. Xie Jinluan turned her head, startled. What are you doing? Nguyen, I like you, Xiao Chenma said, enunciating each word clearly. Xie Jinluan fell silent. For a moment, the entire cabin was unusually quiet, as if the air had solidified. Xiao Chenma looked at her silent face and felt that he could hardly breathe. Xiao Chenma, Chenma is my husband. If you are him, you have already cheated on him, and there is no possibility between us. If you are not him, we are not divorced yet, and I have no intention of cheating on him. Xie Jinluan knew that her words were full of flaws. She never expected that Xiao Chenma would confess his feelings to her. Xiao Chenma is just a secondary personality. He will disappear completely in less than a month. How could she possibly agree to him? Xiao Chun was in a state of confusion. Nguyen had already accepted his ring, so why wouldn't she agree to be with him? Why? Just because of that man. If he never comes back, wouldn't I be Nguyen's legal husband? Chapter 50 Camping Trip. Yes, Chen Mo will never come back. He hasn't felt the presence of another person in his body all this time. Maybe Chen Mo has already vanished into thin air. Besides, he and Nguyen had only known each other for 5 or 6 days at most, so it was indeed a bit rash for him to confess his feelings so early. Anyway, that person is unlikely to come back, so he'll take it slow and let Nguyen see his determination. He believed that Nguyen might be able to resist for 1 day, 2 days, or even 100 days. He didn't believe that Nguyen could resist being moved even after 1,000 or 10,000 days. Even if she wasn't moved, Nguyen would have long been used to him being by her side. After thinking it through, Xiao Chenma pursed her lips, her eyes slightly reddening as she looked at Xie Jinluan, stubbornly placing the bouquet in front of her. Sister, I understand what you mean. I won't bring this up again. Can you pretend that nothing happened? Let's go back to how things were before. Xie Jinluan hesitated. Should she pretend nothing had happened? It's not that it's impossible. This person is just a small surprise in her life, and he will disappear soon, and all of this will be gone. Okay. Xie Jinluan took the flowers from Xiao Qinmo and smiled. Thank you for the flowers. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it, sister. Little Chun Imo still had that sweet smile on her face. Whether Xie Jinluan takes it seriously or not is no longer important. He has already confessed, and Nguyen Yuan can no longer treat him as a child. She doesn't believe that Xie Jinluan can remain indifferent to the face he once had feelings for. Even if Xie Jinluan only sees him as a substitute, he still wants to leave a mark on Xie Jinluan's heart. In the somewhat awkward atmosphere between the two, the cabin reached the ground. After getting out, neither of them was in the mood for sightseeing and took a taxi back. After quickly washing up, the two went back to their respective rooms to sleep. For more than 10 days in a row, Xiao Chenma acted as if nothing had happened, sticking to Xie Jinluan as usual and begging Xie Jinluan to take him out to play. The two went to an art museum, an aquarium, a zoo, a park. Every place Xie Jinluan and Chun Mo had ever been, and every place they had never been. Like a puppy, Xiao Chenma stubbornly wanted to leave his mark on every scene, trying to cover up Xie Jinluan's memories. It's been a full 20 days. If Xiao Chenma is just a secondary personality, why has Chunma, as the primary personality, never appeared? Nuan, my judgment is actually more inclined to believe that they are the same person who just has amnesia. But if it's amnesia, after such a long time, shouldn't he have regained his memory by now? I'm not sure either. It depends on Chun Mo's physical condition. Ning Zhilan's answer was very official. Even though Xie Jinluan was already a little anxious, she really couldn't help her. With less than 2 weeks until the golden wedding anniversary celebration of the couple, if Chun Mo doesn't return soon, she'll have to come up with a new plan. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone in frustration and looked out the window. To be honest, Xiao Chenmo really suited her taste. Although he loved to act cute, he never went too far. He was also thoughtful and would prepare her favorite food every day and keep the house spotless. All of Chun Mo's belongings that were originally in the room have been thrown away by him and replaced with his own. It's a pity he's not Chun Mo, but it's also fortunate he's not Chun Mo. Xie Jinluan composed herself and left the room. Xiao Chenma was wearing an apron and cleaning. He noticed Xie Jinluan, quickly finished what he was doing, took off his apron and walked up to Xie Jinluan. Nuan, you finished your work so quickly? Xie Jinluan nodded. It's nothing serious. Xiao Chenma's eyes were filled with anticipation. Nuan, look, it's still so early. Let's go camping. Xie Jinluan's lips curled up. You've already chosen where to go. Yes. I even prepared all the tools and food in advance, just waiting for my sister to nod in agreement. Little Chun Mo blinked at Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan tapped his head with her finger. The way you're talking makes it sound like I'm a bad person if I don't agree. How could that be? How could my sister be a bad person? Even if my sister is a bad person, I will still go without hesitation. All right, since you've put it that way, how can I refuse? Xie Jinluan said helplessly. Great. I knew my sister was the best. Little Chun Mo suddenly jumped into Xie Jinluan's arms, picked her up, and spun her around. Little Chun Mo was still using Chun Mo's body. Although she usually dressed up as soft and cuddly, she still had the strength she needed. After spinning around several times, Xie Jinluan gently patted him. Okay, I'm going to change my clothes. Xiao Chenma then shyly released Xie Jinluan. When Xie Jinluan came out after changing her clothes, Xiao Chenma had already moved all the tools she needed into the trunk of the car downstairs and was waiting for her at the door. Upon seeing her come out, Xiao Chenma excitedly led her downstairs and into the car. These days, Xiao Chun Mo AI has been taking Xie Jinluan on trips, but it's inconvenient since they don't have a car, so Xie Jinluan borrowed Ning Zhilan's car under the pretext of needing one. Xiao Chenma didn't ask any more questions, and Xie Jinluan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Jinluan was driving at first, but Xiao Chenma got really itchy and insisted on trying it, so Xie Jinluan had no choice but to give in. Fortunately, Xiao Chenma has muscle memory, so driving is still a piece of cake for him. Later on, Xiao Chenma basically became the driver. Xiao Chenma drove towards his destination. This time, he chose a place not in S City, but a mountain not far from S City. It was not very famous, but the scenery was very beautiful, and only locals knew about it. Xiao Qinma found all of this after doing a lot of research online. Even Xie Jinluan, who doesn't usually get carsick, frowned a bit along the way. The journey was just too bumpy. Xiao Qinma hadn't expected that the roads after leaving S City would be all bumpy, potholed paths. Not to mention Nuanyuan. Even he was feeling quite uncomfortable from the jolting. Xiao Qinma parked the car on the side of the road and asked with concern, Nuan, how are you feeling? Do you want to rest for a while? Xie Jinluan leaned back in her seat, her eyes half closed, and said, I'm fine. How much longer until we reach our destination? Xiaoqin glanced at the map and replied, Not long, about an hour. Then let's just drive there. It's better to get it over with quickly than to suffer for a long time. Xie Jinluan opened the car door and moved to the back seat. I'll lie down in the back seat for a while. Wake me up when we get there. Xiao Qinma looked at Xie Jinluan's pale face with some heartache, and then blamed himself for not making the strategy guide better. It's made Nuanyuan suffer so much. It's all his fault. But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. He couldn't let Nuanyuan suffer for nothing. Chapter 51, The Instinct of Love. Along the way, Xiao Qinma almost floored the accelerator to minimize Xie Jinluan's suffering and get them to their destination as soon as possible. He wasn't reckless. He made this decision after observing the road conditions for quite some time and confirming that there were indeed few vehicles on this small road before daring to drive so fast. The road conditions were far worse than he had imagined. When the car drove over another deep pothole, Xie Jinluan was jolted awake and unconsciously groaned with his eyes closed. Xiao Qinma glanced back at her, then focused his attention on driving again. Just as he turned around, an SUV suddenly appeared from the side like a beast and rammed straight into them. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Xiao Qinma's mind went blank, but his body's instincts reacted faster than his thoughts. He subconsciously swerved the steering wheel, and the car, like a runaway horse, crashed violently into a large tree on the side. The enormous impact caused the entire car body to tremble, and the hood was even flipped up, emitting a piercing metallic tearing sound. Xiao Qinma was instantly knocked unconscious by the impact. A few seconds later, he came to his senses and remembered everything. Despite the excruciating pain, Shunimo turned to look at the back seat and saw that Xie Jinluan had fallen into a coma, her face as pale as paper. His heart clenched suddenly, as if he were being pierced by countless needles at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, he mustered his last bit of strength, staggered out of the car, staggered a few steps, steadied himself, rushed to the back door, and used all his strength to lift Xie Jinluan out of the car and run to the side. 10 seconds later, a loud bang came from behind, and the car burst into flames, turning half the sky orange. The owner of the SUV rushed over in a panic. Seeing Chen Mo, who was covered in blood but still tightly protecting Xie Jinluan, he said in a trembling voice, Sir, are you all right? I've already called the police and 120. Please hang in there a little longer. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. He felt his body was almost out of his control, and his arm holding Xie Jinluan trembled slightly. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground together. But at the last moment, he used all his strength to adjust his posture, allowing Xie Jinluan to gently land on top of him. He gazed at Xie Jinluan, who was unconscious, a hint of tenderness and reluctance flashing in his eyes. A weak smile appeared on his lips, as if to say, Nuan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Subsequently, his consciousness gradually faded until it disappeared completely. When Xie Jinluan regained consciousness, all she saw was a snow-white landscape. She was about to rub her temples when someone suddenly pressed her hand down. Don't move. Xie Jinluan looked towards the source of the voice with difficulty. It was Ningzhalan. She said anxiously, You still haven't 4 drip in your hand. Don't move around. How are you feeling? Xie Jinluan did not answer her, but closed her eyes to recall what had happened. She remembered that she and Xiao Qinma were in a car heading to a camping trip. The road was too steep, and she wanted to take a nap. How did she end up in the hospital when she woke up? Xie Jinluan opened her eyes. I feel fine. What happened? How did I end up in the hospital? Xie Jinluan felt her head was still a little dizzy, and thinking about it for too long made her ache. Ning Zhilan couldn't help but complain. How dare you say that? You and Chun Mo were in a car accident. Luckily, the driver didn't run away and even called the police. Otherwise, in the middle of nowhere, you would have been torn to pieces by wolves, and no one would have known. Little Chun Mo, are you out of your mind? Have you gone mad too? Driving so fast. I had to keep your accident a secret from your aunt. Otherwise Xie Dong definitely wouldn't have agreed to your relationship with Chun Mo. Ning Zhilan said too much at once, and Xie Jinluan only caught the sentence, she and Chun Mo had a car accident. How is Xiao Chima? Ning Zhilan suddenly fell silent, then said, you haven't eaten yet, have you? You must be hungry. I'll go buy you some porridge. Stop. Xie Jinluan forced herself to sit up. She could feel that she hadn't been hurt too badly. But what about Xiao Qinma, who was driving? Ning Zhilan froze on the spot, and just as she was at a loss, Bai Wei rushed over and gently patted her. You go first, I'll talk to her. Ning Zhilan immediately slipped away. Bai Wei walked to Xie Jinluan's bedside. His condition is very bad. He's still in the ICU being treated. Xie Jinluan's pupils constricted sharply. What did you say? What exactly happened? What happened? What could have happened? Xiao Qinma was driving at almost 180 km/h. It's a miracle that you two survived, especially you, who only suffered minor injuries. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life. Otherwise, how could you be so lucky? Bai Wei's words were a mix of sarcasm and gritted teeth, but more than anything, they revealed her deep heartache for Xie Jinluan. They had known each other for 10 years. When she received the call about the serious car accident, her legs went weak and she was filled with fear, worried that something might have happened to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan felt okay about it, but she didn't expect Chun Mo to be so bold. Wei Wei, I'm sorry for making you worry. Xie Jinluan saw the tears in Bai Wei's eyes and knew that she had really frightened her this time. Otherwise she wouldn't be so angry. Bai Wei snorted coldly. Stop being so narcissistic. I'm just afraid you'll die. By the way, Wei Wei, how is Xiao Qinma? Bai Wei sat on a chair to the side and peeled an orange for herself. I already told you he was in the ICU, but he's been saved. I've arranged for him to be in a VIP ward, so don't worry too much. However, this little Chun Mo and Chun Mo really don't seem to be the same person. Xie Jinluan asked, what's wrong? Bai Wei put a segment of orange in Xie Jinluan's mouth and said, after he got out of the car, he didn't run away by himself. Instead, he used all his strength to carry you out and run to a safe place. Otherwise, after the car caught fire, you would probably be in grave danger. However, if Chun Mo really dares to abandon you and run away alone, I will not let him live on alone. I will definitely send him down to be with you. Xie Jinluan listened to her words and became lost in her own emotions. Xiao Qinma is not Chun Mo. If she were Chun Mo, she would only suspect that he orchestrated the car accident himself. However, after spending these days with Xiao Qinma, she could tell that he was an excellent person who genuinely loved and respected her. Human instinct is to run away, but Chun Mo's ability to turn back and save her was something she hadn't expected. Wei Wei, I want to go see him. Look what? Bai Wei slammed the apple she was peeling onto the table. You're already in this state, and you still want to see him? You'd better stay in bed and rest, or I'll tell your aunt. Xie Jinluan sighed. He saved me, so I should at least know about his situation. Bai Wei picked up the apple that had just been smashed on the table and continued peeling it. Don't worry, he's fine. He's still not awake, so why are you in such a hurry? I'll tell you when he wakes up, and it won't be too late to go then. You'd better take good care of your health right now, you hear me? Bai Wei rarely spoke to her in such a serious tone, and she knew that Bai Wei was right, so she didn't insist. Bai Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that she had given up. Chapter 52 is so unlucky. Xie Jinluan had wanted to check on Xiao Qinma for several days, but Bai Wei stopped her. Even if Xie Jinluan was stupid, she could tell something was wrong. She looked at Bai Wei with a scrutinizing gaze. What exactly happened? You can stop me for a while, but do you think you can stop me forever? Has something happened to Xiao Qinma? Although Xie Jinluan's last sentence was a question, his tone was extremely firm. Bai Wei remained silent for a long while before saying, he's back. In an instant, the entire ward fell silent, and Xie Jinluan stared blankly ahead. She should have realized it sooner, long ago when Ning Zhilan hesitated and was unwilling to talk about it. She should have known, but she herself was reluctant to believe it. Xiao Qinma shouldn't have existed in this world in the first place. It's better that he's gone. That's fine. At least if it were Chun Mo, she wouldn't be so soft-hearted. Do you still want to go see him? Bai Wei asked. Xie Jinluan hid her slightly trembling hands, turned her head to the side, looked out the window, and asked calmly, "Is he awake?" "He's awake. Otherwise how would I know it was Chun Mo?" Bai Wei leaned back in her chair. "Do you want to go see him? I think it's about time. He doesn't know the current situation yet, and I can't appear in front of him. Only you can tell him what has happened during this time." "Does he remember nothing?" I watched him on the monitor, and he seemed quite confused. He probably didn't quite understand what was going on. The nurse who was taking care of him told me that he even pulled her aside and asked her what happened to all his injuries. What did the nurse say? What can you say? Just say he was in a car accident and knows nothing else. I think that kid's head is about to explode. If you want to go see him, you can also help him clear up his doubts. Xie Jinluan withdrew her gaze. He's awake now, I'll go check on him. How do you plan to tell him? It's really hard to say what to do about Xiao Qinma. Just make up some excuse. Xie Jinluan didn't care about Chen Mo's thoughts at the moment. She just wanted to get by for now. That guy wasn't honest either, so he probably wouldn't dare to think too much about it. By the way, Nguyen Yuan, given his current condition, shouldn't we postpone our plans? Bai Wei suddenly asked. Xie Jinluan paused for a moment. Then let's wait a bit longer and make new plans after he recovers. Given Chun Mo's current physical condition, let alone helping to block, he might even die from a fall. Xie Jinluan doesn't want to kill him for the time being. Xie Jinluan found Chun Mo's ward based on the information Bai Wei provided. Chun Mo lay on the hospital bed, his injuries a shocking sight. Half of his head was wrapped in bandages, his right leg was in a cast, and even his face, which he cherished most, had a large amount of abrasions on his cheeks. Xie Jinluan felt a little sorry that even his face was injured. He wondered if it would leave a scar. If it affected his appearance later, he thought he should take him to get plastic surgery. If even plastic surgery doesn't work, she'll have no choice but to give up on this person. Xie Jinluan entered the ward, and Chun Mo subconsciously turned his head away so that Xie Jinluan could not see his face. What are you blocking? Do you want to talk to me with your face covered? Xie Jinluan's tone was somewhat impatient. Chun Mo still didn't turn his face away, and said sullenly, I'm too ugly right now. Let's talk about it again in a while. Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly, not forcing the issue, lest she see this face and be reminded of Xiao Chun Mo, making it difficult for her to be ruthless. It was just a pity that her plan would have to be delayed. Nguyen, what happened? How did I end up in the hospital? Xie Jinluan adjusted her emotions, trying not to be so cold. That day you had a high fever. Daqing called me, and I rushed over. I asked Ning Zhilan to come and see you, but your condition was too bad, so I could only drive you to the hospital. So, I was in a car accident on my way to the hospital? Chinemo couldn't believe he was so unlucky. Yes, that's right. Because you weren't wearing a seatbelt, you were thrown out and landed head first, immediately losing consciousness. By the time we got you to the hospital, your condition was already very bad, and you were transferred directly to the ICU. Chun Mo said incredulously. So, I was unconscious for over 20 days. Xie Jinluan nodded calmly. You were injured all over your body. Your leg was broken, your head was damaged, and you had a high fever at the time. It's really not easy to survive. Chun Mo felt a little dizzy. He still couldn't believe what Xie Jinluan had said, but the injuries on his body were real. Chun Mo originally wanted to play the victim, but no one would feel sorry for his face. Unfortunately, he was out of luck and could only wait until his face recovered before making any further moves. Nguyen, how are you? I heard from the nurse that you were injured too. Chun Mo's tone was sincere, but the way he turned his head was really comical. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days, Xie Jinluan said coldly. Nguyen, it looks like I'll need to rest for a while longer. Will you come to see me during this time? Chun Mo couldn't help but look at Xie Jinluan, her tone full of pity. But when Xie Jinluan saw his face, she was reminded of the appearance of Xiao Qinma after the car accident that day. She pinched her palm to steady herself. I'll come and visit whenever I have time. Her plan had to continue. She needed to keep Chun Mo calm and prevent him from becoming suspicious. Chun Mo was overjoyed, feeling that Xie Jinluan still had feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she come to see him again? He quickly said, if Nuanyuan comes to see me often, maybe my injuries will heal faster. Xie Jinluan pursed her lips and after a long while said, I'll try my best. Her tone was somewhat reluctant. After Xie Jinluan finished speaking, she turned and left. In Chun Mo's eyes, her departing figure looked somewhat disheveled, perhaps because she was afraid of making him feel soft-hearted. Half an hour after Xie Jinluan left, Chen Mo took out his phone, which Li Shui had given him when he woke up recently. He looked at Li Shui with some embarrassment, unsure of what to say. Li Shui used to call him brother all the time, but now she almost completely ignores him, just does her own thing, and leaves after handing him her phone. He could only watch Li Shui leave. He hadn't expected that Li Shui would be the one to deliver it to him, but it made sense, since she was Xie Jinluan's personal assistant. Chen Mo snapped out of his thoughts and called Bai Wei. The call was answered quickly. Hey, you're awake? Yes, Wei Wei. Our plan might not work out. Chen Mo was somewhat annoyed. He remembered that the couple's golden wedding anniversary was only a few days away, but he was in a situation where there was really nothing he could do. Bai Wei said understandingly, I understand. Your health is the most important thing. You should take good care of yourself first. Xie Jinluan will definitely come to see you again during this time. You two can slowly repair your relationship. There will be other opportunities. Chen Mo was extremely grateful. Wei Wei, thank you so much. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. This is what I should do, Bai Wei said meaningfully. Chapter 53 Finally, they got inside. During the months Chen Mo was recuperating, Xie Jinluan didn't come every day, but he would at least come to see him every few days to ask about his condition. With the Lunar New Year just over 10 days away, Chen Mo felt that his injuries had almost healed, and he could walk for several hours without any problem. Most importantly, thanks to his own careful care, his face has recovered without scarring and looks as it did before. Chen Mo got out of bed and stood in front of the mirror to admire his perfectly recovered face. He was thinking about whether to call Bai Wei to tell her about his health. The phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Bai Wei calling. What a coincidence. He thought to himself and answered the phone directly. Hey Wei Wei, what's up with calling me? Chen Mo, how's your recovery going lately? Bai Wei asked tentatively. I heard Xie Jinluan is going on a trip abroad soon. Chen Mo quickly said. My body is completely fine now. Is Nuan going on a trip? I haven't heard her mention it before. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Xie Junlin has a habit of going to country A before the new year. She has been living in country A for many years, so it's normal for Xie Jinluan to go to country A with her. If Nuanyuan is going too, what about me? Chen Mo asked anxiously. You are Xie Jinluan's legal husband. She should take you with her, both morally and logically. The fact that you two haven't had a wedding has already caused a lot of gossip. If she and Xie Junlin go abroad without taking you, wouldn't that prove that you two are not getting along? Wei Wei, do you have a new plan? Chen Mo guessed the gist of it from her words. Bai Wei said, yes, the public security in country A is very bad, and shootings are common. Bai Wei didn't say it explicitly, but Chen Mo understood what she meant. He hesitated and asked, can you guarantee my safety? These past few months lying in the hospital bed have been quite painful for him. Besides, guns and ammunition are no joke. If he misses, he could lose his life. Xie Junlin has a top-notch medical team in country A, and you only need to protect Xie Jinluan. He won't hit any vital spots, Bai Wei explained. Is the person reliable? It might be a bit difficult in S City, but this is abroad after all, where anyone can buy guns. Besides, that person will die after the mission, so even if they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't know where to start. Chen Mo still had many hesitations, but he knew this was his closest opportunity. Good. By the way, how have things been between you and Xie Jinluan these past few months? Chen Mo took a while to answer. Although she comes to see me, it's all business. She just asks how I am. She comes every few days and only stays for half an hour each time before leaving. It's not a big problem. Xie Jinluan has publicly stated that your relationship is excellent, and even Xie Junlin thought you two were inseparable. It seems that she is still willing to give you a chance. Chen Mo also felt that what she said made some sense, so he did not refute her. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo kept staring at the door for several days, hoping that Xie Jinluan would come to see him and, more importantly, ask him about his trip. 4 days later, just as Chen Mo was beginning to doubt the accuracy of Bai Wei's information, Xie Jinluan arrived. Chen Mo said solicitously, "Nuan, sit down quickly, let me peel some apples for you." "No need. I don't need a patient to take care of me." Xie Jinluan maintained the same attitude as before. Chen Mo lowered his eyes, somewhat hurt, then hid the sadness in his eyes and said cautiously, "Nuan, my injury has almost healed, and I can be discharged from the hospital now." "All done." Xie Jinluan looked him up and down. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately got out of bed and jumped around a few times to prove that he was really almost fully recovered. "Now that you're all better, let's go back to Yinshan Manor." Chen Mo was so shocked by Xie Jinluan's words that he couldn't speak. After a while, he tentatively asked, "But Nuanyuan, doesn't Annie not want us to bother her?" Xie Jinluan looked up at him. "Indeed, but we've been married for almost half a year. Are we going to spend the new year apart?" Xie Jinluan said somewhat irritably, "When you get back, behave yourself. Your aunt already has a lot of opinions about you. If you anger her, it will be the end of our relationship." Chen Mo's eyes lit up. What did Nuan mean by that? It means there's still a possibility between them, and Nuanyuan is willing to give him that chance. "Nuan, don't worry, I will definitely behave well in front of Auntie," Chen Mo said excitedly. Xie Jinluan glanced at him. "What hasn't your aunt seen in her life? If you try to please her, you'll only make her dislike you. Just be yourself." Chen Mo's eyes were overflowing with tenderness. "Okay, Nuan, I'll do whatever you say." Xie Jinluan was not swayed by his words and said, "Pack your things. The driver is already downstairs. We'll go straight back in a bit." "But, Nuanyuan, this is my first time officially meeting my aunt. Should we prepare a gift?" Xie Jinluan said directly. "What can you give me? My aunt doesn't need anything." Chen Mo was a little embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Xie Jinluan softened when she saw his appearance. "All right, I've already had it prepared. You can just go over there." Chen Mo smiled and said, "I knew Nuan was the best." Xie Jinluan said seriously, "I'll go down first. Come down when you're done tidying up." As Chen Mo watched Xie Jinluan's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth widened. He was now certain that Xie Jinluan's feelings for him were still very deep and wouldn't change in the short term. Chen Mo quickly packed up what he hadn't brought and went downstairs. Xie Jinluan's car was parked outside the hospital. Chen Mo saw it at a glance and quickly went over to sit in the back seat. Along the way, Chen Mo tried to find something to say, but Xie Jinluan's reactions were too bland, making even the thick-skinned Chen Mo feel like he couldn't continue. He gritted his teeth. If Xie Jinluan still ignored him on this last topic, he would just give up. "Nuan, what kind of younger generation does your aunt like?" Xie Jinluan let out a long breath, seemingly a little impatient with him. "You are my husband now. We have already registered our marriage. Even if your aunt had many complaints about you before, she will not hold it against you now. As long as you treat me well, your aunt won't dislike you." Xie Jinluan wasn't lying. There were some things she hadn't told her aunt, but given how much her aunt doted on her, it was true that as long as Chen Mo treated her well, her aunt wouldn't say anything more. Chen Mo bit down on the soft meat in his mouth, knowing in his heart that she was telling the truth, and dared not ask any more questions. But he was still incredibly nervous. Xie Junlin was a shrewd person, and he didn't know if Xie Junlin would notice anything amiss. Chapter 54. The plan is underway. Once the car came to a smooth stop, Chen Mo quickly got out and stood by the door, gentlemanly raising his hand to shield Xie Jinluan from the roof so she wouldn't bump her head when getting out. After Xie Jinluan got out of the car, Chen Mo reached out his hand, wanting Xie Jinluan to take his arm. Xie Jinluan hesitated for a moment, but finally gently placed her hand on Chen Mo's outstretched arm. Although her aunt knew about the wedding farce, she didn't know the real reason why she and Chen Mo got their marriage certificate. The show that needs to be done still needs to be done. As soon as the two entered the house, Xiaoju spotted them immediately and excitedly shouted, "Miss and Master are back." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper, Aunt Xia, quickly stepped forward and respectfully said to Xie Jinluan and Chen Mo, "Miss, young master, Chairman Xie is waiting for you two in the study. Lunch is being prepared. Does the young master have any dietary restrictions?" Chen Mo smiled and replied, "No, Aunt Xia. Just prepare whatever you like. I'm not picky about food." Xie Jinluan then instructed the housekeeper, "By the way, Aunt Xia, could you please send a few people to my car to bring in all the gifts that Chen Mo prepared?" The butler nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mississippi. Then you go ahead with your work. Chen Mo and I will head over first," Xie Jinluan said gently. After the housekeeper left, Chen Mo asked, "Nuan, why are you so respectful to Aunt Xia?" "Aunt Xia has been taking care of my aunt since she was a child. When my aunt went abroad to handle family matters, Aunt Xia followed without hesitation and shielded my aunt from a lot of trouble. Although she is just a housekeeper, she is also my aunt's best friend, so naturally we should respect her more." This is not a secret, and Xie Jinluan had no intention of hiding it from him. Chen Mo nodded and said, "Then we should indeed show extra respect." He secretly rejoiced, thankful that he was usually cautious. Otherwise, if he had unintentionally offended this person, that would have been a real problem. The two soon arrived at the study door. Xie Jinluan knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Aunt, Chen Mo and I have come back to see you." Taking advantage of the pause in Xie Jinluan's speech, Chen Mo took a deep breath and tried to adjust his breathing to make himself appear more composed. "Come in," Xie Junlin's voice came from inside the door. Xie Jinluan pushed open the door, and Chen Mo followed her inside, standing in front of Xie Junlin. This was the first time Chen Mo had met Xie Junlin so formally. After all, Xie Junlin was a leader who had fought his way up in the business world, and his aura made Chen Mo feel a little breathless. Chen Mo forced a smile and greeted her politely. "Hello, Auntie. Nuanyuan and I have come back to see you." Xie Junlin stared directly at Chen Mo with his sharp eyes, not in a hurry to respond to his greeting, but instead looked him up and down. There are too many cases in the industry where families with only one daughter have been ruined by men from humble backgrounds who have achieved success but have no children. She wouldn't gamble, but Nuanyuan has grown up and has her own ideas. What she should do is support her and be her backing, so that she has the resources to get back up after she falls. Despite the immense pressure, Chen Mo forced a smile and allowed Xie Junlin to scrutinize him. He knew that the most important thing he should do right now was to stay calm. But under Xie Junlin's intense scrutiny, he couldn't help but feel nervous, and the smile on his lips froze. A minute later, Xie Junlin looked away and said, "Xiao Chen, there's no need to be so polite. Please sit down." Chen Mo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead without making a sound. Xie Jinluan sat between Chen Mo and Xie Junlin and said to Xie Junlin in a coquettish tone, "Auntie, did you miss me?" Xie Junlin took her hand, feigning anger. "How dare you say that? After we got our marriage certificate, you went on your honeymoon with Xiao Chun and didn't even come back to see this old woman." Chen Mo was startled. He had been wondering how Xie Jinluan would explain her long absence if the wedding was fake, but she said she was on her honeymoon. Xie Junlin had long since stopped managing his domestic companies, and this reason held water in her eyes. "No way. I've been wanting to come back and see you, but a little accident happened." Xie Jinluan spread his hands to indicate that it wasn't his fault. Xie Junlin slapped her hand in exasperation, sighed, and continued, "I've already told you to be careful. Didn't I assign you a driver? You insisted on being reckless. Luckily, your injury wasn't serious. Otherwise, what would I have done?" Xie Jinluan coaxed, "Aunt, it won't happen again. Please don't be angry with me." Xie Junlin laughed and said, "How could I bear to part with it? By the way, how did you and Xiao Chen feel about your long trip?" Xie Junlin asked the two of them. Xie Jinluan, without changing her expression, spouted nonsense. "We went to many places for travel, ate a lot of delicious food, and Chen Mo and I had a great time." Xie Junlin nodded in satisfaction. "Speaking of travel, Nuanyuan, since you and Xiao Chun have gotten your marriage certificate, why don't you come with me abroad for a while before the new year?" Xie Jinluan's smile froze for a moment. "Aunt, isn't this inappropriate? In previous years, you and Aunt Xia always went together. Why bring me and Chun Mo along this year? Xie Jinluan pretended to be extremely unwilling. What's wrong with that? We're all family. Let's go and have fun together. Xie Junlin seemed to have thought of something and laughed. I know you young people don't want to play with us. Once we're there, you two can play by yourselves. I won't interfere. Since Xie Junlin had already said so much, Xie Jinluan couldn't refute him anymore, and simply asked Chen Mo, what do you think? Chen Mo was naturally more than happy to agree, and he put on a tender expression. Nuan, I'll do whatever you say. Xie Junlin slammed his hand on the table. All right, the whole family should be together. Nuanyuan, you should get familiar with the business over there. There's no need to discuss this anymore. Everyone go. Xie Jinluan pursed her lips and could only nod in agreement. Xie Junlin chatted with the two of them for a while longer before letting them go. It wasn't mealtime yet, so after leaving the study, Xie Jinluan took Chen Mo back to his room. Chen Mo sat on the sofa next to him and asked curiously, Nuan, why do you seem so reluctant to go on a trip? Xie Jinluan gave a mocking heh, her gaze indifferent and devoid of warmth. What do you think? Do you think I'd still want to go with you after what you did? Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there stunned. He thought that Xie Jinluan had already softened her heart towards him. Xie Jinluan didn't want to look at him anymore and left with the words, I'm going to another room. Someone will come to let you know when it's time to eat, before hurriedly departing. Chen Mo wanted to say something, but all he got was the crisp sound of the door closing. Chen Mo stood up and pondered carefully. He realized that he had been too presumptuous these past few days. How could Xie Jinluan forgive him so easily? Bai Wei's suggestions must be implemented. Chapter 55 Feigned Intent. Because he was going on a trip, Chen Mo had been staying at Yinshan Manor for the past few days. The couple always appeared to be very affectionate in public, so the housekeeper naturally only prepared one room for them. Fortunately, Xie Jinluan's room was not only big enough, but also had a sofa. Although the sofa was not big, Chen Mo could still curl up and sleep comfortably. Chen Mo endured Xie Junlin's oppressive presence during the day and slept on the sofa at night until the day he was to travel to Country A. On the plane, Chen Mo sat next to Xie Jinluan, wanting to say something, but Xie Jinluan simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Seeing Xie Jinluan's strong aversion to communicating with him, Chen Mo had no choice but to shut his mouth awkwardly. After the plane landed, Xie Jinluan got up and walked towards the address the driver had given her. Chen Mo quickly followed behind Xie Jinluan. He had never been abroad before and was unfamiliar with the place, so he was still a little nervous. Xie Jinluan looked around at her phone and spotted a black car in the distance. She immediately went over to it. Chen Mo sat down in the back seat with her. The driver greeted Xie Jinluan respectfully. Miss, Chairman Xie has already taken another car to the manor. May we depart now? Xie Jinluan nodded slightly. Let's go. The car quickly stopped in front of a villa. Chen Mo asked in confusion, Nuan, didn't Auntie go to the manor? Xie Jinluan opened the car door and got out, replying coldly, We've only been married a short time, and my aunt didn't want to bother us. She told us to have fun. Chen Mo got out of the car and asked, When are we going to visit Auntie? Xie Jinluan paused for a moment. It's already very late today. Let's go take a look tomorrow. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. The two entered the villa. There weren't many people inside. 5 people were standing in the hall, a butler and 4 servants. Xie Jinluan looked at the butler. Are the rooms all ready? The butler replied, Miss, everything is ready and waiting for you and your husband to move in. Xie Jinluan paused. Is there only one room? A hint of confusion flashed in the butler's eyes, but he quickly recovered and said politely, All the rooms are cleaned regularly, but the room prepared for you is a one-to-one replica of the style of your Yinshan Manor. Xie Jinluan understood what he meant. He simply wanted to tidy up only the master bedroom. Clean out the room next to mine and take the son-in-law's luggage in, Xie Jinluan instructed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face immediately darkened. What did Xie Jinluan mean by this? Fortunately, Xie Jinluan had her back to him and didn't notice his expression. The butler's expression showed obvious surprise for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, nodded in response, and then instructed the servants to tidy up. Xie Jinluan looked at a maid and said, Lead me the way. Although the villa was in her name, She usually stayed at her aunt's place when she came to Country A on business. The maid, who was being stared at by Siejin Luan, became a little nervous. "Yes, miss, please come with me." The maid walked upstairs tremblingly, with Siejin Luan and Chun Mo following behind her. After the maid led the two into the room, Siejin Luan gestured for her to leave. Siejin Luan sat on the sofa, slightly raised her chin, and looked at Chun Mo with a cold gaze. "What do you want to ask? I can tell you've been holding it in all this way." Chun Mo's thin lips pressed into a line, and after a long while, he asked, "Why did you have the housekeeper prepare 2 rooms? Aren't we husband and wife?" Siejin Luan raised her eyebrows slightly and sneered. "Why do you ask? Did you deceive yourself during those few days you stayed at the manor?" "Nuan, listen to me." "Shut up. I don't want to hear your voice right now. Just seeing you in front of me makes me feel disgusted." "Shinemo, listen to me. If it weren't for the fact that we just got married and divorce would have such a huge impact on me, you would have nothing to do with me anymore." Siejin Luan stared at him with icy eyes. Chun Mo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, so cold that his teeth were trembling slightly. "Dream. Siejin Luan, you can never be completely unrelated to me. You killed my mother. You destroyed my family. I will never let you get away with this." Chun Mo's out-of-control expression was too obvious, so Siejin Luan had no choice but to turn her back and pretend not to see it. "You can go out now. The housekeeper should have finished packing. Let's treat each other with respect for the next 6 months, and then we'll get a divorce." Chun Mo immediately put on a tender expression and took Siejin Luan's hand. Nuan, give me another chance." Nuan, there must be some misunderstanding between us." "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Aren't you the one blaming me?" "Nuan, I didn't." "No." Siejin Luan walked up to Chun Mo, narrowed her eyes, and stared at him. "Aren't you afraid of me? I'll give you your freedom in 6 months." Chun Mo suppressed his inner panic. "Nuan, I admit that at first I was indeed a little afraid and resentful of you because of what happened between your mother and your father. However, I figured it out. It's not your fault. Your mother and father were in the wrong first, and you're only doing this to protect yourself. I have always loved you, and that has never changed." Siejin Luan took a step back, her expression indifferent. "However, your distrust of me makes it impossible for me to continue to trust you. Nuan, just 6 months. Give me another 6 months, and I will definitely show you my determination." Chun Mo's eyes were full of sincerity. Siejin Luan lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment. "How do I know if this is your purpose of retreating to advance?" "Chun Mo, in order to protect my company from public opinion, you must stay under my watchful eye for the next 6 months." "Siejin Luan, don't you have even a shred of love for me? I don't believe it. If you really don't love me, why did you rush over so quickly when I had a fever, and even got into a car accident trying to get me to the hospital faster?" "Siejin Luan, I don't understand. I've already realized my love for you, so why are you unwilling to admit that you love me too?" Siejin Luan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "You love me? Chun Mo, do you think I'm stupid?" Chun Mo stood frozen in place. Siejin Luan was not stupid. In fact, she was extremely ruthless. Otherwise, how could she have plotted to kill 2 adults at such a young age, without even getting a drop of blood on her hands? Therefore, Siejin Luan knew all the stupid things he had done from the beginning. Whether it was the accusations made at the wedding or the time he drugged Siejin Luan wouldn't believe a single word of his explanations afterward. Siejin Luan was just playing him for a fool. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, trying hard to calm himself down. He couldn't act impulsively. He still had plans with Bai Wei. He couldn't alert her. It's normal for Siejin Luan not to believe him now. As long as the plan succeeds, Siejin Luan will definitely believe that he has reformed. Besides, Siejin Luan loves him so much that she will definitely believe him. "Nuan, I know you won't believe me no matter what I say right now, so I will definitely prove it to you with my actions." Chun Mo's gaze was firm. Siejin Luan sneered. "Then I'll wait and see." Chapter 56. The plan begins. During his stay at the villa, although Chun Mo did not sleep in the same room as Siejin Luan, he was still unusually attentive to her and often showed off in front of her. Siejin Luan didn't react much to his actions. Chun Mo knew that Siejin Luan wouldn't soften her heart over such trivial matters, so he had to wait. After dinner, Chen Mo returned to his room and called Bai Wei. The call was answered quickly. Hey, Wei Wei, when do we start our plan? Chen Mo asked anxiously. Bai Wei chuckled lightly. Why are you in such a hurry? I've already arranged everything, including the people and the things. Now we just need the right opportunity. These past few days, Xie Jinluan and you haven't left the house except to visit Xie Junlin. The timing isn't right, so it's not easy to make a move. What should we do then? Should I take Xie Jinluan out with me? That's right. It's really difficult to make a move on Xie Jinluan's way to Xie Junlin. Try to get Xie Jinluan to Fifth Avenue. Robberies happen frequently there, and shootings are normal. Chen Mo frowned. This matter was both difficult and easy, but Xie Jinluan didn't seem to have any intention of going out. I understand. Chen Mo hung up the phone, pondering how to trick Xie Jinluan. The next morning, Chen Mo got up early and went to the kitchen to cook for Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan, sitting in her seat, noticed Chen Mo's enormous dark circles and raised an eyebrow. Didn't sleep well? Chen Mo smiled gently, his lips curving upwards. I was thinking yesterday, Nguyen, we've been in country A for so long, but we haven't gone out for a stroll. Will Auntie get suspicious? Xie Jinluan frowned as she pondered, and she also felt that what he said made some sense. Where do you want to go? Chen Mo's eyes were filled with laughter. Nguyen, I searched online yesterday, and it said that the shopping mall in the city center is a paradise for many girls. Do you want to go shopping? Xie Jinluan thought for a moment. The shopping mall here wasn't far from the villa, and she hadn't gone shopping in quite a while. When are you going? Chen Mo was overjoyed. He suppressed his excitement and tried to keep his voice steady. How about tonight? I heard there's a light show tonight. Xie Jinluan swallowed the food in her mouth. Okay. Chen Mo suddenly seemed to be filled with energy and kept talking to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan's response was neither warm nor cold, but Chen Mo was already quite satisfied. After finishing his meal, Chen Mo returned to his room and called Bai Wei. What's wrong? Why are you contacting me again so soon? Tonight, Xie Jinluan and I will be going to Fifth Avenue. You can arrange the manpower now. Chen Mo's tone was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Bai Wei laughed and said, I thought you would need a few more days, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. It seems that Xie Jinluan really still cares about you. Chen Mo was moved by Bai Wei's words. Xie Jinluan must have feelings for him, and with this desperate move, Xie Jinluan would definitely soften his heart. Bai Wei gave Chen Mo a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Chen Mo carefully reviewed every detail of Bai Wei's plan in his mind. This was his chance to turn things around. Around noon, Chen Mo went downstairs and had lunch with Xie Jinluan. After digesting their food in the garden for a while, Xie Jinluan suddenly said to Chen Mo, Let's go. Chen Mo paused for a moment. Now? Xie Jinluan nodded. Yes, we'll eat out for dinner too. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Chen Mo's voice couldn't hide his excitement. The two arrived at the mall by car. Xie Jinluan was initially a little listless, but seeing the bags and jewelry piqued her interest. In one afternoon, Xie Jinluan bought countless pieces of jewelry and designer bags. Chen Mo was carrying at least 15 bags, leaving him no chance to even free up a hand to inform Bai Wei. By the time Xie Jinluan finished shopping in the entire mall, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Xie Jinluan glanced at the shopping bag on Chen Mo's body and felt a little regretful. She hadn't bought enough yet. Seeing that she seemed to want to go to other shopping malls, Chen Mo immediately said, Nguyen, it's getting late. Let's have dinner first. The light show starts at 9 o'clock. Xie Jinluan then gave up the idea. Chen Mo first put his things in the car before taking Xie Jinluan into the restaurant for dinner. Chen Mo has learned a lot from Xie Jinluan in the past 2 years, and even the restaurants he chooses are no longer at the same level as before. After the two finished dinner, it was already past 8:50. Chen Mo hurriedly led Xie Jinluan to the light show. The two were very lucky. They arrived just as the light show began. It was pitch black all around, and there were crowds of people everywhere. Chen Mo took the opportunity to hold Xie Jinluan's hand. Xie Jinluan paused for a moment, but did not shake him off. Suddenly, a beam of silver-blue laser light slashed vertically from the top of the landmark tower, like a meteor streaking across the darkness. Accompanied by ethereal electronic sound effects, the tower's facade lit up layer by layer, pixelated light patterns spreading like ripples, gradually outlining a futuristic geometric grid. The ground projections started simultaneously, countless points of light converging into a rotating nebula, making everyone feel as if they were in the center of the galaxy. The light show was very impressive, but unfortunately it didn't last long, ending in less than an hour. As the event ended, the swarming crowd made Xie Jinluan and Chun Imo somewhat irritated. Xie Jinluan frowned, found a staff member nearby, handed him a small tip, and gestured for him to lead her and Chun Imo through the VIP channel. Chun Mo's heart pounded. Xie Jinluan going to the VIP area was an outcome they had anticipated. When they finally leave, it will be the busiest and most chaotic time of day on the street. When they came out of the VIP area, the street looked exactly as Bai Wei had guessed. Chun Imo and Xie Jinluan were walking towards the driver. Suddenly, as if stirred by an invisible force, the crowd instantly descended into chaos. People began to shove and push, screams and shouts rising and falling like a surging tide. Xie Jinluan and Chun Imo were like leaves caught in a whirlwind, helplessly pushed further and further away from the driver in this crowd. What exactly is going on? Xie Jinluan frowned, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. She tried to steady herself and see the situation clearly. Chun Imo stood on tiptoe, craned his neck, looked around, and after a long while, finally spoke. It looks like we've been robbed. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinluan relaxed a little, sighed, and said, "It was just a robbery. That's good. Let's wait until the crowd disperses before looking for the driver." Chun Imo nodded and agreed. Just as the two were starting to relax, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out from the crowd, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly shattering the silence. Xie Jinluan's pupils constricted sharply. Gunshots. How could there be guns? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Jinluan immediately grabbed Chun Mo's hand and ran frantically away from the sound of gunfire. Their hearts pounded like drums, their steps faltered, but the fear in their hearts kept them from stopping for a moment. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Chapter 57 Hospitalization again. The bullet flew straight towards Xie Jinluan, and Chun Imo instinctively pulled Xie Jinluan towards him, using his own body to shield her. Xie Jinluan was stunned for a few seconds until Chun Imo could no longer support himself and crashed heavily onto her before she came to her senses. Xie Jinluan turned around, squatted down, and hugged Chun Imo in her arms. With her other hand trembling, she took out her phone from her bag and called the driver and Li Shui. She gripped Chun Mo's hand tightly, her voice hoarse as she said, "Chun Imo, wake up. Don't fall asleep. The driver will be here soon. I'll take you to the hospital right away. You'll be all right. Hang in there." Cough, cough, cough. Chun Imo choked on blood, and with difficulty opened his eyes. He looked at Xie Jinluan with deep affection and held Xie Jinluan's hand tightly. "Nuan, I have no regrets. I love you, and I have never regretted it." Xie Jinluan bit down hard on the soft flesh in her mouth, her face grim. "Who gave you permission to say that? Do I need your regret? Chun Imo, let me tell you, if you die, I'll make your parents go down with you." Chun Imo tried his best to open his eyes and said weakly, "Nuan, don't forget me. I love you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Imo could no longer hold on and closed his eyes. Soon, the driver brought the car over, and Xie Jinluan picked Chun Imo up and put him in the car. "Quick, get to the nearest hospital." The driver didn't dare to waste a moment and immediately drove through red lights, turning a journey that should have taken more than 10 minutes into just a few minutes. As soon as the car stopped, the doctors and nurses who had been waiting at the hospital entrance immediately lifted Chun Imo onto a stretcher and sent him into the operating room. Xie Jinluan followed closely behind them until the operating room door closed, at which point she collapsed to the ground. "Wow, you're still so dedicated even after people have already gone inside." Xie Jinluan knew whose voice it was without even looking up. She leaned wearily against the wall and asked, "Why are you here? You don't have any scenes to film right now, do you?" Bai Wei wrinkled her nose. "I arranged this scene. I came to see how it's progressing." I checked. The bullet hit his back, and the impact of the gun wasn't strong. It should only hurt him for a while, not kill him. Xie Jinluan straightened up, pondering what to do next. Bai Wei linked arms with Xie Jinluan and said with a grin, "Of course he won't die. He's a mercenary I specially hired. He's quite expensive, but there's a reason for the high price. His marksmanship is really good." Xie Jinluan pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "I'll reimburse you." She glanced at the time. "Chen Imo should be out in about half an hour. You should go first, so he doesn't see you." Bai Wei blinked. "Okay." Xie Jinluan could tell at a glance what kind of bad intentions Bai Wei was up to. She tapped Bai Wei's head and said, "All right, leave now. Don't even think about sneaking a peek. You'll get to see as much as you want later." Bai Wei then left, satisfied. Half an hour later, Chen Imo was wheeled out of the operating room by a nurse. The leader said to Xie Jinluan, "Miss Xie, Mr. Chen's condition is currently quite good, and he should wake up tomorrow." "I understand. Let's transfer him to another hospital now." Xie Jinluan nodded. The leader nodded and then gave orders to those around him. The team that performed the surgery on Chen Imo was a professional team that Xie Jinluan had trained in Country A. They were not only highly skilled, but also efficient in their work. In just a few hours, the group had made arrangements for Chen Imo. After everyone left, Xie Jinluan coldly surveyed Chen Imo. Chen Imo is a very ambitious and motivated person, but unfortunately his mind is full of crooked ways, and he only wants to climb to the top by stepping on others. Such a person deserves to be eaten. Xie Jinluan prepared a VIP room for Chen Imo, who sat on a recliner and took a nap with her eyes closed. When Chen Imo was awakened from his dream by the pain of his wound, he looked around in confusion until he saw Xie Jinluan sleeping on a simple chair and suddenly understood. Chen Imo sat up and looked her over. Had Xie Jinluan been sleeping here with him all night? Chen Imo was overjoyed. Xie Jinluan had forgiven him. She believed him. Xie Jinluan seemed to sense someone watching her and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Chen Imo staring at her, she immediately frowned and said, "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you sitting up?" His words were filled with deep concern. Chen Imo couldn't help but smile. "Okay, whatever you say, I'll lie down now." Xie Jinluan, looking rather displeased, lifted his blanket to check if his wounds had reopened. Chen Imo stared intently at Xie Jinluan, noticing the bloodshot eyes in her gaze. It seemed Xie Jinluan had indeed softened towards him. Although the scheme was somewhat harmful to his health, the remarkable results made it all worthwhile. After Xie Jinluan examined his wound and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the wound didn't reopen, otherwise it would have had to be re-bandaged. Xie Jinluan's tone was somewhat reproachful. Chen Imo reached out and hooked Xie Jinluan's finger with his. Xie Jinluan looked at him, and Chen Mo's eyes were full of affection. "Nuan, have you forgiven me?" Xie Jinluan neither withdrew her hand nor answered him. Chen Mo's eyes darkened instantly. He bit his pale lower lip, his voice broken. "It's okay, Nuan. As long as you know I love you, that's enough." Xie Jinluan looked at him with a complicated expression. "Chen Imo, this is the last chance." Chen Imo couldn't hold back any longer and sat up abruptly to hug Xie Jinluan, repeatedly saying, "Nuan. I really love you so much." Chen Imo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Xie Jinluan lowered her eyes, enjoying Chen Mo's clumsy acting from where Chen Imo couldn't see. "Chen Imo, this is just the beginning. Don't be too happy yet." The two embraced for a while before Xie Jinluan gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder and whispered, "All right, the doctor will be here to check on you soon." Chen Imo then released Xie Jinluan with a joyful expression, and after letting go, he let out a muffled groan. "What's wrong?" Xie Jinluan asked with concern. Chen Imo leaned back, his voice a little guilty. "It's okay, I'm fine." Xie Jinluan frowned and looked at him, somewhat distrustful, and tried to lift the blanket, but Chen Imo grabbed her wrist. "Nuan, I'm really fine." Xie Jinluan's face immediately turned cold. "I just forgave you, and you're already ignoring me?" Chen Imo bit down on the soft meat in his mouth, closed his eyes with a look of resignation, and said in a muffled voice, "Then look." Xie Jinluan had just lifted the blanket when she noticed blood seeping through his bandages. Xie Jinluan wanted to say something, but in the end she only said, "Be careful, I'll go call the doctor to come and take a look." After saying that, Xie Jinluan left the ward. She found Chun Mo's attending physician and said directly, "Give him the strongest medicine so he can recover faster." A hint of surprise flashed in the doctor's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. Chapter 58, I'll play you to death. Xie Jinluan looked at him. What? The doctor said, Miss Xie, if we use strong medicine, Mr. Chun may not be able to withstand it. This medicine has a pain tolerance level that is beyond that of ordinary people. Xie Jinluan said coldly, I know, just use it. The doctor nodded in agreement. He had only been worried that Miss Xie was unaware of the drug's potency. Now that she knew, the rest was beyond what a mere employee like him could say. The doctor followed Xie Jinluan into the ward and walked to Chun Mo's bedside. He carefully examined Chun Mo's wounds. Then he said to Chun Mo, Mr. Chun, I need to change your medication. It might hurt a little. Chun Mo nodded. How much pain could it possibly cause? Besides, Nguyen was right there. He couldn't very well say that he was a grown man who was afraid of pain. Xie Jinluan crossed her arms and looked at Chun Mo with a smirk. Chun Mo thought Xie Jinluan was admiring his courage and didn't see the mockery in Xie Jinluan's eyes at all. The doctor gave Chun Mo a meaningful look, then skillfully began to unwrap the bandages wrapped around his body. The doctor's technique was fluid, gentle, and precise, so that Chun Mo felt almost no pain. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved, thinking that this dressing change would be relatively easy. The doctor took a new bottle of medicine from the medicine box next to him. The transparent liquid shimmered slightly under the light. He carefully dipped a cotton swab in the medicine and gently applied it to Chun Mo's wound. Hiss! Chun Mo shuddered violently, as if struck by an electric current, his entire body tensing up. The pain was like a raging fire, instantly spreading throughout his body, turning his face as pale as paper and causing fine beads of cold sweat to appear on his forehead. But the doctor did not stop what he was doing. He continued to apply the medicine evenly to the wound, completely ignoring Chun Mo's pain. Chun Mo could only grit his teeth and endure the excruciating pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, after the medication was applied, the doctor quickly wrapped the wound tightly with a bandage. The pain did not subside. Instead, it was like a continuously burning flame, relentlessly eroding his skin, making it almost unbearable for him. Chun Mo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down, but the pain was like a brand that he couldn't ignore. After the doctor finished all this, he said to Chun Mo, Mr. Chun, it's normal to feel pain. The next dressing change is in 3 days. Remember not to get the wound wet during these days, and avoid eating meat. Chun Mo nodded with difficulty to indicate that he understood. After giving the doctor his instructions, he immediately slipped away as if his feet were greased. Xie Jinluan stood there for a while, admiring Chun Mo's somewhat comical expression, before walking up to him and asking softly, What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? Chun Mo gritted his teeth and shook his head with all his might. It doesn't hurt. I'm just a little tired and want to rest for a while. Xie Jinluan smiled and looked at her with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Then you should rest well. I'll come see you again later. Chun Mo forced a smile and replied, No rush. I might sleep for a long time. I'll call you when I wake up. Xie Jinluan disagreed, saying, Your body is weak right now. You should definitely take good care of yourself. Chun Mo's smile was a little stiff. He just wanted to get Xie Jinluan out of there, so he could only say, Okay, Nguyen, I'll do whatever you say. Xie Jinluan naturally saw what Chun Mo was thinking, but she didn't make things difficult for him. She just gave him a few more instructions before leaving the ward. Chun Mo waited several minutes to make sure Xie Jinluan had really left before he couldn't help but start wailing. It hurts. It hurts so much. The pain, like a surging tide, spread wildly from the wound, quickly engulfing his entire body. Every inch of skin, every nerve, was eroded by this endless agony, making him feel as if he were in purgatory. Chun Mo rolled around on the bed, twisting his body into various shapes, trying to relieve the unbearable pain in this way. The pain was like the claws of a demon, gripping his heart tightly, leaving him no escape. He was breathing heavily, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking the pillow and sheets. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, each second feeling like an eternity. After an unknown amount of time, Chun Imo finally exhausted all his strength and fell into a deep sleep, covered in fatigue and sweat. Xie Jinluan returned to the villa and instructed the housekeeper to prepare some very light and nourishing soups and dishes. Xie Jinluan had just sat down in her room when her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Bai Wei, then answered the call. Wan, you're so mean. Speak like a human. I think Chun Imo fainted from the pain. I don't remember gunshot wound medication being this painful, unless it's a special medicine. But that's usually only used on people who are practically on the verge of death. Is his injury that serious? No. I gave the order, Xie Jinluan replied briefly. Bai Wei chuckled, somewhat excited. I knew it. But this is the first time I've seen you do something like this, Wan. When did you install surveillance cameras in my hospital room? Xie Jinluan asked. Bai Wei pouted. It was the day before he got injured. I can't see his miserable state now, so I can only relieve my itch remotely through the screen. Xie Jinluan was silent for a moment. After he is discharged from the hospital, remove the surveillance footage from my records. Of course. Although Bai Wei loved to play, she was not unaware of Xie Jinluan's bottom line. After hanging up the phone, Xie Jinluan handled some work for domestic companies. After she finished, a maid gently knocked on the door. Miss, dinner is ready. Would you like to come out and eat? Xie Jinluan responded, left the room, and went downstairs. Seeing a table full of dishes, she paused for a moment and said, Pack them all up and find someone to take them to the hospital with me. The housekeeper immediately replied, A meal for two has already been packed. I'll have Xiaoqin go and get it right away. Xie Jinluan nodded in satisfaction. The maid named Xiaoqin followed Xie Jinluan into the car with the food. When Xie Jinluan brought Xiaoqin to the ward, Chun Imo was still asleep, but he didn't seem to be sleeping soundly. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his body trembled from time to time. Xiaoqin stood a short distance away with his head down, not daring to look at the two of them. Put the food on the table and have the driver take you home. Xie Jinluan then remembered the maid. After putting down the lunchbox, Xiaoqin immediately turned around and left. Xie Jinluan withdrew her gaze and sat down on the chair next to Chun Mo's hospital bed, crossing her arms and resting her face on them, staring blankly at him. Chun Mo's face is really handsome. If only he were a little more obedient, it would be even better. It's just a pity that he's too disobedient. Like a wild cat, he can get scratched if you're not careful. But it doesn't matter. She will pull out his claws one by one until he behaves. Chapter 59, What are you hiding from me now? After an unknown amount of time, Chun Imo felt someone watching him in his sleep, and he struggled to wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xie Jinluan sitting to the side, staring blankly ahead. Chun Imo planned to sit up and call Xie Jinluan, but the moment he moved, he aggravated his wound, and the burning pain made him involuntarily hiss. Upon hearing the sound, Xie Jinluan immediately snapped out of her daze and looked at Chun Imo. Seeing his grimacing expression, she asked with concern, What's wrong? Chun Imo waved his hands repeatedly. It's nothing. I just accidentally aggravated my wound. It doesn't hurt. Xie Jinluan frowned and said, How could it not hurt? You always endure it without saying anything. Chun Imo struggled to sit up, and Xie Jinluan immediately stepped forward to help him, but, accidentally, touched his wound. Chun Imo gasped, his expression contorted, and he gritted his teeth. After a long pause, he finally said, Wan, I'm really fine. You should sit down and rest. Xie Jinluan carefully observed his expression and, finding nothing amiss, finally relaxed and sat down beside him. Wan, how long have I been asleep? Chun Imo asked. Xie Jinluan glanced at the time. It hasn't been long, just a few hours. It's only a little past 2 o'clock now. Oh, by the way, I asked the kitchen to make you some soup. You should try it. As Xie Jinluan spoke, she opened the lunchbox and served him soup. Chun Imo was delighted to see Xie Jinluan's actions. Xie Jinluan was truly willing to believe him, something she had never done before. Wan, don't bother. Bring it over, and I'll serve it myself. Be careful not to burn your hands. Chun Mo's tone was somewhat urgent. Xie Jinluan ignored him and served herself a bowl of soup, sitting down next to him. Serving soup is such a small thing. How could it burn me? Chun Imo thought Xie Jinluan would feed him, and said with tenderness in his eyes, "Nuan Nuan, I'll be heartbroken if you accidentally bump into it." Xie Jinluan chuckled and handed the bowl to Chun Mo. "You're so good with words. How come you don't know how heartbroken I am when you're so badly injured?" When Chun Mo saw the bowl handed to him, his expression froze for a moment, but after hearing Xie Jinluan's words, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ouch! In his excitement, Chun Mo accidentally aggravated his wound again. Xie Jinluan said with concern, "You're such a grown-up. How can you be so careless? Be careful." Chun Mo chuckled sheepishly. "Yes, Nuan Nuan is right. I was too impulsive." Seeing his silly look, Xie Jinluan couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, hurry up and drink some soup. It'll get cold soon." Chun Mo nodded repeatedly, scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth, and the smile on his lips instantly froze. He swallowed the soup with difficulty and tentatively asked, "Nuan Nuan, did you make this yourself?" Xie Jinluan looked puzzled. "What? No, it was made in the kitchen. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" Chun Mo dared not say the soup was bad when Xie Jinluan had offered it to him. After careful consideration, he said, "The taste is very delicious, but it's a little too bland." Upon hearing this reason, Xie Jinluan comforted her, saying, "The doctor said that you need to rest these days and should not eat strong flavored foods. Eating more light foods will be good for your health." Chun Mo's smile vanished. This wasn't supposed to be bland. It had absolutely no salt flavor, but tasted like hot pot broth, making it almost inedible. "Honey, please bear with it these next few days. Once you're healed, I'll have the kitchen make your favorite dishes." Hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't be coy anymore. He forced himself to drink 2 more sips, but he really couldn't drink anymore. He put it aside and said to Xie Jinluan, "Nuan Nuan, I'm full." Xie Jinluan frowned. "You only ate this much? I specially asked the kitchen to make this. You have to finish this bowl, otherwise how can you get better?" Chun Mo wanted to say something more, but when he saw Xie Jinluan's concerned look, he silently swallowed his words. He steeled himself, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. Xie Jinluan then said with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Although the taste is indeed not good, it's good for your health." Chun Mo forced a smile, his face contorted in pain, suppressing a strong feeling of nausea. "Yes, I know Nuan Nuan is doing this for my own good." After finishing his meal, Xie Jinluan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stayed in the ward and chatted with Chun Mo for a while before going back to get his dinner. Just as Xie Jinluan left, Chun Mo immediately ran to the toilet and began to vomit. He vomited for a while, but nothing came out. It took him a while to recover before he was able to lie back down in his hospital bed. Right now, his stomach was burning and his wound was in excruciating pain. In the evening, Xie Jinluan brought dinner over, and Chun Mo prayed that it wouldn't taste like the soup from lunch. Chun Mo had to mentally prepare himself before he could eat the meal. Fortunately, although the taste was bland, it wasn't as nauseating as the soup at noon. In the days that followed, Chun Mo had to drink a bowl of that swill soup every noon. After finishing the soup, he had no appetite for food and would just eat a couple of bites to get by. Although the soup was hard to swallow, its effects were remarkable. Chun Mo's wounds healed very quickly, and within half a month, they were mostly healed. At Chun Mo's insistence, Xie Jinluan finally agreed to take Chun Mo back to China to recuperate. When Chun Mo was discharged from the hospital, Xie Jinluan looked at his body and asked in surprise, "I have been having the kitchen prepare very nourishing food for you every day, so why are you even thinner?" Chun Mo dared not say that he had finished vomiting, so he could only do a fuss. It's normal to be thinner when you're injured and need to absorb nutrients. As Chun Mo packed his luggage, he said, "But my injury is almost healed, so I don't need to get it repaired anymore. It wouldn't be good if I overdid it." Chun Mo prayed in his heart, hoping that Xie Jinluan would stop making him drink that disgusting stuff. Xie Jinluan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chun Mo was overjoyed. He had been driven crazy these past few days, unable to get out of bed and forced to eat these disgusting foods every day. After the two finished packing their luggage, Xie Jinluan took Chun Mo back to China. After the two got off the plane, Chun Mo asked, "Nuan Nuan, where are we going back to?" "To the apartment." Chun Mo had always wanted to ask this question, but he hadn't found the opportunity before. He definitely couldn't go back to the villa. If Xie Jinluan saw that environment and remembered what he had done, then the bullet he had taken wouldn't have been for nothing. The apartment was where the two of them lived during their honeymoon phase, and it was also close to their company, making it the perfect place. Xie Jinluan's expression was somewhat unnatural. The apartment hasn't been lived in for a long time, and no one has cleaned it. Let's not go there for now. I have another place not far from the company. Let's go there. Chun Imo noticed Xie Jinluan's strange behavior. Just ask someone to tidy it up. After all, you've lived here for so long, you're used to it. Xie Jinluan's attitude was firm. I have already arranged a new place to live. If you are not willing, we will go back to the villa. Chun Mo's heart sank, but he still smiled and said, yes, of course I'm willing. It's up to Nuan. What secret is Xie Jinluan hiding now? Chapter 60 features a mistress. After the two got into the car, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Chun Imo kept thinking about what secret Xie Jinluan was hiding in that apartment, while Xie Jinluan was thinking about little Chun Imo. When the driver stopped at their new residence, Chun Imo got out of the car first, but Xie Jinluan did not react at all. Chun Imo asked, Nuan, aren't you getting off the bus? I still have some things to do at my company. Xie Jinluan took out the keys from her bag and handed them to Chun Imo. A maid will come over to pack your things later. If you are tired, you can rest first. Chun Mo took the keys and said gently, then you go ahead with your work, take care of yourself, and don't overwork yourself. Xie Jinluan nodded to indicate that he understood, and then told the driver to drive away. As Chun Imo watched Xie Jinluan's departing car, his worries grew stronger. During this time, apart from the issue of his health, Xie Jinluan could be said to have been very compliant with him in everything else. Why would she suddenly get angry about where they live? Besides, the things that happened with the previous generation should be left in the past, so why are you angry? Could it be that Xie Jinluan has hidden someone? Chun Imo shook his head repeatedly, muttering to himself, impossible, impossible, impossible. How could Xie Jinluan possibly fall for someone else? But the thought took root in his mind, and he couldn't shake it off. Chun Imo bit his lower lip hard, the pain bringing him back to his senses. He had finally managed to get Xie Jinluan's forgiveness, and he couldn't let it all go to waste. Regardless of whether Xie Jinluan was keeping a gigolo or not, he couldn't possibly confront that person. That would only make Xie Jinluan dislike him, so he absolutely couldn't do that. So what should I do? Xie Jinluan cares about me so much now, she might break up with that other woman now, so I might as well turn a blind eye. What woman doesn't make mistakes? If she is willing to repent, I can still give her a chance. He must be magnanimous now. He must win Xie Jinluan's heart. As for the apartment, he'll hold off for now and observe Xie Jinluan's movements. Once his position is secure, he'll then go after that mistress. After figuring out the pros and cons, Chun Imo found the house according to the address Xie Jinluan had given him. Upon entering the house, it was spotless and had all the necessary basic necessities, clearly indicating that someone had cleaned and tidied it beforehand. The people who came later were probably there to store Xie Jinluan's personal belongings. Chun Imo toured the house and was reasonably satisfied. Although it couldn't compare to a villa, it was still a large single-level apartment with a spacious interior. Chun Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the busy workers below, lost in thought. He has now gained Xie Jinluan's trust. Next, he needs to find a way to re-enter Xie Jinluan's company. However, after what happened at the wedding, will Xie Jinluan really feel comfortable letting him into the company? Chun Imo took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and the strong smell of tobacco made him less anxious. Xie Jinluan did not return to the company, but went to the apartment. Looking at the apartment, which was completely different from before, Xie Jinluan did not ask anyone to clean it. She sat on the sofa, quietly for quite a while. After some time, Xie Jinluan glanced at the time and saw it was already past 6 in the afternoon. She looked at the apartment with reluctance and then left. Xie Jinluan drove to Chun Mo's residence and smelled the aroma of food as soon as she opened the door. She walked into the house and saw more than a dozen delicious dishes on the table. Wearing an apron and carrying a plate of food, Chun Imo walked towards the table. When he saw Xie Jinluan, he was pleasantly surprised and said with a smile, Nuan, you're back so early? I still have a soup on the stove. Sit down and wait a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Xie Jinluan stared at Chun Mo's face, somewhat dazed, until Chun Mo called out again, Nuan Nuan. Xie Jinluan then came to her senses and nodded. Yes, no rush, take your time. Chun Mo still wore a smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. Who was Xie Jinluan looking at through him just now? That mistress. Xie Jinluan actually kept a gigolo. Chun Mo put the dishes on the table and hurriedly returned to the kitchen, but he couldn't calm down. Xie Jinluan, since you treat me this way, don't blame me for not remembering our past tenderness. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The next plan could proceed. Just a few minutes later, Chun Mo brought the soup he had cooked to Xie Jinluan and ladled a bowl of it for her. His eyes were full of tenderness as he said, Nuan Nuan, I specially made this yam and black chicken soup for you. I asked the doctor before, and he said this soup is good for girls. You should try it. Xie Jinluan glanced at him, her expression gentle as she took the soup from Chun Mo's hand and drank it all in one gulp. She placed the empty bowl on the table. Chun Mo looked at the completely finished soup with burning eyes, his gaze becoming increasingly affectionate. Nuan Nuan, try my cooking. Xie Jinluan glanced over and saw that it was all celery and beef, steamed eggs with shrimp, steamed yellow croaker, and so on. Xie Jinluan sighed almost imperceptibly, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. Under Chun Mo's expectant gaze, she replied, delicious. Chun Mo piled a lot of food on her plate and said happily, eat more if you like it. You're so thin, eat more, or I'll feel bad for you. With a puffed, Xie Jinluan was amused by him. All right, you eat too. After the two finished eating and rested for a while, Chun Mo washed the dishes and sat down next to Xie Jinluan, asking somewhat awkwardly, Nuan Nuan, where are you sleeping tonight? I'll sleep in the bed, Xie Jinluan replied casually, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. Chun Mo was speechless for a moment, then continued, I see there's only one master bedroom in this house, Nuan Yuan. I'm still injured. Sometimes it suddenly hurts at night. Can you rub it for me? Xie Jinluan chuckled softly, finally deigning to turn her gaze to Chun Mo's face. It's not like your heart is hurting. Your wound, if I rub it, won't it hurt even more? My dear wife, be gentle, and it won't hurt anymore. Chun Mo pulled Xie Jinluan's hand and touched his wound. Just as they were about to touch, Xie Jinluan abruptly withdrew his hand and looked down at her, saying, Come to my room when your wounds are completely healed. Chun Mo's expression clearly showed his disappointment, but he just muttered, Fine, Nuan Nuan has the final say. Xie Jinluan pinched his nose, put her lips close to his ear, and whispered, Your wound hasn't fully healed yet. I'm afraid that if you move too much, it will reopen. Xie Jinluan's warm breath brushed against Chun Mo's ear, making Chun Mo's face flush red. He turned his head slightly and nodded shyly. Xie Jinluan patted his face and said with satisfaction, Take good care of yourself these days. I estimate it will only take about half a month. After Xie Jinluan finished speaking, he took his computer back to the master bedroom. Chun Mo watched Xie Jinluan close the door, thinking to himself that Xie Jinluan's body should have recovered by now in half a month. Chapter 61 Seduction. For the next 2 weeks, Chun Mo was keen on cooking delicious meals for Xie Jinluan every day, and Xie Jinluan was very accommodating, eating as much as she could. In just half a month, Xie Jinluan had indeed gained weight from Chun Mo's feeding. Chun Mo was very satisfied with his work. He had put a lot of effort into getting Xie Jinluan to eat a few more bites. Xie Jinluan finished her meal as usual, rested for a while, and returned to her room. After washing the dishes, Chun Mo returned to his room, found a white shirt he had specially bought a few days ago, changed into it in the bathroom, and even styled his hair. He looked at himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. He was not much different from himself a few years ago. He was still just as young, handsome, and charming. Just as Chun Mo was about to leave, he suddenly felt that something was missing. He stared at himself in the mirror for a long time before finally realizing what was missing. Xie Jinluan had just finished showering and changed into her pajamas when she came out of the bathroom and heard a knock on the door. Xie Jinluan wondered why Chun Mo wanted to see her at this hour. As soon as Xie Jinluan opened the door and saw Chun Mo's appearance, her pupils dilated sharply, and she subconsciously swallowed. Chun Mo pushed open the door, holding a tray with a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses on it. Chun Mo placed the plate on the bedside table, took Xie Jinwan's hand, and sat down on the edge of her bed, his voice pitiful. Nuan, look at my wound. I accidentally got water on it just now. Can you check if it's okay? Xie Jinwan followed his gaze and saw that the white shirt was stuck to his body because it was wet, and his abdominal muscles were faintly visible, rising and falling slightly with his breathing. These days, Chun Mo had already made up his mind to do this, and he had been working out his abdominal muscles every day without daring to relax for a moment, for fear of not achieving the desired results. Chun Mo placed Xie Jinwan's hand on the button. Nuan, please take a look at it for me. Xie Jinwan unbuttoned his clothes. His wound had already healed completely, and there was nothing wrong with him. Xie Jinwan's hand moved uncontrollably from his chest down to his wound, circling around, and Chun Mo's breathing became heavier. His throat bobbed, and he grabbed Xie Jinwan's hand that was messing with his wound, panting heavily. Nuan, I brought you some red wine. The internet says that drinking some red wine before bed is good for your complexion. Xie Jinwan withdrew her hand. Is that so? She turned her head to look at the red wine, and found that Chun Mo had already opened the bottle. She slowly poured the red wine into the glass, and when Chun Mo wasn't paying attention, she quickly threw a white pill into the wine bottle. Xie Jinwan held a wine glass in one hand and pushed Chun Mo down with the other. She looked down at Chun Mo and said, Is this what you wanted? Chun Mo gasped for breath, his eyes direct and filled with longing. Yes. Xie Jinwan poured the wine all over him. The icy touch made Chun Mo shiver involuntarily. The red wine stained his white shirt with a blush. Chun Mo's whole body was flushed. With red eyes, he pulled Xie Jinwan into his arms, picked up the wine bottle with his other hand, took a sip of wine, and kissed Xie Jinwan. Their breathing quickened, their minds grew increasingly dizzy, and their kiss became more and more intense, as if they wanted to steal the only oxygen from each other. After an unknown amount of time, a bottle of red wine was emptied. Xie Jinwan's cheeks were flushed, and she was delirious. She stroked Chun Mo's face with both hands and murmured, Little Chun Mo, you're back. Chun Mo didn't hear what Xie Jinwan said, and continued to kiss Xie Jinwan while holding her. A night of spring. The next day, when Chun Mo woke up, Xie Jinwan had already gotten up and gone to work. He recalled the details of last night. Perhaps it was because the two of them were married, or perhaps it was because Xie Jinwan had forgiven him, but the two of them had been completely naked last night and had not used any protection. Chun Mo stretched lazily. Yesterday was Xie Jinwan's ovulation period, and for the past 2 weeks, he had been preparing fertility-enhancing foods for her every day. Although he might not be so lucky as to hit the jackpot on his first try, he's been working hard these past few days, and he'll have a child sooner or later. Besides, he's still young, and he even quit smoking and drinking for the sake of the child. He also takes the same nutritional supplements as Xie Jinwan, so there's definitely no chance of anything going wrong. In the following days, Chun Mo managed to find some folk remedies every day to attract Xie Jinwan's attention. Both of them were still young, and they had been very abstaining from sex for a while. However, under Chun Mo's deliberate seduction, they were naturally filled with intense desire and found it hard to resist. This blissful period of sexual happiness only came to a complete end when Xie Jinwan had to go on a business trip abroad. Nuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ningxilan quickly walked to Xie Jinwan's side and asked with concern. No, Xie Jinwan replied. And you? I need you to confirm that I'm pregnant, Xie Jinwan said calmly. Ningxilan suddenly looked up at her, puzzled. Why would Xie Jinwan fake a pregnancy? Given her status and position, why would she need to fake a pregnancy? You don't need to know why. Next month, I will call you and ask you to come over. You and your team will then confirm that I am 3 months pregnant. Since Xie Jinwan had said so, Ningxilan knew this was not something she should know, so she nodded and said, I will handle it. After meeting Ningxilan, Xie Jinwan didn't rush back. She did have work to take care of. A week later, Xie Jinwan returned to his residence. Chun Mo made a lot of delicious food and said with heartache, Nuan, take me with you next time. Look at you. All the little bit of weight you gained is gone again. Xie Jinluan smiled and said, okay. What? Chen Imo didn't react for a moment. Nuan, are you serious? Xie Jinluan never takes him with her on business trips. But this time, Xie Jinluan has agreed, which means he will be able to return to the company soon. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Xie Jinluan picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Chen Imo immediately put a piece of fish on Xie Jinluan's plate. Nuan, eat some meat. I specially removed the bones. Xie Jinluan hesitated for a moment, but Chen Mo's gaze was too intense, so she had no choice but to put the fish in her mouth. Ugh! As soon as the fish entered her mouth, Xie Jinluan couldn't help but vomit. She vomited violently, as if she was about to bring up the acid in her stomach. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Could Xie Jinluan's reaction mean that she was pregnant? He gently patted Xie Jinluan's back, his voice filled with undisguised joy. Nuan, what's wrong with you? Chen Imo handed her a glass of water. Drink some water quickly and calm down. Xie Jinluan drank some water and calmed down for a while. It's strange, I've never been like this before. I suddenly started feeling nauseous these past few days. Nuan, let's ask a doctor to come and take a look. A minor illness can be treated, but it could turn into a serious one. Chen Imo was very nervous, afraid that Xie Jinluan might get sick. Xie Jinluan didn't hesitate for long. Okay, I'll call Ningxilan and have her come over and take a look. Chen Imo was extremely nervous, fearing that he would be disappointed. Chapter 62. Let's see how long you can stay so smug. After receiving Xie Jinluan's call, Ningxilan quickly arrived with some basic medical equipment. Chen Imo said anxiously, Sister Lan, please take a look at Nuan. She's been feeling nauseous lately. Did she eat something bad? I always say that food from outside can't compare to what I make myself. Chen Imo kept rambling on, but Ningxilan ignored her and quickly walked to Xie Jinluan's side, giving him a quick checkup. Chen Imo asked anxiously, how is it? Ningxilan's expression was grave. My tests show that Nuanyuan may be pregnant, but this is only a basic test and cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. I suggest she go to the hospital for a more thorough examination. When Chen Imo heard Ningxilan's words, his eyes lit up. Heaven had finally smiled upon him. Xie Jinluan was actually pregnant. Xie Jinluan, however, did not share Chen Mo's joy. She said calmly, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Xie Jinluan's cold attitude poured cold water on Chen Mo's enthusiasm. What did Xie Jinluan mean by this? Did she not want this child? If Xie Jinluan really doesn't want this child, there's nothing he can do. Chen Imo didn't dare to say anything more at this moment, but walked to Xie Jinluan's side and intertwined his fingers with hers. Nuan, I respect every choice you make. Xie Jinluan's expression was grave. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first, and then we can discuss this matter after the results come out. The two went downstairs, and Ningxilan acted as their driver, taking them to a private hospital owned by the Bai family. Chen Imo looked at the hospital and asked, how did we get to this hospital? Ningxilan replied, this is the best private hospital in S City, with top-notch medical technology and equipment, and its service is also renowned. Chen Imo nodded to indicate that he understood. He knew that the Xie family maintained a private medical team, but their businesses did not actually involve the medical field. After Ningxilan parked the car, she took Xie Jinluan to get checked out, while Chen Imo sat anxiously in the waiting room. In fact, he knew very well that Xie Jinluan was definitely pregnant. Ningxilan's skills were excellent, and she was unlikely to make a misdiagnosis. However, he did need to confirm this matter several times and dared not make a hasty conclusion. But the key question now is whether Xie Jinluan will keep the child? Xie Jinluan sat on the sofa, waiting for Ningxilan to bring out the report results. These reports had been prepared by the two of them while they were abroad. Chen Imo is a top student after all, so the information he has to provide can't be too rough, or it will be easy to give himself away. Xie Jinluan stayed in the examination room for a full hour before going to the waiting room. Chen Imo carefully observed Xie Jinluan's expression, and seeing that she had no expression, he tentatively asked, Nuan, if this child really comes, what are your plans? Xie Jinluan was unusually at a loss. I don't know. I'm not ready yet. Chen Imo took Xie Jinluan's hands, his eyes filled with heartache. Nuan, Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. If you're really not ready, it just means we're not meant to be. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xie Jinwan's expression was complicated. She withdrew her hand and covered her face with her hands. Chinemo, let me think about it some more. Give me some time. Nuan, it's all my fault. I didn't take proper precautions. It's all my fault that you have to bear so much pressure. Xie Jinwan sighed. It's not your fault, and I didn't force you. Let me think about how I should welcome a new life. Chinemo was overjoyed. Did Xie Jinwan mean she was willing to give birth to the child? Okay, Nuanyuan, take your time thinking about it. I'll always be by your side. Chun Imo pulled Xie Jinwan into his arms, wanting to give her a sense of security. An hour later, Ning Zhilan walked up to Xie Jinwan with the documents and handed them to the two of them. Chun Imo took the documents first and carefully looked at the test results. After confirming that Xie Jinwan was indeed pregnant, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. It's true. It's really her. I'm going to be a dad. Chun Imo turned around and hugged Xie Jinwan tightly, excitedly saying, Nuan, we really have a child. Nuan, you're going to be a mother. Xie Jinwan looked dejected. After learning the test results, she was not happy at all, but instead looked worried. Chun Imo naturally noticed it, but he thought of a way to make sure the child stayed. Ning Zhilan drove the two home. Chun Imo didn't say much along the way, but silently held Xie Jinwan's hand, transferring the warmth of his palm to her. After the two returned home, Xie Jinwan closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Chun Imo couldn't help but ask, Nuan, what are you thinking? Xie Jinwan touched her belly with one hand and frowned, saying, Chun Imo, I'm scared. I'm scared that I'll end up like my mother, thinking that happy days are ahead, only to find that it's all just a pipe dream. Chun Imo knelt before Xie Jinwan, extended his right hand, and swore an oath. Nuan, I swear, I will never betray you. I will always love you and protect you until I die. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning. What are the chances of being struck by lightning? Xie Jinwan asked Chun Imo sarcastically. Chun Imo took a deep breath. Then what does Nuan think I should say? If you break your vow, I will make you entangled with me for all eternity, never to leave my side. You are mine in life and in death. Xie Jinwan's cold gaze was fixed on Chun Imo like that of a tigress. Chun Imo felt a chill run down his spine. Xie Jinwan had been too good to him these past few days, so good that he had forgotten what kind of person Xie Jinwan really was. What's wrong? Regretting it. Xie Jinwan withdrew his gaze. It's not too late to regret it now. No. Chun Imo knelt down and approached Xie Jinwan. He had already tried so hard, even taking bullets, and he didn't want all his efforts to be in vain. Nuan, I have no regrets. I will never regret it. I love you until I die. Chun Imo gazed ardently at Xie Jinwan, raised his hand, and swore again. I, Chun Imo, will love Xie Jinwan forever and will never betray her for the rest of my life. If I break this vow, I will be Xie Jinwan's person in life and her ghost in death, and I will never be able to leave her side for all eternity. Xie Jinwan smiled and gently placed a hand on Chun Mo's shoulder. I believe in you, darling. Get up quickly, it's cold on the ground, don't catch a cold. Xie Jinwan got up and helped Chun Imo up herself. Chun Imo was overjoyed. Xie Jinwan had completely forgiven him. As long as Xie Jinwan's baby was more advanced in the pregnancy, he could legitimately enter the company. Once he gradually undermines Xie Jinwan's power, Xie Jinwan will have no choice but to obey him. If Xie Jinwan obediently stays at home to bear his children, he can reluctantly support her. But if she dares to be unreasonable, she shouldn't blame him for disregarding their past relationship. During this time, he must find a way to tell Xie Junlin about the child. Xie Junlin will definitely not let Xie Jinwan have an abortion easily. This child was truly hard-won. Xie Jinwan, let's see how long you can stay so smug. Chapter 63 Conspiracy. Nuan, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a father, and I will definitely be good to you and the child. Chun Mo's eyes were sincere. Xie Jinwan concealed the coldness in her eyes and said shyly, I believe you. During this period, Chun Imo became even more diligent, almost handing water to Xie Jinwan, cleaning every corner of the house, and thinking of ways to cook delicious food for Xie Jinluan every day. Because Xie Jinluan casually mentioned that her legs were sore, Chen Imo specially went to learn massage techniques from a professional doctor and massage Xie Jinluan's feet and back every night without forgetting to do so. 2 weeks later, Xie Jinluan's emotions had stabilized considerably. Chen Imo massaged Xie Jinluan's feet, feeling the time was right, and said tactfully, "Nuan, you see, we haven't seen Auntie for a long time. Do you want to go and visit her?" Xie Jinluan glanced at Chen Imo. "It's been quite a long time since I've seen my aunt, and besides, I should tell her about this child." Chen Imo was overjoyed, knowing that the child had been saved. He said, "You have the day off tomorrow, so let's go visit your aunt tomorrow." Xie Jinluan placed one foot on Chen Imo's shoulder and sighed. Chen Imo immediately asked, "What's wrong, Nuan?" Xie Jinluan smiled and said, "I won't tell you. You'll find out tomorrow." Chen Imo removed Xie Jinluan's foot and continued to massage it gently, smiling warmly. "Okay, I'll know tomorrow. By the way, Nuanyuan, how have you been feeling these past few days while I've been massaging you? Is your back still sore? Do your feet still hurt? Is there anything else that's bothering you?" Xie Jinluan frowned and thought for a while before shaking her head and saying, "No, I feel fine." Chen Imo then smiled with relief. "That's good. It seems our baby is a really well-behaved child, not bothering his mother at all. That's great." Xie Jinluan joked, a rare occurrence for him. "It's only been a few months yet. What can you possibly tell?" Chen Imo stroked Xie Jinluan's belly and smiled wistfully. "Warm-hearted baby, will definitely be well-behaved and sensible." Xie Jinluan did not refute him, letting him indulge in his fantasies. The next morning, the two got up early, ate a quick breakfast, and Chen Imo drove Xie Jinluan back to the manor to see her aunt. Xie Junlin sat in the main seat, looking at Xie Jinluan and Chen Imo, and said kindly, "Why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes." Xie Jinluan replied, "Why would I need to tell you in advance if I'm going home?" Xie Junlin laughed and said, "Good. I like to hear that. Why do I need to tell you in advance when I'm going home? Just come home more often to visit this lonely old man." "Auntie, you're not old at all. You're only 60. You're not old at all," Xie Jinluan said coquettishly. Xie Junlin laughed non-stop at Xie Jinluan's jokes, repeatedly saying, Okay, our Nuanyuan is right. "Aunt, Chen Imo and I came here today to tell you something," Xie Jinluan suddenly said. Xie Junlin's smile vanished instantly. Her sharp gaze swept over Chen Imo. Although the boy had indeed taken that bullet for Nuanyuan, how could that person have been sent by that little brat from the Bai family? She's getting old and doesn't like to get involved in the affairs of the younger generation, but that's only on the premise that Xie Jinluan won't be too affected. If anything were to happen to Nuanyuan, she would fight to the death, even if it meant risking her old bones, to make those people suffer. But Nuanyuan was still someone she could trust. "Is there something you want to tell your aunt?" Xie Junlin turned his gaze to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan, holding Chen Mo's arm, looked a little shy. Upon seeing this, Chen Imo immediately said, "Auntie, I have good news to tell you. Nuanyuan is pregnant." Xie Junlin exclaimed in shock. "What? What did you say?" "Aunt, I'm pregnant," Xie Jinluan repeated, pursing her lips. Xie Junlin immediately got up and walked to Xie Jinluan's side, carefully touching her belly and asking, "How many months pregnant are you? Why didn't you tell your aunt sooner?" "It's been 3 months. I was thinking of telling you once things were stable." Xie Jinluan's eyes softened. Xie Junlin frowned and asked, "Do you have any servants at home?" Xie Jinluan shook her head and said, "Aunt, you know I don't like having too many people around. Besides, Chen Imo can take good care of me. He's done a great job these days." Chen Imo, "Yes, Auntie, I will take good care of Nuanyuan." Xie Junlin pointed out the crux of the matter. What if something unexpected happens, and there's no doctor in the family? Can he handle it in time? Does he have the ability to deal with any unexpected situation? Chen Imo fell silent for a moment. Xie Junlin's words made a lot of sense. "All right, listen to me. Nuanyuan, you can move back in with this old woman. There's a medical team here, so if you suddenly feel unwell, we can get you checked out in time. Besides, he's a man, so he's not always the most attentive person." Xie Junlin slammed his hand on the table. Xie Jinluan wasn't surprised. Given her aunt's personality, it was impossible for her to leave, especially since her pregnancy was quite advanced and she should hide it. Chen Mo also had his own plans. Xie Junlin doted on Xie Jinluan so much that he naturally wouldn't let her work so hard at the company anymore. So it was up to him. With their own thoughts, neither of them disagreed with Xie Junlin's words. After lunch, Xie Junlin arranged a separate room for Chen Mo and said to him, "You two will continue to sleep in separate rooms for the next few days. I've arranged for several servants to keep an eye on her condition in the warm room." Chen Mo readily agreed. The two stayed at the manor for a month. Xie Jinluan's belly grew bigger and bigger, and she worked from dawn till dusk every day. Chen Mo took a break and called Bai Wei. "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on the birth of your son. How did you know?" "Xie Jinluan had her examination at a hospital under my family's name, so of course I know that." "Wei Wei, since that's the case, I'd like to ask, Xie Jinluan is already 4 months pregnant. Her belly is so big, and she's still working. How should I bring it up tactfully?" "Chen Mo, my advice is that you'd better wait patiently and don't bring it up on your own initiative. Xie Junlin is an old fox. If you say something you shouldn't at this time, then all our efforts will be in vain." "I know, but I've waited so long. Xie Jinluan simply won't put down her work, so there's no way I can get involved." "Don't worry. Even if Xie Jinluan loves her job, she can't go on a business trip while she's 6 months pregnant, right?" "You mean?" "The Xie family has many collaborations and often travels for work. If she can't go, then who can?" "I understand. Thank you, Wei Wei. I don't know how to thank you enough for helping me like this." Bai Wei chuckled lightly. "We're cooperating, so just don't forget about the Bai family when things get back to us." "Of course. I will definitely give the Bai family a 5% discount." Chen Mo waved his hand. Bai Wei was only helping him to suppress Xie Jinluan and get benefits from him. Once the Xie family is in his possession, what will that little bit of money amount to? Bai Wei hung up the phone and snorted coldly. What a petty person, trying to get rid of people with such small favors? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Chapter 64. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Xie Jinluan continued to leave early and return late these days. Chen Mo kept Bai Wei's words in mind and only dared to care about Xie Jinluan silently, without mentioning going to the company. One night, Xie Jinluan knocked on Chen Mo's door. Chen Mo opened the door and was both surprised and delighted to see Xie Jinluan. He immediately went forward to help her and asked, "Wan, it's so late. What do you need me for?" Xie Jinluan waved his hand, indicating that they should go inside and talk. Chen Mo quickly helped Xie Jinluan sit up by the bed and poured her a cup of hot water. "What's wrong, Nguyen? Did something happen? Tell me, and I'll do everything I can," Chen Mo said firmly. "It's not that serious," Xie Jinluan chuckled. "What happened?" Xie Jinluan took Chen Mo's hand and said gently, "I have a project that requires me to travel to another city, but as you know, I can't stay on a plane for a long time in my current condition." Chen Mo feigned hesitation. "But, darling, I used to. I know that since I decided to give birth to this child, I have already forgiven everything you did in the past. This is my chance for you. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you take it or not is up to you," Xie Jinluan said decisively. After much deliberation, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and agreed. "Nguyen, I will definitely not let you down." Xie Jinluan patted his face and said with a smile, "I believe you." Xie Jinluan instructed, "I've been following up on this project. Lin Yu will come over with the materials to meet with you first thing tomorrow morning. She will tell you about the preferences and personality of the person in charge." Chen Mo was both nervous and excited. He hadn't worked for a year, and this was his first opportunity. Xie Jinluan seemed to sense his nervousness and comforted him. "I've basically followed up on this project. This time, all you need to do is sign something." Chen Mo nodded heavily. "I will definitely succeed, Nguyen. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." Xie Jinluan gave a few more instructions and then returned to his room. Chen Mo couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't sleep all night. He had already taken the first step, and slowly, he would be able to completely dismantle Xie Jinluan's power to cultivate his people. The next day, Chen Mo got up early. Lin Yu arrived early and, after giving Chen Mo the materials, dutifully explained the details of the project to him. After making sure Chun Mo understood the situation, Lin Yu took Chun Mo to City C. This project, while not particularly large, is a crucial step in opening up the C-City market. Entrusting such a project to Chun Mo is enough to prove Xie Jinluan's trust in him. Xie Jinluan had just gotten off work when Xie Junlin called her to his study. "What's wrong, Aunt?" Xie Jinluan asked, looking at Xie Junlin, who had a serious expression. Xie Junlin looked up at Xie Jinluan and asked, "Are you sure you want to have this child?" "Aunt, don't answer me yet. I know he took a bullet for you, but that was probably something you planned. What are you trying to prove? That he loves you. The thing called cute is the most elusive thing. He may be sincere towards you now, but sincerity can change in an instant. Can you be sure he will love you forever? Besides, he's that woman's child. Are you sure you want to give birth to a child with such inferior genes?" Xie Junlin became more and more agitated as he spoke. "You kept telling me that you would never fall in love with him. Don't tell me that a man can easily win over the heir I've painstakingly groomed with a few sweet words." Xie Jinluan listened quietly to Xie Junlin's earnest advice, and only when she was tired of talking did she calmly say, "I am not pregnant." Xie Junlin asked in surprise, "Then why?" "I'm too young. I know very well how many people under me don't respect me, especially those treacherous family members. Chun Mo is just a very useful tool." Xie Jinluan briefly explained his plan to his aunt. Xie Junlin looked at Xie Jinluan with relief. "Nuan, as long as you know your limits, that's good. If you really like him, you can keep him as a caged bird, but I will never allow my Xie family's children to carry his genes." "Aunt, I know what I'm doing." Xie Jinluan did not answer directly. Xie Junlin didn't pressure her. Pushing her too hard would only backfire. Nuanyuan never disappointed him. Lin Yu knocked on the door. "Mr. Chun, the other party's partner, Mr. Wang, has arrived and is waiting for you in the conference room." "I understand. I'll be right there." Chun Mo straightened his tie in front of the mirror one last time, making sure he looked presentable before heading out. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately led the way, and the two quickly arrived at the conference room. The other party's partner, Wang Jian, was already seated at the conference table, appearing quite professional. Chun Mo quickened his pace and extended his hand to shake hands warmly with Wang Jian. "Mr. Wang, it's so kind of you to come so early. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Wang Jian quickly stood up, beaming. "Not at all, Mr. Chun, you're too kind. I just arrived myself." After some pleasantries, the atmosphere gradually became more formal. Wang Jian took out a prepared contract from his briefcase and solemnly handed it to Chun Mo. Chun Mo took the contract and carefully reviewed it clause by clause, his eyes focused intently. This was the first major project he had taken on, and no detail could be overlooked. After repeatedly confirming, Chun Mo finally nodded in satisfaction, picked up the pen, and solemnly signed his name on the contract. Wang Jian accepted the contract with a beaming smile, and said politely, "President Chun has just arrived in City C, so we must show him the utmost hospitality. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with us tonight?" Chun Mo responded with a smile, "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Of course, I also look forward to exchanging ideas with everyone more." That evening, Wang Jian personally drove to Chun Mo's hotel to pick him up and take him to the banquet venue. Inside the private room, the lighting was soft and the atmosphere was lively. Many industry colleagues had already gathered there, and Wang Jian introduced them to Chun Mo one by one. Everyone was very enthusiastic. After dinner, Wang Jian suggested going to sing karaoke to relax, but Chun Mo was startled and immediately declined politely. In this context, singing is often more than just entertainment, and as a newcomer, he didn't want to give Xie Jinluan any leverage over him due to any oversight. Seeing this, Wang Jian had no choice but to give up and arrange for someone to take Chun Mo back to the hotel. Chun Mo returned to the hotel and was just about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, it was a call from Wang Jian. He answered the phone, and Wang Jian's slightly apologetic voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm so sorry I couldn't make you enjoy yourself tonight. I heard you have a flight for tomorrow night. I wonder if I could treat you to dinner tomorrow at noon to make up for tonight's disappointment." Chun Mo gently stroked his chin with his fingers, pondering to himself. From his interactions with Wang Jian, He seemed quite shrewd and worldly wise, definitely not a simple, honest person. Tomorrow's meal probably won't be just a simple meal. There's definitely some ulterior motive. However, Chun Mo did not show any unusual reaction. He smiled and replied, "Of course, I can't refuse Mr. Wang's kind invitation." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian immediately became excited. Great, great. I'll book the restaurant right away, and we look forward to your presence tomorrow at noon. Chun Mo hung up the phone, but he was already mentally prepared. He knew that tomorrow's dinner party would definitely not be simple. Chapter 65: The Cicada Awaits. The next day, Chun Mo got up and slowly tidied himself up. He didn't plan to tell Lin Yu about his lunch with Wang Jian. After all, Lin Yu was Xie Jianwan's woman, and it was best to be cautious about some things. After finishing his tasks, Chun Mo didn't rest. Instead, he started reviewing some basic information about the company. He had been away from the company for some time, and he needed to familiarize himself with the personnel changes and project progress. Just as he was engrossed in reading, Wang Jian called, "President Chun, I'm downstairs." "Okay, I'll be right down." Chun Mo hung up the phone and walked straight downstairs. Wang Jian's car was parked not far away. Chun Mo had ridden in his car yesterday, so he spotted it immediately and got in. Today, the driver was the one driving, and Wang Jian was also sitting in the back seat. Seeing Chun Mo take his seat, he smiled obsequiously and said, "Mr. Chun, I booked the best private room in our establishment today, hoping to have a good talk with you about a big business deal." Chun Mo smiled slightly, but did not respond directly. He knew in his heart that Wang Jian was an untrustworthy person, posing a great risk, but correspondingly, he also had many opportunities. The size of the business isn't important. What matters is whether the partners are reliable, Chun Mo said calmly. Yes, Mr. Chun is right. I was being superficial. Wang Jian quickly agreed, his face beaming with smiles. Soon, the driver parked the car at a restaurant with excellent privacy. Wang Jian got out first and led Chun Mo through a winding path for quite some time before finally arriving at the innermost private room. Inside the private room, most of the dishes had already been served. After the two were seated, Wang Jiangang was about to say some polite words when Chun Mo interrupted him. "President Wang, just say what you have to say. I'm sure the place you arranged is safe. There's no need for us to beat around the bush." Wang Jian cleared his throat and said seriously, "Since that's the case, then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The contract that General Manager CS signed with us originally stipulated that we would use Product A. But recently we have produced a Product B, which is only slightly inferior in quality to Product A, but can save a lot of profit." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I've heard that you're Mr. Xie's husband, so you'll probably be the person in charge of finalizing this contract. Therefore, I'd like to discuss this with you and see what you think of Product B." Chun Mo's originally gentle expression instantly turned sharp. This Wang Jian is really dishonest. A year ago, he might have agreed immediately, but this was his first project, and he didn't dare to take the risk. He pondered for a moment, then replied, "Mr. Wang, if you feel that Product B better meets our expectations, you can directly suggest using Product B, and our company will give you a more reasonable assessment. However, the contract has already been signed, and we should fulfill it accordingly. If changes are indeed necessary, they must be negotiated and agreed upon by both parties." Wang Jian was visibly taken aback, not expecting Chun Mo to reject him so directly and so decisively. "Mr. Wang, let's pretend this never happened. The contract has already been signed, so let's stick to it. Of course, if a suitable opportunity arises in the future, we can consider cooperating on using Product B." Chun Mo's words both stated his position and gave Wang Jian a way out. Wang Jian had some doubts about himself. Over the years, he had never been wrong in judging people. How could this person be so open and honest? With such huge profits right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? However, since Chun Mo had already been so blunt, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only smile awkwardly and say, "Yes, Mr. Chun is right. I will have my people write up this plan and give it to Mr. Xie for review. We can cooperate again in the future if there is an opportunity." Chun Mo said a few polite words to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Despite some hiccups, the meal was generally quite enjoyable. Both understood that there would be opportunities to collaborate in the future, so they left room for maneuver. After dinner, Wang Jian took Chen Imo back to the hotel. Just as the two left the restaurant, Lin Yu came out of another private room and called Xie Jinluan. How about it? Mr. Chen did not agree with Wang Jian's suggestion. Okay, I understand. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone. She wasn't surprised by this. The more cautious Chen Imo was, the more arrogant he would become, and the more perfect his plan would be. Looks like he's not stupid after all. He guessed that this was a test you gave him. Bai Wei sat on the sofa next to her, idly playing with her hair. He's always been cautious. We have to test him twice, otherwise he won't feel at ease, Xie Jinluan said. Bai Wei asked curiously. So what kind of test are you planning to give next time? Xie Jinluan did not answer her, but instead asked, Tell me, to what extent does Chen Imo trust you? How would I know? But he probably thinks we're in the same boat. Besides, he has something on me that he can't control, so he's not afraid I'll suddenly turn against him. Next week, I'll arrange for you and him to go abroad. I've prepared a shell company there in advance. You'll help him develop his influence. After we return to China, you'll take him to make good contact with those people with ill intentions. Bai Wei was a little confused. Aren't you going to test him? No need. He trusts you enough. After returning to the hotel, Chen Imo began to think about the incident, which seemed to be directed at him. Xie Jinluan, being as shrewd as he was, could hardly fail to see that this person harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, how could he be sure that he would take over the next task, unless someone gave him false information? Who could that person be? Whose words could he so readily believe? That leaves Assistant Lin. Lin Yu is Xie Jinluan's confidant, so it's obvious that Xie Jinluan doesn't trust her. This was just a test for him. Chen Imo wasn't angry about the test. It would have been strange if Xie Jinluan hadn't tested him. That evening, Chen Imo flew back to S City. By the time he arrived at the villa, it was already the next morning. Xie Jinluan sat on the sofa waiting for him. Her 4-month pregnant belly was already showing, and she radiated maternal glow as she touched her belly. Chen Imo quickly walked to her side and said with concern, Why did you get up so early? Lin Zhu told me you'd be home around 8 o'clock today. I've got nothing else to do these next few days, so I'll just sit here and wait for you, Xie Jinluan said gently. Chen Imo was overjoyed. Xie Jinluan completely trusted him. Nuan, you're so sweet. Chen Imo put his arm around Xie Jinluan's waist. Did your back still hurt while I was away these past few days? It doesn't hurt. The baby is very good. Xie Jinluan had a faint smile on her face. Xie Jinluan's eyes sparkled as she took Chen Mo's hand and said, Chen Mo, I want to tell you something. Chen Mo's mind raced. What important thing would Xie Jinluan want to tell him so early in the morning? Chapter 66 Heading to Country A. Chen Mo, this project in City C was specifically entrusted to you by my aunt. Chen Mo was startled and instantly realized who had orchestrated all of this. It was Xie Junlin's distrust of him. No wonder. You did a great job this time, and your aunt trusts you a lot. Besides, we have all witnessed your work ability. So Xie Jinluan hesitated. So what? Chen Mo asked. Your aunt wants to send you to Country A. Our Xie family's ancestral home is in Country A. Your aunt has been staying in China for too long these past few years, to the point that the people in Country A have become somewhat disobedient. My aunt originally planned to go and handle things herself after I gave birth, but their recent actions have been so significant that we have to prepare in advance. But I really can't get through this situation right now. As my husband, you are the most suitable person to go through it. Xie Jinluan explained in detail. Chen Imo still seemed hesitant. But Nuan, are you really okay without me by your side? The doctor said it would be better for you and the baby if I stayed with you during this time. Xie Jinluan was somewhat hesitant and reluctant. But things over there are urgent. I'm fine. There are doctors here at any time, and my aunt will take good care of me. Although Chen Imo was still somewhat worried, he eventually agreed. Nuan, will Assistant Lin be coming with me this time? Xie Jinluan chuckled. You wish. Assistant Lin is staying in China to help me with company matters. My work efficiency has been low lately, and Assistant Lin has been working a lot of overtime. Chen Imo frowned and said, But I'm not familiar with the business in Country A. I've thought about this matter, and I've come up with a suitable candidate who Wenxiu. She was one of my former employees who worked under my aunt many years ago. She's very meticulous in handling matters and is also very familiar with the business and people in Country A. It would be perfect for her to assist you. Chun Mo frantically searched his brain for this person. He had a vague impression of him, but it wasn't deep. He only knew that this person was Xie Jinluan's confidant. This person is not young. Xie Jinluan specially arranged for her to be by his side. Is it because he is worried that she will go out and mess around? That's normal. Pregnant women are always more suspicious. That's fine. I'll do whatever you say. Chun Mo suddenly said. By the way, Nuan, when should I go? Should we make some preparations in advance? I'll be there this afternoon. I've had the maid pack your luggage and booked your plane ticket. Sister whose seat is right next to yours. You need to find out the specific situation in Country A on the plane this afternoon. Time is tight. Are you sure you can handle it? Xie Jinluan looked at Chun Mo with some concern. After all, the workload was considerable, and he had just returned by plane. She wondered if his body could handle it. I can do it. I'm still young. Young people should strive harder. This little bit of work is nothing. Although Chun Mo was a little shocked by the tight schedule, he still pretended to be relaxed. Xie Jinluan was happy to hear his words. That's good. I was worried that your health couldn't handle it. You must have a lot of work to do during your trip to Country A. If there's anything that sister who can't handle, remember to call me. Chun Mo held Xie Jinluan's hand and teased. Does that mean I can only call you about work? Xie Jinluan smiled and said, Of course, it's fine at other times, but it depends on whether I have time. Of course, after all, our Nuanyuan is the most important person right now. All right, go check your luggage to make sure you haven't forgotten anything. You'll be leaving after lunch. Xie Jinluan's words were filled with reluctance. Chun Mo watched as Xie Jinluan pulled her into his arms, his voice muffled. Nuan, I won't be able to see you for a long time again. I miss you, what should I do? Xie Jinluan smiled, her voice filled with undisguised sweetness. All right, it's just that I've been too busy these past few months. Once you've finished dealing with your business in Country A, you'll be able to return home soon. By then, our baby might be born. Chun Mo buried his face in Xie Jinluan's collarbone, took a deep breath, and then raised his head, cupping Xie Jinluan's face in his hands, gazing at her affectionately, as if trying to etch her face into his heart. After looking at it for a while, Xie Jinluan was a little embarrassed. All right, let's go back to the room and check it out. Chun Mo then reluctantly went upstairs. After checking the luggage, Chun Mo clung to Xie Jinluan again, following her wherever she went, which made Xie Junlin's teeth ache. After lunch, Hu Wenxiu arrived. Chun Mo really had to leave. He picked up his luggage and looked back at Xie Jinluan every few steps. Xie Jinluan was also filled with reluctance, and in the end, she simply turned away, unwilling to see Chun Mo's departing figure. Only then did Chun Mo make up his mind to leave with Hu Wenxiu. After Chun Mo boarded the plane and sat down with Hu Wenxiu took out a stack of documents and placed them on the small table in front of Chun Mo, saying, Mr. Chun, these are some documents about the Xie family in Country A and the matters you need to handle. Chun Mo looked at the document, which was 30 centimeters high, and his lips twitched. Okay. Hu Wenxiu said, President Chun, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. Okay. Thank you, Sister Hu. Chun Mo replied politely. Hu Wenxiu seemed to like Chun Mo's attitude and couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice. In Country A, the business issues aren't too big, but the trouble is that some members of the Xie family are doing all sorts of stupid things because they're surnamed Xie. You just need to learn more about their relationships to get a general idea of what's going on. Chun Mo said gratefully, Thank you so much, Sister Hu. I'll really need your guidance these days. Not at all. This is just my job. It's not like I'm giving you any pointers, Hu Wenxiu said cheerfully, waving her hand quickly. In the following period, Chun Mo began to carefully study the information. The information that Hu Wenxiu brought was very detailed and included almost all the people who needed to be dealt with. Chun Mo spent a full 6 hours on the plane reading it before he could finish it, and even then, he only got a rough understanding of it. Once we arrive in Country A and meet those people, we need to match the information with the people in order to process it properly. While Chun Mo was looking at the materials, Hu Wenxiu was also busy, looking at some detailed information about Country A. The next morning, after the two got off the plane, They took a car to the accommodation that Xie Jinluan had arranged for them. The two stayed in an apartment very close to the company, while Hu Wenxiu lived downstairs from Chen Imo. Chen Imo first helped Hu Wenxiu carry all her luggage into her apartment before wearily dragging his own luggage towards his own apartment. Just as he pushed open the door and dragged his luggage inside, he suddenly saw a short-haired woman sitting on the balcony playing on her phone. Chapter 67. Should we kill her? Chen Imo frowned and asked, Bai Wei, how did you get in? Bai Wei turned around, stood up, and stretched. Hey, how did you get in? You just came in whenever you wanted. Bai Wei walked up to Chen Imo, raised an eyebrow, and said, You're being too rude. We're business partners, after all. Why are you questioning me like this? Chen Imo realized that his tone had been too unfriendly, so he softened it and said, That's not what I meant. It's just that you suddenly came to Country A, and you have the key to my apartment. This isn't a sudden thing. My family already has a lot of business here, and I often come to Country A for work. As for your key, it's a combination lock. I think it's easy to find out, right? Bai Wei said with a smile. I heard rumors that Xie Jinluan plans to send you to Country A. I thought that since we've been working together for so long, I should come and visit an old friend and discuss our next plans. Chen Imo looked at Bai Wei. I've looked into the situation here, and I plan to start developing from here in Country A. Bai Wei shrugged. Good idea, but there's a mess here in Country A. It'll take you a lot of time to clean it up. Time isn't a big issue. Xie Jinluan is away from here most of the year, and this area is the easiest to break through. Besides, who wouldn't want to make a profit? Chen Imo said confidently. Bai Wei concealed the disdain in her eyes. The information Xie Jinluan showed Chen Imo was not fake. The matter was real, and the trouble was real, but it was not considered serious. Nguyen Yuan is so lucky to have found free labor. Bai Wei felt a little envious. Bai Wei asked Chen Imo about his plans and offered some of her professional insights. The two didn't talk for very long. They just chatted briefly before Bai Wei left. For the next 4 months, Chen Imo was busy every day, dealing with these old, trivial matters. Although they were not difficult, they were very troublesome. During this period, Bai Wei only chatted with Chen Imo occasionally, since Chen Imo only slept 4 hours a day. When Chen Imo had finally dealt with the situation, he took the initiative to contact Bai Wei to have a meal. Bai Wei was naturally delighted to agree. Chen Imo booked a high-end restaurant, which was especially private. When Bai Wei arrived, Chen Imo was already there. She walked slowly to Chen Imo and smiled. Sorry, I'm too late. I just arrived not long ago. Chen Imo replied gently, handing her the menu. I've already ordered, Wei Wei. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? Bai Wei took the menu, ordered a few dishes at random, and then handed the menu to the waiter. The waiter took the menu and left the private room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Wei Wei, I know you've been wanting to chat with me for the past few days, but I've been too busy. I only recently had some free time, so I immediately invited you over. Is there something you want to tell me? Chen Imo asked. Bai Wei didn't rush to reveal her purpose, but instead asked, Has your position here been secured? Chen Mo had actually developed a considerable network of contacts and solidified his position during this period, but he still humbly said, Barely. Bai Wei naturally saw through his pretense and stopped beating around the bush. She stood up and walked behind him, putting her hand on his shoulder. You may be living a happy and carefree life, but your mother is still in the mental hospital. Chen Mo's smile froze, and he said awkwardly, I know, I'll figure something out. Find a way. Bai Wei interrupted him. The solution is right in front of you. It's just a matter of whether you want it or not. Wei Wei, what do you mean by this? It's very simple. Xie Jinluan will not let your mother go. She is vindictive, petty, and vicious. She will absolutely not let your mother go. Therefore, you only have one way to save your mother. What method? That means killing Xie Jinluan. Bai Wei's eyes gleamed coldly, as if she wanted to kill her right now. Chen Imo was startled and fell silent for a moment. Seeing his serious expression, Bai Wei couldn't help but taunt. You're not reluctant to part with it, are you? Chen Mo's expression froze for a moment, a sight Bai Wei witnessed. She said incredulously, You really can't bear to part with her. Have you forgotten how she imprisoned you? You don't actually think Xie Jinluan loves you, do you? I admit she might love you, but that love is just like the love she has for a cat or dog. She treats you like a toy. Chen Imo gritted his teeth his face grim. I know, but you make it sound so simple. How could I possibly kill her? It's very simple. Childbirth is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during childbirth. Even if someone is a high-ranking official or a person with a high salary, if something goes wrong, they will still die. Bai Wei's voice was seductive. But even if I kill her now, I still can't completely take over the CF family. The mother may die, but the child may not. You are the child's father, and Xie Junlin will protect you. Although Xie Junlin may not believe you, you can first enter the company and then use your child to gradually take control of the company. It may be a bit slow, but it's still better than you spending your whole life being subservient to Xie Jinluan, isn't it? Are you really willing to spend your whole life being inferior to someone else, especially a woman? Bai Wei had stirred Chun Mo's desires, but Chun Mo, biting the soft flesh in his mouth, simply said, "Give me some more time. Let me think about it. Let me think about it again." Bai Wei looked at Chun Mo thoughtfully. Could this kid have developed real feelings for Nguyen Nguyen? Bai Wei smiled and said, "I'm not fortunate enough to have this meal today. Let's wait until President Chun has made up his mind before inviting me to dinner. I'll be leaving now." Chun Mo did not stop Bai Wei until she left the private room, at which point Chun Mo rubbed his temples. He should have agreed to Bai Wei's request. Wasn't his collaboration with Bai Wei all for this day? But he really didn't expect that Bai Wei would actually think of killing Xie Jinluan. He originally thought that Bai Wei only wanted to bankrupt Xie Jinluan, and that it would be even better if Nguyen stayed at home as a full-time housewife. He knew very well that Bai Wei was right. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once Xie Jinluan was dead, he would be completely free. But, whenever he thought of Xie Jinluan's face, whenever he thought of never seeing her again, his heart would start to ache. Is he really willing to do that? Xie Jinluan's strong personality stems from his childhood, but recently, Nguyen has been very obedient to him, and her temper has softened considerably. Once the baby is born, Nguyen's personality should improve even further. Then he'll be a winner in life. A wife, kids, and a warm bed, and the wife is a beautiful, wealthy woman. This is the life so many people dream of. If Nguyen Nguyen behaves herself as a full-time housewife, he might actually consider not killing her, since the two still have feelings for each other. Chapter 68 is truly damned. Cigarette butts littered the floor, and bottles of liquor were scattered everywhere. Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed on his phone screen, where he had taken photos of himself and Xie Jinluan when they were still dating. Xie Jinluan doesn't smile much, but he will try his best to make her happy. How happy and relaxed the two of them are in the apartment at those times. Apartment? By the way, why didn't Xie Jinluan let him into the apartment before? Chun Mo took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and the faint flame stood out brightly in the dark room. What did Xie Jinluan hide in the apartment? These days, even when Chun Mo is busy, he will take the time to call and chat with Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan spends most of her time at the manor, and because of her health, she doesn't even go to the company often. This was a golden opportunity for him to check out the apartment. If it had been any later, Xie Jinluan would have already disposed of the person or hidden them somewhere else. How could he have personally dealt with that lover then? Chun Mo had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a cold glint in his eyes, and his fingers swiped rapidly across the screen. What did you say? He doesn't want to kill me? Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Bai Wei crossed her legs and said nonchalantly, "Yes, it seems that your dog training skills are pretty good. Even that kind of dog can be trained to be protective of its owner." He. Xie Jinluan chuckled softly, his expression relaxed. Chun Mo's reluctance to kill her was indeed unexpected, but her plan had already begun. Now, Chun Mo had no choice but to kill her himself, even if he didn't want to. What do you plan to do? Bai Wei tilted her head, glancing at Xie Jinluan, who was secretly pleased with himself. Of course we have to continue. After all, he's the most crucial part of my plan. He should be back in half a month. Even if he doesn't kill me, I'll force him to. Xie Jinluan leaned back, his body trembling uncontrollably, a testament to his anticipation of what was about to happen. Chun Mo, after this, you'll never escape my grasp. I want you to willingly become my devoted subject. Achoo! Chun Mo rubbed his arms, which were only covered by a short-sleeved shirt. It was quite cold at night. He had bought the earliest flight at dawn, and by the time he arrived in S City, it was already past 11 p.m. Chun Imo stood downstairs at the apartment building, looking at the floor below, swallowed hard, and then took the elevator to the apartment entrance. Chun Imo put the key in his hand into the door. The lock hadn't been changed. It was the same key the two of them had used before. With just a gentle twist, he could unlock the stone weighing on his heart. But he hesitated to move his hand. He looked at the door. It was very late, and the entire corridor was deserted except for him. It was unusually quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat clearly. The motion-activated lights also went out, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Chun Imo, what are you waiting for? Just open this door, and you can catch that adulterer. What are you waiting for? Aren't you already being cuckolded enough? Chun Imo gritted his teeth, resolutely turned the key, and with a click, the door opened. The room was pitch black, and Chun Mo's eyes had been in the darkness for a long time, enough for him to see what the room looked like. Everything inside the house had changed so much that Chun Imo began to wonder if he had entered the wrong house. Otherwise, how could there not be a trace of where he and Manhwa had lived? Chun Imo bit down hard on the soft flesh in his mouth, his hand trembling slightly as he turned on the light. With a click, the whole room lit up. The slippers have become a new matching couple set, the water cups have become matching couple sets, and the house has been decorated with many colorful trinkets. They look like a couple who are very young. A mouthful of blood surged wildly in Chun Mo's heart. His hand clenched into a fist, and he felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust. He didn't want to see any more traces of Xie Jinalwan's life with others, so he went straight to Xie Jinalwan's room. After Chun Imo saw Xie Jinalwan's room clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no signs that anyone else had lived in Xie Jinalwan's room. But if that person didn't stay in Xie Jinalwan's room, where would they stay? His room. Chun Imo strode to his room, and when he saw that his room was completely different, he could no longer contain his rage. He clenched his fist and smashed everything in the room to pieces. Blood splattered from his knuckles, staining everything. Chun Imo, however, seemed to have lost the ability to feel pain, and went berserk, smashing and destroying things everywhere to vent his inner repression. Xie Jinalwan, how dare you? How dare you? What makes him any better than me? You bastard! You bastard! Xie Jinalwan, how could you betray me? How could you like someone else? How could you? Yes, Xie Jinalwan fell in love with that person. Chun Imo knew very well that Xie Jinalwan would never use couple items with a lover, let alone allow that person to decorate her room so recklessly. Back when he lived here, Xie Jinalwan didn't allow him to change the layout of the house or some of the decorations at will. Why should I? Why does that bitch deserve Nuanyuan's favor? Why should he? And what about him? Who does he think he is? He is Xie Jinalwan's husband. Her legal husband. What is that other man? He's just a mistress with no title or status. That's right. He's the one with the title and status. As long as he doesn't divorce Nuanyuan, that person will always just be a mistress without any status or identity. So what if he's young? He'll still grow old, and then Nuanyuan will get tired of him. Oh, and he and Nuanyuan even had a child together, something no one else can compare to. Chun Imo tried to calm himself down. His eyes flashed with madness as he stared at the messy room, lit a cigarette, and slowly put it into his mouth. The familiar smell of tobacco gradually brought him back to his senses. He strode over the items on the floor, walked into the living room, and began to examine the environment inside. He had been blinded by anger, but now that he had forced himself to calm down, he realized that something was wrong with the room. This house looks like it hasn't been lived in for at least 8 or 9 months. No one has even come to clean it. This is strange. Xie Jinalwan really likes this apartment. It's close to her company and very convenient for her to go to work. Even if she doesn't come back to live here for a while, someone should still clean it regularly. Moreover, the adulterer isn't here. Where did Xie Jinalwan hide him? Is Xie Jinalwan still supporting him? Perhaps Nuanyuan has grown tired of him and sent him away. 8 or 9 months ago. No. During that time he was with Xie Jinalwan. So it could only be earlier. When? During the time he was in a coma. That's right. Someone must have taken advantage of his unconsciousness to try and get rid of him. Damn it. This despicable person is so clueless. So incredibly audacious. He must find that person. Even if Nuan is tired of him, he still has to die. No one can leave a mark on Nuan's heart. If there is one, it will definitely be a corpse. Chapter 69 Drinking Leads to Mistakes. With a cold expression, Chun Mo overturned everything in the room and threw it on the ground, then casually threw a bag inside. After tidying up the living room, he went to the bathroom. When he saw the couple's ambiguous matching water cups and toothbrushes, his heart seemed to have become numb with pain, unable to feel even the slightest ripple. He cleaned up all the trash with a blank expression, and by the time he had tidied the entire house until there were no more of the man's belongings left, it was already 3 in the morning. He sat amidst the ruins, lit a cigarette, and remained unusually calm. He had never been so calm as to want to strangle someone to death. He doesn't plan to go back to country. He's already pretty much taken care of things there. He hasn't slept for 2 whole nights since the night before last. His eyes are bloodshot, making him look somewhat ferocious and creepy. Xie Jinluan received a call from the property management, saying that her apartment was being rang loudly late at night, and the downstairs neighbors had complained. Xie Jinluan called Hu Wenxiu and learned that Chen Mo was not at the company. She immediately understood why he had secretly returned and insisted on going to the apartment to make her half dead with anger. Xie Jinluan thought about her next move and was overjoyed. It was just like a pillow being delivered to someone who had just fallen asleep. Chen Mo didn't return to country A, but he also didn't return to the manor. He couldn't face Xie Jinluan right now. Whenever he saw her, he couldn't suppress his resentment. Xie Jinluan, what right do you have to fall for someone else? It was clearly you who insisted on barging into my life. He randomly picked a hotel to stay in and got himself completely drunk every day. He drank all the wine in the hotel, and when he went out to buy more, he ran into Hanji. Hey, dude, what a coincidence. Hanji spotted Chun Mo from afar and ran up to him excitedly. I didn't expect to run into you here. Chen Mo was currently delirious. He squinted at Hanji for a long time before finally reaching out and putting his hand on Hanji's shoulder, slurring his words. Han-ji, hey buddy, what happened to you? You've gotten so drunk. I had a fight with your sister-in-law. Chen Mo gave a wry smile. What's wrong? Hanji's eyes lit up. Of course he knew who Chen Mo's wife was, Xie Jinluan, the heir of the Xie family. Such a great thing fell into Chen Mo's lap, yet he was still not satisfied, and even argued with Xie Jinluan. He really has a lucky life. Meanwhile, he can only bow and scrape and call others master every day. What happened? What could have happened? They were just arguing. Chun Mo was seething with anger, but he refused to reveal the existence of his lover. If he really did, damn it, how embarrassing would that be? Hanji looked at him, his eyes darting around, and an idea formed in his mind. Oh dear, if you ask me, my sister-in-law is really something. We men work so hard every day, getting up early and working late to build our careers and earn money like crazy. Who is it all for? It's all for this family, Hanji said, feeling indignant on his behalf. Chen Mo was heartbroken. He said indignantly, That's right. Who the hell am I doing all this for? It's all for her own good. Hey, Brother Chun, look how long it's been since we last met. Since we've bumped into each other today, it must be fate. How about I treat you to some drinks and catch up? Chun Mo had been drinking alone all day, and since he just needed someone to drink with, he immediately agreed. Great. We brothers haven't seen each other for so long. We have to have a good drink. Of course. We won't leave until we're drunk. Hanji helped Chun Mo walk towards the bar next door. He went to the front desk and booked a private room. He first helped Chun Mo into the private room, and then came out and went to the front desk. Mr. Han, is there anything I can do for you? The receptionist asked politely. Hanji rubbed his hands together, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cloudy eyes. He said lewdly, Send your best goods and best wine to my private room. Money is no object. It has to be the best. The receptionist smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Han, please wait inside for a moment. I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Hanji nodded in satisfaction and walked into the private room. Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, you're going to be ruined by me today. This isn't my fault. Who told you to be so lucky? You actually caught the eye of President Xie, and you still dare to complain in front of me. When Hanji arrived at the private room, The drinks were already served. Chen Mo was drinking non-stop, and when he saw Hanji return, he shouted, "Quick, come over here and drink." Hanji looked at his delirious state and smirked. "All right, drink up. I'll risk my life to keep you company." The two talked and drank, finishing off the entire bottle of wine that had been delivered in just half an hour. Hanji-do's face was flushed from drinking. Strange, where is everyone? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Just as Hanji was about to go out and ask, someone knocked on the door. Hanji excitedly opened the door and saw two beauties outside. He was overjoyed and immediately welcomed them in. Chun Imo squinted, unable to see who it was, and asked, "Who are these two?" Hanji said with a smile, "These are the two we invited to come and drink with us." In the past, Chun Imo would have known what these two people did, but now his mind was a complete mess, and he couldn't even remember who he was. The two girls obediently accompanied them while they drank. Chun Imo drank too much and passed out completely. "Brother Chun, Brother Chun." Hanji gently nudged Chun Imo twice, but Chun Imo still didn't react. The girl sitting next to Chun Imo was a little at a loss. She hadn't even had 2 drinks yet, and this guy had already passed out. What was she supposed to do? Hanji looked at Chun Imo with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the girl's face and said, "Help him to the hotel next door to get a room. Then you sleep next to him and send me the photos." The girl shook her head repeatedly. "No, we're just there to keep you company while you drink." Hanji was a little irritated. He took out his phone and said, "Give me your phone. I'll transfer 5,000 to you. You don't need to sleep with him. Just sleep naked next to him and take a picture of me. He's so drunk that you can't do anything." After much hesitation, the girl finally succumbed to the temptation of money, accepted it, and helped Chun Imo head towards the hotel. She couldn't figure out what Hanji wanted to do, but the thought of simply taking a picture and being able to leave was too tempting for her. The girl booked a hotel room, helped Chun Imo to the bed, and was about to unbutton his shirt when Chun Imo suddenly sat up and ran to the toilet to vomit. After he had vomited enough and was no longer so drunk, he leaned against the wall and walked toward the bed, only to see a woman standing by the bed. He sobered up considerably in an instant and asked warily, "Who are you?" The girl pursed her lips, somewhat embarrassed. I was the one Mr. Han asked to drink with you." "You're drinking? If you're done drinking, why are you still following me?" The girl was filled with shame and lowered her head, saying, "Mr. Han asked me to take you to the hotel." Chun Imo was indeed too drunk. He had only said 2 sentences when his head started throbbing again. He rubbed his temples and said, "Hanji, go buy me some hangover medicine first." The girl quickly grabbed her phone and went outside. Chapter 70, Going to the hospital. After the girl left, Chun Imo collapsed to the ground, rubbing his aching temples. Even if he were stupid or confused, he would have guessed that this woman was probably brought here by Hanji to frame him, to make it look like he slept with other women. But would Hanji have Xie Jinwan's contact information? Or is Hanji trying to blackmail me with this photo? He got drunk and brought a girl into a hotel. Even if he jumped into the river, he couldn't clear his name. But did Xie Jinwan not know that he had already returned? He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Hu Wenxiu wouldn't tell him he hadn't been to the company for so long. He didn't believe that Xie Jinwan wouldn't know about the commotion he caused that night. "Xie Jinwan, why don't you come to see me? Do you also feel sorry for me? If you just appear before me, if you just tell me that you have no feelings for that man, I will forgive you. I can pretend nothing happened. Nguyen, why don't you come and see me? Are you still tired of me?" Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Chun Mo's thoughts. He forced himself to stand up and open the door. The girl looked at Chun Mo with some fear and handed him the medicine in her hand. "Sir, here's the hangover medicine you requested." Chun Mo took the medicine and was about to kick the girl out when an idea popped into his head. "Come in." The girl pursed her lips and said firmly, "Sir, I don't sell myself." Chun Mo paused for a moment. "I know. You'll stay in the room for 1 night, and I'll give you 5,000. The girl's eyes lit up. "Really? I don't need to do anything. If you're scared, just grab the blanket and hide in the bathroom." Chun Mo didn't even glance at her and went straight to the window, lighting a cigarette. The girl peeked at him secretly while hugging her blanket, then lowered her head and ran to hide in the bathroom. Chun Mo drew the curtains, turned off the room lights, and sat alone on the bed, staring blankly into the darkness ahead. Xie this is the last chance I'm giving you. I don't believe you have any sincerity towards me. Time passed slowly, and the only sound in the room was the girl's occasional breathing. Mo's eyes grew darker and darker. Xie even if I sleep with other people, you don't care? Ding ding ding. The urgent ringing of the phone woke Xie from her sleep. She answered the phone. What is it? Upon hearing what was said on the other end, Xie immediately sat up, the coldness in his eyes seemingly solidifying into a tangible form. She quickly changed her clothes, made a phone call, and then hurriedly drove herself to the hotel. When Xie arrived at the hotel, Lin Yu had already arrived with a group of bodyguards. Xie face was as cold as ice. She followed the address on her phone and rushed upstairs. Lin Yu had several bodyguards follow her while she stayed downstairs to handle the rest. Xie walked up to the door, suppressing her anger, and gestured to the people behind her to smash the door open. With a loud bang, the door was smashed open by brute force. Chun Imo sat alone on the bed, his gaze blankly shifting to Xie face. A forced smile appeared on his lips as he said in a hoarse voice, "You finally decided to come see me?" A look of surprise flashed across Xie eyes. She waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to stand guard outside the door. Seeing Chun Mo's disheveled appearance, her heart skipped a beat. "What do you want to ask me? You've never believed me." Chun Imo looked stubbornly at Xie his voice tinged with sorrow. "Didn't you?" Xie gritted her teeth. "Chun Imo, Enough, I don't want to hear it. That woman is in the toilet. Have someone take her away. I didn't sleep with her." Chun Imo paused, his expression turning ashen. "Forget it. You wouldn't believe me anyway. What's the point of you testing me?" Chun Mo's eyes filled with deep sorrow, and he swallowed hard. "Did you ever love me?" Chun Mo's gaze was so pleading that Xie had to look away. She tilted her head and said, "If I didn't love you, why would I choose to have a child with you? Then who is he?" Xie dare you say you weren't attracted to him? If I hadn't suddenly woken up, would you have already decided to spend your life with him? Wouldn't you have? Chun Imo, you're too agitated right now. Let's talk after you calm down. Calm. Ha ha ha. Chun Imo laughed loudly, his head thrown back, a tear sliding down his cheek. It was so dazzling in the light outside the door that it made Xie heart ache. Xie I've been back for so long. You've had so much time to choose to explain to me. But why? Why didn't you come to see me? Xie what do you take me for? Do you have even a shred of sincerity towards me? I thought you needed time to calm down. Xie took a deep breath. I've been with you for so long. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. After saying those words, Xie felt as if the huge weight on her heart had suddenly disappeared. She fell for him. She didn't know when she fell in love with him. Maybe it was when he was still being insincere with her. Maybe it was during those warm moments at home, or maybe even earlier. She herself was unwilling to admit it, unwilling to admit that she could be attracted to someone with such a bad reputation. Then tell me, who is that person? Chun Imo stared intently at Xie determined to get information about that person from her. Xie pursed her lips, and Chun Imo looked at her stubbornly. No one spoke, and the room was unusually quiet, so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Chun Mo's gaze grew increasingly disappointed, and his heart ached uncontrollably. He looked away, his mouth agape for a long time, but he remained silent. A long time passed. Xie Chun Imo swallowed hard before uttering the three words. Let's get a divorce. Chun Mo's eyes were lifeless, as if he had completely given up on Xie Chun Imo, listen to me. Things between him and me are definitely not what you think. But I can't tell you right now. Give me some more time, Xie explained with a frown. Chun Imo ignored her words, stood up, and walked straight out the door. Xie suddenly grabbed Chun Mo's hand. Chun Imo, believe me, give me some more time, and I will explain everything to you. Chun Imo subconsciously shook off Xie hand. With a loud bang, Xie was thrown to the ground. Chun Imo was startled and wanted to turn around, but he suppressed the thought. They were already getting a divorce, so what did it matter? Chun Imo couldn't help but turn around to look. only to see a large patch of blood seeping from Xie Jinluan's lower body. His pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately picked Xie Jinluan up, running downstairs while shouting, "Help! Help! To the hospital! Drive to the hospital quickly!" Chapter 71. Who do you think you are? Nuan. You'll be all right, Nuan. Don't sleep. Look at me. Chen Mo's voice trembled uncontrollably. Xie Jinluan opened her eyes with difficulty, gently stroked Chen Mo's face, and said softly, "Chen Mo, do you believe?" Before she could finish speaking, Xie Jinluan fainted. "Warm and cozy. Nuan, please don't sleep. I beg you. Nuan, I believe in you. I believe in you. As long as you're all right, I'll do anything for you. Xie Jinluan, you'll be all right." Soon, Lin Yu parked the car at the hospital entrance, where the emergency room doctors and nurses were already waiting. As soon as Chun Mo carried Xie Jinluan out of the car, the medical staff immediately took her from Chun Mo's arms, quickly lifted her onto a stretcher, and pushed her towards the emergency room. Chun Mo staggered after the doctor until the doctor pushed Xie Jinluan into the emergency room and the door slammed shut. Only then did he collapse to the ground, completely powerless. How could this happen? How could this happen? He clearly didn't use much force, so how could he have thrown Nuanyu into the ground and caused such a large pool of blood to flow out? After handling the aftermath, Lin Yu rushed over. Seeing Chun Mo's distraught appearance, she swallowed back the words she had originally wanted to ask. After the surgery had been going on for a while, a doctor in surgical scrubs rushed out and anxiously called out, "Where are the patient's family members?" Chun Mo immediately scrambled to his feet, ran to the doctor, and said in a hoarse voice, It's me." The doctor's expression was grim as he quickly said, "The patient's condition is extremely critical. There is internal bleeding and other complications, and we need to perform emergency treatment. Please sign this surgical consent form first." Chun Mo's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled as he took the consent form, gripping the doctor's hand tightly. "Save the mother. You must save the mother." The doctor frowned, gently patted Chun Mo's shoulder, and tried his best to calm him down. "We will do our best. Please sign the papers first." Chun Mo took the pen, quickly signed his name, and the doctor hurriedly went back inside with the documents. How could this happen? How could it be so serious? Chun Mo leaned against the wall, not knowing how long he had been waiting. He felt that his legs had completely lost all feeling, and time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Finally, the operating room lights went out. Chun Mo forced himself to walk to the operating room door and shouted, "How is he? How is my lover?" A nurse pushed a baby out. Chun Mo looked at the child and felt a little comforted, but then he thought of Xie Jinluan and asked anxiously, "Where is my lover?" The doctors looked at Chun Mo apologetically. The chief surgeon walked up to Chun Mo and said heavily, "Mr. Chun, we have done our best. But the patient's injuries were too severe, and he lost too much blood. We were unable to save him." "What do you mean?" Chun Mo stared blankly at the doctor, as if he hadn't understood what he was saying. Chun Mo turned his hopeful gaze to Lin Yu. "Tell me, what do they mean? Nuan. Is Nuan too tired and has fallen asleep?" "Mr. Chun," Lin Yu said softly, her eyes filled with sorrow, "please accept my condolences. President Xie has already passed away." "You're talking nonsense. Are you all playing me with her? Her body is so healthy. How could it be? How could it suddenly?" Chun Mo's voice gradually became hoarse, and his body began to sway. Lin Yu took the child from the nurse's arms, and before she could say anything, Chun Mo had already fainted. "Mr. Chun." Clang, clang, clang. The loud knocking gave Chun Mo a headache. He staggered to his feet and opened the door. Seeing Chun Mo's dejected appearance, Bai Wei frowned and walked straight into the house. When she saw the bottles and cigarette butts all over the floor, she was shocked. This man actually had feelings for Nuan. She sighed, knowing she had to keep up the act. With a look of utter disappointment, she said, "How much worse will you become? What else can you do besides drink? Don't tell me you've been hiding here drinking these past few days." Chun Mo didn't even glance at Bai Wei, slumped onto the sofa, took another big gulp of wine, and said coldly, "If you can't stand it, then get out." Bai Wei frowned and said, "Chun Mo, have you forgotten our plan? Are you really going to waste your whole life here for a woman? Do you even remember what you wanted to do? Chen Mo's eyes were lifeless. So what? He's so stupid. His happy days were just around the corner. He was about to become a happy family of 3. His life was about to change, and he was about to be with Nuanyuan happily for the rest of his life. Bai Wei was provoked by his words. So what? Do you know? Xie Jinluan is dead. Do you know how many wolves are eyeing the Xie family, this piece of fat meat? Do you really want Xie Jinluan's years of hard work to be destroyed in an instant? Have you thought about how you'll face Xie Jinluan when you're in hell years from now? Have you thought about your children? A glint finally appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. Seeing that she had persuaded him, Bai Wei continued. Xie Jinluan has already chosen a name for your child, Xie Xinchen. This is the child she risked her life to keep. Are you really willing to let your child be born without a mother, while the so-called father does not fulfill any responsibility whatsoever? Xie Xinchen. Chun Imo murmured. Xie Xinchen, it's a daughter. Chun Imo struggled to get up from the sofa and looked at Bai Wei. Why are you telling me so much? Haven't you always wanted to kill Xie Jinluan? A hint of sadness flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. I thought I hated her. I hated that she always dominated me. I hated that she didn't respect me at all. I hate that she befriends so many people but looks down on me. I hate her so much. But when I found out she was dead, I felt empty inside. I didn't seem to hate her as much anymore. Did I really want her dead? I just want her to look at me properly, even if she sees me as an enemy. Chen Mo's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. So that's why you've always wanted to kill Nuanyuan. And what about you? How are you any more noble than me? You're just after all the Xie family's wealth. All for your pathetic pride. Chen Imo wanted to refute, but couldn't say a word. Bai Wei was telling the truth. He had never been kind to begin with, and he was a scoundrel. The two looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Finally, Bai Wei broke the silence. Since the person is already dead, you should grieve in moderation. Change your clothes and go see your child. As for our plan, if you are not willing, then let's just abandon it. Chapter 72. Hope has arrived. Bai Wei left immediately after saying those words. Chen Imo pursed his lips and went to the bathroom to wash up. The cold water hitting his face brought him back to his senses. Bai Wei is right. He has been too depressed these days. He still has children, including the child that Nuan gave birth to for him. He must take on the responsibility of being a father. He wanted to see Nuanyuan one more time. Chen Imo tidied himself up and called a car to go to the manor. All the decorations in the manor had been changed to black and white, and everything here reminded him that Xie Jinluan had passed away. He walked stiffly into the hall and saw Xie Junlin sitting on the sofa. His once thick, black hair had turned quite gray, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years. You've arrived. Xie Junlin didn't even look up. With a thud, Chen Imo knelt down directly in front of Xie Junlin. It's my fault for not protecting Nuan. If it weren't for me, Nuan wouldn't have gone out in the middle of the night. She's gone, and I don't want to discuss whose fault it was. Xie Junlin was exhausted, her eyelids drooping and her eyes were gray. I'm too old to handle this kind of scene. Since you're back, you should take care of the funeral. Before Nuan died, she left a message. She told me not to blame you. It was her fate, so I don't want to know what happened that night. Xie Junlin leaned on his cane and got up from the sofa, his back to Chen Imo. Let me raise Xiner. If you want to see her, come to the manor to see her. But Xiner needs a father. Xie Junlin turned to Chen Imo and said, I'll take care of Xiner these days. You take good care of Nuanyuan's funeral arrangements. Since Xie Junlin had already said that, Chen Imo couldn't refute it anymore, and simply asked, Where is Nuanyuan? Stay in her room and make good preparations these days. The burial will take place in 5 days. Xie Junlin left these words as if he could no longer hold on, and hurriedly departed. Chen Imo staggered to Xie Jinluan's door, but never had the courage to go in. He stood at the door for over an hour before finally mustering the courage to go inside. However, he did not see a coffin in Xie Jinluan's room. He was shocked to see a small box placed in front of Xie Jinluan's portrait. How so? Who cremated him? Did he not even get to see Xie Jinluan one last time? His legs buckled, and he knelt straight down in front of Xie Jinluan's portrait. At this moment, he could not hear any sound around him. His eyes were empty and numb, as if his soul was detached from his body. Grief overwhelmed him like a tide, making it impossible for him to breathe. He didn't know how long he had been kneeling, until his legs were numb and he couldn't muster any strength. "Young master, dinner is ready." A servant's voice came from outside the door. "I understand. I'll come down right away." Chun Imo sat for a while to recover before his legs regained some strength. He leaned against the wall and barely managed to stand up. As soon as he took a step, his legs felt as if they were being pricked with needles. He walked slowly, taking one step at a time, and finally reached the restaurant, only to find that apart from a servant waiting beside him, there was no one else in sight. Chun Imo asked the maid, "Where is my aunt?" The maid replied, "These days, Miss Xie has had meals delivered to her room. By the way, son-in-law, Chairman Xie instructed that if you want to see the young lady, you should go and see her. She is currently being pampered by several nannies." Chun Imo sat down in his seat. "Okay, I understand." Chun Imo had absolutely no appetite for the food in front of him, so he stood up and said to the maid, "Take me to see the young lady." The servant immediately led the way upstairs. Xie Xinshin's bedroom was arranged next to Xie Junlin's so that Xie Junlin could see the child at any time. After the servant brought him there, he turned and left. Chun Imo opened the door to find a woman inside gently coaxing a child in her arms. Upon seeing Chun Imo, the woman said, "This must be your son-in-law." Chun Imo nodded and stepped forward, looking at the child and asking, "Is she asleep?" "Not yet. I was wondering why the young lady was so energetic today. She'd usually be asleep by now. It turns out she sensed that the young master was coming," the woman said with a smile. The gloom that had been weighing on Chun Mo's mind for so many days was swept away. He strode over to the child and looked at him carefully. "Why is it so small?" "Oh dear, the young lady is not yet full term in her mother's womb, so she is smaller than a normal baby. Originally, the young lady was supposed to stay in the hospital to take good care of herself. But Chairman Xie said to take her home and let her rest. He also said he had a medical team watching over the little girl. They live next door, so they can come quickly if anything happens." The woman explained step by step. Chun Mo's fingers curled up as he looked at his child, whose eyes were big, like black grapes, but were a little too thin and small. Can I have a hug?" the woman said awkwardly. "Young master, although this child seems relatively healthy, she does have some congenital deficiencies. You have no experience, so please wait 2 months until the little girl has recovered before you hold her." Chun Imo felt a little regretful, but he knew that what the nanny said made sense, so he did not insist. Chun Imo stood next to Xie Xinshin, waved his hand in front of the child, and said, "Xinshin, I'm your dad." The child blinked his big eyes, unable to understand what the person in front of him was saying. Before Chun Imo could tease her for long, Xie Xinshin closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chun Imo asked with some regret, "You fell asleep so soon?" The woman laughed and said, "A child this age usually does nothing but drink milk and sleep all day. The fact that he was awake for so long today is probably because his son-in-law is coming." Chun Imo glanced at the child again. "Okay, you can coax her to sleep." Chun Imo looked at the child with some reluctance, but had no choice but to turn and leave. "Son-in-law, Chairman Xie wants you to go to her room." As soon as Chun Imo came out, he was stopped by a servant. Chun Imo nodded to indicate that he understood. He turned and walked towards Xie Junlin's room, knocked on the door, and only entered the room after hearing Xie Junlin tell him to come in. Xie Junlin didn't look well at all. He looked sickly and was leaning against the sofa. "Aunt, how are you feeling?" Chun Mo's concern this time came from the bottom of his heart. Xie Junlin waved his hand. "It's an old problem, but it's been acting up particularly badly these past 2 days." "Aunt, why did you call me here?" Cough, cough, cough. Xie Junlin coughed heavily twice. "Look at me, I'm getting old, and my body isn't what it used to be." "Aunt, you are still young. I know my own body well. I called you here today for this very reason." Chun Imo looked at Xie Junlin with a puzzled expression. "I've never had a son or daughter in my life. I was grooming Nuan Yuan to be my successor, but I never imagined that I would be the one to bury my child." Xie Junlin became somewhat agitated and couldn't stop coughing. Chun Imo got up and brought her a cup of hot water. "Auntie, please moisten your throat." Xie Junlin took a sip of water and felt a little better. He continued. But the Xie family cannot be left unattended. Chen Mo was startled. He had already given up on the idea of taking the Xie family's assets. But what did Xie Junlin mean? Chapter 73 Never Apart. Aunt, I can't accept it. Chen Mo blurted out, not expecting himself to say such a thing. This is exactly what he wanted. He was about to become a superior person. Xie Junlin chuckled softly, a sound of genuine approval. She exhaled a breath of stale air. Chen Mo, actually, when Wan wanted to get a marriage certificate with you, I was 1,000 times, 10,000 times against it. I've seen far too many men who squander their inheritance. They're never satisfied. After experiencing the glitz and glamour, they forget who it was that led them into a place that doesn't belong to them. They abandon their wives and children, scheme against their first wives, and it's utterly disgusting. I didn't want to believe you at first, but before Wan died, she told me, Aunt, I'm willing to give Chen Mo another chance, even though he betrayed me before. I don't believe you. I believe in Wan's judgment. Chen Mo closed his eyes tightly, then knelt down in front of Xie Junlin with a firm look in his eyes. Aunt, I will not let you down, and I will not disappoint Nuanyuan. Xie Junlin waved his hand. My assets are more than enough for me to live out my old age in peace. If Nuanyuan leaves, the Xie family will be in chaos. Chen Mo, I will transfer all of Wan's assets and shares to Xiner. However, she is too young, so you will manage them for her until Xiner turns 18. It's too chaotic here. I'll take Xiner to Country A. After you've sorted everything out, I'll bring Xiner back. Assistant Lin will help you. She's Nuanyuan's confidant and trustworthy. After explaining everything, Xie Junlin was too exhausted, so he asked Chen Mo to leave first. After leaving the room, Chen Mo did not leave the manor, but went to Xie Jinwan's room. His fingers trembled as he stroked Xie Jinwan's face in the portrait. He only gave her a gentle push. How could Wan have died like that? Even with Xie Jinwan's ashes right in front of him, he still couldn't believe that Xie Jinwan was really dead. Lin Yu should have handled Xie Jinwan's funeral arrangements. He called Lin Yu, and the call was answered quickly. Lin Yu's extremely tired voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Chun. Is there anything I can help you with? Assistant Lin, I want to ask why. Why did Wan die like this? She just tripped and fell. Chen Mo suddenly became agitated. Lin Yu sighed. Mr. Chun, women shouldn't be too busy during pregnancy. President Xie has never rested during her pregnancy and has been busy with company matters, which has made the pregnancy unstable. Moreover, women are very sensitive and vulnerable during pregnancy. Even Mr. Xie needs his husband's company. In addition, although I don't know what happened between you and Mr. Xie that night, I know that Mr. Xie's emotions must have fluctuated greatly, which is a very serious incident for a pregnant woman. Excessive emotional distress can easily lead to miscarriage, especially for a weak fetus. Adding to this, Ms. Xie's fall caused severe internal bleeding. If she weren't pregnant, she might have been saved, but unfortunately, Lin Yu didn't say anything more. She had already explained it very clearly, and Chen Mo had to accept reality even if he didn't believe it. So, did Nuanyuan have anything to say to me before she died? Chen Mo regretted that he had fainted at that time. I'm not quite sure. When I went in, Mr. Xie was barely hanging on. After Chairman Xie arrived, I left. Chairman Xie saw Mr. Xie off on his final journey. Chen Mo wished he could slap his past self awake right now. How could he have been so spineless? It's all his fault. If he hadn't insisted on angering Xie Jinluan at that time, Nuanyuan wouldn't have been in this situation. Lin Yu was still saying something, but Chen Mo's ears were ringing and he couldn't hear anything. He felt dizzy and the world was spinning, and his phone slipped from his hand. When he regained consciousness, the servant immediately called Xie Junlin over. The doctor said that you have been not eating or resting for a long time, and your emotions have been fluctuating too much, which is why you have been fainting again and again. Xie Junlin looked at him and sighed. I know you are sad, but Xenu can't be without a father. I am old and can't be relied on anymore. You have to live well, even if it is for Xener's sake. Chen Mo lowered his eyes. I understand, Aunt. I will take good care of myself. Well, you're an adult now, so I won't say anything more. You should rest well these next few days. As for Nuanyuan's matter, There are still a few days left. Assistant Lin will make the arrangements in the coming days. Xie Junlin left these words in a hurry. Chen Imo closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. He couldn't fall down. Xie and Xiner were saved by Nuan with her life, and he had to protect them. Chen Imo opened his eyes. The surroundings were dark. He tried to get up, but found that his ankles were chained. He frowned and got up. Where is he? Do you still want to leave me? The door was suddenly opened, and light from outside shone in. The light was so bright that Chen Imo couldn't see the face of the person in front of him, but he was absolutely certain that it was Xie Jinluan. Nuan, you're still alive. Am I dreaming? Chen Imo staggered and tried to grab Xie Jinluan's hand. Xie Jinluan shoved him away, frowning as she said, What trick are you trying to pull now? Nuan, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I can't live without you. I never want to leave you again. You have no idea how I've gotten through these past few days. Every time I close my eyes, I see you lying in a pool of blood. I want to touch you, but I can't reach you no matter what I do. Is it like this? Xie Jinluan suddenly asked. What? Chen Imo looked up and saw that Xie Jinluan's lower body was bleeding profusely, and her body was gradually becoming transparent. No. Chen Imo tried to cover the bloodstains with his hands, but he couldn't. Suddenly, his hand passed through Xie Jinluan's body. Xie Jinluan's eyes turned crazed and filled with sorrow. Chen Imo, why? Why don't you believe me? Why did you bring that woman into your room? It was you. You killed me. I hate you. I hate you. Xie Jinluan's voice was shrill, but her body became increasingly transparent and began to disappear as her voice faded. No. Nuan, don't go. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I should be the one who dies. Chen Mo's hands frantically grabbed at the air, trying to hold Xie Jin back, but he couldn't grasp anything. Warm and cozy. Chen Imo suddenly opened his eyes. The room was very quiet, and Xie Jinluan was nowhere to be seen. Chen Imo sat up in bed. He had dreamed of Xie Jinluan countless times. Was Nuan still unwilling to forgive him? Yes, he killed Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan shouldn't have forgiven him. He's a sinner and doesn't deserve forgiveness. Hate him, as long as you don't forget him. When Xiner grows up, Nuan, I will come to be with you. Wait for me. I will come to be with you soon. Nuanyuan, you said that we would be entangled together for all eternity and never be separated. Chapter 74 Funeral. The funeral was held at the manor. Chen Imo stood in the center of the hall, his eyes bloodshot and his eye sockets slightly sunken. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Whenever he closed his eyes, the scene of Xie Jinluan's accident would play in his mind like an unstoppable movie, keeping him awake at night. But he always forced himself to eat something, and if he really couldn't eat, he would take some nutritional supplements to prevent his body from collapsing like before. Chen Imo, despite his physical limitations, presided over Xie Jinluan's funeral. Lin Yu had already prepared everything needed for the funeral. Xie Junlin, unwilling to bring Xiner to Xie Jinluan's funeral, had taken the child to country long ago. People came to the funeral in an endless stream, some dressed in black suits, and others in plain-colored long dresses. But Chen Imo could not see any sadness or sympathy in their eyes. Bai Wei also arrived, dressed in a well-tailored black dress and holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. She slowly walked to Xie Jinluan's portrait, bowed deeply, and then gently placed the chrysanthemums beside the portrait. Then, she turned around and walked up to Chen Imo, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. I thought you wouldn't be handling her funeral, Bai Wei said softly. Chen Imo lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. I am her husband. This is my responsibility. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei said nothing more, only gave him a meaningful look, and then turned and left. Chen Imo watched everything at the funeral, feeling suffocated. He felt as if he were being suffocated in a small, confined space, unable to breathe. He couldn't stand it any longer, so he decided to go to the back garden to get some fresh air. He had been here long enough. The ceremony was almost over, and with Lin Yu overseeing the rest, nothing would go wrong. Chen Imo slowly walked into the back garden, each step feeling somewhat weak. He and Xie Jinluan spent very little time in the manor. Their story was mostly etched in that small apartment, filled with warmth and laughter. But that apartment had long been covered up by other people's traces, and he no longer knew where to find their memories. He raised his head and looked up at the gray sky, his eyes filled with numbness and sorrow. Rain fell like fine silk threads, dripping onto his face and mingling with his tears. He reached out to wipe away a raindrop, but in that instant, the vague figure in a room on the second floor touched his heartstrings. Chunmo's heart skipped a beat. He clearly remembered that in the past, no one was allowed to set foot on the second floor without Xie Junlin's permission, for fear of disturbing Xie Jinluan's fragile soul. Moreover, all the servants should be downstairs busy with funeral arrangements today, so how could anyone dare to step onto the second floor? He stared intently, a surge of indescribable joy and excitement welling up inside him. That's a warm room. Does the concept of a soul truly exist in this world? Could it be that Nuanyuan came back to see him on the 7th day after his death? Without further hesitation, Chun Mo, as if driven by an invisible force, ran madly towards Xie Jinluan's room. His heart pounded like a drumbeat, his steps faltering yet unwavering. Finally, he stopped at Xie Jinluan's room door, his hand trembling as he reached for the doorknob, about to open the door. A loud bang. Before Chun Mo could even turn around and look, everything went black, and he fainted. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and Xie Jinluan appeared in the doorway. She looked at Bai Wei with a hint of reproach, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Did you hurt him with that blow? Bai Wei waved her hand, her tone tinged with helplessness. Let's not talk about injury or not. If I had arrived a few minutes later, he would have seen you, and our entire plan would have been ruined. I told you we shouldn't have chosen this place, but you insisted that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Look at the situation now. Xie Jinluan looked at Chun Mo, who was still unconscious, her heart filled with helplessness and reproach, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of grievance. How was I supposed to know that instead of staying in the main hall to guard your grave, he had to go to the back garden to slack off? I originally thought that was the least likely place to be discovered, but who knew? All right, it's no use blaming him now that things have come to this. Xie Jinluan interrupted Bai Wei. I definitely can't stay here any longer. According to Chun Mo's thinking, by the time he wakes up, he will definitely be suspicious, and then it will be too late. The security system in the manor was impenetrable, and she wasn't worried about being discovered by others while she was there. But now, everything has changed. Not only did Chun Mo not believe her death, but many others were unwilling to believe it either. After all, she was so young. How could she just leave like that? Secretly, countless people were investigating the cause of her death. However, the effect that night was unexpectedly good. Most people were deceived by her carefully designed situation and thought that she had died from massive bleeding because she was emotionally agitated when she caught her husband cheating. Unfortunately, Chun Mo may have guessed this secret now. I need to find somewhere else to stay. Xie Jinluan pondered for a moment and then made a decision. I'll go to your house. Bai Wei's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Ah, my home? How can this be? Why not? Xie Jinluan looked at Bai Wei. Once Chun Mo wakes up, you can help Lin Yu get rid of the parasites in the company. I'll stay at your place so I can keep in touch with you. Besides, we don't get along on the surface, so no one will guess I'm hiding here with you. This is the safest option. Bai Wei looked troubled, but she knew that it was because she was lazy that Chun Mo had an opportunity to take advantage of her. All right. The main problem is that I don't spend much time in the villa my mom bought for me, and the cleaning lady doesn't keep it very clean. I'll have someone send you there. It's a remote place, and probably no one will think of it for a while. Bai Wei compromised. Okay. Xie Jinluan agreed immediately. She looked at Chun Mo lying on the ground, sighed, and asked Bai Wei to call Lin Yu and have him taken to her room to lie down. After taking care of everything, Xie Jinluan walked from the secret passage in her room to the outside of the manor and got into the car that Bai Wei had prepared for her in advance. Bai Wei's villa was indeed very remote, located in the suburbs. Looking at the desolate surroundings, Xie Jinluan breathed a sigh of relief. Surely no one would expect her to hide here. Bai Wei looked at Chun Mo, who had been moved to the bed by Lin Yu, pointed to the back of his head, and said to Ning Zhilan, "He shouldn't have been knocked stupid by me, right?" Ning Zhilan examined his wound. "No, but I need to get rid of that bump on his head before he wakes up." Ning Zhilan said through gritted teeth. Getting rid of the bump wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting it done within a few hours. Bai Wei waved her hand, looking innocent. Dr. Ning, good luck. I'm off now. Ning Zhilan had no choice but to resign herself to her fate and try to find a way to get rid of the bruises. After trying countless methods, Ning Zhilan finally managed to get Chun Mo's bag to disappear. She breathed a sigh of relief, packed her things, and turned to leave. Little did she know that Chun Mo opened his eyes just as she left. Chapter 75, Was she really dead? Chun Mo slowly sat up, gently stroking the back of his head. Although the swelling there had subsided, the lingering pain was like an unforgettable mark, reminding him again and again that it was all real. He frowned in thought, wondering who the figure he had seen during the day could be, who knocked him unconscious again. Chun Mo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if a million tiny needles were piercing every single brain cell at the same time, making him feel like he was suffocating. He lost control and banged his head against the wall, each impact accompanied by a painful groan, trying to alleviate his inner torment with physical pain. Pain. It hurt so much. Chun Mo shook his head frantically, his expression filled with endless pain, confusion, and despair. He wanted to escape this raging pain, but found himself already trapped within it, unable to extricate himself. Nuan Nuan, I like you, Xiao Chenma said, enunciating each word clearly. Xiao Chenma, Chenma is my husband. If you are him, you have already cheated on him, and there is no possibility between us. If you are not him, we are not divorced yet, and I have no intention of cheating on him. Those completely unfamiliar memories surged in like a tidal wave, forcibly occupying his mind, causing him to repeatedly pound his head with his hands, as if trying to drive the pain away from his soul. After a long period of torment, the pain finally receded like the tide, but those unfamiliar memories remained deeply etched in his mind like brand marks, impossible to erase. He remembered everything that so-called lover was actually himself. It was all just a ridiculous misunderstanding. That apartment was a love nest he built for Nuanyuan, a place filled with their sweet memories of dozens of days together, and Nuanyuan had always loved him, never wavering in her feelings. There was no third party, and no one else interfered in their relationship. It was all just his own suspicion and delusion. He was filled with remorse, his heart overflowing with endless pain and self-blame. Why didn't he believe Nuanyuan back then? Why is Xie Jinluan unwilling to tell him the truth? Nuanyuan, what is the reason? Why did you hide it from me? You had countless opportunities to tell me. Chen Mo was completely baffled. Xie Jinluan could have told him when he woke up last time. So why did she lie to him? Xie Jinluan, what exactly are you trying to do? Why did you keep this from me? If you had told me the truth, wouldn't we have avoided this situation? Wouldn't you have? His words trailed off as an indescribable grief and despair welled up inside him. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his thoughts, but Xie Jinluan's silence was like an insurmountable chasm standing in his heart. He still couldn't understand Xie Jinluan's purpose. Was her silence to protect him, or for her own selfish desires? This silence was like a sharp knife, piercing deep into his heart and causing him unbearable pain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The lingering question resurfaced in his mind. Who was that figure he saw in the warm room? Who knocked him unconscious? What secret lies hidden behind all of this? He recalled the moment he was knocked unconscious. The sudden blow made him lose consciousness instantly. But while Ning Zhilan was treating his wounds, he had already regained consciousness, though he didn't rush to open his eyes. He wanted to know what kind of answer Lin Yu would give him when he asked her the next day. Perhaps it was all a scam from the very beginning. Nuanyuan might not have actually died. But if she didn't die, what was she trying to do? Test him? But that didn't require her death to set up a scheme. There were a million simpler reasons. Why would she use her own death to set up a trap? Chen Mo's heart was pounding. Although she couldn't understand Xie Jinluan's purpose for the time being, as long as she had a chance to live, that was enough. As long as she is alive, there is no way she could leave no trace. Nuan Nuan, whatever your purpose is, never think of leaving me. Even if we die, we will die together. I belong to you, Xie Jinluan, in life and in death. You should never even think about getting rid of me. Chen Mo felt much better whenever he thought that Xie Jinluan might still be alive, and even the bump on his head stopped hurting. He closed his eyes, intending to probe Lin Yu's intentions again the next day. Lin Yu was Xie Jinluan's confidant. She couldn't possibly be unaware of all this. Perhaps she was the one who struck him on the head. Speaking of which, his fainting in front of Xie Jinluan's emergency room last time was also somewhat suspicious. Even if he hadn't eaten or slept much during that time, his body couldn't have been that weak. If Xie Jinluan orchestrated all of this, how long ago did she begin planning it? Chen Mo's head was throbbing from thinking so much that he forced himself to fall asleep. The next morning, Chen Mo was woken up by his biological clock. He rubbed his temples, opened his eyes, and just as he sat up, a question came to his mind. "You're Chen Mo?" Chen Mo's pupils dilated in shock. He cautiously looked around, but there was no one there. He shouted, "Who are you?" Uft. A disdainful laugh echoed in his mind again. Chen Mo was now certain that the voice was coming from his mind. "Who are you?" Chen Mo's mind raced. How could someone be in his head? Did he have schizophrenia? "Me? Of course I'm Nuanyuan's lover," the person said dismissively. "Who do you think you are?" Chen Mo said contemptuously. "I am Nuan's legal husband." Chen Mo seemed to have thought of something, and he tentatively asked, "Little Chen Mo?" The man seemed a little surprised. "How did you know me?" Xiao Chima had researched a lot about dissociative identity disorder before. In theory, the memories between different personalities are not shared, so Chima shouldn't know about him. After confirming his identity, Chen Mo also had doubts. Shouldn't Xiao Chen Mo be himself who had lost his memory? How could this suddenly appear in his mind? This is not scientific. "When did you appear?" Chen Mo asked. Xiao Chima knew this wasn't the time to throw a tantrum, so he honestly replied, "I was conscious while you were sleeping." Chen Mo noticed a loophole in his words. Something was wrong. If Xiao Chen Mo was really his other personality, he should have been able to control his body when he woke up, but he didn't. Did he not have that ability? "Can you control my body?" Chen Mo asked directly. If it's confirmed that he can't, then there's nothing to fear. He'll eventually find a way to make this consciousness disappear completely. Xiao Chima chuckled softly. "Of course I can." Chapter 76 Little Chen Mo. Chen Mo was startled, fearing that this person would use his body to do something they shouldn't. But after waiting for a while, he still couldn't get his body under control. He sneered, "You think you can control my body? Why aren't you moving?" Xiao Chima looked down on him the most, and couldn't help but mock him. "Do you think we can control personality switching? You're ugly, so what if you dream about it?" Chen Mo was too lazy to argue with him. He was just a little kid. Arguing with him would only lower his intelligence. Chen Mo called Lin Yu. "Assistant Lin, where are you now? I need to confirm something with you." "You slut. You rotten cucumber. You cheated on me with this woman. You don't deserve Nuanyuan at all. You might as well give me your body. You're not even worthy of carrying Nuanyuan's shoes." Chen Mo's head was buzzing from the noise, but the call hadn't ended yet, so he could only suppress his urge to strangle the man and continue exchanging polite words with Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't say much, only informing him that she was still at the company. Chen Mo responded and quickly hung up the phone. "Are you fucking crazy? What are you yelling about? Cheating, man? You're the one who cheats. Let me tell you, stop bothering me. I'll find a way to get you out of my mind." Chen Mo was so annoyed that he made a harsh statement. "Who knows who'll disappear?" Little Chen Mo said, completely unfazed. "Rotten cucumber." Chen Mo suddenly realized something and said impatiently, "Who told you I cheated on you?" Xiao Qinma snorted coldly. "Of course it's Nuan. Nuan said she plans to divorce you." Chen Mo then remembered that Xie Jinluan had indeed said those words, but he hadn't thought of them at the moment. Chen Mo felt somewhat helpless. Nuan carried too many responsibilities, which made her seem very rational and reliable in general, but she was only 24 years old. She probably thought this person was him and was just teasing him. "She's lying to you," Chen Mo muttered to himself as he tidied himself up. "Impossible. How could Nuanyuan lie to me?" Xiao Chenma said firmly. Chen Mo brushed his teeth and said calmly, "Did she tell you that I got a promotion and a raise and then cheated on you?" Xiao Chun remained silent, but in his heart he wondered how the other man knew. Chen Mo continued, "She's just kidding you. This company belongs to her. I'm just working under her. I'd have to be crazy to abandon my beautiful and wealthy wife and cheat on her. Xiao Qima's understanding was shaken, even though he didn't want to believe the man's nonsense. However, once Chen Imo left the room, little Chen Imo had no choice but to believe it after looking at the environment of the manor. Chen Imo drove himself to the company. Assistant Lin's office was right next to Xie Jinwan's office, so he went straight to Assistant Lin's office. Xiao Qinma couldn't help but chirp. You know this woman's office so well, and you still say you haven't cheated on her. Chen Imo. Her office is right next to Nuanyuan's office. Xiao Qinma wanted to argue, but Qinma ignored him and went straight to Lin Yu's office door, where he knocked. Assistant Lin. Lin Yu opened the door and led Chen Imo to sit on the sofa. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Let me pour you a cup of tea first. Chen Imo nodded. Lin Yu placed the tea on the coffee table, poured Chen Imo a cup of tea, and asked, Mr. Chen, is there something you need from me? How did I get back to my room last night? Chen Imo asked, puzzled. You slut. You still say you didn't cheat on me. Xiao Qinma was furious. This body is tainted. This body is no longer worthy of Nuanyuan. Chen Imo was almost made to stand up by Xiao Qinmo's shout, but fortunately he had strong self-control and did not do anything embarrassing. Chen Imo gritted his teeth inwardly and said, Can't you just behave yourself? Xiao Qinma wanted to say something, but Lin Yu spoke first. He also wanted to know what Lin Yu would say, so he swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Lin Yu still had that faint smile on her face. You should have been there when President Xia went down to the tomb yesterday, but I couldn't find you for a long time, so I sent someone to look for you. In the end, they found you lying in the back garden. Your condition is definitely not suitable for continuing to attend the funeral, so I had someone take you back to your room and have Dr. Ning check on your condition. Fortunately, Dr. Ning only said that your low blood sugar was caused by excessive emotional fluctuations and overwork. Funeral? What funeral? Xiao Qinma's voice trembled slightly. It couldn't be Nuanyuan's, no? It definitely couldn't be. Chen Imo didn't have time to deal with him right now, and said to Lin Yu, I'm so sorry to have troubled you these past few days, Assistant Lin. You've been handling all of these things. You must not have had time to rest. Give me a brief overview of the company's situation these next few days. Once I'm able to handle things, I'll give Assistant Lin a proper vacation. Lin Yu didn't refuse. She had indeed been too tired these past few days and needed to rest. Okay, I'll organize the information and send it to you today. If you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime. Chen Imo exchanged a few more polite words, then hurriedly took his leave and ran to Xie Jinwan's office. No wonder he ran in such a disheveled state. It was simply because the little brat in his head was too unruly. Can you just shut up for a minute? I'm talking about serious matters. What are you yelling about? Even Chen Imo, with his usually good temper, finally snapped. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly these past few days because of Xie Jinwan's situation. He only managed to fall asleep and gather some strength after guessing that she might survive. Then something else popped into his head that he couldn't quite place. So annoying. Ignoring his temper, Xiao Qinma stubbornly asked, What did that woman mean by funeral? Chen Imo was angry and deliberately said, What do you mean? What could it mean? Don't you understand? It's President Xie's funeral, Xie Jinwan's funeral. Do you understand? You're lying. Nuanyuan is still so young. How could this be hers? Are you trying to fool me? I'd lie to you. What do you have that I'd lie to? A thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. If he really thought Nuan was dead, would it be possible for her to disappear from his mind? From Lin Yu's airtight answer, he had already guessed that Xie Jinwan was most likely not dead. Impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Little Chen Mo roared in his mind. Chen Mo was annoyed by his noise. If he kept making noise like that, she wouldn't be able to concentrate on her work. You don't believe me? Fine. I'll take you to see her grave, and I'll make you give up, Chen Mo said coldly, secretly praying that God would quickly make this scourge disappear. Xiao Qinma stopped talking. Chen Imo drove to Xie Jinwan's grave and bought a bunch of chrysanthemums on the way. He personally chose this cemetery. At that time, he really thought Nuanyuan was dead, so he specially chose a double grave, just waiting for 18 years later to go and accompany Nuanyuan. The car came to a steady stop not far from Xie Jinwan's grave. Chen Imo knelt before Xie Jinwan's grave, holding chrysanthemums in his hands. He reached out and stroked Xie Jinluan's photograph, tears streaming down his face. Chen Imo subconsciously touched his face. Why was he crying? It took him a moment to realize that it was Xiao Chenma crying. Chapter 77, How to Strangle a Spiritual Entity? Chen Imo looked pained, clutching his chest tightly with both hands. It felt as if an invisible knife was repeatedly cutting into him, and every breath felt like swallowing rusty fragments. The pain was so intense that he could barely stand upright. The next second, his legs went weak, and with a bang, he knelt heavily before Xie Jinluan's tombstone. He tried to control his body to stand up, but suddenly found that he had lost control of his body. Xiao Chenma's eyes were bloodshot, and his arm trembled as he slowly reached out, his fingertips gently touching Xie Jinluan's photo on the tombstone. The icy touch pierced his heart like ice, making him realize that the girl who introduced him to this world had truly left this world forever. Nuan, she was so young. Who was it? Who was so cruel as to kill Nuan? Xiao Chenma gritted his teeth, despair and anger intertwined in his heart. Chen Imo shared a body with him and could feel every emotional fluctuation of the little Chen Imo. That despair surged in like a tidal wave, completely overwhelming him. The pain was so palpable that the words of comfort he had intended to offer were now stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Nuan is my wife. Who are you trying to impress by acting like your wife has died? Chen Imo tried to suppress the strange emotion in his heart, his voice deep and hoarse. You don't love her. Xiao Chenma's voice was so soft it was almost a whisper, yet it sent a jolt through Chenma's heart. Chen Imo laughed in anger. I don't love her? She's my wife. We've been together for 6 years. We're each other's first love. Who do you think you are to say, I don't love her? Xiao Chenma's emotions seemed to have been detached just now, and he said numbly, You should have felt my emotions. So what? I can't feel even a trace of your pain over Nuanyuan's death within you. Chen Imo was rendered speechless. He knew that words could be faked and expressions could be concealed, but inner emotions and physical reactions could not be deceived. He didn't feel the suffocating pain like Xiao Chenma did, because he knew in his heart that Nuanyuan was most likely not dead. Heh! Xiao Chenma sneered, a resolute glint in his eyes. Do you have anything else to say? Whether I love her or not is none of your business, an outsider. Chen Imo just wanted this damned consciousness to disappear as soon as possible, and there was no way he would tell him that Nuan was still alive. Xiao Chen stopped talking, emanating a chill from his body, and walked straight to the car. He slammed on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. You're insane. Chen Imo was so angry that his heart ached. He never expected that this little Chen Imo would be so crazy. The car was moving very fast, and the surrounding scenery flashed by like lightning, making his heart skip a beat. Nuan is dead. What's the point of my life? I might as well take you with me to die. Maybe I can see Nuan one last time before she's reincarnated. Xiao Chenma had a faint smile on his lips, but his voice was full of determination and sorrow. If I can't be with Nuanyuan in this life, what's the point of living? Step on the brakes. Nuanyuan has given birth to our child. Chen Imo shouted with all his might, afraid that if he was even a second too late, they would crash and die. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenma slammed on the brakes. The car emitted a piercing scream and finally stopped at the last moment. A flicker of surprise and disbelief crossed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Chen Imo felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that this madman might take his body and die at the slightest provocation. I said, Nuanyuan gave birth to a daughter. Chen Imo just hoped to calm this madman down first. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Nuan died during childbirth? Chen Imo did not refute him. But what does that have to do with me? The child is yours, not mine. Xiao Chenmo realized what was happening and said coldly, How can it not concern you? Don't you love Nuanyuan? Although the child is mine, you are using my body now. From a physiological point of view, isn't my daughter also your daughter? Chen Imo only hoped that his silver tongue would be of some use. You're good at talking nonsense. Xiao Chenma's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. But you're right about one thing. I love Nuanyuan, so no matter who she has a child with, it will be my child. Now, tell me, where is Nuanyuan's child? Chun Mo was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth to powder, but since he had control of his body, he could only swallow his anger. Chun Mo told him that the child had gone to country A with Aunt Wan, but little Chun Mo didn't believe him. Chun Mo had no choice but to let Xiao Chun Missouri drive to the manor, where there were photos of Wan, Xie Junlin, and Xner. Without much hesitation, Xiao Chun drove there directly according to the navigation. Along the way, Xiao Chunma was not idle either, constantly asking Chun Mo how Nguyen died, asking for details over and over again in a self-torturing manner. After repeating it for the third time, Chun Mo became completely impatient and refused to say it anymore. Xiao Chunma didn't press the issue. He asked repeatedly simply to find out if Chunma was making things up. When a person is asked the same question multiple times, their answers will not be exactly the same, but some details will remain unchanged. After confirming that Chunmo's words were true, Xiao Chunmo stopped talking and drove in silence. Soon, Xiao Chunma had driven the car to the outside of the manor, and following the route Chunma had given, they successfully arrived at Xie Jianwan's room. Following Chunmo's instructions, Xiao Chunma went to the bedside table, took out a photo album, and opened it. There weren't many photos in the album. They were mostly pictures of her and her aunt. Why are you showing me this? I want you to remember what Aunt Nguyen looks like. There will be a photo of her and Aunt Nguyen in Xner's room later. Xiao Chunma carefully put the photo album back, and then followed Chunma's instructions to find Xie Xinchen's room, where a photo of her and Xie Junlin was hanging on the wall. Xiao Chunma had no choice but to believe that what Chun Mo said was true, and that Wan was probably just trying to make him happy by telling him what she said. Chun Mo suddenly opened his eyes, overjoyed to find that he could control his body again. Chun Mo shook his hand. It felt so good to have regained control of his body. Hey, why did you give my body back to me? Chun Mo asked. Xiao Chunma seemed exhausted and refused to answer Chun Mo's question. Chun Mo also found it strange. Judging from the man's appearance, he didn't seem to know how to take back control of his body, otherwise he wouldn't have given it back to him. So what was the opportunity that gave them control over their bodies? He didn't want his persona to suddenly change while he was at work. Besides, if this person existed, he wouldn't be able to investigate Nguyen's affairs for the time being. As for this damned spiritual entity, how exactly can he completely annihilate it? Chapter 78, Revealing a Flaw. Chun Mo drove back to the company. After learning about Xner's existence, Xiao Chunmo's emotions stabilized somewhat, and he stopped talking. When Chun Mo arrived at the office, there was already a large pile of documents on the desk. He randomly picked a few documents to look at. Most of these documents had already been processed by his subordinates and only required his signature. Lin Yu knocked on the door. President Chun. Come in. Lin Yu walked towards Chun Mo carrying a large stack of documents. There weren't many projects in the company that required Chun Mo's attention, but he needed to know about the Xie family's connections. President Chun, here is some information I've compiled about the relationships within the Xie family. I hope you can familiarize yourself with it all in the shortest possible time. Chun Mo glanced at the large stack of documents Lin Yu had placed on the table, suppressing a twitch of his lips, and said, Yes, I will familiarize myself with them as quickly as possible. Lin Yu then gave Chun Mo some more instructions on what tasks he needed to do before packing up and leaving get off work. As a senior leader in the company, Chun Mo doesn't actually have much work to do. Moreover, some confidential company documents are still in the hands of General Manager Xie, so Chun Mo's workload is not heavy. After Lin Yu left, Chun Mo looked at the huge pile of documents on the table and his head ached. Lin Yu had compiled a lot of information, and Chun Mo knew how important it was. He worked overtime all night to finish reading it. The Xie family is a family business that has existed for a century. Xie Junlin originally developed the business in country A, but later moved it to China for Xie Jinluan. However, within the Xie family in China, the relationships are complex and intertwined. A large portion of the managers are surnamed Xie, and since these people are all members of the Xie family, neither Xie Junlin nor Xie Jinluan can easily break ties directly. However, Xie Junlin's abilities are undeniable, so those people only dared to make small moves. But ever since Xie Jinluan joined the company, those people have started to become restless. It's not just about profiting from both sides. They've also brought in all their extended family and relatives, creating a chaotic and corrupt environment. Although the company may seem to be functioning, if these parasites aren't removed, even a behemoth like the Xie family will collapse. Chen Mo got up and walked to the French windows, looking at the deep blue sky outside. He hadn't slept all night, and it was now 4 a.m. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He seemed to know Xie Jinluan's purpose in faking his death. The Xie family's surname is Xie, and Xie Jinluan is Xie Junlin's groomed successor, so his abilities are naturally not lacking, and his subordinates dare not openly cause trouble. But since he wasn't surnamed Xie, his subordinates assumed that Xie Jinluan was dead and would be even more reckless, desperately trying to make a quick buck. When will Nuanyuan come back? Once he's dealt with all these people, will Nuanyuan come back? In the days that followed, Chen Mo was busy investigating the corrupt officials while also working under pressure from the board of directors to revise some of the company's rules. When those parasites saw that he had changed the rules, they took the bait and began to actively try to win Chen Mo over. The fact that Chen Mo doesn't have the surname Xie will make those old hands trust him more. After all, what man would want to carry the reputation of relying on his wife and children for the rest of his life? Chen Mo, a person from the lower class, must have a big appetite. He might even transfer all of his child's shares to himself. Chen Mo was busy every day. Although there wasn't much business for him to handle at the company, he had to eat and drink with those people every day in order to maintain good relationships with them. Fortunately, during this period, Xiao Chen Mo seemed to have suddenly disappeared, which relieved him of his headaches. Have you compiled all the information on those people? Xie Jinluan frowned as she looked at the documents in her hand. Lin Yu handed the documents to Xie Jinluan. President Xie, it's only been less than a month, and a large number of people have already surfaced. Xie Jinluan took the information Lin Yu gave her, frowned as she flipped through the pages, and after reading it, she angrily slammed the information onto the table. My Xie family has treated them well. It's true that money can make the devil turn the millstone. For that little bit of money, they're all willing to take risks. Xie Jinluan was panting heavily. She knew that a company that had existed for so long must have a lot of corrupt officials, but she didn't expect that some people with even a little bit of power would be so bold as to embezzle company funds. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. If there were no one at the top to lead the way, how could the people below dare to be so blatant? Xie Jinluan took a deep breath to calm herself down. What we've shown so far are just small fry. Let Bai Wei and the others hold their positions and wait a bit longer. Xie Jinluan tapped his fingers on the table. By the way, what has Chen Mo been up to lately? Lin Yu replied. Apart from looking at the materials I gave him on the first day, Mr. Chen has been actively inviting his people to dinner and drinks every day since then. However, Mr. Xie, most of the people drinking with Mr. Chen are the ones you marked as not very honest. Xie Jinluan unconsciously rubbed her fingers. Originally, she planned to have Bai Wei take Chen Mo to make contact with those people, and then catch them all in one fell swoop once Chen Mo became more and more arrogant. The company underwent a major reshuffle, and her efforts alone were far from sufficient, so she secretly used her aunt's name to make many business partners. However, I didn't expect Chen Mo to cause such a problem. Thinking of Chen Mo's behavior those past few days, Xie Jinluan felt a little irritated. She had never believed that Chen Mo loved her. Love was something too far removed from someone like her. Moreover, their first meeting was based on mutual scheming. No one would believe such a hypocritical relationship. But she seemed to have underestimated Chen Mo's feelings. Chen Mo seemed to really have true feelings? Xie Jinluan rubbed his temples. There is no such thing as true sincerity in this world. All feelings are just a result of mutual interests. Although she couldn't understand what Chen Mo wanted to do, since his current actions were consistent with her original plan, she didn't need to think of any other methods. Assistant Lin, thank you for working so much overtime lately. Please continue to keep an eye on Chen Mo, and call me immediately if he behaves in any unusual way, Xie Jinluan emphasized. She doesn't like anything outside of her plans to disrupt them. Okay, Mr. Xie, I'll be going now. Lin Yu packed her things and took her leave. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the photo on his phone of Lin Yu driving out of the suburbs. Warm-hearted Assistant Lin, Why are you going to such a far place instead of resting at home on the weekend? Soon, Chen Emo received a call from a private investigator. Sir, the lady you asked us to follow is too good at counter-surveillance. After she left the city, she drove around in circles for a while, and we lost her. We only managed to get footage of her driving back 5 hours later. Okay, I understand. Chen Emo hung up the phone, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The more cautious Assistant Lin was, the more obvious the flaws became. Chapter 79 is all a scam. During Xie Jinhuan's absence, Chen Emo continued to act according to Xie Jinhuan's plan. Even Xie Jinhuan herself found it somewhat unbelievable. She had originally planned to have Bai Wei guide Chen Emo step by step into her plan. However, Chen Emo followed her plan completely without any guidance. Chen Emo got into the car. To Aoki Sanatorium. Since the arrival of Xiao Chenma, a ticking time bomb, Chenma no longer dared to drive alone and hired a driver instead. Where are you going to do? Xiao Chenma asked abruptly. Chen Emo had been exhausted these past few days. He finally had some free time to deal with his mother's affairs. He was about to take a short nap in the car when Xiao Chen Emo interrupted him. Chen Emo said impatiently, "Go see my mother." Xiao Chenma suddenly fell silent. He had no memory of the past and showed no emotional reaction to the mother Chenma spoke of. Seeing that he was not speaking, Chen Emo closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Why is your mother in a mental hospital? None of your business. Chen Emo was just starting to feel sleepy when Xiao Chen Emo interrupted him again, making him extremely annoyed. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and ignored him. Chen Emo had only closed his eyes for half an hour when the driver stopped the car. Mr. Chen, we've arrived. Chen Emo got out of the car and walked towards his mother's room according to his memory. The only difference was that last time he went through the back door, but this time he went in through the front door. Chen Emo walked to the end of the road, stood in front of the door, and knocked. There was no sound from inside the house. Chen Emo frowned and knocked on the door harder. Stop knocking. Isn't there a window nearby? You can see if she's there by looking through the window, Xiao Chenma said. Although Chen Emo was annoyed by him, he knew that what he said made sense. He walked to the window and stood on tiptoe to look inside. After looking around for a while and finding the house empty, Chen Emo became anxious. He immediately went to the front door, found the security guard, and asked, "Sir, do you know where the woman in that house at the end of this road went?" The old man looked up at Chen Emo and asked, "Which room?" "It's that house at the end of this road." The old man scratched his head. "That room. Isn't there a crazy woman in there who keeps calling out for her son?" Chen Emo gritted his teeth. "That's right. It's that room. Let's go." "Gone. Where did they go?" "I don't know. I heard her family took her away to enjoy a life of luxury." "When did you leave?" "They've been gone for a long time. I think it was a young woman who was either very rich or powerful who took her away." Chen Emo was shocked. Could the wealthy young woman be Xie Jinhuan? Chen Emo hurriedly took out his phone, found Xie Jinhuan's photo, and asked, "Is this the woman?" The old man pushed up his glasses, squinted for a long time, and replied, "It's her." Chen Emo was already certain that Xie Jinhuan had most likely taken his mother away, but he still asked, "Are you sure it's her?" The old man was a little annoyed. "Of course I'm sure. The weather was a bit cool that day, and the woman was wearing a beige coat. The reason I remember it so clearly is because that crazy woman kept calling her a lunatic, a liar, and things like that." "That crazy woman called her a liar?" Chen Emo frowned. What did that mean? Did her mother know that Xie Jinhuan was lying to her? Chen Emo knew he wouldn't get any useful information from the old man, so he gave him a red envelope and left in a hurry. "Why did your mom scold Nuanyuan?" Xiao Chenma asked curiously. "I don't know," Chen Emo said impatiently. "Is the relationship between you and Nuanyuan not as simple as I imagined?" Xiao Chenma asked. "You seem unsurprised that Nuanyuan took your mother away. Can you give me a moment of peace? It's none of your business what happens between me and Wan. Chen Emo was very upset at the moment. He felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Xiao Chenma sneered. "Even if you don't tell me, I'll find out sooner or later." Chen Emo really wanted to strangle him right now. But he had already asked the doctor, who couldn't give him a solution to make him disappear. The doctor just told him to rest well, and that maybe Xiao Chenma would disappear on his own one day. Chen Emo couldn't understand why Xie Jinhuan hated his mother so much. even though his mother had already been punished for what happened in the past. If Xie Jinluan really wanted to hide someone, he wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. All of this can only be discussed after Xie Jinluan returns. All he can do right now is lure the cockroaches out. Chen Imo got out of the car drunk and staggered home. Looking at the desolate state of his home, he murmured to himself, Nuan, it's been half a year already. How much longer until you come back? During this period, in order to convince those people that he really wanted to join them in their evil deeds, Chen Imo accompanied them to various drinking parties every day. Fortunately, he was Xie's son-in-law, so he could use this opportunity to decline when they asked him to accompany them for drinks. Others just thought he was too timid and didn't investigate further. Chen Imo collapsed onto the sofa without even changing his clothes and drifted off to sleep. Ding ding ding. The phone ringing was particularly jarring in the quiet night, and Chen Imo squinted as he reached for his phone. Hello, who is this? Mr. Chen, it's me, the private investigator. You've made progress on the Ms. Lin we've been tracking. Chen Imo sobered up considerably and immediately sat up from the sofa. What did you guys find? After 6 months of investigation, we have finally found out that the place Ms. Lin has been going to is the Hillside Villa, and we have also found out that the owner of this villa is Bai Wei. Chen Imo rubbed his temples, processing what the private investigator had said. Lin Yu always went to Bai Wei's villa. So Bai Wei was Xie Jinluan's person from beginning to end? Wait a minute, then every plan he and Bai Wei made was orchestrated by Xie Jinluan. Chen Imo felt a chill run down his spine. He had never felt so terrified before. Xie Jinluan was orchestrating all of this, and he was being used as a puppet for entertainment without even realizing it. The thought of Bai Wei ordering him to kill Xie Jinluan sent chills down Chen Mo's spine. Why was Bai Wei so eager to urge him to kill Xie Jinluan? Why did Xie Jinluan ultimately die? Because she had to die, and her death was the most important part of this game. But why did you make him do it himself in the first place? Is Xie Jinluan trying to test me? He couldn't understand it. If all of this was really orchestrated by Xie Jinluan, then Xie Jinluan had never believed him. What about blocking bullets? It was all just a joke. Is it fun for Xie Jinluan to play with me? It was all a scam. What do you take me for? Do you think everything I said was a lie? Did you never believe I would love you? Have you never loved me? Chapter 80 The Feast at Hongmen. Chen Imo didn't sleep all night. He couldn't understand Xie Jinluan's purpose in orchestrating all of this. If she only wanted to get rid of those parasites, why did she choose him? Moreover, she could have said so herself beforehand. So why? Why did she treat him like a tool? Ding ding ding. Chen Imo picked up his phone. It was a call from Lin Yu. It was already 10 a.m., and he hadn't gone to the company yet. Lin Yu really should call him. Mr. Chen, do you have any other plans for this morning? Lin Yu asked. It's okay. I'll be at the company in a bit. Chen Mo's voice was alarmingly hoarse. As an assistant, there were some things Lin Yu couldn't ask, so she just gave a few polite replies. Chen Imo tossed his phone aside, went to the shower, took a hot shower, and changed his clothes. Regardless of Xie Jinluan's true motives, and whether she truly saw him as a pawn, at least Xie Jinluan chose him. He couldn't let Nuanyuan's plan fail at the last minute. He wanted to wait until everything was settled before asking her in person what she really thought of him. After getting ready, Chen Mo hurriedly went to work. In the past few days, Chen Mo has clearly felt that Lin Yu has been excessively busy. Even the private investigator has sent him a lot of photos of Lin Yu going to the villa. This should all be coming to an end soon. Chen Imo knew very well that given Lin Yu's ability to shake off those private investigators for more than half a year, it was impossible for her to suddenly be investigated by private investigators. Unless Xie Jinluan actively asked her to reveal her traces. Nuanyuan, this is the 7th year we've known each other, but I've realized that I feel like I've never truly known you. What kind of person are you? We've shared a bed for so many years. Why have I never truly entered your heart? Am I really your husband? 2 weeks later, Lin Yu hurriedly walked into Chen Mo's office to inform him of the upcoming board meeting, along with an unexpected message. Chairman Xie has returned from country A. Upon hearing this, Chen Imo frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu. Why did Chairman Xie suddenly return from country A? I hadn't heard of any plans for her to come back before. Lin Yu briefly avoided Chen Mo's gaze, adjusted her glasses, and said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know the specific reason either. You'll find out when you get there. The meeting is about to start. A strange unease welled up in Chunmo's heart. He felt his heart was beating unusually fast today, as if it were a sign of something. He keenly sensed that today's meeting might not be so simple. It might be a trap. But he was just a pawn, an observer. Even if it really was a trap, it had nothing to do with him. But then a thought suddenly popped into his head. Is Manhwa coming back? Thinking of this possibility, Chun-mo quickened his pace and headed towards the conference room. In the conference room, not everyone had arrived yet, but Xie Junlin had already taken his seat in the main seat, his expression calm and unfathomable. Chun-mo entered the conference room and noticed that Xie Junlin was in a bad mood. He stepped forward and called out softly, "Chairman Xie." Xie Junlin nodded slightly to him, indicating that he understood. Chun-mo found his seat in a corner of the conference room. After all, he wasn't a member of the Xie family. Although he was temporarily holding Xie Jinluan's position, the real Xie Jinluan should be sitting in the first row on the left. As time went by, everyone in the conference room gradually arrived, but the first row on the left remained empty. This would never have happened before. The seats were always arranged in advance, and there was never a vacancy. If this were to occur, it could only mean that Xie Junlin had deliberately arranged for it to be done this way. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xie Junlin did not speak immediately, but silently surveyed everyone present. For a moment, a tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire conference room. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Junlin slowly spoke. I returned to China a couple of days ago and found that the company's employees were frequently late or leaving early. I was wondering why, but seeing you all today, I understand the reason. Those below felt awkward after hearing this and lowered their heads. Xie Junlin ignored their reactions and continued. There is an important matter I want to discuss with you all today. Please speak, someone responded cautiously. As everyone knows, my niece Xie Jinluan has passed away, and the shares I originally intended to transfer to her are still in my hands. Now, I want to transfer my shares to my daughter, and I ask everyone to be my witnesses. Xie Junlin's words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the conference room. The crowd below erupted in uproar, and even Chun-mo was stunned. Transferred to her daughter? Where did she get a child? Everyone started talking about it. It's impossible for someone this old to still be able to have children, the people below whispered. Xie Junlin ignored them, simply waving her hand to signal someone to bring her daughter in. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and a woman in a smart white suit walked straight in. She smiled, her eyes revealing confidence. Everyone, how have you been? One of them stood up abruptly and exclaimed in surprise, Xie Jinluan, weren't you dead? Chun-mo gripped his thigh tightly to keep himself from standing up in his excitement. He knew it. He knew Xie Jinluan was not dead at all. Chun-mo sat in the corner, his gaze unabashedly fixed on her face. Xie Junlin asked Xie Jinluan to sit down. Chairman Xie, what exactly happened? You must explain this to us. Wasn't Xie Jinluan dead? Xie Junlin coughed lightly, then slowly said, That's right, my niece Xie Jinluan is indeed dead. Didn't some of you even go to check if Nguyen had really canceled her household registration? At this point, Xie Junlin paused for a moment, then continued, But what you see now is my daughter, Xie Jinluan. She has lived abroad since she was a child, and only returned to China with me for the first time a couple of days ago. Those sitting below dared not speak out in anger, because Xie Junlin's willingness to confront them directly meant she wasn't afraid of their investigation. Even if they did investigate, they wouldn't find anything. After all, they had all witnessed Xie Junlin's methods and abilities. The shareholders' meeting ended with Xie Junlin transferring his shares to his daughter, Xie Jinluan, who then returned to her original position. Some dishonest people, their faces ashen, are finished. It's all a trap. After the meeting, Chun-mo wanted to wait for Xie Jinluan to come out and talk to her, but Xie Junlin kept talking to Xie Jinluan, and he was also entangled by some friends who often drank with him. Mr. Chun, tell me, what are we going to do? Chun-mo leaned back and laughed. I'm no longer President Chun. You think you can get away with this? You were involved in these shady dealings with us. One of them said urgently. Is that so? Xie Jinluan walked out of the door, raised an eyebrow slightly, and looked at them coldly. Chapter 81 The Final Standoff. Chun Imo stood by the window, subconsciously lit a cigarette, and looked out the window waiting for Xie Jinluan to return. He had just lit the cigarette when he quickly put it out, because Nguyen didn't like the smell of smoke. He stood by the window for an unknown amount of time, from dawn till dusk. The streetlights came on, and the bustling street only made him seem more lonely. With a click, the door lock opened. With the clack 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 of high heels, the lights were turned on. The pitch-black room was instantly enveloped in light. Xie Jinluan walked straight into the house. It's already dark, why aren't the lights on? Chun Imo was already sitting on the sofa when he heard the door open. I thought you weren't coming back. I've been quite busy dealing with those people these past few days, but I promised you I'd be back today. Chun Imo had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask Xie Jinluan. Why did she keep it from him? Why did she arrange for Bai Wei to be by his side? Why? But all the words that came to his lips ultimately boiled down to one sentence. It's good that you're still alive. Xie Jinluan seemed somewhat surprised, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. I thought you would ask me first. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but knowing that you are still alive is different from having you standing alive in front of me. As long as I know that you are alive, nothing else matters. Xie Jinluan looked at Chun Imo with a strange expression. She had learned from Lin Yu that Chun Imo had changed a lot, but seeing the difference in him with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. The two stared at each other, neither of them speaking. Chun Imo dared not ask. He was afraid of hearing that answer from Xie Jinluan. The two remained silent for a while, until Chun Imo finally gave in and said awkwardly, "This is your house. If you're not used to me being here, I'll pack my things and move out." After saying this, Chun Imo hurriedly walked into the room, not daring to look at Xie Jinluan's face, afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it. "Chun Imo, you've changed." Chun Mo's back trembled violently, and he involuntarily stopped in his tracks. He pursed his lips. People always change, especially after going through so much. I thought you would question me. I deliberately had Lin Yu's whereabouts leaked, and I also had someone publicly announce that Bai Wei's villa was a private investigator you hired. Why did you tell me this? Chun Imo could no longer control his emotions and exclaimed, "You could have continued to lie to me. You could have told me that you just wanted to get rid of those parasites, and I would have believed you, and we could have stayed together. But I don't want to." Xie Jinluan stared straight at Chun Imo. Chun Imo staggered a few steps, and only managed to steady himself by holding onto the wall. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. "Xie Jinluan, I don't understand. Why did you choose me? You clearly had other better options. Why did it have to be me? I've been observing you for a long time. You're ambitious, arrogant, self-righteous, selfish, treacherous, and always trying to climb over others. Most importantly, your mother is Lu Yun." Xie Jinluan's lips parted slightly as she revealed her innermost thoughts. "Then why did you marry me?" "Xie Jinluan, who married you, is dead," Xie Jinluan said calmly. "Then why did you give birth to Xiner?" A last glimmer of hope appeared in Chun Mo's eyes. "Xiner is not your child. I am not pregnant. She is a premature baby that I asked Li Shui to find. Her parents could not afford the high medical expenses, so I took the child in." Chun Imo swayed, gasping for breath, feeling dizzy and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. "Xie Jinluan, what do you take me for? A pawn?" Chun Imo couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't believe that his wife, with whom he shared a bed, would treat him like this. Xie Jinluan was silent for a moment. "That's right." Uft. Chun Imo spat out a mouthful of blood. A fleeting, almost imperceptible pity flashed in Xie Jinluan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Chun Imo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked straight at Xie Jinluan, and, putting aside his pride, asked one last question. "Did you ever love me?" Xie Jinluan's eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion as she looked into Chun Mo's eyes and uttered two words, "Never." "Huh." Chun Mo's eyes welled up with tears, his heart aching, and he looked at Xie Jinluan, laughing loudly. "Huh? Chun Imo, am a joke, an utter joke." Looking at his expression, Xie Jinluan felt a fire ignite in her heart. "Did I say something wrong? Wasn't it you who wanted to kill me from the beginning? Wasn't it you who always coveted my family fortune? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Do you dare say you've never coveted my property? Do you dare say you don't want the Xie family's assets? Xie Jinluan raised her voice. She shouldn't be angry. She knew all along that she had orchestrated all of this. She should have just watched him leave. Yes, I came here for your wealth from the beginning, but I never intended to kill you. Chen Imo shouted. Xie Jinluan's lips curled into a cold smile. Should I thank you for sparing my life? Chen Imo, do you think I'd believe you? If you were targeting a sheltered young lady who didn't care about worldly affairs, you'd have already squandered her entire fortune. Is that the kind of person you think I am? Chen Imo asked through gritted teeth. Xie Jinluan tilted her head and looked at him. Otherwise what? It's true that I designed all of this, but if you hadn't had ulterior motives, how could you have followed my plan step by step? It's true that I used you, but do you think you're anything good? Chen Imo was so angry he felt like his teeth were about to break. His heart had never ached like this before. In the past 6 months, he finally realized his feelings. He finally realized that he had fallen hopelessly in love with Xie Jinluan, but all he received in return was endless humiliation from his beloved. He could not refute any of Xie Jinluan's words, because she was telling the truth. He came for the Xie family from the very beginning. He wanted to take advantage of their childless lineage. Although he never intended to kill Xie Jinluan, he wanted to keep her at home to be a wife and mother. Yes, you're right. I was only after your money from the start. It was my greed for wealth that led me into your trap. But I've really fallen in love with you too. Chen Imo did not utter the last word. It was the only shred of dignity he could retain for himself. Chen Imo, we've been entangled for too long these past years. It's all over now, and it's time for us to end it too. Xie Jinluan turned her back, unwilling to see Chen Mo's face. She was afraid she would soften her heart. She was well aware of the changes Chen Imo had undergone in the past 6 months, but a mistake is a mistake. From the very beginning, they only had interests and no feelings for each other. Why should I? Xie Jinluan turned around and looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chen Imo gritted his teeth and said, Why? Why can you just break up with me like that? Xie Jinluan, don't even think about it. I will never leave you. Unless I die. You said we would be together for all eternity. You can't abandon me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Imo could no longer control his body and fell straight down. Chapter 82 Best Friend. When Chen Imo woke up again, all he saw was the white ceiling of the hospital. He looked around sharply but couldn't find Xie Jinluan. Are you looking for Nuanyuan? Chen Imo recognized the voice immediately, turned his head to the side, and said coldly, What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Bai Wei waved her hand innocently. I'm innocent. Why would I laugh at you? I came here specifically to see you. No need. You can leave. Bai Wei completely ignored his words, pulled up a stool, and sat down next to Chen Imo, cracking sunflower seeds. What's wrong? Does Nuan not want you anymore? Get out. Chen Imo was already annoyed by her, and seeing her reminded him of how he had been made a fool of for so many years. Oh dear. So you've completely fallen out of line. It's not like you're going to pretend to be gentle with me anymore, is it? Bai Wei didn't care about his angry rebuke at all. Seeing that his words were useless, Chen Imo didn't bother to pay attention to her, and simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Sigh, I was originally going to help you in Nuanyuan, but seeing how you are, it seems you don't care about me. Well, I'd better not bother trying to win you over. Bai Wei clapped her hands, pretending to leave. Bai Wei counted her steps. 1, 2, 3. Wait a moment. Bai Wei immediately turned around and sat down in the chair with a calm expression. Chen Imo turned to Bai Wei and asked, What did you mean by what you just said? Bai Wei blinked. The literal meaning. Chen Imo bit her lower lip and asked, Why are you helping me? What do you want to use me for? What does Xie Jinluan want to do? Bai Wei said aggrievedly, Heaven and earth bear witness. I meant it sincerely. Besides, you're of no value to Nuanyuan anymore. What use are you to us? Chen Imo felt as if an arrow had been shot into his heart. Chen Imo suddenly realized something. You're the friend Nuan met when she was 12? Bai Wei clapped her hands and said happily, Congratulations. You finally guessed it. I was wondering how long it would take you to find out that Nuan's best friend is me. I didn't expect you to be so smart and guess it so quickly. Chen Imo gritted her teeth. Damn it. Was she really going to believe this woman's nonsense? Bai Wei seems a bit strange, and I don't know why Nuan is so close to her. Wait a minute. She knew Nuanyuan when she was 12 years old. Does that mean she knew everything about Nuanyuan's past? Are you really going to help me? Certainly. But why? Chen Mo was a little confused. Xie Jinluan was unwilling to believe him because his motives were impure from the beginning, and all the so-called efforts to win back Xie Jinluan's heart were planned by Xie Jinluan herself. Bai Wei tilted her head, thought seriously for a while, and then said, I won't tell you. Chen Mo. All right, to be honest with you, I've seen the changes in you over the past 6 months, and I've also felt your feelings for Nuanyuan, so I'm planning to give you a hand. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities. Bai Wei smiled at Chen Mo. Hee, I was just kidding. Actually, it's because I could tell that Nuan had some feelings for you. Chen Mo was too lazy to guess how much of Bai Wei's words were true and how much were false. I want to ask you something about Nuanyuan. Ask away, I'll answer anything you know. How exactly did you and Nuanyuan meet? Bai Wei tilted her head. Good question. At that time, she was only 12 years old. She was quite eccentric at school. Even in the hot summer, she would wear long sleeves and pants. I thought she was really interesting. Anyway, neither of us has any friends, so I kept bothering her. But she's really cold. I've been bothering her for over a month, and she still hasn't given me a friendly look. I was so angry at the time that I didn't want to talk to her anymore and planned to go home alone after school. But on my way home from school, I saw a group of people blocking Nuanyuan. After all, I still consider her my first friend, so I wanted to rush over to save her. But Xie Jinluan is just too strong. I originally wanted to sneak in and take her away, but I ended up getting punched a few times in the chaos, and Xie Jinluan beat that group of people to the ground. She completely captivated me. She pulled me out of the crowd and took me away. Maybe it was because we had been beaten up together before, but she gradually stopped rejecting me. Sha Nemo frowned and said, But didn't the diary say you left? Bai Wei chuckled lightly. That diary was fake to tease you. I've never been separated from Nuan. Why did Xie Jinluan's aunt suddenly return after 6 months? Of course it's all thanks to me. Bai Wei said proudly. I've always been curious. Why does Nuan dress so poorly even though she attends a prestigious school? Until I discovered her secret. Nuan, we have PE class next period. It's so hot. Why are you still wearing that tattered long-sleeved jacket? Bai Wei tugged at her sleeve with a hint of disdain. Xie Jinluan said expressionlessly, I don't have money to buy a short-sleeved shirt. Bai Wei was speechless after hearing her words, and made a face at her to express her unhappiness. The two lingered in the locker room for a long time before jogging to the playground, finally arriving just before the school bell rang. The PE teacher was a middle-aged man with a bad temper. He couldn't get angry at the group of rich and powerful kids under him, so he yelled at Xie Jinluan, You always arrive right on time. You didn't even change into your gym clothes. Do you even respect me? You don't need to teach PE class today. Go clean the toilets. Xie Jinluan glanced at him, then turned and left. Bai Wei felt a little guilty. After all, she was the one who was dawdling. Seeing Xie Jinluan leave, she immediately followed behind her. Bai Wei thought Xie Jinluan was really going to clean the toilets, and was wondering whether she should pay the school's cleaning staff to do it. But they found that Xie Jinluan had walked into the garden and sat down on a flower bed. Nuan, aren't you going to clean the toilet? Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow and said, Only a fool would go. This was the first time Bai Wei had seen a living, breathing person in Xie Jinluan. The Xie Jinluan of the past was always aloof, as if he were isolated from the world. Bai Wei quickly sat down next to Xie Jinluan and chatted with her casually. When get out of class was about to end, the two of them pretended to go to the toilet and clean it. Just as the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, the two were about to leave the restroom when they heard a click. Broken. Xie Jinluan walked quickly to the door to open the toilet door, only to find it locked. Xie Jinluan shook the doorknob for a long time, but couldn't open it. Frustrated, she kicked the door, but the school's equipment was made of top-notch materials. Xie Jinluan's few kicks, which were neither painful nor itchy, had absolutely no effect. Hearing the noise, Bai Wei rushed out and asked, What's wrong? We've been locked in the toilet. PE class is the last class of the night, so we'll have to spend the night here, Xie Jinluan said coldly. Chapter 83 An Eye for an Eye. As night fell, The bathroom lights were already off, and the two could barely make out each other's faces by the bright moonlight streaming through the window. The two leaned against the corner of the wall. Bai Wei seemed a little cold and kept moving closer to Xie Jinluan. "It's so late. Aren't your parents coming to find you?" Xie Jinluan suddenly asked. Bai Wei scratched her head and said nonchalantly, "I don't have a father. To be precise, my mother doesn't know who my father is either. He's probably a lover she dumped a long time ago." "And what about your mother?" "She's very busy. She's at the company all day long. On good days, I might see her a few times a week, but on bad days, I might not see her for months." "You must have a nanny or driver, right? Why don't they come to see you this late?" "So that I can walk home from school with you in the afternoon. I stopped having the driver pick me up a long time ago. As for the nanny, she thinks I'm young and easy to manipulate, so she doesn't stay at my house for long periods of time." Bai Wei said nonchalantly. "Actually, this kind of nanny is the best. She doesn't care about me, and I'm happy to be free. It's just a pity that she's going to be fired. You keep asking me, but I haven't even mentioned you yet. Why don't your parents come looking for you?" Xie Jinluan remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "My mother is dead." Bai Wei was stunned for a moment. Her lips twitched, and she racked her brains before finally thinking of a sentence. "It's okay. I have a mother, and from now on my mother will be your mother." "Huh," Xie Jinluan chuckled. She knew that Bai Wei, apart from being playful, didn't actually have any malicious intent. Bai Wei was still a child, and she would usually be asleep by now. But her eyelids were drooping, and she couldn't stay awake any longer, so she leaned against Xie Jinluan and fell asleep. The temperature difference between day and night in S City is already large, not to mention they were in the toilet. Bai Wei was shivering from the cold and couldn't sleep soundly. Xie Jinluan pondered for a moment, then took off his coat and draped it over Bai Wei. She's used to the cold and can withstand it, but Bai Wei looks like she's been pampered. She'll probably get a fever from the cold all night. Xie Jinluan was still a child herself, and after a while, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, she was already in the infirmary, and Bai Wei was sleeping by her bedside. Xie Jinluan tried to sit up, but felt a little dizzy. She wanted to touch her forehead to see if she had a fever, but when she reached out, she saw the scars all over her arms. Xie Jinluan suddenly hid her arms under the blanket. She saw it. Yes or no? She must have seen it. Xie Jinluan didn't want to stay here for a moment longer and got up to leave. The noise of getting up woke up Bai Wei, who was taking a nap next to her. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. "What are you doing? You're still sick. The doctor said you can't get out of bed until your fever breaks. You should just stay in bed for now." Xie Jinluan had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. "She definitely can't leave now. Are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat," Bai Wei said, and then went out to buy some food. Xie Jinluan grabbed her hand. "How did we get out?" "The cleaning lady opened the door when she came to clean this morning and was terrified to find us both sleeping on the floor. I was woken up, but you had a fever, so I kept sleeping. The cleaning lady took you to the infirmary," Bai Wei replied. "So, no one else knows about our imprisonment yet?" Bai Wei nodded obediently. Can you contact your mother?" Xie Jinluan suddenly asked. "Sure. There's a phone here. I can call my mom. But why would I need to contact her?" Bai Wei asked, puzzled. "Don't you want to teach those who played tricks on us yesterday a lesson?" "Of course I want to. These people have some nerve. I'll make them pay." Bai Wei gritted her teeth and said, "You're not thinking of having my mom handle this, are you?" "No. Your mother dealt with the follow-up issues. They should be dealt with by us," Xie Jinluan said coldly. Bai Wei seemed to understand, but not quite. "Then what should we do?" Xie Jinluan beckoned to her to come closer. After hearing Xie Jinluan's plan, Bai Wei's eyes lit up. "Nuan, you're amazing." Seeing the admiration on Bai Wei's face, Xie Jinluan couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you curious about where I got these injuries?" Bai Wei was surprised that Xie Jinluan would suddenly ask this question, and blinked as she said, "Aren't you curious? Isn't it a scar from Nuanyuan's fight with them? Nuanyuan is really amazing. She can fight several people by herself." Xie Jinluan's lips twitched. "No." "Huh." Bai Wei was a little confused. "It was my father and his lover who beat me." Xie Jinluan was as calm as if she wasn't the one who was beaten. "Holy crap." Bai Wei instantly erupted. "What a scumbag. He's so despicable. This is abuse. It's too much. Nguyen, I will definitely have my mother take you away. No need. Xie Jinalwan's eyes were smiling. I just need you and your mother to help me contact my aunt. Nguyen, don't worry about me. I will definitely help you. Bai Wei said firmly. Over the next 2 days, after Xie Jinluan recovered, she continued attending classes as if nothing had happened, and Bai Wei stopped following her. The more Xie Jinluan tolerated, the more unscrupulous those people became. A few days later, after school, Xie Jinluan, as usual, had to pass through an abandoned factory on her way home. Just as she reached the factory gate, a group of boys rushed out from a side path and blocked Xie Jinluan's way. A boy walked from the back of the group to the front, looked at Xie Jinluan, and said sneer, "Why should someone like you be able to go to the same school as us?" Xie Jinluan's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps it's because your parents haven't tried hard enough. Lu Jila seemed to be angered by Xie Jinluan's words. Her face turned red, and she said fiercely, "I hope you can talk as well as you do now." He waved to the people around him, and a large group of people surrounded Xie Jinluan, pressing closer to her step by step. Xie Jinluan took off her school bag and held it in her arms, calmly staring at them. Finally, she suddenly threw the school bag at Lu Jila and turned to run away. A group of people followed closely behind her. Xie Jinluan seemed to have no other choice but to push open the gate and run into the dilapidated factory. The group of little boys following behind her hesitated for a moment, stood at the door, and dared not go in. Lu Jila frowned. "Go inside. What are you doing standing at the door?" Everyone looked troubled. One of the little boys timidly spoke up. "Boss, this factory, it's haunted." Lu Jila looked at the boy and said with a forced smile, "Ghost? Even if it were a ghost, it would have to go around me. Besides, Xie Jinluan dared to go in. Are you even less than her?" Lu Jila snorted coldly at the crowd in front of him and took the lead into the factory. The others had no choice but to follow him inside. Just after they all entered the factory. Crunch, crunch. Amidst the panicked expressions of the crowd, the factory gates closed by themselves. Chapter 84 Lessons. Lu Jila was the first to react. She ran to the door and pushed it, but found that the door did not budge. He kicked the iron gate again, but the gate only creaked and made no other response. "I told you, this place is haunted," one of the timid people cried out. Everyone was affected by his emotions and felt a sense of fear. One of them shouted, "I want to go home." "Shut up," Lu Jila said coldly. "Who dares to leave? Xie Jinluan will be your fate." Everyone fell silent, and no one dared to mention going home again. Lu Jila stood at the front. "Follow me, everyone. Xie Jinluan also got into this factory. It must be her doing. If we find her, we can get out." Lu Jila mustered his courage and walked forward. The factory was dimly lit, with only a few small windows letting out a sliver of light, allowing them to barely see the factory environment. The factory was unusually quiet. Any sound in the surrounding area was amplified endlessly. In the abandoned factory, there were countless rats scurrying among them, and some timid children were almost crying from fright. Lu Jila gritted her teeth and continued walking forward. As they walked to the center of the factory, a sudden gust of cold wind blew by. They instantly got goosebumps. Lu Jila swallowed hard, turned around to look at them, and shouted, "There's nothing here. What are you afraid of?" Lu Jila suddenly realized that something was wrong, because everyone's expressions were very panicked, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Lu Jila suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. One of the boys, his face filled with terror, said, "Boss, you behind you." Lu Jila stiffly turned his neck and looked back. A long-haired woman in white clothes, hanging in the air, grinned at him. Hey! Lu Jila was so frightened that she fainted. The group of people who had been so aggressive suddenly burst into tears, some running around in all directions, while others collapsed to the ground with their legs giving way. Xie Jinluan stood on the upper floor, coldly watching them. They were utterly vulnerable. Bai Wei skipped and hopped to Xie Jinluan's side, grinning as she said, "Nguyen, wasn't I great? This female ghost is so realistic. I paid a lot of money to buy it." Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow and said, "Great. Their fearful expressions are quite amusing." Bai Wei leaned against the railing, admiring the people below, and couldn't help but giggle. "They're so funny." Nguyen, Why do you think they insist on bothering you? I don't fit in at school either, so why don't they bother me? Bai Wei tilted her head and asked curiously. If anyone comes looking for trouble, she can openly and legitimately subdue them. Because they're xenophobic. Xie Jinluan knew very well why they were causing trouble for him. It was simply because they thought he was poor and easy to bully. Unfortunately, they misjudged her. She was always vengeful. Nuan, Lu Jila has fainted. Should we go down now? No, right here. We'll talk about it first thing tomorrow morning. The factory at night will only be more frightening. Xie Jinluan forced a smile. Yay? Who told them to lock us in the bathroom all night? Bai Wei squinted. Hee, I'll show them the power of the other gadgets I bought. Xie Jinluan figured that with so many people, it wouldn't be too scary, so she went with Bai Wei. Bai Wei rummaged through her backpack, which contained all sorts of remote controls. She had had the props installed for her a day in advance, and now all she had to do was sit there and operate them. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jila was woken up by her companions. Lu Jila's face turned deathly pale. Where's the female ghost? Where's that female ghost? Wang Hu, supporting Lu Jila, also looked unwell. He lowered his voice and said, Boss, after you fainted, that female ghost disappeared. Disappeared? Lu Jila sat up and asked, Can the front door still be opened? Wang Hu shook his head. I don't know. Some people were too scared to run away, but most people didn't dare to move and just sat together. So far, we haven't encountered any other ghosts. Are you sure you didn't see anything else? Lu Jila swallowed hard, not daring to recall the scene he saw before he fainted. Not at the moment. Wang Hu replied honestly. That's good, that's good. Lu Jila patted his chest. What time is it now? Lu Jila asked. He felt it was getting late. It was pitch black outside the window, with the occasional chirping of insects. Wang Hu glanced at his watch and replied, It's past 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Why haven't my parents come to find me yet? Lu Jila exclaimed excitedly. Oh right, he has a cell phone. He can call his parents. Lu Jila hurriedly searched her body for her phone, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find it. Boss, what are you looking for? Where's my phone? It was with me this afternoon. Lu Jila searched every pocket, but still found nothing. Bai Wei was idly playing with her phone. She had taken advantage of Lu Jila playing basketball in the afternoon to casually touch it. Lu Jila collapsed to the ground. How could this be? It's all right. His parents will definitely find him. There are still so many people here. Nothing will happen, and the female ghost won't dare to show up again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A woman's strange laughter rang in their ears. The group of people turned pale with fright, and Lu Jila was especially terrified. He shouted, What are you? Don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, my parents will not let you get away with this. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The sound didn't stop. The woman was still laughing, and the laughter sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, the female ghost from the daytime appeared floating around in the air. Lu Jila covered her eyes tightly, not daring to look. It's okay. As long as you don't look at it, nothing will happen. The shrill female voice grew louder and louder, seemingly about to rupture their eardrums, forcing them to cover their ears with their blindfolds. Just as they opened their eyes, several bloody handprints appeared on the floor. Lu Jila was terrified. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. The others quickly huddled together, holding each other's hands tightly, sitting back to back, their eyes tightly shut, not daring to look at anything, while Lu Jila was left aside. Bai Wei was a little bored. This guy is too easily scared. I only used 2 or 3 props, and he fainted. With such a small heart, how dare he come and cause you trouble? I'm tired of living. I want to challenge life. Xie Jinluan glanced at him, then looked away. She didn't want to bother with these idiots, but what happened last time really angered her, so these people had to learn a lesson. End of chapter 85. Bai Wei found it boring to look at the terrified crowd below, so she put her remote control back into her bag. Xie Jinluan secretly slipped out from the back with Bai Wei and quietly opened the door a crack. After doing all this, the two of them made their escape. The next morning, the group, who hadn't slept all night and were on edge, finally saw hope as they watched the sky begin to lighten. Wang Hu mustered his courage and walked to Lu Jila's side, reaching out to shake him awake. Boss, it's dawn, wake up. Lu Jila was woken up by the noise, Her head was spinning, and it took her a while to remember where she was. He sat up abruptly, grabbed Wang Hu's hand, and looked around warily. It's already dawn. Why haven't my parents found me yet? What the hell is this? Lu Jila was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The ghostly figure he saw last night kept haunting his mind. Boss, we haven't seen anything strange since you passed out. It's getting light now. Let's try to push the door open, Wang Hu said cautiously, afraid that he might anger the man again. Lu Jila also felt that he couldn't just sit and wait for death, so he decisively said, Let's go. Let's give it a try. Wang Hu cautiously moved towards the gate, with Lu Jila clutching his clothes and following closely behind, not daring to glance around. Behind Lu Jila was a group of his underlings who had come with him, and the group moved out timidly. Finally, Wang Hu stopped at the gate, only to be surprised to find a crack in the gate. Boss! Wang Hu shouted loudly. Startled, Lu Jila snapped back to reality and yelled, What are you doing making such a loud noise? You want to? That scared me to death. Lu Jila silently swallowed the last few words back down his throat. He was the boss, after all. If people found out that he was such a coward, would he still be able to keep his job? Wang Hu scratched his head, apologized to Lu Jila in a humble tone, and then said, Boss, the door seems to be open. As Wang Hu spoke, he gently pushed the iron gate, which slowly opened, and the light from outside instantly shone on everyone's faces. Without saying a word, a group of people rushed out. They ran breathlessly but dared not stop, rushing towards the school until they reached the school gate, where they finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Upon seeing them, the gatekeeper exclaimed in shock, Why are you at school so early? It's not even time for class yet. 1, 2, 3, 7. Aren't these the children who went missing last night and caused such a stir? The security guard was startled and quickly called their homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher arrived first, and he sat in the office with the group of children. The homeroom teacher looked at Lu Jila, and although he did not know the specifics, he knew that this kid must have taken the lead. Lu Jila, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come home on time? The homeroom teacher frowned as she looked at Lu Jila. Lu Jila gritted her teeth and shouted, It's all Xie Jinwan's fault. It was Xie Jinwan who locked us up. She's the one who locked us up in that abandoned factory. The homeroom teacher looked sharply at Lu Jila. Why would she lock you all in the factory? There are 7 of you boys, and Xie Jinwan is just one girl. It's no wonder the homeroom teacher didn't believe him. Xie Jinwan was usually too quiet, had good grades, and never caused any trouble. But these boys are different, especially Lu Jila, who, relying on his parents' doting love, does whatever he wants, and fighting is a common occurrence. The homeroom teacher couldn't believe that Xie Jinwan would lock them up. When Lu Jila heard the homeroom teacher's question, he immediately fell silent. He was indeed a bully in the school, but the school explicitly prohibited bullying classmates. He could bully Xie Jinwan in private, and as long as Xie Jinwan didn't tell anyone, he would be fine. However, he couldn't say that he had intended to lead a group to bully Xie Jinwan, but ended up being locked up by Xie Jinwan instead. When the homeroom teacher saw that he didn't answer, she asked again, What exactly happened? Why didn't you go home in the middle of the night? What does this have to do with Xie Jinwan? The homeroom teacher secretly hoped that Lu Jila would lie and quickly get rid of the matter. Otherwise, with students going missing and bullying occurring again, would he still be able to be the homeroom teacher? Lu Jila gritted her teeth. It was our own fault. We wanted to explore the factory, but the factory gate was locked, and we were trapped for a whole night. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction. Next time after school, be sure to go home on time. Your parents will come over later and take you home to rest for a day. Lu Jila nodded unwillingly. Damn Xie Jinwan. I will never let you get away with this. When Xie Jinwan arrived at school, she saw the empty seats and guessed that they must have been taken home. During the afternoon class meeting, the homeroom teacher suddenly informed them that Lu Jila had transferred to a school abroad. When school was over, Bai Wei skipped and hopped to Xie Jinwan and said happily, How was that? I'm reliable, right? Lu Jila has already been taken away by my mom. Xie Jinwan raised an eyebrow and said, Reliable? Nwan, you're so smart. How did you guess they wouldn't dare admit it was us? Because I feel guilty. Nwan, do you think he'll come back? Even if he comes back, no school will dare to accept him. unless those schools dare to offend your mother. Just last night after returning home, Bai Wei didn't stop there. She tearfully complained to her mother that she had been bullied and locked in the toilet. Bai Mingzhu was so angry that she wanted to call out the school leaders on the spot and scold them one by one, but fortunately Bai Wei stopped her. Bai Mingzhu held back her anger until the next day when she went to find her homeroom teacher and told him the whole story. The homeroom teacher also wanted to say that they were young and didn't know any better. They loved to play, and they didn't know how to be gentle when they hit. Bai Mingzhu's anger was instantly ignited. She forced him to retrieve the surveillance footage and called the school leaders directly, threatening that she would not let the matter go if they did not give her a reasonable solution. The homeroom teacher had no choice but to call Lu Zhila's parents. The matter was ultimately resolved with Lu Zhila being dismissed. Bai Wei, can you do me a favor? Xie Jinluan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tell me. Bai Wei's eyes lit up, thinking that something fun was about to happen. Could you ask your mother to contact my aunt? Bai Wei lowered her eyes. This was her only chance. She found a diary among her mother's belongings and learned that she had an aunt. But her mother and aunt had fallen out because of her father, and her aunt eventually went abroad. However, in her diary, her mother wrote that her aunt was her closest family member and the person she loved most. So Xie Jinluan can only take a gamble now, betting on whether his aunt is really as good a person as his mother described in her diary. Chapter 86. It seems I've arrived at the wrong time. That's all I know. Bai Wei was so thirsty from talking that she stood up, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Actually, she knew something else, something she and Nuanyuan discovered together later, but she absolutely couldn't reveal it to Chen Mo. They could only wait and see when Chen Mo would discover it himself. Isn't it just about having the advantage of being close to the source? After hearing their whole story of how they met, Chen Mo felt incredibly envious. Huh, Bai Wei was amused by his words. I gave you the chance, but you were useless. Bai Wei's eyes were full of sarcasm. If you were really honest, Nuanyuan wouldn't be so indifferent to you. If I were truly an honest person, she wouldn't have chosen me as her marriage partner. Chen Mo replied blankly. Bai Wei's eyes flashed. What he said did make some sense. Nuanyuan has always been clear about right and wrong. If Chen Mo is a good person, even if his mother is a scoundrel, Nuanyuan will not involve Chen Mo in this game. You seem quite proud of yourself, Bai Wei teased. It's not pride, it's stating a fact. Chen Mo lowered his eyes. Wei, do you think Nuanyuan has even the slightest feeling for me? Chen Mo asked persistently. Unless Xie Jinluan was completely oblivious to him, he absolutely refused to believe that he hadn't left the slightest trace in Nuanyuan's heart all these years. Bai Wei stroked her chin. Well, it's hard to say. Nuanyuan is under a lot of pressure. She probably doesn't even understand what feelings are. Although she couldn't directly say that Nuanyuan had even a little bit of feeling for him, she absolutely couldn't say anything definitive either. So, you mean I just need to make Nuanyuan realize that she loves me, and that's enough? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. I didn't say that. Do you think if I found a woman to pretend to be my girlfriend and make Nuanyuan jealous, she might suddenly realize her own feelings? Chen Mo boldly imagined. Bai Wei sneered repeatedly. She really couldn't understand whether Chen Mo's brain was made of tofu. Find another woman? If you can even bring that woman to Nuanyuan's front, I'll admire your incredible luck. And you're jealous? Nuanyuan will just get rid of you. Bai Wei rolled her eyes. Chen Mo immediately deflated. But that's how it's portrayed on TV. Bai Wei suddenly had a brilliant idea and slapped Chen Mo on the head. Your words reminded me. You should watch more Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me stories. Chen Mo stared blankly for a moment, thinking about how Nuanyuan, heavily pregnant, did his laundry and cooked for him, and gently called him husband, saying he had worked hard. Chen Mo was startled and quickly shook his head to get rid of this unrealistic idea. He was already lucky if Nuanyuan didn't beat him up and cook for him. Bai Wei could tell from Chen Mo's expression that he had misunderstood. What are you thinking? Bai Wei said speechlessly. Nuanyuan is the president. You should learn from the innocent female lead and use your personal charm to seduce Nuanyuan, understand? Chen Mo thought about the few TV dramas he had ever watched and nodded in deep agreement. All right, take advantage of this time in the hospital to study hard. When you're discharged, I hope to see a different you. Bai Wei stood up, patted her skirt, and turned to leave. Actually, he felt that Bai Wei had said something wrong. He couldn't learn the innocent heroine's ways, so he could only learn the trope of the vicious female supporting character seducing the male lead. I finally understand why Nguyen told me that you cheated on me. Chen Mo was startled. How did you suddenly appear again? Xiao Chenma said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I've never left since I started. Chen Mo frowned. He was already having a headache from trying to learn how to seduce Nguyen, but this thing still hadn't disappeared, which was giving him a huge headache. I know you want me to disappear, but I advise you not to even think about it. There is currently no scientific means to force me to disappear. Times are changing. I advise you not to be too happy too soon. But it's hard to say who will stay. Chen Mo's face darkened. He didn't want to talk to him. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to change my name. My name is Xian Muyang. I don't want Nguyen to think I'm you. That kind of person. Xian Muyang deliberately provoked him. Chen Mo was so angry, he almost ground his teeth to powder. Xian Muyang, wasn't he just trying to make him start anew? What are you so smug about? Without me, you wouldn't even be born. Is that so? But I just happened to appear, and I will replace you. Someone like you is not worthy of Nguyen at all. The only person standing next to Nguyen can be me. Xian Muyang's lips curled up, his eyes full of determination. You're dreaming. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? A nurse knocked on the door, looking at Chen Mo with a frightened expression. Chen Mo's face turned ashen, and in his rage, he couldn't help but shout out what was on his mind. It's nothing, he stiffly explained to the nurse. The nurse looked around and left only after confirming that there were no problems. Chen Mo, admit it, you have my memories. You should be able to see that Nguyen treats me, and you are completely different people. If I had a new body, maybe Nguyen would have accepted me long ago, little Chen Mo said confidently. We'll see. Chen Mo didn't believe it. His 7-year relationship with Xie Jinluan couldn't compare to Xian Muyang's 10-day relationship with Nguyen, and she was still wearing his face. Ever since Xian Muyang learned that Xie Jinluan was still alive, Xian Muyang's entire mental body has been unusually excited, and he would say a few words to provoke Chen Mo from time to time. Chen Mo was annoyed by him, but he couldn't get rid of him, so he could only ignore him. When Xian Muyang realized that he wasn't responding, he also got bored and stopped talking. Chen Mo's mind finally cleared up. He searched for TV dramas about domineering CEOs falling in love with him, gradually learning how the female leads and supporting actresses made the male leads fall in love with them and feel sorry for them. Chen Mo studied so diligently that he felt his soul had been elevated. Chen Mo stayed in the hospital for a week and was finally able to be discharged. But he lingered there. During the week he was hospitalized, Xie Jinluan did not visit him once. He just wanted to see if Nguyen would come on the last day. Nguyen took him to the hospital. After he is discharged, the hospital will definitely contact her. Chen Mo waited from morning till dusk, his expectant heart sinking to the bottom. Did Nguyen really have no feelings for him at all? Was she unwilling to even see him? Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound suddenly rang out. Come in. Chen Mo's previously dark eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Chen, when are you planning to leave? A young nurse came in. Chen Mo said dejectedly, I'll leave right away. After confirming the diagnosis, the nurse turned and left. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. Chen Mo assumed the nurse had something else to say, and said expressionlessly, Come in. It seems I've come at the wrong time. Chapter 87 The Fox Spirit. Chen Mo suddenly looked up and saw Xie Jinluan standing by the door. Nguyen, you're here. Chen Mo was so excited he didn't know what to say. He thought Nguyen wouldn't come. Xie Jinluan hadn't originally planned to come in person, but she heard a call from the hospital saying that Chen Mo had packed his things but hadn't left yet. She guessed the reason. It was simply a ploy to force her to appear using emotional manipulation. She only saw the photos Bai Wei sent her. Chen Mo sat on the edge of the bed, his long uncut hair obscuring his eyes, yet one could still sense his profound despondency, like a golden retriever abandoned by its owner. Xie Jinluan couldn't help but soften her heart. I'm here to bring you the keys. Xie Jinluan took a key out of her bag and tossed it to Chen Mo. We've been married for so long, and it's true that I took advantage of you. Consider this apartment my compensation to you. Xie Jinluan left these words and turned to leave. Elder sister. Xie Jinluan stopped abruptly, turning her head in disbelief. Xie Muyang rushed into Xie Jinluan's arms, tears streaming down his face. Sister, I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Xie Jinluan was somewhat at a loss. She subconsciously patted Xie Muyang's back, trying to soothe his emotions. You bitch. You green tea BTCH. Chen Mo's eyes widened in anger. He never expected Xie Muyang to suddenly thrust against his body. For the past few days, Xie Muyang had been able to stay obediently in his mind and hadn't been able to control his body. So how could he suddenly push against his body? Without Xie Jinluan seeing it, Xie Muyang forced a victorious smile. I told you, Nuanyuan treats me differently than she treats you. Chen Mo was so angry he wanted to strangle this green tea bitch, but now he could only watch as this damn green tea bitch hugged the person he had been longing for day and night. After a while, Xie Jinluan patted Xie Muyang, signaling him to let go of her. Xie Muyang opened his wet eyes and released Xie Jinluan with a wronged expression. Xie Jinluan knew from Xie Muyang's appearance that this couldn't possibly be Chen Mo. Little Chen Mo, how did you suddenly appear? Where is Chen Mo? Xie Jinluan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. If Xiao Chenma was Chen Mo, then he couldn't possibly have reappeared. If he was Chen Mo's second personality, how could he suddenly reappear after disappearing for so long? Xie Muyang pouted, looking aggrieved. Nuan, my name isn't Xiao Chen Mo. I don't want to share a name with him. Just call me Muyang. I've given myself a new name, Xie Muyang. As for how I appeared, I don't know, but I've been here for a long time. I suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's mind the day after your funeral. Xie Jinluan had a headache. She never imagined that Xiao Chenma, no, Xie Muyang, would reappear in her life. Nuan, are you unhappy? Xie Muyang looked at Xie Jinluan with unease. Xie Jinluan looked at him and sighed. Happy. But what about Chen Mo? Ha 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 ha. See, I told you Nuanyuan loves me. She asked about my safety first. Chen Mo was overjoyed, feeling that she had finally turned the tables. Maybe Nuanyuan wants you to disappear completely. Xie Muyang replied expressionlessly. Chen Mo was so angry he jumped up and down. He's in my mind. Xie Muyang pursed his lips. Nuan, I hate him. Xie Jinluan was somewhat surprised. Why? Logically speaking, a secondary personality is unlikely to reject the primary personality unless it wants to take its place. Because he hurt you. Xie Muyang hugged Xie Jinluan again, his voice muffled. I already know he's not a good person, he's a gold digger, a freeloader, and he even wants to keep his freeloading. He's utterly disgusting. Xie Jinluan was at a loss for words. Xie Muyang must have heard it when she had an argument with Chen Mo some time ago. Xiao Muyang, things between him and me are a bit complicated and can't be explained in a short time. I don't want things between him and me to affect you. Even Xie Jinluan didn't know how to resolve the situation at hand. Xie Muyang let go of her hand, biting her lower lip, and asked pitifully, Nuan, do you still love him? Xie Jinluan looked embarrassed, not knowing why Xie Muyang had asked her that, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Muyang, I just gave him the key. It's the key to the apartment we used to live in. You should go back and get some rest. For the first time, Xie Jinluan felt the urge to run away. Xie Muyang pursed his lips, tears welling up in his eyes like pearls from a broken string, falling uncontrollably. Xie Jinluan was bewildered by his actions and quickly took out a tissue to wipe away his tears. What's wrong? What happened? Nuan, that's our home. How could you give our house key to someone else? Xie Muyang was extremely aggrieved, her eyes reddening, making people feel sorry for her. Seeing how pitiful he looked, like an abandoned kitten, Xie Jinluan had no choice but to say, Okay, I'll get him a new key. Xie Muyang smiled and said, See, Nuanyuan still loves me more. Chen Mo had been so angered by Xie Muyang that he had lost all reason. This mistress. That's right, she's a mistress. I am Nuanyuan's legal husband. Chen Mo shouted. Xie Muyang scoffed. Brother, have you forgotten? Sister said that Xie Jinluan is dead, and you are widowed. Isn't this what you wanted? Where do you want to stay? I'll take you there. Xie Jinluan just wanted to get rid of him first. She needed time to think about how to deal with Xie Muyang. Xie Muyang lowered his eyes and tugged at Xie Jinluan's sleeve. Sister, I'm scared. Xie Jinluan looked at his face, her thoughts returning to the time when she first met Xiao Qinma, and she still softened. Xie Jinluan sat down next to him and patiently asked, "What are you afraid of?" I'm scared. I'm scared I'll never see my sister again." Xie Muyang held back her tears, trying not to let them fall. Xie Jinluan's heart clenched. It was normal for Xie Muyang to be afraid. He had suddenly appeared before, but disappeared again to save her. Now that he had finally reappeared, it was normal for him to be afraid of disappearing again. Xie Jinluan comforted her. "No, it's already very late. I'll have Sister Li Shui take you to see a doctor tomorrow, okay?" Xie Muyang nodded obediently, wanting to say something, but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xie Jinluan noticed his hesitation. "Sister, where will I live?" Xie Muyang held Xie Jinluan's hand tightly. "I never want to leave you again." Xie Jinluan sighed. "Come with me." Vixen. Chen Imo had replayed the whole thing in his mind. He had initially intended to remain silent, but seeing this scene, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. "Unfortunately, you can't even compare to a vixen." Xie Muyang raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of smugness. Chapter 88 Seeing a Doctor. Xie Jinluan turned her head and saw Xie Muyang sitting obediently on the sofa. She had a headache. Why did she bring Xie Muyang along when she was so soft-hearted? What if Chen Imo suddenly woke up? How was she supposed to face Chen Imo then? Forget it. We've already brought them here. There's no point in saying anything else. We can't just kick them out. Muyang. Xie Jinluan walked up to him. Li Shui will come over to bring you clothes later. I need to go wash up first. Remember to open the door. Oh, by the way, your room is the one next to mine. It hasn't been tidied up yet. Li Shui will come back and help you tidy it up later. Okay, sister. Xie Jinluan wanted to say something more, but looking at Xie Muyang's face, she swallowed her words and went back to her room to wash up. As soon as Xie Jinluan turned around and went back to her room, Xie Muyang got up and walked towards her room. What are you doing? Chen Mo's alarm bells went off instantly. He knew this guy was up to no good. Xie Muyang turned around and went back to his room. Although Xie Jinluan said that the room had not been tidied up, it was actually quite clean, and the quilts and other items that should have been there had been prepared in advance. Xie Muyang thought for a moment, then went to the restroom, changed into an apron, found the cleaning tools, and began cleaning. Pretending. Chen Imo scoffed. This kind of person could only put on an act in front of Manhwa. Xie Muyang was halfway through tidying up when the doorbell rang. He rushed to open the door without even taking off his apron. Li Shui stood at the door, covered in sweat, carrying a large pile of daily necessities and clothes. Sister Li Shui, Xie Muyang exclaimed in surprise, and immediately took the bags from her hands. When Xie Muyang was in the hospital, Li Shui helped take care of him. After Li Shui found out that he was not Chen Imo, her attitude towards him softened a lot. Li Shui was also somewhat incredulous. "Mr. Chen? Why are you back?" Xie Muyang scratched his head sheepishly. "I can't explain it in a short time, but Sister Li Shui, please don't call me Mr. Chen anymore. Just call me Xie Muyang. This is the new name I gave myself." Li Shui was initially quite annoyed. No one would be happy to be the one who had ambushed them, but this person happened to be her boss's husband. But now it's all right. It's not Chen Imo, and she's happy. Li Shui put on shoe covers, picked up her things, and went inside. "Mr. Xie, which room are you staying in?" "Mr. Xie asked me to help you tidy up a bit." Xie Muyang said apologetically. "Sister Li Shui, no need. I've already finished tidying up. It's already too much trouble for you to come over so late." Li Shui's eyes lit up, and she said that people are different from one another. "Mr. Xie, you're such a kind person." Li Shui was deeply moved. Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, she still hoped that this boss would not leave. Xie Muyang smiled gently. "It's nothing." After exchanging a few casual words, Li Shui hurriedly left. After Xie Jinluan finished washing up, she saw Xie Muyang packing his clothes and asked, "Li Shui left so soon?" Xie Muyang then noticed Xie Jinluan and quickly went to her side. "When you went to wash up just now, I was so bored that I tidied up the room. When you come over, Sister Li Shui, you just need to put your things down." Xie Jinluan's expression was complicated. "Little Muyang, you don't have to do this. It's okay. I did all these things when I lived with my sister before. I'm already very happy to be able to live with my sister." Xie Muyang's eyes were full of sincerity. "Wan Wan." You mustn't be bewitched by this vixen, Chen Mo thought to himself, filled with impotent rage. Looking into Xie Muyang's bright eyes, Xie Jinluan didn't know what to say. She left after telling him to get some rest. After Xie Jinluan left, Xie Muyang closed the door, his smile vanishing instantly. Chen Mo, why did you do this? Nuan doesn't love you anymore, so why are you making such a desperate struggle? But I'm different. Nuan still has feelings for me, Xie Muyang advised kindly. Keep dreaming. Chen Mo was so angry, he was practically grinding his teeth to powder. He had never been angrier in his entire life than he had been today. You're just like a dessert. Nuan might order you occasionally when she wants something new, but there are so many desserts out there. Can you guarantee that Nuan will definitely order you? Chen Mo said sarcastically. Xie Muyang was too lazy to argue with him. Think what you want. Nuanyuan will definitely choose me. The next morning, Xie Jinluan got up, washed up, and stepped out of her room when she smelled the aroma of food. She walked into the restaurant and saw a table full of breakfast. When she looked up, she saw Xie Muyang wearing an apron and carrying a basket of steamed buns as he walked towards her. Xie Muyang placed the steamed buns on the table, her eyes crinkling with joy. Sister, come and try my cooking. I made them all myself. Xie Jinluan looked at the table full of food. There was so much. If he had made it all himself, how early would he have had to get up? Muyang, you don't need to make so much for me. Li Shui will bring me breakfast in the morning. Xie Muyang bit her lower lip. Sister, there's nothing else I can do for you, except make sure you eat well and feel better. Besides, I have so much time in the day, making something to eat is no trouble at all. Xie Muyang explained, afraid that Xie Jinluan wouldn't want to eat the food he made. Xie Jinluan sighed and sat down to eat breakfast. She could easily see that Xie Muyang was trying to please her, but he and Chen Mo were originally one entity. If she really accepts Xie Muyang, then how should she face Chen Mo when he wakes up? Besides, dissociative identity disorder is an illness, and he should take medication. Xie Muyang noticed that Xie Jinluan was distracted, so he poured her another cup of soy milk. Sister, what's wrong? Is something bothering you at work? Xie Jinluan shook her head. It's nothing. Xie Muyang lowered his eyes. Sister, although I can't share your burden, you can confide in me. I'm happy to give you advice. Xie Jinluan rubbed his head. All right, I know, let's eat first. Xie Muyang then began to eat his meal properly. After yesterday's setbacks, Chen Mo is now able to watch his wife flirting with other people with a blank expression. After finishing their meal, Xie Jinluan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Muyang, Sister Li Shui will come over later to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Xie Muyang froze for a moment, then opened his big, watery eyes and looked at Xie Jinluan, smiling. Does Sister want me to go see a doctor? Xie Jinluan awkwardly looked away. I hope you get better. Okay. Xie Muyang's face beamed with a bright smile. Since my sister wants me to go see a doctor, then I will go. Chapter 89 Self-Reflection. After leaving home, Xie Jinluan felt a heavy weight in her heart. Last night, she researched many cases about personality fusion. The secondary personality can be merged into the primary personality, and the primary personality's final character will also change, but they are still the same person. She did secretly hope to see Xie Muyang more often, but that wouldn't be fair to Chen Mo. Shortly after Xie Jinluan left, Chen Mo discovered that he suddenly had control over his body. Chen Mo stretched his arms and asked, Xie Muyang, can't you really take control of my body? Xie Muyang said lazily, if I could really take the initiative, I would just make your consciousness disappear. Tisk. Chen Mo rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with him. Anyway, he would merge with Xie Muyang sooner or later, so let him be smug for a while. Go wash the dishes quickly, Xie Muyang commanded in his mind. And remember to clean this house too. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and said, do you think you're the boss? Go by yourself. Xie Muyang said nonchalantly. But you have control of the body now. If Nuanyuan comes back this afternoon and finds the house in such a mess, what will she think of you? Oh right, you absolutely mustn't go cleaning. Nuanyuan is back now, so you can compare me to her, and she'll know how much better I am. Chen Mo pursed his lips tightly. This scheming woman had left him with no way to refute her. If he doesn't wash, and if he has complete control of the body all day, How will Wan look at him? Chun Mo began washing the dishes and cleaning with a blank expression. I had just finished my work and was about to take a break when the doorbell rang. Chun Mo hurriedly went to open the door, where Li Shui was standing. Mr. Xie, President Xie has made an appointment for you with a psychologist, Li Shui said gently, but she paused for a moment when she saw Chun Mo's face before quickly realizing what was happening. Mr. Chun, Mr. Xie has made an appointment with a psychologist for you. Would you like to go? After Li Shui learned that it was Chun Mo, her tone became polite. Uft. Xie Muyang almost burst out laughing in Chun Mo's mind. Chun Mo, your interpersonal relationships are really bad. What did you do to Sister Li Shui? Why is she so hostile towards you? Chun Mo felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and suddenly realized that it was normal for Wan not to like him. He had indeed been a bit unreasonable in the past. None of your business, just stay in my head, Chun Mo said angrily. Mr. Chun, Li Shui asked again when he didn't answer. Go. Chun Mo finally realized what was happening and answered with a smile. Li Shui, however, was immune to his smile and said businesslike. Then please pack your things and come downstairs. I'll wait for you downstairs. As soon as Li Shui finished speaking, she went downstairs without stopping. Chun Mo, what exactly did you do? Why are so many people rejecting you? Xie Muyang was genuinely curious. How much of a failure must someone be to be hated by so many people? Chun Mo did not answer him. He recalled his past self and thought he was a real scumbag. No one does anything without a reason. If someone can't bring him any benefit, he will never befriend them, as he feels it's a waste of his time. However, after hearing Bai Wei and Wan's story, his perception began to become distorted. Nuanyuan and Bai Wei had no prior business dealings. Even now that they are working, their work matters are always handled strictly by the book, without any personal feelings involved. Chun Mo's originally straight back suddenly bent. You're right, I'm a piece of scum. After saying this, Chun Mo remained silent, put on his shoes, and went out. Chun Mo's words left Xie Muyang completely bewildered. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer. What are you doing? How come you suddenly have such a clear understanding of yourself? Actually, there's a saying, when you realize you're a scumbag, there's still hope for you. Xie Muyang racked his brains to come up with a dry word of comfort. Thank you, Chun Mo said thoughtfully. What the hell? You've been possessed. Xie Muyang was dumbfounded. Are you still the same, Chun Mo? Why are you suddenly thanking me? Chun Mo lowered his eyes and said softly. I thought about it all night yesterday. Maybe it's because I'm not sincere enough that I only meet people like me. Those who were truly good to me were probably disappointed after discovering my true colors. Xie Muyang didn't know what else to say. Chun Mo was definitely a scumbag in the conventional sense, but if you really change, maybe they will change their opinion of you. Perhaps. Chun Mo had always been unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Xie Muyang, but reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Whether it's Nuanyuan or Li Shui, their attitudes towards Xie Muyang are completely different from their own. Chun Mo composed himself and went downstairs. As expected, Li Shui was waiting for him downstairs. Upon seeing him, she immediately said, Mr. Chun, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and bring the car over. Chun Mo gave a gentle smile and said sincerely, Thank you, Li Shui. Li Shui paused for a moment, then replied somewhat at a loss for words, Oh, of course. Li Shui drove the car over, Chun Mo got in, and the two headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Shui made no move to get out of the car. Mr. Chun, Mr. Xie specifically instructed me to wait for you downstairs. If you encounter any problems, please feel free to call me, and I will arrive promptly. Chun Mo nodded. Okay, thank you. Chun Mo got out of the car and walked towards the hospital, leaving Li Shui alone in the car with a look of utter disbelief. Actually, Chun Mo and Xie Muyang really do look alike, except that Xie Muyang is a bit more childish. Chun Mo followed the navigation for a long time before finally finding the location. Standing at the door, for some reason, he suddenly felt a little scared and dared not go in. Go in. I've already promised Nuanyuan I'd get treatment. Besides, haven't you always wanted me to disappear? Xie Muyang asked, puzzled. Xie Muyang, do you think it's possible that I will disappear and you will live on in my place? Xie Muyang snorted coldly. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. With your face, if I really replaced you, the first thing Nguyen would think of when she sees your face is you. I don't want to be someone's substitute. I love Nguyen, so I hope she loves me too. But if she loves someone else, as long as that person is good to her, I will wish them well. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're quite enlightened." Siem Muyang felt extremely uncomfortable. "Let's go inside quickly." Chun Mo knocked on the door. "Come in." After Chun Mo went in, the psychologist asked him to sit down and got straight to the point. "I have already obtained some basic information about you from Miss Xie, but I still need to get some information from you yourself." "Go ahead and ask. When did your alternate personality first appear?" Chun Mo paused for a moment. "After I was in a car accident, he was the one I woke up with. As far as I know, he disappeared for a long time in the middle. When did he reappear? How did you feel at that time? Were you sad?" Chapter 90 Pseudo-Substitute Literature. Chun Mo felt as if he had returned to that day, and a wave of overwhelming grief instantly engulfed him. The next second, he suddenly realized that he could no longer control his body. Siem Muyang looked at the doctor with a somewhat blank expression. Looking at the sudden appearance of the alternate personality, the doctor had a preliminary idea of the reason for the patient's split personality. "May I ask your name?" the doctor asked gently. "My surname is Xie. You can just call me Mr. Xie." "What was the primary personality doing when you reappeared in its body?" Siem Muyang thought for a moment. Although he had no memory of it, he could guess the general idea. "It must have been at his wife's funeral that he fainted, and I showed up the next day." "Have you ever had any intense arguments with your dominant personality?" "Often." "Is it that you control your body for longer periods of time, or your dominant personality?" "It's me recently." "Has something happened recently that the dominant personality can no longer accept?" "Don't say it." Chen Mo suddenly interrupted. Siem Muyang paused for a moment. "Nguyen hopes you can get better." Chun Mo felt conflicted, but ultimately relented. "Go ahead and say it." "His wife is going to divorce him. He doesn't want to, but she has made up her mind, and there's no going back." The doctor paused in his writing. "Didn't you say his wife was dead?" "That's right. This is his second wife." Siem Muyang's mind worked quickly, and he instantly came to his senses. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it shouldn't be too serious." "Doctor, can we merge our personalities?" Siem Muyang asked. The doctor suddenly looked up. "After the personality fusion, you disappeared." Siem Muyang lowered his eyes and calmly said, "I know." A hint of curiosity flashed in the doctor's eyes. "It's rare to find a secondary personality like yours that is willing to actively merge with the primary personality. However, besides you, we also need to consider the primary personality's thoughts." "He's willing," Siem Muyang answered directly for Chen Mo. The doctor didn't continue the topic, but asked some other questions, prescribed some medicine, and then let him leave. "What do you think this psychologist is trying to do? Why won't he talk to us about personality integration?" Siem Muyang was puzzled. In this world, mental illnesses were rampant, and personality disorder was even more common. Yet, a single surgery could merge the personalities. "I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who needs to answer this question." Chen Mo had been in low spirits ever since he entered the hospital. "Siem Muyang, do you really want to merge now?" "No." Siem Muyang replied decisively. "And you?" "I won't leave until I see changes in you." Siem Muyang interrupted him. "I also know that dissociative identity disorder is bad for your health, so I hope you can change yourself in a short period of time." Chen Mo looked up at the blinding sunlight outside the window. "Actually, I think you are more suited to stay in this world than I am." Siem Muyang paused. In fact, during his conversation with the psychologist, he had already realized that he was different from other alternate personalities. "What are you talking about?" Siem Muyang sighed. "What do you mean by suitable or unsuitable? I shouldn't exist in this world in the first place. I'm already very satisfied that I can be here and meet Nguyen. You're not implying that Nguyen wants to marry me, are you?" Siem Muyang said deliberately. "If you put it that way, I don't think it's impossible." Chun Mo panicked at the thought of Nguyen. "Didn't you say you didn't want to have my face on your head?" "Familiarity breeds fondness, you know. After a while, Nguyen might not even remember who you are," Siem Muyang said casually. "Stop dreaming. Nguyen and I have been together for so long. How could you possibly cover it up?" Whenever Xie Jinluan was involved, Chun Mo's emotions were easily stirred up by Xianmuyang. Then you'd better find a way to outdo me. After all, Nguyen is clearly favoring me now. Xianmuyang continued to provoke him. Do I need to compare myself to you? You're just a little kid. Go study for another 10 or 8 years before you compare yourself to me. Chun Mo has Xianmuyang's memories, and Xianmuyang is only 18 years old now. Xianmuyang ignored him. Xianmuyang returned home in Li Shui's car, ate a quick lunch, and then began researching information about dissociative identity disorder. Why are you looking into this? Chun Mo asked. What's it to you? Xianmuyang retorted. Ding ding ding. Chun Mo's phone suddenly rang. Xianmuyang glanced at the caller ID. Bai Wei. Don't answer. Chun Mo was a little anxious. He didn't want Xianmuyang to have anything to do with Bai Wei. Bai Wei was a very wicked person who did things only according to her own mood. He didn't want the two of them to run into each other and cause him trouble. Chun Moyue tried to stop him from answering, but Xianmuyang insisted on doing so. Hey Bai Wei. Who are you? Bai Wei asked warily. Strangely, this person's voice is indeed Chun Mo's, but she still feels that it's not Chun Mo. I am Xianmuyang, Chun Mo's alternate personality, and also the little Chun Mo you know. Xianmuyang explained his identity. He had met her once before in the hospital room. Bai Wei quickly remembered. It's you. When did you appear? It has been around for a long time. Oh, then wait until Chun Mo takes control of his body and then hit him back. Is there anything you want to say to Chun Mo? You can say it directly. He can hear you. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. Okay, then I'll tell you. Nguyen is very outstanding, and there are more men around her than flies. I know. Xianmuyang's face immediately turned cold. Of course he knew that someone as outstanding as Sister Nguyen would naturally attract countless men and women. But recently, a guy named Lu Run, who was Nguyen's high school classmate, has appeared. He pursued Nguyen for a long time, but she rejected him, so he went to study in country A. He's back in China? Chun Mo exclaimed in shock. No. Why are you so panicked? Chun Mo was getting anxious. Wei, could you send me that person's information? Knowing your enemy and yourself will ensure victory in every battle. You don't want me to be outdone, do you? Before Bai Wei could even think about why Chun Mo had suddenly appeared, she sent him a copy of the information. It's no wonder she planned to help Chun Mo. The main reason is that the man had really offended her. Chun Mo's face turned pale the moment he opened the information Bai Wei had sent him. Who is this guy? Xianmuyang looked at the man's information. He was just so-so in appearance, and his educational background was, well, better than Chun Mo. Chun Mo had seen his photo in Nguyen's album. Nguyen has a rather cold personality, so the fact that he was in her album meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person. I don't know him, but Nguyen and he are very close. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Why? He knew Nguyen before you. If he really had a relationship with Nguyen, you wouldn't have had any scenes at all. So it can only mean that Nguyen isn't interested in him. But I do look somewhat like him, Chun Mo said, utterly frustrated. Chapter 91, I'm just her friend. Uft. Xianmuyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't actually think Nguyen will use you as a substitute, do you? Chun Mo was a little annoyed. I didn't say that. All right. If you really think Nguyen is using you as a substitute, then I need to seriously consider whether you really understand Nguyen. Xianmuyang paused for a moment and continued. Nguyen is a very proud person. She would never do something like using someone as a substitute. I know. Chun Mo lowered his head. He just felt that he really couldn't compare to that man. Xianmuyang glanced at him and guessed what he was thinking, but he was not Chun Mo after all, and there were some things he had to move on from the past on his own. With a click, the door opened, and Chun Mo immediately came out of the kitchen, wearing an apron and a smile on his face. Nguyen, you're back? But when he saw the person's face, his smile froze instantly. Mr. Chun, Li Shui said somewhat awkwardly, President Xia has a dinner engagement tonight, so I'm helping her take her things home. Chun Mo suppressed his disappointment and put on a smile again. Okay, you can leave it in the living room. Thank you for making the trip. Li Shui felt somewhat uncomfortable facing Chun Mo like this, and hurriedly left after saying, It's my duty, it's my job. Chun Mo had already prepared the meal and placed it in the kitchen. He sat alone on the sofa, glancing at his phone every now and then. Chinmo, you know, Bai Wei just told us today that the man is back, and Wan Wan has a dinner party. Could it be that the man invited Wan Wan to dinner? If Xiemuyang were still controlling his body, he would definitely be grinding his teeth. Didn't you say you believed in Nuanyuan? Chun Imo asked blankly, staring at the sky outside the window that was gradually turning black. Of course I believe in Wan Wan. But what if someone deliberately tries to seduce her? Wan Wan has high moral standards, but she's single right now. Xiemuyang was extremely anxious. If he were still in control of his body, he would have already flown to Wan Wan's side to assert his ownership. Chun Imo calmly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. You're still young after all. Xiemuyang was completely confused. What do you mean? There's a saying, retreat to advance. Chun Imo chuckled. Forget it. There's no point in arguing with someone like you who only knows how to play low-level green tea tricks. Xiemuyang was furious, but Chun Imo ignored him and called Bai Wei instead. What are you doing? Bai Wei asked impatiently. Wan Wan has already left work, but she hasn't come back yet. Could she be having dinner with Lu Ren? Chun Imo asked tentatively. Bai Wei replied seriously. I'll go ask Wan Wan. If it is, I'll send you the address. Thank you so much. I remember there's a new bag that just went on sale overseas and it's really hard to get, but I happen to have one. I heard from Nuanyuan that you love this brand, so I thought I'd give it to you. Bai Wei tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Although getting the bag wouldn't have been difficult for her, the sentiment was still good. Then I won't stand on ceremony. After hanging up the phone, Chun Imo wasn't in a hurry to find Bai Wei. Instead, he went to the dressing room to tidy himself up. Didn't you say you weren't planning to go? Xiemuyang looked at him, who was dressed up like a peacock, and complained, Who are you trying to impress with all that fancy dressing up? What do you know? Chun Imo disdained to discuss with a brat who had never tasted meat. Wait a minute, if Xiemuyang doesn't leave, does that mean he can't have any meat for even a day? Chun Mo's face instantly darkened. Didn't you want to undergo personality fusion? When are you going to have the surgery? Xiemuyang found this person inexplicable. You changed the subject way too quickly. Chun Imo had almost finished packing, and Bai Wei had sent him the address. Chun Imo picked up the key, took a coat from his wardrobe, put it on, checked himself in the mirror to make sure everything was in order, and then headed to the address Bai Wei had given him. When Chun Imo arrived at the restaurant, he saw Xie Jinluan sitting by the window, with a handsome and refined man sitting opposite her, and the two were chatting and laughing. Chun Imo found a corner to sit in, a spot where he could see Wan Wan and also ensure that Wan Wan could see him, but in a way that made it less obvious for Wan Wan to see him. Chun Imo watched the two talking. Both were respectable people and did not make any excessive moves. However, the man's eyes were always fixed on Xie Jinluan. Damn it, I'm going to gouge that man's eyes out. Xiemuyang was so angry at the sight that he almost cried. Chun Imo felt uncomfortable watching this scene, but he could only endure it for now. Chun Imo stared blankly at Xie Jinluan's figure for an unknown amount of time until Xie Jinluan's gaze suddenly met his. Chun Imo awkwardly looked away, wanting to leave this place, but his legs felt like lead and he couldn't move. Less than 2 minutes later, Xie Jinluan and the man hurriedly came out. Xie Jinluan walked up to Chun Imo, somewhat reproachfully saying, It's so cold outside. Why didn't you come in or wait for me in the car? Chun Imo pretended to be relaxed and said, It's okay, it's not very cold, and I just arrived not long ago. Waiting for Nuanyuan in the car, how could he possibly disgust this man? Chun Imo took off his own clothes and draped them over Xie Jinluan. Aren't you cold, dressed so lightly? I'm not cold. Xie Jinluan wanted to return the clothes to him, but Chun Imo held her hand down, and she eventually gave up. Wan Wan, who is this? Lu Ren, who had been left standing to the side by the two, asked with a gentle smile on his face. Xie Jinluan then realized she hadn't introduced the two yet. She pointed at Chun Imo towards Lu Ren and said, He is my. The word husband almost slipped out, but she stopped herself in time. Chun Imo naturally replied, Pursuers. Chun Imo smiled and extended his hand to Lu Ren. I am Wan Wan's suitor, Chun Imo. Lu Ren raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the other person's seemingly kind, yet hostile demeanor quite amusing. He extended his hand and shook hands briefly with Chun Mo. Hello, I'm Nuanuan's good friend, Lu Ren. Damn, this guy is shameless. A friend indeed. I've never heard of Nuan having such a friend. No wonder Bai Wei can't see him. Neither can I. Xie Muyang was practically driving Chun Mo crazy. Xie Jinluan noticed the tension between the two and quickly said to Lu Ren, Little Lu, it's getting late. You should go back first. Lu Ren didn't say much, just smiled slightly. Well, let's talk about this next time we meet. Even though Chun Mo was calm, he was still a man, and he couldn't stand another man saying that to him. He suppressed his anger and said, It's been so long since we last met. It's really time to catch up. I'll bring Nuanuan over next time. Lu Ren chuckled lightly. Okay. Xie Jinluan was having a terrible time with these two, and urged Lu Ren to leave quickly. Chun Mo almost couldn't keep up the smile on his face. The fact that Nuan was so informal in urging him to leave meant that Nuan and he really had a good relationship. Maybe their relationship was even comparable to Bai Wei's. Mini theater. Chun Mo smiled, but his teeth were practically grinding together. This person is no ordinary person and should not be underestimated. Xie Muyang bit his handkerchief, tears welling up in his eyes. You bitch. I'm the one who's warm and sweet. You green tea BTCH. Get the hell away from me. Bai Wei sneered repeatedly. Pa, I'm Nuanuan's best friend. You'd better die in country A and never come back. Lu Ren smiled calmly. Sorry, I've disgusted you all. Chapter 92 Key Reasons. After Lu Ren left, Xie Jinluan glanced at the coat she was wearing inside. You're still not well. You shouldn't have come out in this cold weather. I'm fine. I just wanted to come and take you home. I made you some soup at home. Would you like to try it? Chun Mo asked gently. Xie Jinluan looked at Chun Mo with a complicated expression and took out a key from her bag. Chun Mo, it's getting late. I've already had the apartment cleaned up. Since you're healthy, you should move back there. Chun Mo's smile froze instantly. He tried to force a smile, but found he couldn't manage it. Warmth, it's me. All right, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Xie Jinluan didn't dare look at Chun Mo's expression any longer, forcefully shoved the key into his hand, and turned to leave. Chun Mo subconsciously grabbed Xie Jinluan's hand. Xie Jinluan stood there, stunned, but refused to turn around and look at him. Chun Mo smiled wryly and let go of her hand. Nuan had already made her intentions very clear, so why should he continue to pester her? Nuan, if you've really made up your mind, I respect every choice you make. Chun Mo said softly, watching Xie Jinluan's departing figure. These words were so light, so faint, that they were blown away by the wind. Xie Muyang didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he was secretly pleased that Nuanuan still liked him more, he couldn't smile after thinking about that incident. Chun Mo, Nuan might just not be able to accept you right now. Give her some time. Once she's figured it out, maybe. Xie Muyang couldn't finish his sentence. Chun Mo, dressed in thin clothes, did not return to the apartment, but instead walked towards the bridge. He went to the convenience store, bought a bottle of beer, and sat down by the bridge. Xie Muyang was panicking. Chun Mo, cheer up. Nuan just hasn't made up her mind yet. You still have a chance. What opportunities are there? Chun Mo's eyes were empty. She can let you stay at her house, and she's willing to have dinner with Lu Ren, but she's unwilling to say more than a few words to me. Actually, I've been a pretty unsuccessful person in my life. My mother gave birth to me soon after marrying my father. Chun Mo took a deep breath. I could have had a healthy family, but he just had to. He just had to get addicted to gambling. He gambled away this family's fortune. Chun Mo took a swig of beer. He's a real scoundrel. He knew my mother still had a little money, so he beat her up, trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of her. I know that mother had no choice but to hook up with Wu Liang, but Wu Liang just happens to be Nuan's father. A mother who was so kind was driven insane by her father. Nuan will never forgive her mother. Her mother hurt her so much. Nuan really shouldn't forgive her, and she shouldn't forgive me either. Chun Mo covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers. Xie Muyang, you live on in my place. Chun Mo raised his head, looking at the sea surface rippling in the sea breeze, and said calmly, Chun Mo, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore just because you're heartbroken. Xian Muyang was genuinely a little confused. Chun Imo had a faint smile on his lips, but didn't answer him directly. Instead, he continued talking about his past. From the time I can remember, it was my parents' endless arguments and the scene of my mother being beaten. In the end, my mother ran away, leaving me alone to face that gambler. My father never loved me. I know my mother loved me, but I couldn't feel her maternal love. I've always been alone, without friends or parents. Actually, I fell in love with her the moment I first saw her while watching the lecture. But I knew I wasn't good enough for her, so I used the darkest thoughts to hypnotize myself over and over again that I didn't love her. I just wanted her money. I'm a fucking coward. I'm insecure. I'm despicable. I want to take the power from her, as if that would allow me to have an equal relationship with her. It's as if only in this way can I cover up my deep-seated inferiority complex. But I failed. She saw through me a long time ago. She never loved me. She only used me as a tool to get revenge on my mother. When she faked her death, I finally saw my own heart clearly, but it was too late. How could someone as proud as her give me a chance? She will never forgive me. No one will love someone as lowly as me. Xian Muyang, you are different. You have never experienced my past. You are like a blank sheet of paper. Your emotions are passionate and flamboyant. Everyone will be infected by your sincerity. Only someone as straightforward and unreserved as you can truly love Nuan is worthy of her. But I am you. Xian Muyang remained silent for a long time before finally saying these words. Chun Mo's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't give you your body. Xian Muyang said with mixed emotions. If I had an independent personality, of course I could have taken over your body. But I have always been you. Just a version of you in your imagination that lacks memories. Chun Imo looked bewildered. When did you find out? I had a feeling about it when I saw the psychologist this morning, and I was completely sure when I was researching this afternoon. How is this possible? Chun Imo said incredulously. Actually, you just want to be like me, to live a simple, mindless life, and to be liked by everyone, especially by Nuanyuan. But I am you. As long as you want to change, and you change completely from the inside out, you will become the ideal version of yourself. Xian Muyang sighed. Actually, I originally planned to tell you this after I helped you win Nuanyuan back, but it seems like you have lost even the last bit of confidence. But I will not become you. You are loved by so many people, while I am always hated. That's because you're not sincere enough. When you treat others with sincerity, they will treat you the same way. But Nuan will never forgive me. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why can Nuanyuan accept me, but not you? Aren't we the same mother? Xian Muyang said with a hint of exasperation. Yes, her mother did abuse her, but she has already sent her mother to a mental hospital. Yes, you weren't sincere enough. You approached her with ulterior motives and selfish intentions, but she has already punished you. Do you remember her saying it was all over? Then you can go back to pursuing her. But Nuanyuan still rejects me so much. So, there must be something Nuanyuan hasn't told us yet, and that's the key reason why she's unwilling to accept you. Chapter 93 You Can't Die. Chinemo. Xie Jinalwan's shouts trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, filled with anxiety and unease. The wind under the night sky seemed to carry a hint of sadness, gently brushing her hair, but unable to dispel the gloom in her heart. Chun Mo's figure appeared particularly lonely under the moonlight. He sat on the railing by the bridge, as if isolated from the world. Upon hearing Xie Jinalwan's voice, he paused slightly, turned his head, and his deep eyes flickered with complex emotions. Why is Nuanyuan here? Chun Imo asked Xian Muyang in his mind. Xian Muyang chuckled softly and said with relief, because she can't let you go. Chun Imo, are you all right? Xie Jinalwan's voice was choked with emotion. She held back her tears, not daring to let Chun Imo see her vulnerability. Actually, she had never been at ease about Chun Mo's current state. After returning home, she hadn't received any message from Chun Imo returning to the apartment, and she was restless and uneasy. An hour ago, someone suddenly messaged her saying that Chun Imo hadn't gone to the apartment. She panicked immediately. Chun Imo was still sick, so where could he have gone so late? She immediately called her subordinates and asked them to investigate Chun Mo's whereabouts, eventually finding him by the bridge. Xie Jinluan didn't dare to think too much, picked up her car keys, and drove to the bridge. When Xie Jinluan saw Chen Mo sitting alone on the bridge railing, her heart jumped into her throat. She immediately got out of the car and wanted to go to Chen Mo's side. But she was worried that she would upset Chen Mo, so she eventually stood a meter away from him. Chen Mo seemed surprised that Xie Jinluan would suddenly come to find him. He wanted to respond, but he only opened his mouth without saying a word. Just as Chen Mo turned around to get down from the stone railing and explained to Nuan, an accident occurred. His foot slipped, and he instantly lost his balance, beginning to fall into the lake. It's over. Heaven wants me dead. Chen Mo's heart sank, and he closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Chen Mo. Xie Jinluan's exclamation pierced the night sky. With lightning speed, she grabbed Chen Mo's clothes and tried with all her might to pull him back. Her arms trembled from the exertion, veins bulging, but her eyes remained unusually firm. Give me your hand. Xie Jinluan's voice was already hoarse. Upon hearing Xie Jinluan's voice, Chen Mo, without a moment's hesitation, offered his hand to Xie Jinluan. At that moment, their hands were clasped tightly together, as if the whole world had stood still. Xie Jinluan tried with all her might to pull Chen Mo up, but Chen Mo was a tall man of 1.8 meters, and no matter how hard Xie Jinluan tried, she could only keep Chen Mo from falling for the time being. Chen Mo looked at Xie Jinluan's little face, which was flushed red, and half of her body was sticking out of the stone railing. He felt really reluctant to let her go. Nuan, let go. Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of pleading. You can't do it. Half of your body is already outside. I'll pull you down. No. Xie Jinluan shook her head stubbornly, her vision blurred by tears, but she still held Chen Mo's hand tightly. Nuan, I hope you live a good life. If you die because of me, I will never forgive myself even if I go to hell. Warm and cozy. Let go. Chen Mo's gaze was greedily fixed on Xie Jinluan's face. This might be the last time he saw Nuanyuan. If there is an afterlife, Nuanyuan, please don't meet me again. I'm not worthy. Chen Mo. Xie Jinluan was frantic with worry. If you die, do you think I can live peacefully? Chen Mo was stunned. He looked at Xie Jinluan in disbelief. What did Nuan mean? Nuan, is that you? I love you, Chen Mo, I love you. Xie Jinluan could no longer control her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she still held Chen Mo's hand tightly, not daring to loosen her grip even slightly. These words struck Chen Mo like a bolt of lightning. He stared at Xie Jinluan in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined that he would hear such a confession at such a moment. Nuan. Chen Mo's eyes welled up with tears, and his voice choked with emotion. I love you too. However, reality is cruel. Chen Mo knew that he couldn't selfishly let Xie Jinluan go on an adventure with him. He took a deep breath and began to try to break free from Xie Jinluan's grasp. Nuan, live well. Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of determination. He knew he had to make a choice. There would be no passers-by to help him on the bridge at dawn, and he didn't want to drag Nuan down with him. As long as you love me, it's all worth it. After saying this, Chen Mo broke free from Xie Jinluan's hand and slowly fell into the river. At that moment, his heart was filled with reluctance and regret, but even more so with blessings and prayers for Xie Jinluan. Chen Mo. Xie Jinluan waved her hands helplessly in the air. She stood there, watching Chen Mo's figure gradually disappear into the river, tears streaming down her face like broken beads. Chen Mo, you big bad guy, how could you just abandon me like this? Xie Jinluan wiped away her tears, her eyes flashing with unprecedented determination and resolve. She quickly picked up her phone, which she had dropped in her panic, and dialed the police station with trembling fingers, explaining the situation in as calm a voice as possible. Then she called Linyu and asked her to bring people over to fish. After hanging up the phone, countless thoughts flashed through Xie Jinluan's mind, but she knew now was not the time to hesitate. She remembered there was a hidden path leading to the river, so without hesitation, she picked up her phone and ran barefoot down the path. In the darkness of the night, her figure appeared exceptionally frail, but her worry and love for Chen Mo made her remarkably strong. Xie Jinluan arrived at the riverbank very quickly. She turned on her phone's flashlight and anxiously shone it into the river, hoping to spot Chun Mo's figure in the rushing water. However, the rain of the previous 2 days had made the river unusually turbulent, and the water was so murky that no one could be seen at all. Chun Mo. Xie Jinlwan's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying a hint of despair and resentment. She stood along the riverbank, calling Chun Mo's name again and again, as if that would allow him to hear her and let him know that she was still waiting for him. But all around was deathly silent. Apart from the sound of the river lapping against the bank, there was no other sound. The irregular stones cut her foot, and blood dripped from the wound onto the ground, staining the riverbank red. But Xie Jinluan seemed to feel no pain at all. Her only concern was Chun Mo's safety. She shouted desperately, hoping Chun Mo could hear her and hold on until rescue arrived. Chun Mo, you must live. If you die, I will never let you go. Chapter 94 Absolutely Must Not Die. Finally, the police arrived at the scene with the fishing crew, and Lin Yu also rushed over with a group of professionals. When they saw Xie Jinluan barefoot and bleeding, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Lin Yu walked to Xie Jinluan's side with a pained expression, pressed her shoulders to stop her from moving, and said in a pained tone, "President Xie, please calm down." Xie Jinluan was startled by Lin Yu's words, and only then did she realize her current disheveled and helpless state. But she had no time for regret or self-blame. She gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, a glimmer of light in her eyes. "Lin Yu, I'm so glad you're here. Quick, get them to search. Chun Mo, he must still be alive. It hasn't been that long yet. If we find him, he can still be saved." Looking into Xie Jinluan's pleading and hopeful eyes, Lin Yu felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. "Mr. Xie, they've already gone into the river to search for him. Mr. Chun will definitely be all right." Xie Jinluan's vision went black, the world spun around her, and the scenery around her blurred. She barely managed to stand and called out, "Chun Mo," but she was too weak to do so. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her body went limp and she collapsed into darkness. "Thank you, Mr. Xie." Lin Yu caught Xie Jinluan with quick reflexes, preventing her from falling onto the rocks. Lin Yu glanced at the people who were retrieving the body inside. The river was flowing so fast. Chun Mo was probably in grave danger. She touched Xie Jinluan's forehead and found it was indeed a little hot. After experiencing such a big emotional upheaval and being exposed to the cold wind for so long so late at night, he was bound to have a fever. Lin Yu didn't care whether Chun Mo had been pulled out of the water or not, and took Xie Jinluan to the hospital. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Jinluan opened his eyes and stared blankly at the white ceiling. He looked to the side and saw Li Shui taking a nap on the table. How did she end up at the hospital? She remembered going to find Chun Mo, but Chun Mo was trying to commit suicide. She wanted to save him, but she couldn't grab his hand no matter what she did. Xie Jinluan closed her eyes, and a tear slowly rolled down her cheek. "Li Shui," Xie Jinluan called out in a hoarse voice. Li Shui jumped up from the stool instantly, walked quickly to Xie Jinluan's side, and asked nervously, "President Xie, how are you feeling? Where is Chun Mo?" Xie Jinluan's face was pale, but a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Li Shui glanced around haphazardly, swallowed hard, and said, I'm not quite sure. I'll go ask Assistant Lin. Mr. Xie, please rest for a bit. I'll be right back." Xie Jinluan nodded slightly, but her heart sank suddenly. Li Shui's behavior was telling her that Chun Mo might. Xie Jinluan closed her eyes, not daring to think about that possibility. At this moment, she seemed to understand how Chun Mo felt watching her die. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Xie Jinluan said weakly, "Come in." Lin Yu walked to Xie Jinluan's side with a lunchbox. "President Xie, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Have something to eat." Li Shui followed her in and stood by the door. "Chun Mo, how is he?" Xie Jinluan was not fooled. Even though she guessed that his condition might not be good, she wanted to hear his condition with her own ears. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Chun, it's nothing." Xie Jinluan's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her eyes pleading, "Really?" Lin Yu cursed by way in her heart, but since things had come to this, she could only grit her teeth and bear it. "Yes." Lin Yu said somewhat guiltily. We retrieved Mr. Chun, but his condition is not good. After consulting with Chairman Xie, Mr. Chen has been transferred to a hospital in Country A. What's wrong with him? Xie Jinluan asked anxiously, seemingly oblivious to the loophole in Lin Yu's words. Mr. Chun has not yet woken up. The doctor said his vital signs are normal. It is possible that he fell into a coma due to hitting his head. He may wake up after a while. Xie Jinluan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. I want to go see him. Lin Yu immediately said, President Xie, you haven't fully recovered yet. The journey to Country A was exhausting. Your body definitely can't handle it. Don't wait until you arrive in Country A and Mr. Chen wakes up, only to find your health has deteriorated again. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Xie Jinluan seemed completely oblivious to Lin Yu and Li Shui's unusual behavior, and was overjoyed. You're right. I need to get better so I can go see him as soon as possible. Lin Yu opened the lunchbox. President Xie, let's eat something first. Xie Jinluan nodded. Li Shui immediately walked over from the door, helped Xie Jinluan, and fed her. After finishing their meal, Xie Jinluan became drowsy again, and Li Shui and Lin Yu took the opportunity to slip out. Sister Lin, if you say that, what if President Xie really went to Country A? How are we going to cover it up? Li Shui was extremely anxious, but she still kept her voice very low, afraid that Xie Jinluan would hear her. Lin Yu sighed. Mr. Chun hasn't been recovered yet. As long as there's no body, he has a chance to live. Let's keep President Xie calm for now. What if President Xie recovers and Mr. Chun is found too? Li Shui did not speak. They all knew they were just deceiving themselves. So many days had passed, and the river was so turbulent. Chen Mo's chances of surviving were extremely low. The two exchanged a glance, and Lin Yu said with a wry smile, Perhaps Miss Bai really does have a solution? Li Shui did not answer her. They had been by Xie Jinluan's side for so many years. How could they not know that Bai Wei was an unreliable person? Since things have come to this, let's try anything. Even if it's a hopeless situation, Lin Yu said helplessly. Li Shui was still worried, so she pulled Lin Yu to the stairwell and called Bai Wei. Hello. Miss Bai, Mr. Xie has woken up. She's awake? She really is. I took care of her at the hospital for 3 days, and she didn't wake up. She woke up as soon as I left. I'm really impressed. Miss Bai, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. About Chinemo. Yes, we have explained it to Mr. Xie as you said, but as for Mr. Chun, it's all right, don't worry, I have a plan. You guys keep Nguyen calm first. I asked the doctor about her condition, and she won't be able to leave the hospital for at least a month. A month is enough time. Okay, thank you, Ms. Bai. When will you be coming to visit Mr. Xie? No, I can't stay up any longer. I'm too tired. I'll take a nap and come see her this afternoon. By the way, Chairman Xie doesn't know about this, does he? Chairman Xie arrived a day after President Xie was admitted to the hospital, and left after confirming that President Xie was all right. Sigh. Bai Wei had a headache. She knew everything, but she couldn't say anything. I understand. Please continue to monitor Nguyen's emotions and call me if anything happens. Yes, Miss Bai. Xie Jinluan opened her eyes and looked out the window, her gaze unwavering. Chinemo, you absolutely cannot die. Even if you do die, it can only be by my hand. Chapter 95. Do you really love him? S City, 7 p.m. Bai Wei, wearing high heels and carrying a thermos, walked towards Xie Jinluan's ward. She pushed the door open and saw Xie Jinluan lying alone on the bed, his face pale. Bai Wei frowned and said, Where are the 2 assistants? Why isn't there even a caregiver? Nguyen, how are you feeling now? Is there anything else that's bothering you? As soon as Bai Wei came in, she started talking non-stop, like a machine gun. Xie Jinluan tried to sit up, but Bai Wei quickly put the insulated food container aside and helped her up, saying, Why are you sitting up? Why don't you lie down and rest? Xie Jinluan forced a smile. I'm not a cripple. I can still sit up. My 2 assistants have probably been taking care of me these past few days, so I let them go back and rest. As for the caregiver, you know I don't like being waited on. Anyway, I'm just a little weak right now, not unable to take care of myself. Xie Jinluan slowly answered each of Bai Wei's questions. I feel pretty good now, and I should be recovering slowly. I'll be able to be discharged from the hospital soon, Xie Jinluan said with a faint smile. Bai Wei liked Xie Jinluan because he would remember every word she said and respond to her little by little. Nuan. Bai Wei's eyes were full of heartache. Are you really okay? Please don't be stubborn. If anything's wrong, just tell me, okay? Xie Jinluan took Bai Wei's hand and said gently, Wei, I'm really fine, don't worry. Bai Wei pursed her lips, tears welling in her eyes, and hugged Xie Jinluan tightly. Nuan, you scared me to death. Bai Wei sobbed softly. The last time I saw you like this was 10 years ago. Do you know how scared I was when I saw you covered in blood? I thought I would never see you again. You promised me 10 years ago that you would never abandon me again. You said we were friends, best friends for life, and that neither of us would leave first. Xie Jinluan gently patted Bai Wei's back. All right, don't be afraid anymore. I'm fine, aren't I? Bai Wei cried in Xie Jinluan's arms for a while, and only after she calmed down did she shyly get out of Xie Jinluan's embrace. Xie Jinluan pulled out a tissue from the side and gently wiped her cheeks. Bai Wei pouted, her eyes flashing with unease. Nuan, please don't have that thought, okay? We've known each other for over 10 years, and we've long considered each other even closer than family. What am I supposed to do if you're gone? Bai Wei grasped Xie Jinluan's hand, looking at him pleadingly. Nuan, you know, without you, I would have died long ago after that day. Wei, Xie Jinluan said angrily. We said we wouldn't mention that matter anymore. Then promise me you'll never abandon me. Bai Wei looked stubbornly into Xie Jinluan's eyes. Xie Jinluan sighed helplessly. She knew what Bai Wei meant. She was simply worried that Bai Wei might commit suicide and wanted her to live a good life. But why bother begging her about that? Okay, I promise you, I will never take my own life, okay? Bai Wei suddenly hugged Xie Jinluan, burying her face in her shoulder. Where Xie Jinluan couldn't see, a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes. Nuanyuan, I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness, but we've known each other for so many years, I know you too well, so I must keep you in this world. Even if it's the one thing I least want to remember. Bai Wei adjusted her mood, put on a bright smile again, picked up the insulated box from the side, and handed it to Xie Jinluan like a treasure. Warm and cozy, this is a fish maw and cordyceps flour-stewed pigeon soup that I made for you myself. I haven't been taking much tonic, so I specially stewed it for 4 hours. You should try it. Bai Wei filled a small bowl, took a spoonful, blew on it gently to test the temperature, and then handed it to Xie Jinluan's lips, afraid of burning her. Xie Jinluan's expression was complicated, and she subconsciously tilted her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Wei, you can put it here first. I just finished dinner, and I can't eat much right now. Bai Wei frowned. You look down on me, don't you? You just don't trust me and think my cooking is no good. Xie Jinluan had a slight headache. Previously, Bai Wei had suddenly decided to learn to cook, and the food she made was visibly inedible. She had managed to avoid it. However, Vivi's mother wasn't so lucky. After eating, she suffered food poisoning and had to go to the hospital. Since then, Bai Wei has never gone into the kitchen again. I never expected that Vivi would go into the kitchen again for her. I don't mind. Xie Jinluan knew she couldn't avoid it, so she decided to try a bite. If the taste was really not right, she would refuse. Xie Jinluan steeled her heart, took a sip, and found that the taste was not as strange as she had imagined. It was even quite delicious. How was it? Bai Wei asked expectantly. Xie Jinluan laughed and said, It's delicious. It's really great. Wei, you're amazing. Then you have to finish this bowl, Bai Wei said excitedly. Xie Jinluan could only shake his head helplessly and swallow the whole bowl of nourishing soup. Bai Wei's skills are really not in the culinary field. It takes a lot of effort for her to be able to make normal food. She should encourage Wei. Sister Nuanyuan, I want to ask you something. Bai Wei rarely called Xie Jinluan that. If she did, it was never a good thing. Xie Jinluan's eyelids twitched. What's wrong? Promise me first that you won't be angry, and that you'll answer me seriously and absolutely won't change the subject. Bai Wei said earnestly. This matter had to be resolved. Xie Jinluan didn't agree to her right away, but just smiled and said, Wei, you can tell me first, and I will definitely tell you everything I know, okay? Bai Wei shook her head. She wouldn't believe Nuan's nonsense. Xie Jinluan was also at a loss with her, so she had no choice but to compromise and say, "Then can you tell me who it's about?" Bai Wei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "It's about Chen Mo. Actually, I already have some guesses. When I saw you unconscious 3 days ago, I became even more certain. But I want to know what Wan's true thoughts are." Xie Jinluan was silent for a moment. "I promise you I will not be angry. I will not change the subject, and I will answer your question seriously." Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief before asking seriously, Wan, do you love Chen Mo?" Xie Jinluan unconsciously gripped the blanket tightly. She should admit it. She had already decided how she felt. So why did she still subconsciously want to hide it? Bai Wei wasn't in a hurry. Some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. As Wan's best friend, she could no longer stand idly by. Nuanyuan, the past should not affect your future. Chapter 96. What does Bai Wei want to do? Xie Jinluan closed her eyes, her mind replaying the past years of her and Chen Mo. "Do you love me?" Like. Xie Jinluan was certain of this, so why was she so reluctant to talk about it? Because deep down she didn't dare to gamble. She never doubted sincerity, but sincerity is ever-changing. My parents loved each other so much back then, but what happened? It's still the same old thing. But life is only a few decades long, so what's the point of enjoying life while we can? If Chen Mo really changes his mind, she will capture him and lock him in their new house, making him unable to leave her forever. So whether Chen Mo loves her or not is not important. Like. Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief and continued. What about his mother? What about your aunt? You love him and want to be with him, but there are too many obstacles between you. I know. Xie Jinluan was initially unwilling to accept Chen Mo not only because she didn't trust him, but also because she was too lazy to deal with the aftermath. I will handle it. Now that she had made the decision, she would never regret it. Wan, this shouldn't be something you have to handle alone. Bai Wei's expression was complicated. If Chen Mo really loves you, and you really want to be with him, he has the right to know, and he is your boyfriend and will become your husband. These are things you should share, not just one of you being responsible for. Xie Jinluan fell silent for a moment. How could she not know these principles? But can Chen Mo really accept all of this? What are you worried about, Sister Wan? Bai Wei took Xie Jinluan's hand and asked gently. I don't think he can accept it. Bai Wei chuckled. Sister Wan, do you not understand Chen Mo at all, or have you been deceived by his appearance? Given his living environment, unless you two are siblings, what is there that he can't accept? I will talk to him once I'm better, Xie Jinluan replied, lowering her eyes. When Bai Wei asked these questions, she felt a little strange. Why did Vivi ask her this at this time? Clearly, the whole story about Chen Mo going to Country A for treatment was fake. Could it be that Lin Yu and the others weren't lying to him? But their behavior was so unusual, so unnatural. What exactly is Bai Wei trying to do? Xie Jinluan believed that Bai Wei would not do anything to hurt her, so she was willing to accept Bai Wei's actions, believing that Bai Wei was doing it for her own good. Bai Wei said easily, Okay, as long as you've thought it through, I believe Chen Mo is willing to change. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of you, sister? Bai Wei got up and stretched, a bright smile on her face. All right, Wan, it's getting late. I'll come see you again tomorrow. You should get some rest. After Bai Wei finished speaking, she turned to leave. Wei, are you hiding something from me? Xie Jinluan hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question. Bai Wei stopped. She didn't turn around, took a deep breath, and said, Wan, do you believe me? Maybe you'll blame me when you find out all this, but I sincerely hope you can get through this. Xie Jinluan chuckled softly. Your words are enough. I believe you. Bai Wei's body trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Xie Jinluan to trust her so much. In the past, Wan had helped her get through it all, and in the future, she would be the one to lead Wan out of it. The next afternoon, Xie Jinluan had just finished lunch when Bai Wei brought over the soup she had personally cooked. After finishing a bowl, Xie Jinluan joked, Our Xiaobai is always so busy. How does she still find time to make soup for me? This really makes me feel uneasy. Bai Wei said coquettishly, Has staying in the hospital brought out your true nature? I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to taste the soup that Vivi makes. Bai Wei recognized the voice all too well. Before even looking up to see who it was, She instinctively snapped. Don't you have hands? How dare you mooch off Nuan's meal? Lu Ren waved his hand helplessly. You've done so much. I'm just asking. Why are you angry? Besides, Nuan doesn't care about this little bit of soup. Xie Jinluan sighed almost imperceptibly. These two really do start arguing the moment they meet. Nuan, don't you care? Bai Wei said through gritted teeth. If Xie Jinluan gave her an answer that didn't satisfy her, she would never make soup for Xie Jinluan again. How could I not care? It was made by Wei Wei herself. If you want to eat it, go find a chef yourself, Xie Jinluan replied. Lu Ren raised an eyebrow. All right, then I won't take what belongs to someone else. What are you doing here? Bai Wei asked bluntly. Lu Ren said with a hint of helplessness. No matter what, I've known Nuan for almost 10 years, so of course I came to visit her. Upon hearing the mention of 10 years, Bai Wei felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but retort sarcastically. I thought you and Nuan had a great relationship. Nuan has been hospitalized for 4 days, and you're only now coming to see her. Lu Ren didn't care at all, his face still showing that gentle smile. I came here once on the first day I received the news, but I was stopped by Nuan's assistant, who said that Nuan was still unconscious. As soon as I heard that Nuan had woken up, I rushed over here immediately. You're being too unfair to me. Lu Ren pretended to be wronged, as if he had suffered a great injustice, which made Bai Wei so angry that she almost cursed him out. Okay, now that you've seen it all, let's go. Nuan and I still have things to talk about, Bai Wei said through gritted teeth. Lu Ren's eyes held a teasing smile as he deliberately teased her. Really? It's just a pity that I also have something to tell Nuan, and it's a very important thing. Bai Wei sneered. If it's work-related, you can leave it to Assistant Lin for now. Nuan needs to rest. What a pity, this isn't a work-related matter. Nuan, do you think this is important? Lu Ren looked at Xie Jinluan and winked at her. Xie Jinluan was truly exhausted by these two children, but she knew what Lu Ren wanted to say to her, so she could only say, Wei, Lu Ren and I still have some work to take care of. You must be tired after being here for so long, so go back and rest for a while today. Lu Ren mouthed to her smugly. I'm so sorry. Bai Wei gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, but ultimately didn't want to put Xie Jinluan in a difficult position, so she picked up the lunchbox and left. After Bai Wei left, Xie Jinluan smiled helplessly. You don't look like you have a crush on someone at all. You said it yourself, it's a secret crush. How can you let the whole world know? Lu Ren replied with a smile, but his eyes were full of disappointment. Xie Jinluan changed the subject. Did you discover something? Lu Ren then regained his composure. That's right. Last time we met, you asked me to look into Chun Mo's situation. I've been analyzing his specific circumstances these past few days, and just yesterday, I finally found a similar case in overseas materials. Chapter 97 is not suicide. Lu Ren took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan took the documents and examined them carefully. As she turned the pages, her expression grew increasingly serious. After looking at the documents for a good 10 minutes, Xie Jinluan finally put them down, looked up at Lu Ren, and his eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. Are you sure there won't be any problems with the information on this page? Lu Ren sighed helplessly. If Chun Mo were still awake, I could study his illness more carefully based on the information, but given the current situation, there's really nothing I can do. Xie Jinluan's expression grew increasingly grim after hearing his words. Lu Ren changed the subject. However, based on the information on this document and the basic information you provided, I can now confirm 90% of it. Hearing his words, Xie Jinluan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ren is an international student at a top university in Country A, majoring in psychology. He is currently a graduate student and has published some related papers. After learning that Chun Mo was ill, Xie Jinluan specially invited Lu Ren back to China, not only for Lu Ren but also for his mentor. Lu Ren's mentor is a world-leading psychology expert. Lu Ren dared not draw any conclusions about the outcome so easily. The person who could confirm it was his mentor, whose credibility was already extremely high at 90%. Xiao Lu, it's really kind of you to fly all the way back from Country A to help me, Xie Jinluan said with a smile. Lu Ren smiled and said, The main thing is that Chun Mo's condition is not common. My mentor and I are indeed very interested in it. However, he is still in a coma. We don't know if Xie Muyang will still be in his body when he wakes up. Xie Jinluan felt down whenever she thought about how Chun Mo hadn't regained consciousness. Lu Ren noticed Xie Jinluan's emotions and comforted him. Nuan, don't think too much. It's already the greatest fortune that he's still alive. What if he regains consciousness, but you fall ill again? Xie Jinluan knew their good intentions and forced a smile. Yes, I understand. I will take good care of myself. I still have some things to take care of in Country A, so I need to go back first. Chun Mo is there too, so I can go see him. Xie Jinluan said with concern. Be careful on the road, and also, keep an eye on him for me. No problem. After Lu Ren left, Xie Jinluan fell into deep thought. Why would Lu Ren show her the information at this critical juncture, especially since Chun Mo's condition in the information was very good? Xie Muyang is not Chun Mo's second personality. He is Chun Mo himself. If Xie Muyang were willing, their fusion could even be achieved without surgery. Is Lu Ren's sudden appearance related to Bai Wei? I've already given the information to Nuanyuan as you asked. I'm going back to country as soon. Nuanyuan will be discharged from the hospital in about 10 days. What are you going to do then? Lu Ren stared into Bai Wei's eyes. Bai Wei was a little annoyed. I know, but I'm preparing for it right now. Lu Ren's expression was complicated. Wei, I believe you because I know you really care about Nuanyuan. If you really can't think of a solution for the time being, I can try to help you stall Nuanyuan. Bai Wei sighed. There shouldn't be any problems for now. If something unexpected really happens, please help me keep her calm. Okay, I'll be going now. Yes, have a safe journey. After Lu Ren left, Bai Wei immediately drove back to the place she never wanted to set foot in again. Xie Jinluan closed her eyes, wanting to rest, but the scene of Chun Mo falling off the bridge kept replaying in her mind. Wrong. She had always believed that Chun Mo's desire to die stemmed from her previous rejection. But Chun Mo had clearly turned around, and he looked like he wanted to say something to me. So why did he suddenly jump into the river? Xie Jinluan felt increasingly uneasy and immediately called Lin Yu. Lin Yu, go and find a way to make a copy of the surveillance footage from that night on the bridge for me. Although Lin Yu was worried that Xie Jinluan might know something, as Xie Jinluan's subordinate, she still replied, Okay, President Xie, I'll go right away. After Xie Jinluan hung up the phone, his doubts grew stronger. Is it possible that Chun Mo accidentally fell down? It's possible, but the chances are extremely slim. Xie Jinluan still wants to find some clues from the surveillance footage. Half an hour later, Xie Jinluan received a call from Lin Yu. President Xie, I specifically asked the people at the Public Security Bureau, and they replied that the surveillance cameras are usually covered every 3 days, and today is the 4th day. Xie Jinluan frowned deeply. Can't we get it back? There was an accident that day. In principle, the surveillance footage of the accident should be on file. Lin Yu replied. I asked the staff the same question, and they said that there are many traffic accidents on that bridge, and the surveillance footage is replaced for each accident that has been resolved. When was Chun Mo salvaged? Lin Yu's eyelids twitched, and she replied with a hint of guilt. It was found in a rocky area below the river 5 hours after you fell into a coma. Xie Jinluan calculated the time. By then, when the fish was salvaged, the official footage would indeed be replaced. Okay, I understand. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone. This person is really cautious, calculating the time so precisely, leaving no trace. He's really cunning. If there were a video recording, Xie Jinluan might still believe that Chun Mo really slipped accidentally. But the more cautious the other party was, the more it exposed everything. But what is their purpose? He wanted to kill Chun Mo? Why? Who exactly did Chun Mo offend? Xie Jinluan considered the people Chun Mo might have offended, but after thinking it over, she had to give up for the time being. Chun Mo's personality had offended far too many people. There are enough people who can't stand him to form a class. But if it was just a simple offense, who would go to such lengths to kill him? If this person really wanted to kill Chun Mo, and Chun Mo is still alive, he would probably try to kill him while he is unconscious. Isn't Chun Mo in a very dangerous situation right now? Xie Jinluan was about to call Lin Yu when she suddenly stopped. In fact, she still can't be sure whether Chun Mo is in Country A. After much deliberation, Xie Jinluan finally picked up her phone and made the call. Hey boss. A rough, middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Go check if there are any surveillance cameras under the bridge. If there are, send the information to my phone immediately. Okay, boss. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Xie Jinluan instructed. No problem, boss. Don't worry. I will definitely not let anyone find out, the man assured him. Xie Jinluan was relieved. While you're at it, have Viper find out all the relationships Chun Mo might have with his friends and send them to me. Okay, boss. Chapter 98 Conspiracy. Bai Wei entered the villa, went up to the second floor, and knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened. Chun Mo showed half his face. You've arrived. Bai Wei didn't say anything and walked straight into the room. Chun Mo glanced at her back to make sure there was nothing unusual before carefully closing the door. Bai Wei plopped down on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, looked up at Chun Mo, and asked, How have you been feeling these past 2 days? Chun Mo sat down on a chair nearby and replied, I feel like I'm recovering pretty well these past few days. My head still hurts a little, but I can get out of bed and move around, so it's not a big problem. Bai Wei nodded. I probably won't be coming here again for the next few days. I'll have someone deliver ingredients to you regularly. Wei. Chun Mo stood up, his face full of emotion. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Bai Wei looked at Chun Mo and said seriously, just don't disappoint her. If one day I find out that you're still so dishonest, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will definitely treat her well. Chun Mo said firmly. Bai Wei smiled but did not answer him. She simply said, I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything. I haven't been to this villa in a long time. If you're feeling cooped up in your room, you can wander around. After saying this, Bai Wei gave Chun Mo a meaningful look. Chun Mo nodded and said, Okay, Wei, please be careful on the road. Bai Wei turned and left. After leaving the room, she didn't leave immediately. She looked back at Chun Mo's room, hoping he would understand her unspoken meaning. Hospital. Xie Jinluan looked at the information about Chun Mo that Poisonous Snake had sent her. The information showed that Chun Mo had offended many people, most of whom Xie Jinluan knew about. But at a glance, no one seemed to possess the extraordinary ability to kill Chun Mo without anyone noticing. Could all of this really have been just an accident? Impossible. The scene of Chun Mo falling didn't look like an accident at all. Ding ding ding. Xie Jinluan's phone rang again. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Tiger, the person she had sent to investigate. Hey, have you found the surveillance footage? Boss, I had already found out that there is a security camera at a house 100 meters away from the bridge, which can capture the entire view of the only road from the bridge down to the bottom. But Xie Jinluan was initially somewhat pleased, but upon hearing the Tiger's twist in the story, her heart sank. But what? That camera was taken for repair a couple of days ago, and the footage is gone. Xie Jinluan suddenly smashed the cup on the ground. With a crash, the cup shattered all over the floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the noise coming from the room, Li Shui immediately knocked on the door and asked, Mr. Xie, is there anything I can help you with? Xie Jinluan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It's okay. Come in and clean up in half an hour. Okay, Mr. Xie. After hearing his boss's angry voice, Tiger on the other end of the phone remained silent, worried that his boss would think he was incompetent. So, none of the surveillance footage from that night can be found. Is that right? Xie Jinluan suppressed her anger and asked, word by word. Please forgive me, boss. It's my incompetence. Tiger quickly explained. There are frequent accidents on the bridge, so the authorities ordered that the surveillance cameras must be 360 degrees without blind spots, capturing the cause of every accident. There aren't many people under the bridge, and in the summer, the river rises and floods the surveillance cameras, so we haven't installed any. Xie Jinluan knew she had lost control of her emotions, and her nails dug into her palms. I understand. Take some people to check if there are any clues left by the river. Okay, boss. Wait a minute. Just as Xie Jinluan was about to hang up the phone, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. I'll go over and take a look tonight, and bring all your men with me. Okay, boss. After Xie Jinluan hung up the phone, her head started to ache again. There are no such coincidences in this world. They are all man-made. It's certain that official surveillance footage has been overwritten, But how could a private surveillance camera, by sheer coincidence, have its footage lost during repairs just a couple of days ago? Now she can't even believe it's all a coincidence anymore. Half an hour later, Li Shui led the aunt into the ward and began to carefully clean the room, sweeping up the broken glass on the floor. After cleaning everything up, Li Shui didn't dare ask any more questions and quickly left the room that made her feel suffocated with the cleaning lady. Xie Jinluan is not in a hurry. As long as someone is alive, someone will inevitably leave a trace of their weakness. It's only a matter of time. In the evening, after Xie Jinluan finished dinner, she drank the old hen soup that Bai Wei had stewed for her and chatted with Bai Wei for more than an hour before Bai Wei left. After Bai Wei left, Xie Jinluan immediately called Lin Yu to his side. "President Xie, what's wrong? Is there anything you need me to do?" Lin Yu asked with a forced, official smile. Xie Jinluan smiled and said, "If you don't want to laugh, then don't. It's kind of scary." Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that she wanted to smile, but rather that her previous boss had made her keep smiling all day, and her face had become numb. Lin Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. "What do you need me to do, boss?" Xie Jinluan said gently. "It's nothing, but as you all know, I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. But I feel extra sleepy today. When I go to sleep later, wait by the door. Remember, don't let anyone into my room, including you." Although Lin Yu was a little curious, she was not as impulsive as Li Shui. She replied, "No problem, boss." Xie Jinluan then let Lin Yu leave the room. After Lin Yu left, Xie Jinluan didn't rush to contact Tiger and the others. Instead, she waited until after 11 p.m. before opening a crack in the door to check on Lin Yu's condition. Lin Yu sat on an iron chair outside the ward, with a small blanket draped over her. She leaned back in the chair, her eyes glazed over, as if she were dozing off, but she forced her eyes open to look toward the door. After confirming Lin Yu's condition, Xie Jinluan changed out of her hospital gown into her regular clothes, sent a message to Tiger and the others, and only after receiving their affirmative reply did she decide to go out. Lin Yu is currently sitting outside the ward. Xie Jinluan will have to pass by Lin Yu to get out. The hospital door didn't open very loudly, but the risk of being discovered was still too high. After much hesitation, I finally decided to climb out the window. Xie Jinluan lives on the second floor, so even if she jumps, she won't be hurt. But how will she get back to her room after she leaves? Just as Xie Jinluan was having a problem, Tiger called to tell her not to worry, as Fox had already sent over more props. Xie Jinluan was just thinking about how the fox could sneak in from outside when, "Boss!" A woman in a nurse's uniform suddenly walked up to her and spoke. Chapter 99 Finding Clues. Xie Jinluan looked up and saw it was a fox. "You're here. How do we get out of here now?" The fox winked slyly. It went out. Suppressing her doubts, Xie Jinluan followed the fox. When she opened the door, she saw Lin Yu fast asleep in the chair, completely unaware of their actions. "You drugged her." Xie Jinluan glanced at Lin Yu. "Have someone keep an eye on her on the surveillance cameras. I don't want anything to happen to my subordinates." The fox laughed and said, "No problem, boss. I'll have someone do it right away." While sending a message, the fox led Xie Jinluan towards where they had parked. After the two left the hospital, the fox turned onto a side road. After walking for a few minutes, a black car appeared in front of them. Tiger quickly got out of the driver's seat and walked to Xie Jinluan's side. "Hello, boss." Xie Jinluan nodded. "Let's go, time is of the essence." The fox followed Xie Jinluan into the car, and the two sat in the back seat. In the passenger seat sat a man wearing glasses, the Viper. After Xie Jinluan got into the car, Viper turned around and said with a smile, "Good evening, boss. I was watching the surveillance footage in the car, so I didn't get out to greet you." Xie Jinluan replied, "It's nothing." After making sure Xie Jinluan was seated securely, Tiger drove the car off the bridge. Tiger drove fast and steadily, and the group arrived in no time. The fox got out of the car first and opened the door for Xie Jinluan. After Xie Jinluan got out of the car and saw the surrounding environment, a sense of suffocation instantly overwhelmed her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. A moment later, the tiger also got out of the car. "Boss, it's so late. Let the fox stay by your side and protect you," the tiger said as it approached Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan did not refute it. This place was remote and had no surveillance. Having the fox by her side to protect her was indeed the best arrangement at present. Xie Jinluan nodded. Okay, then let's split up. After the tiger nodded, it took the flashlight and walked to the other side of the river. Xie Jinluan, along with the fox, began searching for clues from under the bridge. As Xie Jinluan walked under the bridge, she saw a dark patch in the middle of the river. She shone her flashlight in that direction and discovered that it seemed to be a piece of land. Xie Jinluan wanted to go that way, but the fox stopped her. Boss, the water is very deep over there, and there are wild animals. It's not safe to go there at night. Xie Jinluan frowned and pointed to the island in the middle of the river. Are there any clues on that island? The fox also noticed that the nearest land after falling from the bridge into the river was the river island, and there was a high probability that Mr. Chun would go to the river island. Boss, I'll come over with Tiger and the others to check tomorrow during the day, but it's really too dangerous for you to go there. Xie Jinluan didn't make things difficult for the fox. After nodding, he walked to other places, hoping to find some clues. Time passed slowly, and Xie Jinluan herself didn't know how long she had been walking. All she knew was that her feet were covered in blisters. The fox glanced at the time and reminded him, Boss, it's getting late. Considering we still need to return, you can only stay here for a maximum of half an hour. Xie Jinluan nodded to indicate that he understood. Along the way, Xie Jinluan and the fox did not find anything unusual. In addition, there were many rescuers who came that day, so there was no useful information left in this area. Xie Jinluan took a breath and continued walking forward. If she still couldn't find any clues after another 15 minutes, she would turn back the way she came. The two of them had already walked quite a distance, and the fox felt that there wouldn't be any clues at such a far distance. Just as Xie Jinluan was about to give up and turn back, he suddenly stopped. She shone her flashlight towards the riverbank and asked the fox uncertainly, Look at this spot. Aren't there drag marks? The fox looked in the direction of the light and indeed saw very obvious drag marks. The fox quickly walked to the spot, squatted down, and carefully examined the traces. She then picked up her flashlight and shone it closer to the river. Xie Jinluan walked to her side, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. How is it? Did you discover something? The fox didn't answer her directly. I need to look around and see if there are any other clues. Suddenly, the fox noticed some brown marks on the pebbles not far away. She walked towards the rubble, squatted down, picked up a piece of rubble, and smelled it. How is it? What's on it? Xie Jinluan's expression was solemn. She actually had a vague guess that the stains on the stone were blood. The fox's expression was grave. These are bloodstains. Xie Jinluan's legs went weak, and she almost fell, but fortunately the fox reacted quickly and caught her. Both of them knew very well that if the bloodstains on the stone were Chun Mo's, then Chun Mo could not have been retrieved from the place by way mentioned, let alone be hospitalized in country A. Boss, you don't need to worry so much. This bloodstain may not necessarily be Mr. Chen's, the fox comforted him. Xie Jinluan forced herself to stay upright and said, Take the stone back for genetic testing. The fox pulled a white sealed bag from its pocket and carefully put the stone into it. Actually, she already had a very bold guess in her mind, but since the boss's emotions were still unstable and the guess had not been confirmed, she would not speak rashly. After packing up their belongings, the fox led Xie Jinluan back the way they came. Just as the two reached the car, Tiger returned. The fox waved the sealed bag in its hand at the tiger, quite pleased with itself. Boss and I have had a good haul tonight. What have you gotten, boss? The tiger shook his head. I searched carefully on the other side of the river, but I didn't find any useful clues. Xie Jinluan nodded to indicate that he understood. Tiger noticed that Xie Jinluan was in a bad mood and stopped talking. The three got into the car, and Tiger drove Xie Jinluan back to the hospital. On the way, Xie Jinluan suddenly spoke up. Viper, you will be in charge of testing the genes on the stone tomorrow. Fox, you and Tiger will go to the island in the middle of the river tomorrow to see if there are any other clues. The three of them nodded in unison. Soon, the car stopped not far from the hospital, and Fox got out of the car with Xie Jinluan. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Fox stopped. Boss, I won't go up. Assistant Lin's medication will last for another half hour. There shouldn't be any problems. Xie Jinluan nodded slightly and walked into the hospital alone. After the fox got back into the car, It looked at the snake and asked, "Have the surveillance cameras all been turned off?" Viper raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's not difficult at all. I've already modified it." The fox looked at the tiger with a complicated expression. "Boss, I suspect that all of this may have been a setup by Mr. Chen himself." Chapter 100. I killed him. Chun Mo opened his door and looked at the empty villa, feeling a little apprehensive. He took a deep breath, stepped out of the room, and went upstairs, wanting to visit it. Since Bai Wei left, only one man delivered some fresh ingredients that afternoon, and no one has stepped into the villa since. Chun Mo could have stayed in his room and looked at his phone all day, but after playing for a whole day, he got really bored and suddenly remembered something Bai Wei said before she left. "I'll be leaving now. Call me if you need anything. I haven't been to this villa in a long time. If you're feeling really cooped up in your room, you can wander around." A cunning woman like Bai Wei would never utter such a nonsensical statement. If Bai Wei was worried that he would be seen by others, she should have kept him in his room. Why would she let him wander around? Was Bai Wei trying to tell him something? Chen Mo found it extremely strange and wanted to see what was hidden in this villa. Chen Mo was staying in a guest room on the second floor. The guest room was very clean, but apart from his room, the rest of the room was covered in dust. He crouched down and walked out onto the balcony. He looked around at the surroundings and saw that it was a detached villa with a main road. The flowers and plants around the villa were also regularly maintained. This is strange. Bai Wei is reluctant to sell the villa, yet she doesn't want to live here. However, she has people tend to the flowers and plants, but doesn't clean the interior of the villa. It's truly baffling. Based on the surrounding environment, Chen Mo determined that the villa was quite valuable. Although it was located in the suburbs, it had convenient transportation and a quiet and peaceful environment. Only when Chen Mo could no longer see any other value in the villa did he return inside. Chen Mo started by examining the first guest room, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, Chen Mo looked at 5 or 6 guest rooms in a row, but found nothing. Every room looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Chen Mo was a little puzzled. Surely Bai Wei's words couldn't have been just a casual remark. Impossible. Bai Wei would never say something so casually. Chen Mo's expression was solemn. He took a deep breath and entered the next room. Every guest room had the same layout, the same decorations, and the same dust. Chen Mo felt dizzy looking at all the guest rooms. He couldn't even tell which ones he had been in and which ones he hadn't. Just as Chen Mo was about to give up, he opened the last guest room. Chen Mo was delighted. The layout of this room was the same as the other rooms, which was enough to show that it was also a guest room. However, the style of the decorations in this bedroom is completely different from the other rooms. The other rooms are in a very ordinary European style, but many things in this room have been changed to black. The small living room inside the room was sparsely furnished and contained no useful clues. Chen Mo didn't waste any time here and went straight to the bedroom in the room. The first thing that caught Chen Mo's eye was the bedroom quilt, which was entirely black, and the curtains had also been changed to black. Chen Mo walked to the bedside and noticed the photo frame next to the bed. The photo frame was covered with a thick layer of dust, so thick that Chen Mo could only barely make out that there were 2 girls in the photo. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could the 2 girls be Wan and Bai Wei? Chen Mo didn't have time to find paper to wipe the photo frame. He simply used his sleeve to wipe the dust off. After the dust was wiped away, the girl in the photo frame revealed her true face. Xie Jinluan and Bai Wei sat on a swing. Xie Jinluan was dressed in a black dress and had an icy expression, but Bai Wei didn't care about Xie Jinluan's indifference at all. She leaned on Xie Jinluan's shoulder and laughed happily. Chen Mo and Xie Jinluan had known each other for a long time, and he could tell that Xie Jinluan in the photo wasn't really unhappy. She was happy, but at that time she probably didn't know how to express her emotions, and she seemed a little lost. Chen Mo guessed that this room should be Xie Jinluan's bedroom, as Xie Jinluan used to be very averse to sunlight. Chen Mo figured this out himself. Xie Jinluan really liked extreme weather, especially storms and torrential rain. She would sit on the balcony and enjoy it. At that time, Chen Mo simply thought that Xie Jinluan, a young lady from a wealthy family, didn't like being exposed to the sun. Perhaps she just liked seeking thrills in extreme weather. Chen Mo placed the photo frame on the bedside table, then opened the bedside table. The first cabinet was full of books, and the second cabinet was locked. Chun Mo's intuition told him that every locked cabinet Xie Jinluan used was either a trap for him or a way to toy with him. Chun Mo's eyelids twitched, but this was Bai Wei's villa, and Muan should not know about these things. Without thinking twice, Chun Mo found a tool downstairs and pried open the lock. Inside the cabinet was a diary. Chun Mo threw the tools on the bed, feeling a bit of a headache. Why was it the diary again? He was really tricked by Nuanyuan's diary before. But since things have come to this point, and we've already come all this way, we can't just leave empty-handed. Chun Mo carefully picked up the diary. It had been sitting for a long time and was covered in a thick layer of dust. He gently blew the dust away. The diary has no cover. It's just an ordinary black diary. Chun Mo gently turned to the first page. There was no date or weather recorded on it. It was just Nuan recording her feelings. Bai Wei was my first friend. She helped me find my aunt, and it was my aunt who gave me the means to fight back. It's all over now. It's just a pity that only the man is dead, while that damned woman is still alive. How can she live so well when my mother is dead? Don't worry, my aunt told me that death is a relief. Therefore, I must make that woman wish she were dead. Bai Wei invited me to her house. My aunt also hoped that I could spend more time with Bai Wei. My aunt said that I should have 1 or 2 close friends. Yes, Auntie is right. 1 close friend is enough. I arrived at Bai Wei's house. Her aunt was very kind, but she was too busy with work, so she asked me to stay there a little longer and play with Bai Wei. My aunt brought a man home. He was very virtuous and would play with us, cook for us, and tell us all sorts of interesting stories. I could tell that Bai Wei liked him a lot, but I had a feeling of unease in my heart. I knew it. I knew it. This man is a scoundrel. Thank goodness, I protected Wei Wei. When Wei Wei cried in my arms, I couldn't calm down the violence in my heart. I killed him. What should I do? I've killed someone, what should I do? The diary entries end here. Xie Jinluan killed that man. Why? What did that man do to Bai Wei? Moreover, why did Bai Wei let him know these things? This is Nuanyuan's past, but it's not what he wants to know most. Right now, he just wants to know what Nuanyuan is running away from. Chapter 101 Inferior Products. Boss, we found some clues about Mr. Chun. Xie Jinluan immediately sat up in bed, her face serious. You speak. We found traces of something being stored on the island in the river, but the item is gone. We suspect it was a life jacket. Xie Jinluan's face immediately darkened. Life jacket? Could all of this be a stage performance by Chun Mo? But if it was, what about the bloodstains on the stone? How could Bai Wei possibly be involved in deceiving herself with him? Whose bloodstains were found on the stone? Xie Jinluan asked, suppressing her inner doubts. The genetic testing results show that it is Mr. Chun Mo's, Tiger replied. Okay, I understand. Xie Jinluan hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. If the bloodstains belong to Chun Mo, then it's even more bizarre. If Chun Mo orchestrated all of this, how could he have left a bloodstain in that place that was so difficult to spot? Since Xie Jinluan's men couldn't find the video recording, she could only rely on her memory to recall the details of that day over and over again. Chun Mo's expression was definitely not fake. This couldn't have been him. He couldn't have come up with such a meticulous plan, nor did he have the ability to destroy the video. He didn't have it, but Bai Wei did. Xie Jinluan didn't want to suspect Bai Wei, but she wanted to find out what had happened. Xie Jinluan stood up and paced back and forth in the room. If she really took this step, her relationship with Bai Wei would be completely over. If Bai Wei and Chun Mo planned all of this together, what was their purpose? What is the purpose? If it's about money, she's perfectly fine, and you can't take a single penny from her. Could it be for love? But that's absolutely impossible. Bai Wei could never have anything to do with Chun Mo, and Bai Wei would never fall in love with a man. So what exactly is the reason? Xie Jinluan called Tiger and asked him to find a way to pull up all the surveillance footage in the vicinity. Since she couldn't guess the specific reason, she would try to find the reason from the clues. Soon, Tiger called Xie Jinluan. Boss, apart from the surveillance cameras on the bridge, the surrounding surveillance cameras are not covered, but Tiger paused for a moment. Just what? There are just too many surveillance cameras around, and the time period is too long. The workload is just too great. Even if the 3 of us watch day and night, it may still take a week. Is the workload heavy? Xie Jinluan frowned and said, then we'll hire more people to help you, and double their wages. Tiger was overjoyed. No problem, boss. We can get results in as little as 1 day. Xie Jinluan hummed in agreement and hung up the phone. Xie Jinluan took out her computer and started working. She had felt much better a few days ago, so she asked Lin Yu to bring over all her office supplies. She had been resting for a long time and couldn't leave the company unattended for too long. The next day, Bai Wei brought the soup she had cooked to Xie Jinluan. Nuan. Bai Wei quickly walked to Xie Jinluan's bedside. Nuan, how are you feeling today? Xie Jinluan glanced helplessly at the soup in Bai Wei's hand and resignedly said, I feel like I'm almost fully recovered. You don't need to bring me soup every day. She's been drinking 2 bowls a day lately, and she feels like she's overdoing it. Of course I'll send them. I specifically asked the doctor, and these soups are all very nourishing. You should drink them until you're discharged from the hospital, Bai Wei said with utmost seriousness. Xie Jinluan knew it was her good intention and didn't want to offend her, so she had no choice but to take the soup from her. After finishing the soup, Xie Jinluan casually mentioned, Wei, I feel like I'm almost fully recovered. I think I can be discharged from the hospital and visit Chen Mo while I'm at it. Bai Wei immediately became cautious. What's wrong? Blood is the essence of the human body. You've lost so much blood, and you want to be discharged after only a few days. Aren't you too worried about Chen Mo? Bai Wei feigned helplessness. I knew it was because of him. He hasn't woken up yet and is staying in the hospital. But I heard from Lu Ren that Chen Mo's recovery is going very well, and his fingers are twitching unconsciously. I'm still a little worried, Wei. Have someone over there take a picture for me right away so I can take a look. Bai Wei paused for a moment, then quickly said, He's unconscious right now, so I didn't send a 24-hour caregiver. It's afternoon here, but it's the middle of the night there. How could a caregiver take pictures of his condition at this hour? Xie Jinluan didn't ask for much, only saying, Then send me a few more photos of him when it's daytime there. Bai Wei readily agreed. No problem. Xie Jinluan was filled with doubt. Was she really overthinking things? Was Chen Mo really in country right now? No. It wasn't that she was overthinking things. The traces on the island in the middle of the river and the bloodstain were telling her that things couldn't be that simple. Bai Wei then pulled Xie Jinluan aside to chat. Nuan, do you remember how we stayed together after your aunt came back, until you got into the best school in S City in high school? Well, I didn't. That's when that little bastard Lu Ren interfered in our relationship. Xie Jinluan gently patted her head. I've promised you many times, Lu Ren and I are just ordinary friends. How can he compare to you? Xie Jinluan's words finally calmed Bai Wei down. Nuan, tell me, why did your aunt agree to your marriage with Chen Mo in the first place? Xie Jinluan's dark eyes were as deep as an abyss. Of course, her aunt thought she was just taking revenge, simply taking revenge on the mother and son, but she was also genuinely moved. You know, my aunt only has me as her child, so she will always compromise for me. Xie Jinluan wasn't really sure if her aunt would compromise for her, but now that things had come to this, she could only deceive herself like this. So, do you plan to have a child with Chen Mo in the future? Xie Jinluan's heart sank as she recalled her aunt's words. You absolutely cannot have his child. But this is something she can't avoid. People like her and Bai Wei can live without a spouse, but they absolutely cannot live without children. Bai Wei had already seen through Xie Jinluan's actions. Nuan, are you going to deceive me and yourself like this even in front of me? Your aunt will never let you have Chen Mo's child. If your aunt knew you would fall in love with Chen Mo, she would definitely kill Chen Mo. Nuan, you should know very well how much your aunt hates Chen Mo and his mother. There is no possibility between you two. It was a mistake for you to fall in love with him. Children born to inferior people are also inferior products. Your aunt will never allow you to give birth to Chen Mo's child. Wei, we are also substandard products. Xie Jinluan raised her head and stared straight at Bai Wei. Bai Wei's expression froze for a moment. Then she laughed, a laugh that was both flamboyant and radiant. That's right. You're right. We all have blood flowing in our veins that makes us want to vomit. Chapter 102 God. You're unfair. Chen Mo carefully put the diary back, then opened the wardrobe and dressing table, hoping to find some other clues. It's strange that Xie Jinluan left most of her things here. It's clear she left in a hurry. It is likely that after the accidental killing, she was taken to live elsewhere by her elders. Chinemo didn't have high hopes. If he really couldn't find any clues, he could try to investigate Nguyen's past. The process might be a bit difficult, but he would eventually find a way. Just as Chinemo was about to leave, he suddenly glanced at the bed. He remembered that Nguyen had a habit of hiding things under her pillow. Chinemo walked to the bedside, lifted the pillow, and saw a yellowed photo underneath. Chinemo picked up the photo and recognized it immediately. It was Xie Jianwan's mother. Xie Jianwan's room always had this exact same photo. Strange, why does Nguyen need to print so many copies of the exact same photo? Chinemo put the photo in his pocket and planned to go to Bai Wei's room to look for some clues. On the right side of the second floor, there is a master bedroom. The master bedroom should be the room where Bai Wei's mother lives, so Bai Wei should be sleeping in the room next to it. Chinemo walked quickly to the room, which had also been abandoned for a long time and was covered in dust. Chinemo covered his mouth and nose with his hand and turned on the light. Bai Wei's preferred style is quite obvious. The entire room is princess-themed, with pink and delicate colors everywhere, and the bed has even been specially changed to a princess bed, creating a stark contrast with Xie Jianwan's room. Chinemo looked around the room with interest. Could Bai Wei really like this style? I really couldn't tell. Chinemo searched everywhere in the room, but only found a bunch of toys that little girls like. Chinemo was somewhat discouraged. Surely Bai Wei wouldn't be playing a trick on him. He looked at the bed thoughtfully, then squatted down, took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it under the bed. There was a red box under the bed. Chinemo was overjoyed. Ignoring the dust all around him, he bent down and stretched out his hand to try to pull the box out, but after trying for a long time, he still couldn't reach it. I had to squeeze half my body under the bed to barely reach the suitcase and drag it out. The box had a well-worn lock, and Chinemo tugged at it twice, quickly unlocking it with the key. He opened the box and saw a pile of photos inside. The first one that caught his eye was a photo of his mother and Xie Jianwan's father embracing. Chinmo's hand trembled as he picked up the photo and kept examining his mother's face. Something's not right. Doesn't my mother look a little too young at this time? Her face has no wrinkles at all. Chinmo's heart started pounding uncontrollably. He had a bold guess in his mind. His mother might have known that man before the family went bankrupt. He suppressed his inner suspicions and continued to examine the remaining photos. One photo after another directly confirmed his inner thoughts. In the second photo, the mother is clearly much younger, looking only 17 or 18 years old. The man has his arms around her waist, his eyes filled with love for her. How could my mother have known him so long ago, and be so close to him? So, Nguyen hates her mother so much because she feels that her mother is a homewrecker who interfered in her family? No, it's just a photo, nothing to say. Perhaps my mother only knew that man from her younger days. Maybe they were just friends. Chinemo gritted his teeth and continued looking at the next photo. This photo made it impossible for him to deceive himself any longer. The two leaned against each other, their intimacy visibly apparent. Chinemo forced a stiff smile. This doesn't mean anything. Everyone has a past, right? So what if the two of them dated before? Chinemo carefully looked through each photo one by one. By the end, he didn't know how to convince himself anymore. Although he didn't know his mother's age, he could tell from her clothing. The mother and Wu Liang were probably childhood sweethearts. They had always harbored feelings for each other, and although they had never officially become a couple, they were more than lovers. They had been together for many years, but they must have broken up after graduating from university, because there are no more photos of the two of them. The two were photographed together again many years later, and at that time his family had not yet gone bankrupt. Chunmo's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the last photo, in which Lu Yun was wearing a light blue dress. Chen Imo had seen this dress in a photo at home before. This dress was a Valentine's Day gift from my father to my mother after my parents got married. Wu Liang was clearly in a similar state after marrying Xie Jinwan's mother. In Wu Liang's previous photos, he was dressed very simply, even somewhat cheaply. But in this photo, he's clearly wearing designer brands. So these adulterers had already been having an affair all along? Chen Mo's heart pounded with anger. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath. He originally thought that his mother was forced to marry Wu Liang, that it was for money, to escape his father, and for him, so he could forgive her. But these photos were like a series of resounding slaps in the face to him. Lu Yun was only with her father for money. So after meeting Wu Liang, the two rekindled their old flame and started hooking up. Are they really that shameless? Both of them clearly have families. Some photos even showed that Lu Yun's belly was showing. He remembered that Nguyen Nguyen was only a month younger than him, so Xie Jianwan's mother was also pregnant at this time. Chen Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If Lu Yun got together with Wu Liang so early, is he really his father's child? In an instant, all the fog had dissipated. No wonder Nguyen Nguyen was unwilling to accept him no matter what. No wonder Nguyen Nguyen had always had something she couldn't tell him. No wonder her aunt was so opposed to their relationship. It turns out he might be Xie Jianwan's half-brother. Chen Mo's legs went weak, and he knelt down beside the bed. What to do? What to do? Chen Mo stared blankly ahead, wondering what he and Nguyen Nguyen should do if he really was her. Nguyen Nguyen has already admitted that she loves him, and they will soon be happily together. Why? Why did God have to play such a cruel joke on him? God, you're unfair. I have no parents in my life. I tried my best to climb up the social ladder, but I hurt my lover. It was not easy for me to turn over a new leaf and start a new life. Why? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Even if that's the case, so what? Nobody knows. He can still marry Nguyen Nguyen. He can get a vasectomy. They can live without children. None of that matters. The important thing is that Chun Mo will stay with Xie Jinluan for the rest of his life. This time, he would never compromise again. No matter what happens in the future, he would never let go of Xie Jinluan's hand. They were a match made in heaven. Chapter 103 He's gone. By the way, you knew all along, didn't you? Chun Mo's hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably, but his voice remained unusually calm. I'm trying to help you, Bai Wei replied coldly. I'd like to talk to you. Bai Wei glanced at the time and replied, I'll be at the villa in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Chun Mo blankly carried the wooden box back to his room. His mind was in a mess. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he couldn't control his overly active thoughts. Click. Bai Wei walked into the house and immediately saw Chun Mo sitting on the sofa, looking exhausted. What do you want to say to me? Bai Wei sat opposite Chun Mo, looking straight at him. Chun Mo slowly raised his head and threw the wooden box in his arms in front of Bai Wei. This is why Nguyen Nguyen has always been unwilling to accept me. Bai Wei glanced at it and smiled. Not bad. You're even faster than I expected. Nguyen Nguyen, what is she thinking? Chun Mo asked with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Bai Wei took a deep breath. Don't you understand her feelings? Of course I understand. Then what's the point of asking me? Bai Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't understand why you want me to know this. Huh? Bai Wei was speechless. If I don't let you know these things, do you want Nguyen Nguyen to bear them all alone? You two are lovers, shouldn't you support each other? Of course. Chun Mo hesitated for a long time. You don't think that Nguyen Nguyen and I... Bai Wei thought Chun Mo felt she would discriminate against him, so she sighed and replied, the things of the previous generation shouldn't be borne by you and Nguyen Nguyen. Love is love, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Chun Mo said firmly, I'm ready. I'm going to see Nguyen Nguyen now. I want to face all of this with her. Bai Wei, unusually, didn't stop him and walked straight downstairs, leaving behind the words, let's go. Chun Mo quickly followed behind Bai Wei. After getting into the car, Bai Wei suddenly remembered Xie Muyang and asked, where is Xie Muyang? I haven't seen him come out. Chun Mo paused for a moment. He left. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment while driving, then continued, when did this happen? On the day I fell into the river, he heard Nguyen Nguyen say that she loved me, so he left. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. This is the first time I've encountered such an interesting alternate personality. It just disappeared on its own. How interesting. Speaking of which, how did you fall into the river? Chun Mo felt a little awkward and didn't know how to start the conversation. Bai Wei saw Chun Mo's expression in the mirror, and her heart skipped a beat. You didn't jump down by yourself, did you? Upon seeing Chun Mo's expression, Bai Wei exclaimed, you really jumped down yourself? Yes and no, Chun Mo explained. It's Xie Muyang. Xie Muyang? What? Xie Muyang is actually me. As long as I am certain in my heart that Nguyen Nguyen loves me, he will leave. Chun Mo felt a little disappointed. He really disliked Xie Muyang. but he never expected that Siemuyang would help him in the end. That night, Nguyen rejected me. I was a little sad, so I bought some wine and went to sit by the bridge to feel the breeze. But I didn't expect Nguyen to come over suddenly. I wanted to get down and tell Nguyen that I was okay, but Siemuyang suddenly manipulated my body to fall into the river. The bridge I was on wasn't very high off the river, so I wouldn't get seriously hurt if I fell in. After I fell into the river, Siemuyang told me to swim to the island in the middle of the river, where he had prepared life jackets beforehand. I asked him why he did this, and he said that if he didn't do this, Nguyen would always be hesitant and conflicted, and he wanted to force Nguyen to recognize her own heart. He told me to swim downstream, where he had given money to a family in advance, and to stay there for a few days, pretending to be sober to find Nguyen. But I didn't expect that as soon as I swam downstream, Hanji knocked me unconscious with a stick. You probably know the rest. Bai Wei knew perfectly well that Lin Yu had already taken Xie Jinluan to the hospital. She was thinking of coming over to see what was going on, but on the way she saw Hanji, carrying Chun Mo on his back. Both she and Siemuyang felt this was a great opportunity, so they didn't tell Nguyen. She sent a message to her subordinates, and then followed Hanji alone not far behind. Hanji led Chun Mo to a dirty and messy room. Bai Wei couldn't see what was inside, but her intuition told her that Hanji definitely didn't want to save Chun Mo. If he really wanted to save Chun Mo, he could have handed him over to the salvage crew instead of sneaking away with him. Bai Wei was a little anxious, but she couldn't just barge in alone. Fortunately, her men arrived in time. A group of people barged into the house, and Han Jijing tied Chun Mo up tightly. Bai Wei had Chun Mo rescued first, then tied up Han Ji and had him thrown into the basement for interrogation. Han Ji confessed within an hour. Han Ji had always been jealous of Chun Mo. Why could a pretty boy like Chun Mo win the favor of President Xie? So he set up a scheme and paid a girl to go to Chun Mo's hotel. Unexpectedly, this directly angered President Xie to death. After that, he was constantly uneasy, fearing that Chun Mo would come looking for trouble. But Chun Mo seemed to have forgotten that. He became bolder again and started eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere. Several months later, Chun Mo suddenly remembered him and bankrupted his family's company, turning him from a rich second generation into a penniless second generation. His father died of anger, and his mother followed him in death. Why? Why does Chun Mo have everything? His wife died, but he still has a child, and he even got the company. How am I any worse than him? Why don't I have that kind of luck? So when I saw him sitting on the bridge with wine by the roadside, I wanted to push him off, but I didn't expect Xie Jinluan to actually show up. Isn't she dead? I was startled, but hatred got the better of me. I was thinking of killing them all. But Chun Mo was too arrogant. Even God couldn't stand it anymore, and he actually fell down on his own. Ha 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 ha. It was like heaven was helping me. But I've known him for so many years, of course I know he can swim, but I wanted him dead. So I went down to the other side first. I figured Xie Jinluan was in the upper half of the river, so I went to the lower half to try my luck, and I actually ran into him. I just picked up a stick from the woods and knocked him unconscious. Hanji was no longer fully conscious. He shouted frantically, "I'll make him wish he were dead soon. I'm finally stronger than him. He can't give me that attitude anymore." The interrogators relayed all of this to Bai Wei, who didn't even flinch. She'd seen far too many people like that. Lock him in the basement for now. Make sure he doesn't die. Send him to prison after a while, Bai Wei instructed. Chapter 104 Sweetness. After listening to Bai Wei's story, Chun Mo's expression turned sinister. I shouldn't have given him a way out because of our 4 years of friendship. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei laughed. Wildfire cannot burn at all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. You are actually a sentimental person. Chun Mo knew that Bai Wei was making fun of him, so he didn't want to pay any attention to her. Bai Wei smiled and glanced at Chun Mo. It really wasn't easy for him to transform from a cold-blooded and ruthless man from humble beginnings into a person of affection and righteousness. The two arrived at the hospital quickly, and Xie Jinluan stared blankly out the window. Nguyen. Unable to suppress the surging emotions in his heart, Chun Mo staggered to Xie Jinluan. Xie Jinluan looked up in disbelief. Chun Mo, I knew you were still alive. I knew you were still alive. Xie Jinluan repeated softly, reaching out to touch Chun Mo, afraid that the Chun Mo in front of her was also a figment of her imagination. Nwan, it's me, I'm really back. Chun Mo leaned closer and placed his face in Xie Jinwan's hands. The moment their skin touched, warmth traveled from the point of contact along their veins to their hearts. Bai Wei, standing at the door, watched all this unfold. She only hoped that the two lovers could be together forever, so she quietly left, leaving the room to them. The two of them stared at each other's faces. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Jinwan came to her senses and patted Chun Mo's face with a forced smile. All right, darling, now that I've confirmed you're still alive, can you tell me what happened? Chun Mo felt a little guilty. Nwan, you have to believe every word I say. Chun Mo was afraid that Nwan would think he was framing Xie Muyang, even though Nwan had admitted to loving him, and even though Xie Muyang had disappeared. He was still somewhat uneasy. Xie Jinwan smiled helplessly. Chun Mo, do you really not believe in my love for you? No, Chun Mo quickly retorted. I believe you. Chun Mo stared intently at Xie Jinwan. Nwan, I already know all of this, and I also know how much pressure you've carried for me. You know? Xie Jinwan's voice was somewhat soft. Chun Mo nodded firmly. Xie Jinwan sighed. Chun Mo, you shouldn't know all this. Now that I've decided to be with you, I will take care of everything. No. Chun Mo gripped Xie Jinwan's hand tightly. Nwan, we are husband and wife. We should face this together, not one of us facing it alone. Xie Jinwan grasped Chun Mo's hand in return, looked into Chun Mo's eyes with deep affection, and gave him a sweet smile from the bottom of her heart. Chun Mo, I won't regret it. I will never let you lose again. Chun Mo hugged Xie Jinwan in his arms. Chun Mo then recounted the events of that night to Xie Jinwan in detail. The more Xie Jinwan listened, the lower the atmosphere became. After Chun Mo finished speaking, Xie Jinwan said in an icy tone, I was too busy the other day and forgot about him. I didn't expect him to dare to show up again. Wei Wei is too kind sometimes. Since he dares to have such thoughts about you, then I will make him wish he were dead. Hearing Xie Jinwan stand up for him, Chun Mo felt incredibly sweet inside. Nwan, just leave it to your subordinates. Don't get your hands dirty. Xie Jinwan ruffled Chun Mo's hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Nwan, where's Lu Yun? Even Chun Mo could no longer utter those two words, feeling that the woman had truly tarnished those two words. Xie Jinwan sighed. I transferred her to a mental hospital in Country A. I thought that she was, after all, your biological mother, so I didn't make things too difficult for her. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Let her spend her next life there. Chun Mo, I thought you would say that she is, after all, your mother. Xie Jinwan said with a smile in her eyes. Chun Mo said with some helplessness. That's what I really thought at first. She's always been pretty good to me. Even though she doesn't really care about me, she still gave me a place to live and enough money. I can't believe she could be this kind of person. She has committed many evils. Let her spend the rest of her life there atoning for her sins. Xie Jinwan kissed Chun Mo on the cheek. Baby, I really like you more and more. Chun Mo's gaze was aggressive as he lowered his voice. Is this the only place you have it? He pointed to his lips again. I want this too. Xie Jinwan beckoned to Chun Mo with her finger, leaned close to his ear, and whispered seductively. This room is my private room. There are no surveillance cameras. Bai Wei should have left too. Chun Mo's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes were practically overflowing with lust. He turned his head and said with difficulty, Nwan, you're still sick. Let's wait a little longer. Xie Jinwan blinked innocently. But I'm planning to be discharged tonight. Chun Mo could no longer hold back. He lunged at Xie Jinwan, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her lips reverently. He was tamed. He loves Xie Jinwan, and he is willing to do anything for Xie Jinwan. Just as the two were deeply engrossed in their kiss, Chun Mo suddenly remembered something and abruptly pulled away. Xie Jinwan looked somewhat bewildered. Where are you going? Chun Mo said hurriedly. I'm going to buy a condom. Xie Jinwan leaned against the bedside, looking calmly at Chun Mo, a smile playing on her lips. There's one in the bedside cabinet. Chun Mo paused in his work. Why are you preparing this here? Chen Mo's expression was somewhat forlorn and pitiful. If Xie Jinluan didn't give him a reasonable explanation, then Xie Jinluan wouldn't have to be discharged from the hospital today. Ha ha ha. Xie Jinluan admired his expression and laughed heartily. The cleaning lady put it there. She didn't know that the owner of this room was a woman. Chen Mo immediately understood that people who have such private rooms are naturally either rich or noble, and rich men are like restless teddy bears. Chen Mo walked up to Xie Jinluan, looking aggrieved. Nuan, you're teasing me again. Xie Jinluan lifted Chen Mo's chin, then traced his fingers down his Adam's apple, stopping at his lower abdomen. Chen Mo felt a fire burning within his body, following Xie Jinluan's finger downwards. He licked his lips, staring intently at Xie Jinluan. Nuan, I can't hold back anymore. Xie Jinluan smiled and said, good dogs should listen to their masters. Woof! Chen Mo's eyes burned with desire as he barked at her. Xie Jinluan remained silent, her eyes holding a seductive glint. Chen Mo received the signal and pounced on Xie Jinluan. A Night of Spring. Chapter 105 Curtain Call. Upon receiving the news that Xie Jinluan had been discharged from the hospital, Bai Wei rushed to her home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw the two of them being very affectionate and couldn't help but tease them. You two should stop now. You're an old married couple, yet you're still so sweet. Xie Jinluan chuckled lightly, but did not reply. By the way, Nuanyuan, how do you plan to tell your aunt about this? Bai Wei asked directly. Xie Jinluan was silent for a moment. I will explain it to my aunt. My aunt will not make things difficult for Chen Mo. When are you two planning to have children? I'll wait 2 years until I've completely stabilized the company, Xie Jinluan replied. Chen Mo suddenly stood up. Nuan, what did you say? Seeing Chen Mo's shocked expression, Xie Jinluan was also a little confused. I said I was planning to have a child in 2 years. Chen Mo forced a smile. So, does Nuanyuan like mixed-race children or something else? What are you talking about? Xie Jinluan frowned, looking at Chen Mo with confusion. Chen Mo also realized something was wrong at this moment. He looked at Bai Wei and said, Wei, didn't you tell me that Nuanyuan and I are half-siblings? Bai Wei looked surprised. Huh? Xie Jinluan looked at Bai Wei. What exactly is going on? Bai Wei waved her hands repeatedly. I didn't say that. I only told him that his mother killed your mother. How could I have known he would misunderstand? My mother killed her mother. Chen Mo exclaimed. What are you saying? Bai Wei quickly said. That's right. My aunt investigated that couple as soon as she got back and found out that they were each other's first love. They were both greedy for money. One of them hooked up with a rich and handsome guy, and the other hooked up with a beautiful and wealthy woman. They even got together after they both had children. Then my aunt felt that Nuanyuan's mother's death was suspicious. So she went to investigate and found out that your mother, Lu Yun, and Wu Liang were utterly depraved and wanted to kill Nuanyuan's mother to make room for Lu Yun. Nuan, is what she said true? Chen Mo looked at Xie Jinluan in disbelief, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Xie Jinluan took a deep breath and nodded. You don't know? Bai Wei asked, puzzled. Didn't I put all the evidence in front of you? You didn't finish reading it, did you? Chen Mo slumped on the sofa and replied. At the time, I thought Nuan and I were siblings, and since they were just photos, I didn't look at the rest. Seeing that things were not going well, Bai Wei slipped away and made a hasty retreat. The atmosphere inside the room was somewhat somber. Xie Jinluan spoke first. Now that you know the truth, what do you think? Chen Mo looked at Xie Jinluan, his eyes filled with heartache. No matter what I think, my mother made a mistake, and she deserves to be punished. You have already spared her life for my sake. What else can I say but thank you? Chen Mo sighed. No wonder my aunt has always looked down on me. It's probably because of my mother. Secondly, my aunt might be worried that I will become the second Wu Liang. Xie Jinluan looked at Chen Mo without saying anything. Even she didn't know what to say at this moment. Chen Mo got up and walked to Xie Jinluan's side, pulling her into his arms. Nuan, your aunt's worries are not unfounded. Wasn't I that kind of person from the beginning? But I'm willing to believe you, Xie Jinluan said firmly. It's my own choice to believe you. I know, Nuanyuan. I'm very grateful that you trust me, so I want to put your mind at ease as well. Chen Mo gently kissed Xie Jinluan's cheek. So, I can sign a prenuptial agreement. I will absolutely not take a single penny from the Xie family. Nuan, I used to be too eager to achieve success overnight. Even though you were a great help to me, I only thought about taking your things for myself. I've thought it through, Nuanyuan. I can find a relaxed job. I'm doing just fine with my current life. When we have children in the future, I can stay home and take care of them. Chenmo. Xie Jinluan was somewhat moved. She knew all too well the arrogance in Chenmo's bones. However, a marriage cannot have two dominant individuals. She never expected that Chenmo would actually be willing to give up his career for her. Society has high and strict requirements for men in this regard, and Chenmo will definitely be criticized as a gigolo. Chenmo, I know what you mean. Xie Jinluan cupped Chenmo's face in her hands. But I love you, and I can't bear to see you looked down upon. You can do what you want to do. Upon hearing Xie Jinluan's words, Chenmo smiled and said, Nuan, your words are enough. I'm President Xie's husband. Who would dare to look down on me? To put it bluntly, they're just envious and jealous. They're jealous that I have a good wife and that I'll have a well-behaved daughter or son in the future. Speaking of which, Nuanyuan, do you prefer boys or girls? Xie Jinluan smiled and said, I like them all. Let's leave it to fate. What about Xiner? My aunt is old and loves children. That child is also pitiful, so let my aunt take care of him. Nuan, I will love you forever. I love you too. We can never be separated, life after life. Good. The end. Extra Chapter 1. The first day after the wedding. Chenmo looked at the person who was still fast asleep, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He gently brought his lips close to Xie Jinluan's face, as if to stamp his mark. But just as his lips were about to touch her cheek, he subconsciously closed his eyes, until the soft touch came from his lips, soft and sweet. It also feels a little tingly and numb. Feeling the unusual sensation on his lips, Chenmo immediately opened his eyes and found Xie Jinluan looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Chenmo's ears burned from being stared at, and he moved slightly to the side. You're awake. Why aren't you opening your eyes? If I open my eyes, will I be able to catch your little tricks? Xie Jinluan's words carried a hint of sweetness. Xie Jinluan got up and moved closer to Chenmo, wrapping her arms around his waist and leaning against his chest. Honey, I love you so much. Chenmo smiled foolishly where Xie Jinluan couldn't see, and then echoed, I love you too. The two hugged and nestled together for a long time, Xie Jinluan reluctant to let go. Chenmo gently patted Xie Jinluan's back and coaxed, Baby, I'll get up and make you some food. You stay here and rest, okay? Xie Jinluan pouted, clinging to Chenmo and refusing to let go. No, I'll order takeout. Chenmo chuckled softly. Okay, takeout isn't clean. I'll make it for you. Chenmo coaxed her for a long time before Xie Jinluan reluctantly let go. Chenmo casually put on a bathrobe and got up to go to the kitchen. Xie Jinluan leaned against the bed, admiring Chenmo's figure. Broad shoulders, narrow waist. Well endowed and skilled in bed, no wonder he was the man she had her eye on. Only after Chenmo left the kitchen did Xie Jinluan leisurely put on her bathrobe. The morning was not complicated. Chenmo was quick and efficient, and soon cooked a pot of noodles and fried 2 eggs. Just as he finished cooking the noodles and was carrying the bowl to the dining room. Seeing Xie Jinluan's loose-fitting bathrobe, the corners of his mouth, which had been turned up, immediately drooped down. He pursed his lips, placed the bowl on the dining table, then walked over to Xie Jinluan and silently helped her put on her clothes. Xie Jinluan chuckled and hooked his chin with her hand. What's wrong? Darling, there's no one else at home. Chenmo's eyes darkened. I won't be able to resist. Ha ha ha. Xie Jinluan laughed even harder. I didn't tell you to hold back. After helping Xie Jinluan put on her clothes, Chenmo took a half step back, sat down, and ate noodles. He calmly said, Let's conserve our energy first. You've taken a week off. I don't want to end up in the hospital on the first day. Xie Jinluan raised an eyebrow slightly and sat restlessly on Chenmo's lap. Okay, you feed me. Chenmo's hands bulged with veins, his throat bobbed, and his voice was low and deep. Nuan. Seeing that her wicked intentions had been fulfilled, Xie Jinluan immediately tried to get off Chenmo, but Chun Imo pressed down on her waist with his large hands. Nuan, there's no reason to run away after stirring things up. Chun Imo whispered in Xie Jinwan's ear. Chun Mo's warm breath tickled Xie Jinwan's ear, sending a tingling sensation through her veins to her heart. Xie Jinwan subconsciously licked his lips, feeling his old friend poised to strike, and stiffened. Darling, let go of me first. I think what you said makes sense. Let's eat first. After Xie Jinwan finished speaking, she struggled for a moment, trying to get out of his arms, but found that Chun Mo's hand did not move at all. Xie Jinwan realized she had gone too far. She turned around, straddled Chun Imo, wrapped her arms around his neck, blinked her eyes, and said weakly, Darling, I was wrong. Chun Imo just stared blankly at Xie Jinwan acting coquettishly, without saying anything. Xie Jinwan's face darkened. There was no indication of anything, but her old friend beneath her greeted her again. Chun Imo noticed Xie Jinwan's mood, looked away, and said awkwardly, Wife, don't look at me like that. Xie Jinwan gritted her teeth. What did you eat to grow up like this? Chun Imo subconsciously hugged Xie Jinwan tighter and replied hesitantly, Maybe he's not a picky eater. Xie Jinwan was instantly at a loss for words. If you don't let go of me, the noodles will get cold. Chun Imo released one hand, but pulled Xie Jinwan into his arms with the other, saying, Didn't you ask me to feed you? I'll feed you. Xie Jinwan originally just wanted to amuse him, but she didn't expect this silly boy to take it seriously. Seeing his persistence, Xie Jinwan simply let him be, turned around, and waited for Chun Imo to feed her. Chun Imo fed Xie Jinwan very carefully, making sure the noodles weren't too hot before putting them into Xie Jinwan's mouth. With Chun Mo's careful feeding, breakfast was finally over, and Xie Jinwan's old friend also quieted down. Chun Imo released Xie Jinwan and got up to clear the dishes. Xie Jinwan stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Honey, shall we go out for dinner tonight? Chun Imo continued moving. Where do you want to go? Xie Jinwan laughed and said, Of course it's a date. This is our first date after we opened up to each other. Chun Imo thought for a moment. I remember there's a very famous hot spring in Wanshan with nice scenery. Shall we go check it out? Okay, Xie Jinwan readily agreed. After Chun Imo finished washing the dishes, the two changed their clothes and drove to the hot spring. Xie Jinwan booked a private room with excellent privacy. Chun Imo almost subconsciously thought of scenes unsuitable for children, and followed behind Xie Jinwan with her ears turning red. After arriving at the room, Xie Jinwan smiled at Chun Imo and said, Darling, go in and have some fun after you change your clothes. I'll be right back after I go to the bathroom. Chun Imo nodded haphazardly, quickly changed his clothes, and headed towards the hot spring. Chun Imo soaked in the water for a while, and seeing that Xie Jinwan hadn't come over yet, he got a little anxious and wanted to get up and go see what was wrong with her. Just as I got up, Xie Jinwan came over wearing a bathrobe. Chun Imo walked towards the shore and saw Xie Jinwan dressed so warmly. He laughed and said, We're an old married couple. Why are you dressed so warmly? As Chun Imo spoke, he walked towards her, intending to help her. Xie Jinwan blinked, but didn't speak. Only when Chun Imo walked up to her did she slowly undo her belt. Upon seeing the beauty before him, Chun Mo's breath caught in his throat. He immediately pulled her into his arms, panting heavily. Is this the secret weapon you brought today? Xie Jinwan said innocently. Darling, don't you like it? I specially chose it. Chun Imo gritted his teeth. I like it. I absolutely love it. Xie Jinwan, I really want to give you my life. Xie Jinwan wrapped her arms around Chun Mo's neck, her eyes filled with seductive charm. I don't want your life. I just want you to belong to me forever. Xie Jinwan stared at Chun Imo, and Chun Imo understood the love in her eyes. He cupped her face in his hands and said, I know, I understand. Xie Jinwan smiled and kissed Chun Mo's eyes without hesitation. Chun Imo loves her, she knows that. Chun Imo took the initiative to sign a prenuptial agreement to prove himself, but she also wants to give Chun Imo a sense of security. He loves her, and that's enough. Regardless of the future, the two will forever remain immersed in this moment.